Chapter 1. Traversing the innate calamity dragon. Writing a diary in the sect of the intercepted teaching. Friday, clear sky. A day without affairs, indulging in melodies at the tavern. Saturday, clear sky. A day without affairs, turning my back on the world, unilaterally deciding. The ages, fishing, returning empty-handed. Sunday, that let us not concern ourselves with the days anymore. Fishing, returning empty-handed. Another new day has dawned. The winds are stirring at the shores of the eastern sea. The waves are tumultuous. The fish should be biting, while the stronger the winds, the pricier the fish. Empty-handed. Today I encountered Sister Turtle Spirit, her legs so fair. Today I encountered Sister Wudong. Indeed, her legs are remarkably fair. Today I encountered Sister Yinxiao. Her legs are fair, and her voice is melodious. If she donned black silk to dance in the pure land of ultimate bliss, it would surely be mesmerizing. Alas, it is a pity that Xiong Xiao perished tragically. By Xiao met a dire end, and Yun Xiao has been eternally suppressed beneath the Qilin Cliff. In the primordial wilderness, the eastern sea roils, its azure waves stretching infinitely dot on golden Tortoise Island. The innate spiritual energy is dense. Spiritual birds soar. Purple mist envelopes the area. Auspicious omens abound, and myriad immortals come to pay homage. The teachings of the intercepted sect flourish, their fortune reaching its zenith. In the Bo Palace, the primordial teacher sits quietly on a meditation cushion, flipping through a diary in his hands, growing increasingly furrowed. When did my intercepted sect acquire such a gluttonous, lustful disciple? Unbeknownst to the primordial teacher, a diary had mysteriously appeared beneath his meditation cushion. Even employing the might of a sage, he could not discern the origins of this diary. It bore a black cover, inscribed with Taoist patterns, and was signed by Ying Yuan. There was also a supplementary note. It seems I might have accepted such a disciple. The primordial teacher's brow remained tightly knit as he continued to peruse the contents of the diary. Senior brother Gongming lectured. His teachings were truly excellent. Simple and comprehensible, one could grasp them upon first hearing. Yet they were rendered useless upon practice. Alas, he ended up being ambushed, suffering a gruesome death with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The primordial teacher's anger flared upon reading this entry. This wretched disciple dares to curse senior brother Gongming to such a tragic fate? Senior brother Jinggu, quite amiable and kind, yet met a dismal end, his essence shattered, transformed into 3 restraining hoops. Senior brother Weiyun, a celestial attendant to the 7 fairies, rumored to soon attain the great Luo golden immortal realm. Terrifying indeed, yet he too suffered a shattering of his spiritual intellect, now kept like a tortoise in the pool of merit. Senior brother Shurtian has begun pondering the 10 absolute formation. What a pity. The primordial teacher's expression darkened further, fury igniting within him. What a pity. What do you mean? Has senior brother Shurtian perished as well? Sister Turtle Spirit met the most tragic end, a peerless beauty among fairies, yet she could not even leave behind a primordial spirit. Sister Jinling has also fallen. The primordial teacher was utterly enraged. Good, good, good. This wretched disciple dares to curse all my intercepted sect disciples to demise. Why not proclaim the annihilation of my sect? The teachings of the intercepted sect are on the brink of destruction. I must contemplate my future paths. Damn it, why must I be a manifestation of calamity, a wretched ancient body? All I desire is to survive. What is wrong with that? Woe is me. Who knows if that traitor Dingguang has colluded with the Western teachings? Though the West may be barren and impoverished, the 2 saints there treat their disciples exceedingly well. Of course, had it not been for the upper clear saint seizing a sliver of life for all beings, allowing me to enter the intercepted sect, I might have already been slain by the moral true immortal from merit collection. Joining the Jiejiao Sect is not without its merits, however. In the future, as the Western realms flourish, a vast and boundless horizon awaits me that I am utterly eager to cultivate my path to immortality. Suddenly, the sword energy of the Qingping surged skyward, imbued with a murderous intent. This wicked disciple, who dares to curse the Jiejiao Sect's downfall and seek to betray the teachings? Worthless wretch! Worthless wretch! You are not deserving of life. On Jiejiao Island, countless immortals gathered, eagerly anticipating their master's teachings for the day. The soaring sword energy startled many disciples, including Du Obao, the Holy Mother of Wudong, Zhao Gongming, and the Three Heavens. What has transpired? Why is the master so enraged? The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect had never witnessed such fury from their master. Outside Jiejiao Island, a scattering of islands formed a chain, resembling stars encircling the moon, protecting Jiejiao Island. Among these was a narrow and cramped isle named Ying Yuan Island, which housed a dojo. Ying Yuan, clad in a black Taoist robe, sat on a meditation cushion, diligently penning his journal. Recently graduated from second-tier university, Ying Yuan donned a yellow robe and joined the ranks of delivery workers. After 3 arduous years, he ascended to the position of a lone king, only to succumb to exhaustion just as he contemplated buying a house. Upon awakening, he found himself traversing the primordial Kunlun Mountains, having transformed into a being of innate essence. Yet, who would understand? While others transformed from innate energies, clouds, or gentle breezes, Ying Yuan emerged as the first wicked dragon born of primal malice. Thus, he sought to join the Rin sect and take the Great Clarity Saint as his master. The Great Clarity Saint, with a countenance as tranquil as a still pond, spoke with calm indifference. Your wickedness runs deep, burdened by karma, and your body is unfit to enter my sect. Casting a glance at the Tongtian Sect, he was nearly overwhelmed by their fierce gazes. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and Tai Yi Zhenren, with eyes aflame, declared, "Slay this wicked dragon and align with the heavens to earn the merits of the Tao." Clad in scale armor and burdened with karma, he still yearned to join the Tongtian Sect? Such delusions were folly. Ying Yuan pondered his dragon lineage and sought recognition from the Four Seas Dragon clan. However, the Four Seas Dragon kings simultaneously shook their heads, exclaiming, "Alas, we have scoured the dragon clan's genealogy, and there is no record of a wicked dragon. Thus, you do not belong to the Water Clan." With the Rin sect rejecting him, the Four Seas Dragon clan denying his heritage, and the Tongtian Sect calling for his demise, only one path remained: to preemptively join the Western teachings, becoming an elder within the sect, and await the day when the Western teachings betray the Xian and establish the Buddha, thereby earning a title as a disciple of the Buddha. Zhuan Ti, notorious for proclaiming that all things are connected to my Western teachings, posed a challenge, for the journey from Kunlun to the West was exceedingly long. Ying Yuan, a walking embodiment of malice, was viewed by practitioners as a mere vessel for merit and experience. Thus, in resignation, he first sought refuge within the Jiejiao Sect. The Jiejiao Sect, under the guidance of the Heavenly Saint, emphasized that every being possesses a glimmer of hope and was willing to grant all sentient beings a chance. Those who were fated could attend the teachings. Ying Yuan successfully joined the Jiejiao Sect and subsequently experienced the division of the Three Clarity, relocating with the Jiejiao Sect to the shores of the East Sea at Jiejiao Island. Life within the Jiejiao Sect was simple, yet splendid. His fellow disciples were powerful and possessed remarkable abilities, their words resonating with kindness. Ying Yuan cherished the familial atmosphere that enveloped them. However, during the conquering of the gods, the Jiejiao Sect faced a grim fate. The Great Clarity Saint and the primordial Heavenly Venerable, disregarding their brotherly bonds, allied with Jin and Zhuan Ti to dismantle the Extermination Sword Array and the 10,000 Immortals Array, leading to the slaughter of the Jiejiao Sect's core disciples. As the celestial beings of the Jiejiao were guided and subsequently ferried away by the figures of Jane and Zhuan Ti, the doctrine of Jiejiao faced obliteration following the conclusion of the function. Although Ying Yuan cherished the ambience of Jiejiao, his yearning for survival prevailed after all. He was merely a transformed dragon of misfortune, having cultivated for a millennium, yet still possessing only the realm of a heavenly immortal. Even with relentless perseverance in his training, by the time of the function, he might just attain the status of a golden immortal at best. At that juncture, even the Quasi Saints would be mere cannon fodder. How could a lowly golden immortal hope to thwart the so-called grand designs of fate? In the midst of Ying Yuan's bewilderment, the diary system descended as if from the heavens. By merely committing his thoughts to paper, rewards awaited him. Moreover, this diary was a supreme entity, inherently capable of obscuring the secrets of heaven. Ying Yuan, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "What a boon for a traveler from another world." Thus, he embarked on a tranquil life of fishing and leisure. If I pen another entry today, it will mark a full month. I wonder what rewards the system shall bestow. Right? Then proceed to the Bio Palace to listen to the teachings. As a mere nominal disciple of the outer sect, there is no need for him to vie for a position. The spots near the entrance of the Bio Palace were eternally reserved for him. Today, the eastern sea lay serene, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. The conflict between the witch and the demon had rested for 300,000 years, and the time for decisive battle had come. Zhuanti lured the 10 golden crows out of Tang Valley, leading to the demise of the great witch Quafu, while the archer each shot down the suns, causing 10 to plummet into the eastern sea, thus igniting the opportunity for the final confrontation between the witches and demons. Zhuanti, ever the opportunist, likely schemed to clandestinely ferry the little golden crow, Lia, amidst the chaos, driven purely by his Western ambitions. Alas, if I were Tongtian, I would surely seize the moment to rescue the last surviving golden crow, Lia, ahead of the 10 suns fall into the eastern sea. Saving the sole survivor of the golden crows would bring immeasurable benefits. With Dijuan and Donghuang Tai perishing, he would become the singular legitimate heir of the demon court, easily establishing a false heavenly court and later proclaiming himself the rightful heir of the primordial heavenly court. Chapter 2. Has Tongtian really gone awry? Are the witches and demons truly at war? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for diligently maintaining the diary for a month. Reward obtained. Ancestral Dragon Heritage, Ancestral Dragon Orb, 10 drops of essence. Blood upon the system's announcement, Ying Yuan felt a new presence within his sea of consciousness, a lustrous, white, round dragon orb. Within it resided the purest essence of dragon energy. The ancestral dragon, now deceased, rendered the dragon orb a formless entity. As Ying Yuan attempted to immerse his primordial spirit within it, the ancestral dragon orb began to absorb the malevolent energy within him, transforming it into pure dragon power. Truly, the ancestral dragon orb is unparalleled in its marvel. With a resounding clang, the golden bell from Golden Ao Island echoed. The teachings were about to commence. I must not miss the sage's discourse. I shall hurry to listen. With a leap, Ying Yuan soared from Lin Yuan Island that a black, three-clawed dragon crashed upon the surface of the eastern sea, sending waves surging for 3,000 miles as it ascended to Golden Ao Island. The teachings by the Upper Clear Sage represented the grandest affair on Golden Ao Island all who were fated could attend. Thus, the beings and cultivators journeying to Golden Ao Island to hear the teachings far exceeded mere thousands. The gathering of myriad immortals was but a collective term. Ying Yuan adeptly maneuvered to a seat near the entrance of the Bio Palace Hall, unfurling his own mat, eagerly anticipating the sage's teachings. The foremost spots within the Bio Palace Hall were reserved for the direct disciples, with their mats firmly designated. The esteemed figures present were Dao Bao, Wu Dong, Jinling, and Gui Ling, the 4 revered mothers, alongside the outer sect's eldest disciple, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos, and the 7 fairies in attendance. The golden bell had tolled thrice, yet the teacher was nowhere to be seen. Dao Bao exchanged glances with Wu Dong, Jinling, and the other sisters, their eyes filled with profound perplexity. What on earth has transpired? Is our teacher delayed today? And what of the soaring aura of the Qingping sword? What fury is that? Who could possibly incite such ire in our teacher? Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao also shook their heads in confusion. We are at a loss. In the rear of the Bio Palace, the Tongtian patriarch, having perused the diary, was utterly incensed. How can it be that in our illustrious Jiejiao Sect, among the myriad disciples, such a degenerate has emerged? Not only has he cursed his brothers and sisters to a tragic demise, but he has also condemned the very lineage of the Jiejiao Sect to obliteration. That wretched scoundrel, that wayward disciple, dares to rebel against the sect, betraying the master and obliterating one's ancestors. Such transgressions are intolerable. He is unworthy of life. This day, I shall purge the sect. As for the recently updated contents of the diary, the Tongtian patriarch merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it as the mere fabrications of this wayward disciple. The conflict between the witches and the demons is about to commence. Attend a plunge into the eastern sea? Is it the machinations of Zhuanti? This indeed resembles the style of that fellow, Zhuanti. However, it is impossible. Absolutely impossible. 30,000 years prior, during the climactic battle between the witches and the demons, Master Hongjun personally intervened to mediate, declaring, "The demons govern the heavens, the witches govern the earth, they shall not wage war again." The Tongtian patriarch was resolute in his disbelief that the two clans would dare defy Master Hongjun's decree and reignite conflict. The recent eruption of the Qingping sword's energy, cutting through the air, had left the diary unscathed. Even the might of a sage could not destroy this diary. In a fit of rage, the Tongtian patriarch hurled the diary aside. In the next moment, he materialized, seated upon a mat in the Bio Palace's grand hall. We pay our respects to the teacher. The multitude of celestial beings bowed in unison, a grand display of reverence. The Tongtian patriarch's expression softened slightly. With the myriad celestial beings of my Jiejiao Sect gathered, the fortune is at its zenith. How could we face obliteration? The sage, omniscient and all-seeing, in a single breath, pinpointed the presence of Ying Yuan among the throng. A surge of fury welled within him. Ying Yuan, the wayward dragon-born of malevolent power, burdened with sin. I granted you entry into the Jiejiao Sect to offer you a glimmer of hope, yet you failed to express gratitude and audaciously cursed the sect. Wayward disciple. Near the door of the Bio Palace, a cultivator nudged Ying Yuan's arm. Fellow Taoist, is the teacher's gaze upon us? Black Bear Taoist, do not misconstrue, there are countless beings present to hear the teachings. Everyone feels as if the teacher is looking at them. And this, indeed, is the allure of the sage. Ying Yuan prepared to listen intently. The Tongtian patriarch, calming the sage's mind, noted that today's discourse would include many beings from outside the Jiejiao Sect. The reckoning of the wayward disciple was an internal matter of the Jiejiao Sect. The sage's voice resonated, ethereal and penetrating. Let's begin the teachings. In the void, primordial energy is nurtured. This energy arises from all living beings. Primordial energy descends from the heavens, entering the human form, residing within the five organs, guiding ancestral energy, embracing the vastness of the void, thus allowing one to attune to the subtlety of the Tao. Note, the supreme clarity, great cave, true scripture. As the supreme clarity sage expounded, purple chi and gentle breezes wafted in, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and auspicious signs abounded. The myriad celestial beings were enraptured in the teachings, immersed in a state of profound fascination. Ying, too, experienced a moment of enlightenment, communicating with the ancestral dragon pearl within the sea of knowledge, continuously transforming the forces of karmic obstacles into pure dragon breath and dragon power. The sage of the upper clear continued his discourse. The battle between Tao and demons has concluded. Teacher Hongjun has attained sanctification and has spread his teachings throughout the primordial realm. The various levels of cultivation in the primordial realm, from the lowest to the highest, are earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. The golden immortal nurtures the five energies within. When the five energies converge, one may attain the Tai golden immortal fruit. Tai involves nurturing the three flowers atop the head, and when the three flowers bloom, one may enter the realm of Deluo. Deluo signifies the beginning of comprehending the power of laws, representing the pinnacle of the immortal path, living in harmony with the heavens and traversing the boundless expanse. Today, the Master of Heaven elucidated the Tao from earth immortal to Deluo golden immortal, without delving into the more profound teachings of quasi-saints. The lecture persisted for a millennium. As the sage's voice concluded, the myriad disciples seemed to awaken from a trance-like state. As this lecture ends, you shall return and contemplate deeply. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will inevitably regress. Yet, within the act of resisting fate, there lies a glimmer of hope. Indeed, we're most grateful, sage. Disciples of the Jiejiao Sect remain. The outer disciples, who had gathered near the entrance of the Bio Palace, were about to rise when they heard the master's voice, prompting them to hastily sit back down. Excitement and anticipation lit up their faces. Could it be that the master is preparing a special session for us? The cultivators not belonging to the Jiejiao Sect displayed expressions of envy, When the Jiejiao Sect next accepts disciples, I shall certainly seek to join. Over the course of a millennium, Ying Yuan had been diligently utilizing the ancestral dragon pearl to cultivate dragon power. His magical prowess had grown more than tenfold compared to a millennium prior, clearly reaching the late stage of the heaven immortal realm, nearly grasping its pinnacle. Water and fire closed the door. The sage's voice was vast and ethereal, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Water and fire were disciples under the Master of Heaven, now possessing golden immortal cultivation. With a creak, the doors of Bo Palace slowly closed. Bishao was quite curious. Brother Duo Bao, does it seem like the Master is preparing something special for us? Duo Bao, with a blank expression, replied, I am uncertain as well. The hall fell into silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Master of Heaven sat cross-legged on his mat, his gaze fixed upon Yun. Duo Bao, the three holy mothers, Zhao, Gongming, and the three Shaos followed the Master's gaze, their hearts filled with confusion, the myriad disciples. Who was the Master observing? Ying Yuan was preoccupied with converting the karmic forces into pure dragon power and was unaware of the subtle changes in the external environment. A disciple of the Jiejiao Sect standing behind Yin nudged him. Brother, it truly seems as if the Master is looking at us. Ying Yuan shook his head. Really, do not indulge in such self-adoration. Have you heard of a peculiar ailment? The peach blossom madness, which makes one believe that others are watching you and have an interest in you. Ying Yuan was merely a karmically burdened dragon. What merit did he possess to warrant the Master's attention? The Master of Heaven suppressed his rising ire, his voice echoing. I believe that all beings in the primordial realm possess a glimmer of hope. Those with affinity may join the Jiejiao Sect. The 1,000 registered disciples were filled with excitement, exclaiming in unison, Thank you for your compassion, Master. However, one must not overlook character, for it leads to those who betray their masters and ancestors, possessing unworthy traits, joining my Jiejiao Sect. What? The disciples of the 10,000 immortals exhibited expressions of trepidation. Duo Bao, the three great saint mothers, Zhao, Gongming, and the three Shaos finally comprehended the reason for their master's furious outburst today. Below, Ying Yuan was also somewhat taken aback. The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect. Their character is indeed lacking. How could such words escape the lips of our master? Has he truly taken note of the mixed qualities among the Jiejiao Sect disciples? Tongtian suppressed his fury, declaring, Every being possesses a flicker of hope. Today, I shall grant you another chance. You may accept your punishment willingly, forfeit your shanqing powers, and be expelled from the Jiejiao Sect if you so wish. As Tongtian's words resonated, silence enveloped the grand hall. The disciples of the 10,000 immortals began to reflect, anxiously shifting in their seats. After a brief pause, a disciple transformed from a python approached with trepidation, kneeling before him. Master, I am guilty. I have harmed sentient beings. A tiger-like figure also knelt in fear, trembling as he prostrated. Master, I am guilty. A multitude of wayward disciples, fearful of the omniscience of the sage, stepped forward in dread to confess their transgressions. It appeared that Tongtian had no intention of relenting. The sage's gaze fixed upon the back of the hall. Ying Yuan maintained an indifferent expression, detached from the proceedings. I am merely fishing, not electrofishing. That should pose no issue, right? Indeed, the fisherman bears no guilt. Witnessing Ying Yuan's calm demeanor, oblivious to his faults, Tongtian's expression darkened. Very well, wayward disciples, unrepentant in their misdeeds. Do not blame me for leaving you bereft of hope. Ing boom, 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 buzz. Just as Tongtian intended to chastise Ying Yuan, the ominous energy of calamity surged violently throughout the heavens and the earth. The tides of catastrophe swelled, reaching a fever pitch in that moment. Duobao's expression shifted slightly. Master, the calamity's energy has surged to a terrifying extent. It seems the battle between the witches and the demons is about to commence. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. How could a sage remain oblivious to the significant changes in the primordial calamity's energy? He couldn't help but utter in astonishment. The witches and the demons, have they truly begun their battle? Chapter 3. The 10 Suns plunge into the Eastern Sea, confronting the divine sage 300,000 years ago. A cataclysmic war erupted between the two clans of sorcerers and liches. The very mountains and rivers shattered, the seas reversed their flow, and the myriad beings were drenched in blood. The venerable Hongjun intervened personally, issuing a decree that the demon clan would govern the heavens while the sorcerers would rule the earth, forbidding further conflict between the two factions. At the moment when the Master of Heaven was delivering his teachings in the palace of Bio, the 10 golden crows, resting upon the sacred Fusang tree, inexplicably ventured into the primal wilderness. The radiant flames of the golden crows scorched the earth. The great sorcerer Kwafu, dissatisfied, pursued the 10 golden crows. They formed a blazing solar array, leading to the demise of the great sorcerer Kwafu. The chief sorcerer of the Hutu tribe, Dai, was filled with rage and drew his bow, unleashing arrows that pierced the bodies of the 10 golden crows. 10 massive orbs of solar fire plummeted toward the eastern sea like kites severed from their strings. On Golden Ao Island, the gates of the palace of Bio slowly opened. The treasures of the divine, including the Holy Mother of Jinxing, the Holy Mother of Wudong, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 heavens, beheld the 10 enormous fireballs descending from the 9 heavens of the primal wilderness, hurtling toward the shores of the eastern sea. The Master of Heaven was stunned, realizing that the 10 golden crows had been lured from the Fusang by the sage Juni, leading to the death of the great sorcerer Kwafu and the vengeful shooting of the sons by Dai, resulting in the 10 sons plummeting into the eastern sea. The ominous signs of calamity surged, heralding the onset of a great tribulation, with Di Jun's sons perishing at the hands of the sorcerers. How could the demon clan refrain from seeking vengeance? A decisive battle between the sorcerers and demons was imminent. Yet, had Ying Yuan already chronicled this in his diary? Was it written 1,000 years ago? How could he have known? Amidst this great calamity, as the heavenly path withdrew and the secrets of the cosmos remained concealed, even the saints could not fathom the evolution of the universe. The Master of Heaven's gaze fixated on Ying Yuan, seated at the entrance of the hall, where he discerned a subtle shake of the head accompanied by a glimmer of regret in his eyes. What more did the diary reveal? Had only 9 golden crows perished, leaving 1 small golden crow alive? Was Zhuanti scheming to secretly transform the small golden crow, potentially establishing a new demon court, proclaiming it the legitimate heavenly court of the primal wilderness? Could it be that the demon clan faced annihilation? Yet that seemed implausible. If the demon court were to fall, surely the master would appoint a disciple from one of the 3 teachings to take the throne. Observing Ying Yuan's continued display of regret, the Master of Heaven discreetly transmitted a message. Duo Bao, Yin Xiao, you 2 must hasten to the shores of the eastern sea and retrieve the bodies of the golden crows, confirming whether any remain alive, and bring them back. Duo Bao and Yun Xiao, momentarily taken aback by their master's command, exchanged knowing glances before nodding resolutely. Yes, master, transforming into streaks of light. They departed from the palace of Bio. Within the palace of Bio, the multitude of celestial disciples exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. The Master of Heaven, cast a glance at the contrite disciple, Gongming, instructing him to manage the outer disciples diligently. The saint's gaze returned to Ying Yuan, awaiting the return of Duo Bao and Yun Xiao before making any further decisions regarding him. Dissatisfied with himself, Zhao Gongming, clad in a green robe and known for his carefree demeanor, mistakenly believed that the master was displeased with his management of the outer disciples and hastily offered his apologies. Indeed, it was my oversight, and I implore the master to impose any punishment as deemed necessary. Manage the outer disciples well, the Master of Heaven replied, turning to retreat into the rear hall. We humbly bid farewell to our master. The celestial disciples exited the palace of Bio in an orderly fashion. Ying Yuan revealed his true form, battling against the tumultuous waves for 3,000 miles before returning to Lin Yuan Island. Upon his return to the rear hall, the Master of Heaven encountered the diary that had been thrown in a fit of rage. After contemplating for a moment, he personally retrieved the diary, scrutinizing its contents with growing unease. Something was profoundly amiss. The eastern sea stretched infinitely, a vast expanse of azure, with waves surging violently. 10 suns plummeted into the eastern sea, unleashing 10 fiery orbs that ignited the true fire of the sun, boiling the seas for countless miles. Numerous aquatic beings perished, with scorched prawns and irresistibly fragrant crabs, alongside the sweet flesh of tuna. The Taoist Master Duo Bao, clad in simple garments, had already vanquished 2 corpses and was at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, serving as the elder brother of the Jiejiao Sect. Duo Bao furrowed his brow. All the golden crows had fallen, and each arrow from the great archer bore the might of a quasi-saint. In the distant waters, a voice echoed from the clouds. Brother Duo Bao, there remains 1 golden crow with a flicker of life. Consequently, Duo Bao employed his magic to collect the 9 corpses of the golden crows and rescued the surviving little golden crow. This fledgling, a golden-red firebird with 3 legs and a pair of delicate wings, had been pierced by a sharp arrow resembling a plucked chicken. He returned to Jiejiao Island to report to his master. Duo Bao, with a knowing nod from Ying Yuan, transformed into a stream of light and returned to Jiejiao Island. Just as Duo Bao and Ying Yuan departed, a beam of ethereal light descended, and a monk appeared at the shores of the eastern sea. Clad in half Taoist robes and half monastic garments, he bore a cheerful expression. The Golden Crow Demon Court is indeed fated with my western realm. However, as the monk gazed upon the eastern sea, he was left dumbfounded. What happened to the Golden Crows? Where are the 10 Golden Crows? Who dares to seize the opportunities of my western realm? Duo Bao and Ying Yuan hastened back to the Bio Palace to report to their master. Master of the 10 Golden Crows. 9 have fallen. Only the little Golden Crow survives. The Master of Heaven, upon hearing Duo Bao's report, was momentarily stunned, murmuring in disbelief, could it be? He was indeed correct? Duo Bao then added, Master, I discovered this on the little Golden Crow. As he spoke, he produced an ancient jade, palm-sized and crystalline. The Master of Heaven instantly recognized the jade as a Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed is the quintessence of the Western teachings, originating from the Bodhi tree of the West. Given this revelation, it is indeed the work of the one who entices the 10 golden crows out of the Soup Valley, using the Bodhi seed to shield the little golden crow from a fatal blow. Why leave the little golden crow? The smallest one is easier to manipulate. The Master of Heaven attempted to deduce the situation using his saintly power, yet he found only chaos. In the midst of calamity, even a saint could not foresee the outcome. Duo Bao, Ying Yuan, keep the matter of the little golden crow's rescue under wraps. Yes, Master. Though Duo Bao and Ying Yuan were unaware of their master's reasoning, they trusted that there must be a rationale behind his actions. With their departure, the Master of Heaven once again opened the diary, for he too was uncertain how to proceed after saving the little golden crow. After Ying Yuan returned to Lin Yuan Island, he sat quietly atop the mountain cliff, casting his fishing line. With nothing to attend to that day, he continued to fish while jotting down his thoughts in his diary. Damn it, the winds and waves are too fierce. The fish simply 1 bite. Today, listening to the teacher's discourse was akin to a sudden enlightenment, a moment of clarity that elucidated my understanding. It is no wonder that many are drawn to hear the words of the sage. There is another matter that has left me quite astonished. Has the teacher begun to notice the disparity among the disciples and initiated the expulsion of those of questionable character? This is indeed a positive development, as it may enhance the fortunes of our sect. As the heavenly teacher reviewed the updates in his journal, he furrowed his brow at the notion of purging the outer disciples. Is this truly a beneficial action? Will the fortunes truly improve? Could it be that the downfall of our sect is rooted in this? No. How could the outer disciples wield such influence? The journal continues to unveil more. Yet, it merely improves slightly. The teacher's sword array of extermination cannot be breached except by the 4 saints. Yet 4 adversaries have arrived. It is quite daunting. For now, I shall bide my time and continue my cultivation, awaiting an opportunity to connect with the long-eared, radiant light immortal. Chapter 4. Is Chong a traitor? Will the Jiejiao Sect truly perish? What? The contents of the diary utterly astonished the Master Tongtian. Does this imply that my sword formation of extermination must be breached for the Jiejiao Sect to face annihilation? Master Hongjun stated that the sword formation of extermination can only be shattered by the 4 saints. Once breached, the Jiejiao Sect may indeed be unable to withstand its demise. Tongtian's gaze fixated intently on the phrase, "four have come," referring to the four saints. In the vast expanse of the Hongwang, there exist 6 saints, the 3 pure ones, Jin, Zhuanti, and Yuan. Setting aside Tongtian, 5 saints remain. Instinctively, Tongtian deduced that the ones capable of breaching the sword formation of extermination could only be Jin, Zhuanti, and Yuan. Yet, one saint remains unaccounted for. Who could it be? Is it possible that a new saint will emerge in the future? In Hongwang, Tongtian did not even consider his elder and second brothers. The 3 pure ones are kin, tightly bound as brothers. Tongtian pondered in confusion, concluding that a new saint would indeed arise in the future, one who would harbor animosity towards the Jiejiao Sect. Tongtian then stumbled upon another piece of information. Chang'e, the Dingguang immortal. The name of Chang'e appeared twice. Did Yuan imply that by aligning with Chang'e, one could also align with the Western sect? Why? There exists but one explanation. Chang'e has betrayed the Jiejiao Sect. 300,000 years ago, the witch and the demon separately invoked the great array of the Zhoutian stars and the 12 capital heavenly gods. These 2 formidable formations shook the very foundations of the Hongwang. Consequently, Master Tongtian also began to comprehend a new formation, known as the 10,000 Immortals formation. He even entertained the notion of entrusting the extraordinary treasure, the 6-soul banner, obtained from the Fincharak, to Chang'e, thus utilizing it as a trump card for the 10,000 Immortals formation. Master Tongtian gently closed his eyes, attempting to untangle the chaotic threads of thought. Should the sword formation of extermination be breached, the Jiejiao Sect would be left with only the 10,000 Immortals formation. If successfully established, its might would rival that of the sword formation of extermination, perhaps even surpass it. However, if Chang'e, the Dingguang immortal, betrays the sect, the 10,000 Immortals formation would stand no chance against the 4 saints. The sword formation is breached, Chang'e betrays, taking with him my 6-soul banner, leading to the collapse of the 10,000 Immortals formation. As Master Tongtian contemplated these possibilities, his body trembled slightly. If this were to unfold, the Jiejiao Sect could indeed face annihilation. I merely need to summon Chang'e for verification. Before long, a hunched figure with a rather unsightly appearance and red eyes entered the Baiyao Palace. Disciple Chang'e, paying respects to my master. Master Tongtian sat serenely upon the meditation cushion, his gaze assessing Chang'e. Has your recent cultivation been smooth? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Chang'e felt a wave of relief, acknowledging that his practice had indeed progressed without hindrance. Faced with a saint, Chang'e dared not let his mind wander. The saint perceives all. Even a fleeting thought could be discerned by him. The ethereal rhythm of the upper clear Tao enveloped Baiyao Palace for a considerable time before Chang'e exited the palace. As Chang'e departed, his Taoist robe bore slight dampness, and he silently rejoiced, "Thank goodness." Master Tongtian watched the retreating figure of Chang'e. His heart stirred once more. A barely containable fury surged within him. Just moments ago, enveloped in the upper clear Tao, Master Tongtian had already probed into his sea of consciousness and primordial spirit. Deep within his primordial spirit lies a precious Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed, a treasure from the West, aids practitioners in focusing their minds and calming their spirits, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Long-ear, he has indeed betrayed the Jiejiao Sect. He has colluded with the Western teachings. The Supreme Master of Tongtian yearns to immediately eliminate this wretched disciple. The fall of the 10 sons into the Eastern Sea, the survival of the little golden crow, the betrayal of Long-ear, the prophecy, all have come to fruition. The Jiejiao Sect faces annihilation. The Supreme Master of Tongtian feels as though a colossal stone presses upon his heart. Gongming has fallen in a cascade of blood from his 7 orifices. The cloud deity has been treated as a mere turtle. The golden hoop immortal has been stripped of his essence, and Xiong Shao and Bai Shao have met tragic ends, while Yin Shao is eternally suppressed. The teachings of the Jiejiao Sect will surely perish. The Supreme Master of Tongtian remains seated on his mat, lost in thought for a prolonged moment, his voice tinged with melancholy and despondence. He hastily retrieves his diary, yet its contents remain unaltered. Ying Yuan, hasten to write. This diary has appeared out of thin air, impervious to the powers of saints, and eludes any calculation. Profound, exceedingly profound. That scoundrel Ying Yuan has already begun to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Should the Supreme Master of Tongtian seek him directly, he would undoubtedly not speak the truth. There is also the possibility of inciting backlash. While saints possess the ability to search souls, the Supreme Master fears interference from the enigmatic forces at play. The most prudent course is to patiently await updates in the diary. On Linyuan Island, Ying Yuan has put away his fishing rod. It has been yet another day of fruitless fishing. He gazes upwards, observing the dark clouds shrouding the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, obscuring the sun. The ominous aura between heaven and earth continues to surge. The 10 golden crows have perished at the hands of the Wu clan. How could the monster clan simply relent? A decisive battle between the Wu and the monsters is imminent. Ying Yuan shakes his head in resignation, grateful that he had joined the Jiejiao Sect beforehand. Or else he would surely become cannon fodder amidst the calamity. Returning to his dojo, he once again pulls out his diary and begins to write. The 10 suns have fallen into the eastern sea. The battle between the Wu and the monsters is about to commence. The ominous aura is thickening, affecting the Tao hearts of practitioners, and their cultivation progresses as slowly as a tortoise. I do not know if the plan of Zhuan has succeeded. This truly benefits the West. The 9 corpses of the golden crows, such treasures, the essence of 9 suns, true fire. It is likely that soon the West will give rise to practitioners adept in fire-based magical arts. I have heard that senior brother Luo Xian has recently been refining 3,000 fire crows. If he were to use the true fire of the sun for the refinement, oh my, the power would be unimaginable, a genuine immortal among flames. The most crucial factor remains the little golden crow. Once Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fushi fall in battle, the little golden crow will be the sole legitimate heir to the monster court, supported by the West to reconstruct the heavenly court. It is no wonder that in the future, the monster court will draw closer to the West. The Supreme Master of Tongtian sits in the Bio Palace, his gaze fixated on the updates in the diary. Indeed, Luo Xian is indeed refining the 3,000 fire crows, the immortal among flames, a rather melodious title. The West can support the little golden crow to rebuild the monster court, and we of the Jiejiao Sect can certainly do the same. Is that all? Has Ying Yuan written so briefly? The monster clan has retaliated against the Wu clan with a frenzy. The human clan is doomed. The monster clan intends to forge a sword to slay the Wu in order to combat them. Yet the crafting of this sword requires a substantial slaughter of the human clan to gather malevolent energy. Do not underestimate the human clan as current insignificance. They are destined to become the protagonists of the heavenly realm. The human race values gratitude, believing that even a small act of kindness should be repaid with great generosity. If one were to extend a helping hand during their time of despair, they would surely earn the favor of the humans, thereby presenting an opportunity to strategically position themselves among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Alas, during this period, Niwa allowed the demon race to slaughter the humans, while the 3 pure ones remained indifferent and complicit, with only Zhan Yuanzi being honored with the title of ancestor of the human celestial beings. Ying Yuan wrote these thoughts down casually before closing his journal and entering into a state of cultivation. Utilizing the ancestral dragon pearl, he transformed the corrupting energy into pure dragon power. Upon finishing the entry, Tongtian, having perused the contents of the diary, fell into deep contemplation. Was a human race destined to become the protagonists of the heavenly realm? Indeed, Tongtian had never paid much heed to this frail postnatal race. With countless races in the primordial world, each was undoubtedly more formidable than the humans, possessing greater potential to ascend as the main characters of the heavenly realm. It seemed. Ying Yuan had also mentioned some strategy regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If the human race were to become the protagonists of the heavenly realm, Then the salvation of the human race by the would yield nothing but benefits. After a moment of reflection, Tongtian spoke solemnly, "Water and fire." "Master, water and fire." The young disciples respectfully bowed. "Strike the golden bell, summon the immortals." "Yes, Master." Chapter 5. The Seizing of Opportunities for Humanity Duong. The water and fire boy struck the golden bell. Upon hearing the chime, the disciples of the hastened to Golden Turtle Island. Ying Yuan sat in quiet contemplation on his mat, a look of bewilderment upon his face. What was happening? The lecture had just concluded, yet the master was summoning the immortals again? Without hesitation, Ying Yuan transformed, a dragon taking flight toward Golden Turtle Island. Before the gates of the Blue Wandering Palace, countless immortals gathered, all wearing expressions of confusion, their gazes directed towards Duo Bao. Duo Bao, bewildered, shook his head. "Why look at me? I am equally in the dark." The Taoist Duo Bao was the direct disciple of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings, the elder brother of and the one most adept at discerning the master's intentions. Deep within, Duo Bao felt a profound uncertainty. The master seemed somewhat different, though he could not quite articulate how. "We pay our respects to the master." The myriad disciples bowed in unison as the master emerged. Clad in a flowing azure robe, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings possessed strikingly handsome features, appearing youthful and imbued with a spirit of nobility. The three Pure Ones varied in form and temperament. The Grand Pure One conveyed an elderly presence. The Primordial Lord appeared middle-aged, while the Lord of the Celestial Teachings radiated youthful vigor. As the master walked into the Grand Hall, his gaze swept across the assembled immortals, ultimately resting upon the farthest figure, Ying Yuan. The disciples of the exhibited utmost reverence, awaiting the master's decree. The hall was suffused with the ethereal Taoist melodies. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings felt an increasing perplexity in his heart. This disciple, merely a dragon of calamity, bore no remarkable traits. How strange! With a voice resonant and majestic, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings proclaimed, "In the battle between Tao and demon, Hongjun Daozu attained sanctity and preached across the primordial expanse. All who are fated may journey to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the teachings. We, the three Pure Ones, have pledged ourselves to the tutelage of Master Hongjun and received the primordial purple aura. My elder brother founded the human teaching, imparting the path of the golden elixir to humanity and all spirits. My second brother established the Chan teaching, elucidating the principles of all things for the myriad spirits of the primordial world. And I have founded My dear disciples, what does signify? The Lord of the Celestial Teachings spoke with an ethereal authority, a blend of majesty and unrestrained vigor. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Yuan joined his fellow disciples in exclaiming, "The term signifies seizing a glimmer of life for all spirits in the primordial realm. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial transformations total 49. Remove one, and all beings possess a thread of opportunity. As practitioners, we navigate the currents of life, progressing against the tide. Should we falter, we regress, and in our pursuit of the Tao, we strive for that fleeting spark of life in a vast void." Hearing Ying Yuan articulate the essence of with clarity, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings felt his inner ire dissipate slightly. This disciple, after all, was not beyond redemption. "Excellent. All beings possess a glimmer of life," the Lord declared solemnly. "Duo Bao, the mother of no obstructions, the mother of golden spirits." And other esteemed disciples bowed deeply in respect, beseeching the master to bestow his decree. The human race, created by the sister of Nuwa, is a race endowed with spirit, embodying infinite possibilities. Despite the human population exceeding trillions, many have been reduced to mere fodder for other races, and now the demon clan seeks to eradicate humanity completely. As a mentor, I cannot bear to witness the massacre of countless members of the human race. Thus, I am willing to seize a glimmer of hope for those ensnared in calamity. Upon the conclusion of Tongtian's decree, all disciples of the responded with utmost reverence. "Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to our master's command." Not a single disciple voiced dissent, a testament to the unity of to rescue humanity from the clutches of the demon race and worry about offending them. What folly! My esteemed master, the sage of the upper clear, fears neither Emperor Jun nor Tai. Listening to the mandate from his teacher, Ying Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was there such a plot in the annals of the primordial world? However, he could not deny that his master's actions were paving an expansive path ahead. The act of saving the nearly extinct human race bore immense significance. Humanity is destined to emerge as the principal protagonist in the realm of heaven and earth, following the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Their fortune shall soar to unprecedented heights, with the human emperor's path equaling that of the sages. Out of personal inclination, Ying Yuan, in his past life, too, wished for more of humanity to survive. As the decree of the upper clear descended, the myriad immortals heeded the call. They watched as numerous streams of light surged forth from the golden Ao island towards the shores of the eastern sea. At the very moment the 10 golden crows descended into the eastern sea, in the 33 heavens, the demon court stirred. Emperor Jun abruptly awakened from his secluded meditation. Sensing the life force of his 10 sons extinguishing, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, a thick aura of calamity enveloping him. Under the influence of this dark aura, his fury reached an apex. How dare the witch clan act with such impunity? Did they truly believe the demon race would not annihilate them? At that instant, the Eastern Emperor Tai appeared, donned in a black and gold imperial robe, his expression grim, equally consumed by rage. Brother, the little golden crows, mobilize! Gather our demon kin. We shall march forth to eradicate the witch clan. Boom! 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 The golden bell of the southern heavenly gate reverberated throughout the demon court. In an instant, countless demon soldiers amassed, their might overwhelming, obscuring the heavens. Among them were the 10 demon sages, including Shihuang Fushi, the demon master Kunpeng, Baizhe, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and 365 demon deities, representatives of the demon race's pinnacle strength. While the demon race mobilized, the witch clan began their own preparations. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the ancestral witches with fiery tempers, charged into the demon court, intent on slaying the 3-legged birds to unify the primordial world. Dijiang commenced mobilizing the 12 tribes of ancestral witches, rallying billions of witch descendants. In the demon emperor's hall, Emperor Jun sat upon his throne, barely able to contain his wrath. This battle was to avenge the son of the emperor. Simultaneously, they would annihilate the witch clan and unify the primordial world. Kill! 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 The billion demon kin shouted in unison, their spirits aflame with bloodlust. In the hall, Baizhe furrowed his brow slightly. As the foremost among the 10 demon sages and the chief strategist of the demon court, he advised, Your Majesty, is it not a tad premature to initiate the decisive battle? Why not wait until the witch-slaying sword is fully forged, ensuring a singular, conclusive strike against the witch clan? The witch clan, born from the fusion of Pangu's essence and primal malevolence, possessed only a corporeal form, devoid of a primordial spirit. Their formidable physique, tempered by malevolent energy, rivaled that of quasi-saintly beings. Moreover, ordinary spiritual treasures struggled to penetrate the bodies of the ancestral witches. The demon race found themselves at a loss against the formidable physicality of the witch clan. In the midst of their conflict, they fortuitously discovered that the essence of blood, malevolence, and resentment could indeed breach the witch clan's defenses. This news incited wild jubilation among the demon clan, as they uncovered the vulnerabilities of the witch tribe. Consequently, the demon clan devised a scheme to collect the blood energy, malevolent spirits, and grievances to forge the slaughtering witch sword. The human race, inherently frail yet imbued with spirit, harbors profound resentment upon death. This very resentment serves as the perfect material for crafting the slaughtering witch sword. At this moment, Impelion, already affected by the ominous atmosphere of calamity, wore a grim expression and coldly admonished by Zhe, Are you, perhaps, afraid? Without the slaughtering witch sword, my demon clan can still annihilate the witch tribe. Baizhe displayed a look of trepidation, responding, Your Majesty. Baizhe harbors no fear of the witch tribe and is willing to fight to the death for our demon clan. However, The physical strength of the witch tribe is formidable. Once we successfully forge the slaughtering witch sword, our task will be considerably easier. Growing increasingly impatient with Bai Zai's words, Emperor Jun declared, "Very well. The demon clan shall divide our forces. Baisha, you shall lead 100 billion warriors to continue gathering blood, energy, and malevolent thoughts to forge the slaughtering witch sword. Yidinats Tavang Ipsilona Oshi Yemenk Ying Zhou. Heed my command and accompany me to eradicate the witch tribe." Boom! The calamity surged with intensity, and at that moment, the malevolent energy of the witch demon calamity reached its zenith. 100 billion demons clashed with 100 billion witches across the vast expanse of the primordial world, engaging in a decisive battle. Simultaneously, Bai Zai led 100 billion demons to unleash a devastating slaughter upon the human race. On Mount Shouyang and Kunlun Mountain, the ancestral land of humanity lay strewn with the corpses of millions. Blood flowed like rivers, and malevolence pervaded the air. Countless malevolent energies surged toward the slaughtering witch sword. The inherently weak human race possessed no power to resist and was mercilessly slaughtered. Humanity wept in anguish. In this moment, Nuwa, the revered creator of the human race, chose silence. Before attaining sanctity, Nuwa was the empress of the demon court, and at this moment, her brother Fuxi still held a position of respect within the demon court as Shihuan. Between the demon and human races, Nuwa made her choice in favor of the demon clan, aided by the sage Laozi, who sat quietly on Mount Shouyang in the 8 scenic palaces. His countenance remained as calm as a still pond, undisturbed, tacitly accepting the near-total slaughter of humanity on Mount Shouyang as a manifestation of the path of non-action and indifference. Millions of humans residing on Mount Shouyang believed they would receive the protection of the human teachings Taoist sage, but they all perished without seeing any assistance from the sect. Only fewer than 100 million humans fled to the shores of the Eastern Sea, with 5 million seeking refuge in the vicinity of Mount Wanshou. On the flat and expansive shores of the Eastern Sea, the human race, akin to an ant swarm, struggled desperately on the unobstructed beach. Countless demons swooped low over the sea, freely hunting the feeble humans, reveling in a feast of blood. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and a fine rain began to fall. Countless humans knelt in despair beneath the drizzle, their cries echoing with endless hopelessness. Who will come to save the human race? We beseech the heavens for mercy, O Celestial. Show compassion for our kind. Save us, O human race. Kikik. No cultivator in the primordial realm dares to offend my demon clan. The frail race is only fit to become sustenance for my demon kin. In the skies above, numerous demons once again launched their assaults on the human race. The decree of the sage of the upper clear provided a glimmer of hope for humanity. Across the boundless sea, the profound sound of the Tao suddenly resonated, stirring the shores of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 6. The Celestial Master of the Way indeed. The human race is the true protagonist. In the boundless azure of the Eastern Sea, brilliant streams of light emerge. The Taoist Master Duobao, clad in a dignified robe, soars at the forefront of the multitude of immortals. Following him are the Golden Spirit Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the Three Heavens. One can discern the glimmer of anticipation in Zhao Gongming's eyes. Today, he intends to take on 10 adversaries. Of course, at this moment, as the Outer Sect senior brother, Zhao Gongming has tempered his demeanor somewhat. It is during the time of the canonization of gods that his true brilliance will shine forth. For with the power of one immortal, he shall send the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun fleeing in disarray. A black stream of light descends, and Ying Yuan alights upon the sandy shore, assisting an elderly man whose frame is hunched and frail. The old man, emaciated and with murky eyes, suddenly brightens upon seeing Ying Yuan and prostrates himself on the ground, expressing profound gratitude for the celestial being's grace in preserving his life. Tears stream down his face, filled with hope for survival, as he stammers, "Celestial Master, have you come to save the human race?" Repeatedly, He murmurs this question. Ying Yuan gently pats the elderly man, reassuring him, "It is all right now, dear elder, you are safe. The Jiejiao Sect will protect the human race." In his past life, Ying Yuan was of the human race. In this life, he is the incarnation of a cursed dragon, yet he still harbors an ineffable bond and deep sentiments for humanity. The Jiejiao Sect's myriad immortals have manifested on the shores of the primordial Eastern Sea, extending their hands to rescue the human race, stirring the very fabric of the cosmos. Within the Nuwa Palace, the heart of Nuwa sighs in relief. The intervention of the Jiejiao Sect in saving humanity has preserved a glimmer of hope for them. At Shuyang Mountain, within the 8th Scenery Palace, the expression of the Grand Supreme Elder seems as lifeless as withered wood, calm and unperturbed. My third brother has actually intervened to save the human race? Why? At Wanshou Mountain, within Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi, donned in a robe of apricot yellow, stands silently before the ginseng fruit tree, his countenance filled with melancholic solitude. He murmurs to himself, "My dear brother Hongyun, I have long advised you to cultivate in peace within Wuzhuang Temple after acquiring the primordial purple energy, yet you insisted on venturing out, and lost your life, your essence, leaving not even a trace of your primordial spirit. I deeply regret not being able to save you. You know my nature. I prefer to avoid trouble and steer clear of conflict. Yet, they outside Wuzhuang Temple implored me fervently, and I could not bear to witness their annihilation by the demon race. To save humanity would irrevocably draw enmity from the demons. What do you think I should do, dear brother?" Standing before the fruit tree, Zenyuanzi cherishes the memory of his old friend Hongyun. He gently closes his eyes, listening to the soft breeze rustling the leaves, a symphony of whispers. His heart becomes profoundly tranquil. He resolves to follow his inner voice, even if it means incurring the wrath of the demon race. "Rise, great earth formation," he declares. "I, Zenyuanzi, pledge to protect the human race." On the shores of the Eastern Sea, Duobao stands suspended over the water, his eyes slightly narrowed as he speaks in a calm tone. "Baize, return now. The human race on the shores of the Eastern Sea, I, the Jiejiao Sect, shall safeguard." Baize, clad in resplendent white, graceful and unparalleled, hovers in midair, confronting Duobao. "Dear Daobao, this pertains to the intricate relationship between the demon and human races, and I kindly request my fellow friends to facilitate our discourse." Zhao Gongming, standing behind Daobao, rubbed his fists in anticipation, exclaiming, "Facilitate? Did you not hear? The entanglement between your demon kind and our human race is now under the auspices of the Jiejiao Sect. Brother, shall we engage?" Zhao Gongming summoned 24C stabilizing pearls, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Daobao furrowed his brow, responding, "Junior brother Gongming, we of the Jiejiao Sect must adhere to reason." A powerful pressure erupted from Daobao, who, possessing extraordinary talent, had severed the two corpses and now stood at the late stage of a quasi-saint, his immense might surging across the Eastern Sea. "What is this? Only you Bays, among the 10 demon saints have come? Do you intend to challenge our multitude of Jiejiao Sect immortals alone? Or shall we, the multitude, besiege you?" Daobao articulated the harshest words in a most unassuming tone. Baze's expression darkened. The Jiejiao Sect was resolute in its protection of the human race, leaving the demons with no recourse. Though formidable, the demon race dared not engage the Jiejiao Sect in open warfare. For beneath the saintly, all else is but vermin. Even if Emperor Jun or the esteemed Tai were present, they would still defer to Tongtian, the lord of the Jiejiao Sect, with the title of Upper Clear Sage. Alas, they were but a step away from fully refining the slaughter witch sword. Baze shook his head in regret. Retreat. The demon forces along the Eastern Sea withdrew like a receding tide, heading towards the main battlefield of the Witch Demon War. Millions of humans knelt upon the sandy shores of the Eastern Sea, bowing deeply to the myriad immortals of the Jiejiao Sect, expressing their gratitude for the gift of life. The air resonated with their heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, immortals, for sparing our lives." The Jiejiao Sect's once dwindling fortune experienced a slight stabilization as the waves of gratitude washed over them. When Tongtian established the Jiejiao Sect, he possessed no artifact to suppress fortune, and as the number of varied disciples increased, the the sect's luck diminished. Yet, after saving the human race, their fortune began to solidify. Tongtian, meditating in the Azure Palace, clearly sensed this change in fortune, his eyes shimmering with insight. Ying Yuan, he was indeed correct. The human race is destined to play a pivotal role on the heavenly stage. By seizing this thread of hope for humanity, we have chosen wisely. Tongtian promptly conveyed to Daobao, assist the humans in rebuilding their homeland along the Eastern Sea. Yes, Master, Daobao affirmed, rallying the myriad immortals of the Jiejiao Sect to aid the humans in their restoration. Though the cruel beings, such as the dragon-headed immortal and the spirit-toothed immortal coveted human flesh, they dared not defy their master's decree. This endeavor was to secure a glimmer of hope for humanity, not to inflict harm. After stabilizing millions of humans, Ying Yuan was astonished to perceive a subtle transformation within his own malevolent power. A hint of it had indeed turned golden. The golden light of merit and fortune. After cultivating the upper clear immortal method, Ying Yuan recognized this thread as the legendary golden light of merit. By saving the human race, he had garnered some fortune and merit, transforming his malevolent power into a force of fortune. In that moment, Ying Yuan glimpsed an avenue previously unimagined. If all his malevolent power were to turn golden with fortune, would he still be the dragon of malice? No, he would become a living embodiment of the golden dragon of fortune. Thus, he envisioned a broad path to enlightenment. After ensuring the safety of the human race, Ying Yuan cast his gaze toward the battlefield of the Lich. The battleground was rife with chaos. Formidable forces clashed amidst a sky filled with divine spells, while rivers of blood flowed ceaselessly. In every fleeting moment, creatures from the demon and witch races fell. The demon race summoned the grand array of the celestial stars, while the witch race unleashed the 12 heavenly deities' grand array. The collision of these two formidable formations shook the very heavens, shattered mountains, and reversed the currents of rivers and seas. Yet, among the 12 ancestral witches participating in the formation, the presence of Hutu was notably absent. Ying Yuan understood that this was due to the formidable postnatal great witch Qiyu, who was comparable to the ancestral witches. Hutu. At this juncture, she must be near the Blood Sea. The 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to be established, and Hutu had not yet transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed, guiding Hutu toward the path of reincarnation would be a monumental act of merit. After deep contemplation, Ying Yuan quietly departed from the shores of the Eastern Sea and soared toward the Blood Sea. As a being embodying the essence of karmic merit, he naturally encountered righteous path cultivators eager to slay him for the sake of accruing merit. With a light-hearted demeanor, Ying Yuan spoke. I am but a named disciple under the esteemed sage of the Bio Palace on Golden Ao Island. I apologize for any offense, my friend. In the realm beyond, brute strength often proved less useful than connections and influence. Undoubtedly, the status of a disciple of a sage carried significant weight. Upon reaching the eerie Blood Sea, at the same time, the master of the celestial church sat in quiet meditation upon his futon, perusing his diary repeatedly. This wayward, errant disciple, why has he not yet penned his entries? It truly baffles me. Should not a diary be written daily? Chapter 7. The flame immortal Luo Xian draped in a robe of fiery crimson. Luo Xian entered the Bayou Palace, bowing deeply in reverence. Disciple Luo Xian pays respects to Master. Luo Xian, adept in the art of fire magic, had commanded 3,000 fire crows during the sealing of the gods, causing the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun to flee in disarray, thus earning the title of Flame Immortal. Though a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, Luo Xian was not of direct lineage. While assisting in the reconstruction of the human realm along the shores of the East Sea with several fellow disciples, he was summoned by his master. Filled with elation, yet clouded by uncertainty, he addressed his teacher, Master. The Tongtian patriarch scrutinized Luo Xian, noting his peak cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level with a talent and comprehension that ranked moderately high within the Jiejiao Sect. How fares the one crow pot and the 3,000 fire crows? He inquired with genuine concern. Luo Xian's heart soared at the thought that his master was paying attention to him. How could he not be overjoyed? Reporting to master, the Wan Crow pod has been successfully refined, and the 3,000 fire crows are taking shape. However, their power still falls short, he hesitated to voice. A faint smile curled at the corner of the Tongtian patriarch's lips. Oh, the 3,000 fire crows lack potency? What a true sun fire. With a wave of his hand, 9 orbs of golden sun fire materialized in the hall. Buzz, buzz. The 9 orbs radiated a blinding golden light, exuding a terrifying heat that warped the very fabric of space around them. Luo Xian, witnessing the might of the true fire, was momentarily stunned, stammering, Is this the true sun fire? In the primordial realm, numerous spiritual fires existed, including the Samadhi true fire, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire, and the nether flame, all possessing formidable power. Among them, the true sun fire was the mightiest, capable of boiling the oceans of Brahma and incinerating space itself. Yet, its fierce and domineering nature could only be wielded by the Golden Crow clan of the sun. Initially, Luo Xian had intended to refine the 3,000 fire crows with Samadhi true fire. However, as he felt the terrifying temperature of the true sun fire before him, a bold thought surged within him. Master this true sun fire. The Tongtian patriarch smiled gently. Take it. Integrating the true sun fire into the refinement of the 3,000 fire crows should elevate the potency of your Wan Crow pot to its zenith. This essence of true fire is now inert. I have removed its ferocity. With a resounding thud, Luo Xian dropped to his knees, fervently bowing his head in gratitude, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. Disciple is immensely grateful for Master-S guidance. What merit do I possess? The Tongtian patriarch smiled serenely. No need for excessive words. Return and refine the Wan Crow pot diligently. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Xian fervently prostrated, affirming yes. Disciple shall not disappoint Master-S high expectations. He summoned the Wan Crow pot, accepting the 9 orbs of true fire, and turned to depart the Bayou Palace. As he reached the threshold, Luo Xian abruptly turned back, his heart racing with uncontainable excitement and an unprecedented resolve in his gaze. Master, the Tongtian patriarch replied, To live as a Jiejiao Sect immortal, and to die as a Jiejiao Sect hero, my life and death shall be for the Jiejiao Sect. The Tongtian patriarch paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. Good lad, go forth. After Luo Xian departed, Tongtian Jiao Master sat quietly on the mat, retrieving his diary. He had bestowed the essence of the sun's true fire upon Luo Xian. Now, there remained a gravely injured and unconscious little golden crow. Tongtian Jiao Master was straightforward, but not foolish. According to the entries in Ying Yuan's diary, he was to wait until the battle between the witch and the demon concluded, and after the deaths of Emperor Jun and Tai, to rescue the little golden crow and support him. This is what one calls providing timely assistance. The diary had been updated. Arrive at the blood sea of the underworld. Hope I can make it in time. Tongtian Jiao Master furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. How had this young man ventured to the blood sea of the underworld? The blood sea churned with waves of crimson, devoid of fish and shrimp, where not even a feather could float, saturated with a thick aura of bloodshed. Ying Yuan meandered along the edge of the blood sea for several days without encountering Hutu. The sea was vast, its blood waves rolling endlessly. Bored, Ying Yuan decided to pen another diary entry, as maintaining a record was indeed necessary. The war between the witches and demons, the slaughter of the human race, had gathered countless tainted blood that flowed into the blood sea. Additionally, innumerable souls aimlessly drifted into the sea, swept up in the waves, crying out in anguish. After traversing hundreds of thousands of miles along the blood sea, Ying Yuan caught sight of a blurred figure lingering by the shore. A woman, clad in a pale yellow robe, with a graceful figure and breathtaking beauty. Her profound eyes gazed compassionately at the struggling souls in the blood sea. He had encountered her, the Grand Witch Hutu, embodying great compassion and mercy. A streak of black light descended, and Ying Yuan found himself standing behind Hutu. She did not turn. Her enchanting eyes, filled with sorrow, as they beheld the suffering beings in the sea. Among the 12 ancestral witches, only Hutu possessed a gentle disposition, averse to conflict. She could not bear to witness the demise of countless lives amidst the calamity, their souls adrift. Hutu wished to do something for the departed spirits, yet was uncertain how to proceed. After wandering, she had arrived at the blood sea of the underworld. Which side would prevail in the war between witches and demons? Hutu murmured to herself. Ying Yuan shook his head gently and suddenly spoke, declaring that in war, there are only losers, never victors. Hutu's graceful figure trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes suddenly clouding with sadness. Indeed, there are no victors. Should the witch clan triumph, the demon clan would face annihilation, and countless lives would be lost, simultaneously. Not a single witch would survive. The same fate would befall the demon clan if they were victorious. Ying Yuan pondered for a moment, then ventured to suggest, has the ancestral witch never considered what if it were a stalemate? Hutu gazed at the souls in the blood sea and sighed deeply. The two clans, both witches and demons, would suffer mutual destruction and vanish from the primordial realm. Hutu increasingly sensed the heavy burden upon her shoulders, a glimmer of spiritual light visible yet elusive. This journey was for the myriad beings of the primordial world, as well as to leave a path of retreat for the witch clan. Buzz, buzz. The waves of the blood sea crashed rhythmically, engulfing countless souls in their relentless embrace. Ying Yuan spoke in a deep voice, slowly articulating, the tides ebb and flow, flowers bloom and wither, blossoms may wilt, yet they shall bloom anew, a perpetual cycle, endlessly recurring. If only the myriad beings of the primordial world could experience such tides and blossoms. His words bore a hint of significance as he gazed longingly at her exquisite silhouette, filled with anticipation. Would she grasp the meaning? Hutu stood with her back to Ying Yuan, motionless beside the sea of blood, her lips whispering incessantly the mantra of tides and blossoms, an eternal cycle. This is a reincarnation. Boom. Buzz. Hutu's body trembled slightly, as if she had seized a glimmer of divine insight amidst the void, awakening to her fate. What the primordial realm lacked at this moment was indeed reincarnation. Buzz. The ancestral shamanic power erupted around Hutu, a formidable force sweeping through the blood sea and the universe. As she solemnly declared, I am a descendant of the father god Pangu, the ancestral shaman of the witch clan. The myriad beings within the primordial realm are locked in ceaseless struggle, and upon their demise, their souls have nowhere to go, adrift like leaves in the wind. Wailing in agony, Hutu cannot bear this plight. I pledge my ancestral shamanic form to forge the 6 paths of reincarnation, to provide a passage for countless souls between life and death. Let the great Tao witness this. Boom! Suddenly, thunderous roars reverberated above the blood sea, as the great Tao responded, bestowing boundless merit and fortune. 90% of this divine merit surged into Hutu's ancestral shamanic body, while a strand of this merit and fortune found its way into Ying Yuan's dragon form. Chapter 8. The Reincarnation of the Earth Mother. Ying Yuan receives the fortune of the great Tao. The merits and fortunes of the great Tao are far more profound and powerful than those of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao harbors selfishness, whereas the great Tao embodies absolute impartiality. To possess the merits and fortunes of the heavenly Tao is akin to donning shackles upon oneself. In contrast, the great Tao offers boundless fortune and merit, free from numerous constraints. As the merits of the great Tao entered Ying Yuan's body, the deep-seated malevolence within him transformed into strands of golden energy. This golden dragon power, as fine as a strand of hair, accumulated into thick, sturdy strands resembling chopsticks. Ying Yuan suddenly sensed a clarity within his consciousness, and the flow of his magical power became exponentially smoother. Crack! A crisp sound resounded. Ying Yuan shattered his restraints and ascended directly to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, merely a step away from the true immortal realm. Turning to observe the Earth Mother, 99% of the great Tao's merits surged into her ancestral witch form. Rather than becoming more formidable, her form gradually grew ethereal, as if transforming into particles of light, scattering across the cosmos, ultimately forming a veil of profound, shimmering light. This was the essence of reincarnation. In the world, all beings reap the consequences of their virtuous and unvirtuous deeds. Upon death, the souls of the primordial creatures can traverse to 6 realms, the 3 good paths, heaven, humanity, and Azura, and the 3 evil paths, hell, hungry ghosts, and animals. The 6 paths of reincarnation stand firm. The 6 paths of reincarnation were established at a corner of the Sea of Blood, as the surging waves receded, gathering the chilling mists of dusk. The netherworld stood solid. Buzz! An overwhelming pressure erupted from within the netherworld, sweeping across the vast expanse of the primordial universe, far surpassing that of a sage. The Earth Mother embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation, attaining the status of a great Tao saint, referring to a saint under the jurisdiction of the great Tao, not merely in terms of cultivation. Amidst the netherworld, Ying Yuan gazed through layers of ghostly energy and once again beheld her figure. Her attire transformed into resplendent golden robes. Her exquisite beauty unchanged, yet the profundity of her Tao aura became inscrutable. Having embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation and achieved sanctification, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Tao friend Ying Yuan, for your guidance." Her voice was ethereal and boundless. Ying Yuan, regaining his composure, respectfully bowed. "I, Ying Yuan, pay my respects to the Earth Mother." The Earth Mother stood silently behind the mist of ghostly fog for a long while before finally speaking. "There is no longer an Earth Mother in this world, only the tranquility of the netherworld." Ying Yuan blurted out, "The Mother is compassionate and benevolent, a blessing to all beings of the primordial realm. The Earth Mother does not forsake the witches." "The Earth Mother no longer embodies the witch." "How apt," she replied. Subsequently, the Earth Mother turned and walked deeper into the dusk, her silhouette exuding profound solitude and melancholy. The Earth Mother attained the status of a great Tao saint, enduring through countless eons, even surpassing the 6 sages of the primordial era. Yet, she too faced limitations, for until the end of immeasurable calamities, she cannot emerge from the netherworld. After performing his vow, Ying Yuan exited the netherworld. At the moment, the Earth Mother embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation. The primordial universe trembled. In chaos, at Jade Capital Mountain and Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun, clad in a gray robe, sat quietly on a mat, shaking his head slowly. The Earth Mother possesses greater resolve than the old Taoist. At Shuyang Mountain, in the 8 Scenery Palace, Laozi's countenance, resembling that of withered wood, slightly changed as he bowed to the netherworld. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable also offered a bow to the netherworld. The Earth Mother's journey merits a bow from the sages. Nuwa's expression shifted, reflecting her deep emotions, while the ancestral shaman of Hutu commanded profound respect. In the west, desolation and barrenness reigned. Jane and Junti sat quietly beneath the Bodhi tree, their faces etched with inherent sorrow and suffering. Junti, overwhelmed with grief, lamented, "Alas, my elder brother, I am utterly tormented. I have painstakingly lured the 10 golden crows out of the Soup Valley, hoping to guide the little golden crow. Yet I have not found even a single feather. Who has severed our opportunities in the West?" Jean, his face laden with worry, spoke soothingly, "Brother, do not despair. Our western land shall someday flourish. On Golden Ao Island, within the Azure Palace, Tongtian, too, since through the great Tao that Hutu, embodying the ancestral shaman, had transformed into the 6 realms of reincarnation, momentarily taken aback. That rascal Ying Yuan wrote in his diary about the blood sea of the underworld. Could it be? Could it be that Hutu's transformation into the 6 realms was orchestrated by him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Master Hong Jun and the 6 saints of primordial chaos have not perceived the deficiencies of the universe. How could he know? Yet, why did he venture into the blood sea? Just as Tong Tian was engulfed in shock, confusion, and disbelief, the diary's contents updated once more. "I thought to chance upon luck in the blood sea, and unexpectedly encountered the ancestral shaman Hu. The trend is unalterable. even without my suggestion. She was destined to transform into the six realms. I have gained some rewards of the great Tao, converting sinful energy into fortuitous power. The auspicious golden dragon is within reach. Upon finishing the diary, Tongtian could no longer contain his astonishment. Was it truly the handiwork of that young man? Did he already foresee Hutu's transformation into the six realms, hence his journey to the Blood Sea, casually reaping the rewards of the great Tao? Was it truly so easy to obtain the merits of the great Tao? It must be noted that I, as the leader of the human sect, Yuan Tianzin and Tongtian, alongside Jin and Junti, all established our teachings through immense vows and the merits of the heavenly Tao. How could this young man simply stroll through the Blood Sea and acquire such merits? Tongtian, now deeply unsettled, closed the diary as he felt an increasing sense of unease. Why would the teachings of the Jiejiao Sect face annihilation? Did he harbor thoughts of defecting to the Western teachings because he knew of their impending doom? No, I must not allow Ying Yuan to betray us. I must devise a plan to retain him. But what excuse could I use to elevate him as my direct disciple? Tongtian treaded carefully, wary of provoking him, for such a reaction would be disastrous. In the vast expanse of the primordial land, where the battle between the Wu and the Yao unfolded, countless beings clashed, resulting in unimaginable casualties and rivers of blood. Suddenly, the 12 ancestral shamans, including Daijang and Jumong, sensed the absence of Hutu's aura, their expressions shifting dramatically. Had Hutu fallen? The great Tao manifested, and in that instant, all beings in the primordial realm became aware of Hutu's transformation into the six realms. Daijang, Jumong, Zhurong, and Gonggong, among the 12 ancestral shamans, felt their eyes nearly burst with rage as they cried out in fury at such a critical moment in the battle between the Wu and the Yao. Hutu has abandoned our clan. Hutu has betrayed the Wu. Hutu is no longer one of us. The assembly of ancestral witches voiced their fury, unequivocally representing the stance of the witch clan. The earth no longer belonged to the witches, and among them, there was no longer a presence of the earth. The 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great formation, the body of Chiyu, the great witch, rivaled that of the ancestral witches, formed from the essence of the 12 ancestral witches' blood. United with the 11 ancestral witches, they once again invoked the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great formation, summoning the ethereal visage of Pangu to strike against the demon clan. Emperor Jun and Tai bellowed in anger. Activate the celestial star formation. The demon clan's 365 great Luo Jinxian deities each summoned a celestial banner, forming a constellation that harmonized with the celestial starry arrangement. Impel Yun, Tai, and Fushi commanded the formation. The clash between the celestial star formation and the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great formation erupted. Boom! Mountains and rivers shattered. Seas and oceans reversed their flow. The very fabric of heaven and earth trembled, and countless beings perished. The battle between the witches and demons intensified, both sides driven to the brink of madness. Ying Yuan transformed into a streak of flowing light, traversing the abyssal Blood Sea, seeking to escape the blood tide and return to Golden Ao Island. The previously tranquil blood waves suddenly surged, instantaneously erupting into myriad blood blossoms. A strand of karmic fire and a blade of sword energy surged forth from the blood waves, targeting Ying Yuan's face. Ying Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he hastily spoke. I am Ying Yuan, a disciple of the celestial sage from the Bio Palace on Golden Ao Island. I implore the ancestor of the underworld river to heed my words. Chapter 9. The river of the underworld blocks the path. Supported by the celestial sage, a towering wave of blood surged forth, and from the thick crimson mist emerged a flame of karma. This flame possessed unparalleled might, capable of extracting the karmic burdens from a cultivator's being, igniting them into a conflagration that could instantly reduce a practitioner to nothingness. The 12th rank flame of karma, the Scarlet Lotus Flame, the one who confronted Yuan was none other than the Lord of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld river. I implore you, ancestor of the underworld river, to lend me an ear, Yuan said, his eyes narrowing as he hurriedly spoke. From the blood tide emerged a spectral figure, clad in a blood-red robe, seated upon the scarlet lotus of karma, with two innate swords of slaughter suspended behind him, one named Yuan II and the other Ubi. These swords were of the highest grade among innate spiritual treasures. The ancestor of the underworld river appeared youthful, with flowing crimson hair and a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat enigmatic visage. He hovered in midair, his gaze indifferent as it swept over Ying Yuan. Even if you are a disciple of the celestial sage, you ought not to tread upon the blood sea. The ancestor's voice was cold and eerie. The swords, Yuan II and Ubi, trembled violently, emanating a murderous intent of overwhelming proportions. The ancestor of the underworld river was one of the 3,000 formidable beings of the Purple Cloud Palace, endowed with great fortune, and upon his emergence possessed 4 innate spiritual treasures: Yuan II, Ubi, the 12th rank flame of karma, and the Xian Yuan water control banner. His qualifications and comprehension surpassed all in the primordial realm, having slain the 3 corpses and attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. He also emulated Nuwa in creating the Azura race, subsequently following the example of the 6 saints to establish the Jiejiao Sect, gaining immense merit from the heavenly Tao. Had he not been lacking a strand of primordial purple energy, he would surely have claimed a position among the saints of the primordial world. The celestial sage remarked that the ancestor of the underworld river's strength had already surpassed that of a perfected quasi-saint, yet had not ascended to the level of a saint, thus placing him in a realm between the two, known as the sub-saint. The ancestor, renowned for his extraordinary talent, had refined 800 million blood deities, proclaiming that the blood sea would never run dry, and the underworld river would never perish. He had long viewed the blood sea as his exclusive domain. Yet, Ying Yuan's insinuation regarding the Earth Mother's transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation, claiming a portion of the blood sea, undoubtedly drove a nail into the heart of the ancestor of the underworld river. How could he possibly endure this? The Earth Mother, having obtained the fortune of the great Tao, had already attained the status of a great Tao saint. Though the ancestor dared not confront the Earth Mother, he would not let Ying Yuan escape unscathed. Residing within the blood sea, he could only express his wariness of the celestial sage, but fear was not a sentiment he harbored. Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent of the ancestor, Ying Yuan recognized his transgression and spoke candidly. Ancestor of the underworld river, the Earth Mother's transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation is an inevitable trend. The murderous intent intensified. Do you know which are the 6 paths of Lady Pingxin? Among them lies the path of the Azura. When the beings of the primordial world perish, they may also be reborn as Azuras. Upon hearing Ying Yuan's words, the ancestor's murderous intent diminished somewhat. The reincarnation of beings into the Azura clan would indeed bolster the power of the blood sea. However, the anger within the ancestor's heart had yet to subside. Ying Yuan, perceiving the softening of the ancestor's murderous intent, continued, "The Earth Mother's transformation into the wheel of reincarnation shall present an opportunity for you, ancestor." How so? Despite his overwhelming murderous intent, the ancestor was still capable of reason. In truth, the ancestor sensed that an opportunity was approaching, albeit in a vague and indistinct manner. Ancestor, the underworld system has just been established and is in dire need of personnel to manage the underworld. Buzz, the ancestor's consciousness quivered slightly, and he suddenly grasped the nature of the impending opportunity. In the realm of the underworld, a new order has yet to be established, and there is no sovereign to preside over the netherworld. It is crucial to maintain the stability of the 6 realms of reincarnation while managing the underworld, which inherently brings merit. The underworld is adjacent to the Sea of Blood, and the Azura clan possesses unparalleled advantages therein. The River of the Dead has reclaimed and turned its course towards the underworld. Upon hearing the words of Ying Yuan, the River of the Dead realized that the 6 realms of reincarnation were indeed founded upon the blood sea, offering numerous benefits without any detriment. Ying Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The ancient ancestor of the River of the Dead, who embraced the path of slaying, still adhered to reason. This journey did not offend the River of the Dead, but instead garnered a wave of goodwill. Although the utility of this goodwill remains uncertain, It is wise to cultivate it for now. Subsequently, Ying Yuan transformed into a stream of black light, emerging from a blood sea and returning to the shores of the eastern sea at Lin Yuan Island. The master of the celestial path sat in meditation upon his cushion and observed the updates in his diary. Encountered the ancient ancestor of the river of the dead upon exiting the blood sea, narrowly escaping with my life. The blood sea is the hidden garden of the river of the dead, regarded as a treasured possession. Fortunately, sufficient benefits swayed the river of the dead, allowing me to cultivate a wave of goodwill. Regrettably, I am but at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Had I the power to slay the corpses, leveraging the favor of the goddess of the earth, I could have secured a lifelong position as one of the 10 kings of hell for the 3 corpses. Stability, dignity, and the opportunity to earn merit and fortune. How rare is such a role? What a pity. Upon concluding the diary entry, the master of the celestial path frowned slightly. An encounter with the river of the dead? Something feels amiss. It is indeed troubling that my wayward disciple managed to return unscathed after meeting the river of the dead. The river of the dead established the Azura clan and the Azura teachings, where the tenets revolve around the slaying of heaven, earth, and all living beings. My wayward disciple. What could have been said to the river of the dead to ensure a safe return? The master of the celestial path closed the diary, shrouded in perplexity. Soon after, an ethereal energy surged around him, causing the Qingping sword to quiver gently, emanating a melodious sound of delight. The sword's intent brimmed with martial fervor. Indeed, my disciple of the celestial path is not one to be trifled with. In the next moment, the master of the celestial path vanished within the Bayou Palace. In the underworld, the river of the dead manifested, adorned in eerie black garments, exclaiming, "In the realm of the underworld, I am the king of hell." The underworld ought to possess a realm of the dead, with the emperor of the underworld, Fengdu, reigning supreme. However, this position is reserved for the remnants of the shaman clan following mutual destruction. As the ancient ancestor of the Blood Sea, the river of the dead is permitted to act as a king in the underworld, which poses no harm. With the king of hell reinstated, the 6 realms of reincarnation and the underworld structure are perfected, allowing the celestial path to bestow great merit. This influx of merit enveloped the river of the dead, intensifying the aura of slaughter that surrounded him. After a considerable time, the river of the dead slowly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of dimness within them. Ultimately, he had failed to break through. Is it true that without the primordial purple energy of sanctity, one cannot attain the state of a sage? The river of blood surged, sweeping through the sea of blood as the river of the dead sought the depths of its waters. Buzz! A beam of azure light descended from the heavens, and the unmatched sword energy cleaved through the river of blood. The river of the dead appeared, his eyes narrowing, his expression laden with caution. I am the humble Taoist of the river of the dead, and I have encountered the sage of the upper clear. Without attaining sanctity, one remains but an ant. Regardless of how audacious the river of the dead may be, upon encountering a sage, he must first pay his respects. I have met the esteemed friend of the river of the dead. The heavenly teacher donned a flowing azure robe, wielding the Qingping sword, his entire being resonating with the ethereal essence of the supreme pure Tao, rippling and surging around him. With his eyes half closed, he surveyed the nether river. Was it possible that the supreme pure sage had graced the blood sea with his presence? The nether river furrowed his brow, pondering silently. Surely, it cannot be for that disciple of the... Shouldn't he be merely a nominal disciple among the exalted ones of the... a mere manifestation of innate calamity? The nether river found it hard to believe that the heavenly teacher would go to such lengths for a mere nominal disciple, especially to make an appearance in the blood sea. The heavenly teacher smiled serenely, stating that he had no ulterior motive, merely seeking to inquire about the unparalleled might of the nether river's innate killing sword. The nether river, still frowning slightly, thought to himself that his innate killing sword could hardly compare to the Qingping sword aura of the supreme pure sage. Before he could finish his thought, the heavenly teacher emphatically interjected, adding that he was also there to support his little disciple. The expression of the nether river shifted dramatically, shock rendering him speechless. Was he not just a nominal disciple? Surely it could not be so. Boom! The Qingping sword aura surged forth, unleashing a tempestuous tide of crimson waves. Chapter 10. The Lich's Final Battle. Ying Yuan breaks through the true immortal realm, wielding the essence of the Qingping sword, unleashing unparalleled sword energy towards the River of Souls. The River of Souls, taken aback, felt the surge of saintly power within, simultaneously conjuring a towering wave of blood. Yuan too. Abi. The two innate killing swords collided with Qingping. Boom! Bang! The clash stirred billions of blood-red ripples. The sharp Qingping sword energy tore through the blood-red robe of the River of Souls, forcing him to retreat millions of miles, barely able to withstand the residual force of the Qingping sword with a 12-grade karma, fire, red lotus, unparalleled defense. The River of Souls' expression darkened, his heart filled with dread. Who precisely is that young man? The ancestor merely issued a threat and had not yet acted against him. Yet the Master of Heaven directly came to the blood sea to support him. The River of Souls narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of apprehension, deeply sensing the chasm that lay between him and the saints. A casual strike from a saint would compel him to expend all his strength just to resist it. Without becoming a saint, one is but an ant. The Master of Heaven hovered above the blood sea, surrounded by the ethereal essence of the upper clear, his countenance serene and vigorous. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I apologize for the disturbance, friend of the River of Souls. I shall take my leave." In the next instant, his figure vanished from the blood sea. The River of Souls breathed a sigh of relief, yet a sense of unease crept in. Something about that young man felt profoundly amiss. Indeed, Ying Yuan emerged from the blood sea, returning directly to the shores of the Eastern Sea, to Lin Yuan Island. Unbeknownst to him, after the Master of Heaven had peered at his diary, he had rushed to the blood sea, showcasing the might of a saint. Clad in a black Taoist robe, Ying Yuan sat quietly atop the island-esque cliff, dangling a fishing line, beside him a jar of celestial wine brewed from divine fruits, savoring a delightful sip. With no pressing matters today, he continued to fish, fishing while cultivating and sipping celestial wine. This simple life was nothing short of bliss. The Eastern Sea was graced with gentle winds and bright sunlight. However, beyond the Eastern Sea, the battle between the witches and the demons had turned bloody. The great array of the stars collided with the 12 capital heavenly god array, countless demon and witch warriors fell, their blood staining the skies, plummeting to the earth like shooting stars. The demon cultivators' spiritual energy dissipated, referred to as the return of spirit to the heavens. The witches, lacking souls, saw their true spirits return to the earth upon death. Jiejiao, the primordial ancestor of space, adept at manipulating and distorting space, unleashed a full-force punch, obliterating a demon saint's corporeal form in an instant. The Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes blazed with boundless fury. Eastern Emperor Bell. The sound of the bell resonated melodiously, shaking the cosmos, dimming the heavens and the earth. The Eastern Emperor Bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, was one of the 3 treasures of creation, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, while mountains and rivers manifested within its body. Its 5-colored radiance illuminated the skies, and the holy might of chaos intimidated the universe. With the overwhelming power of the spiritual treasure, it struck the witch de into a fine powder, leading to the annihilation of tens of thousands of witch souls. Jiang's eyes reddened, Tai bird clan, seeking death, transforming into his ancestral witch form. He strode forth to clash with Tai, Tian Wu, Chang Liang, and Xian Ming. The ancestral witches, witnessing the death of their brother, erupted with boundless rage, surrounding and attacking the Shihuang Fushi, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and Qi Yu. The 3 great ancestral witches, besieged Di Jun Xingtian, danced with his mighty axe, his colossal form rivaling that of the primal shaman. With the strength of a single shaman, he fiercely battled the formidable demon saints by Zhe, Ji Ming, and Ying Zhao. Boom! Bang! Fushi found himself besieged by the 3 ancestral shamans, ultimately driven to the brink of annihilation. In a cataclysmic explosion, he self-destructed, obliterating his physical body and essence, unleashing a devastation that consumed Tiangu, Qiangliang, and Xianming. Your Majesty, Fuxi, ancestral shamans. The demon sovereign Fuxi met his end alongside the three ancestral shamans. In Yuhua Palace, Yuhua's beautiful eyes widened in horror, her voice choked with grief. Brother Fuxi. Soon after, the sage Yuhua floated gracefully, retrieving Fuxi's essence from the remnants of the explosion, though only a faint trace of his soul remained. The fall of Fuxi, the ancestral shaman, undeniably escalated the climactic battle of calamity. The surging calamity energy fully engulfed Di, Jiang, and Tai Yi's reason. Boom! The cataclysmic force of mutual destruction devoured Tai Yi and Di Jiang. Doi, Your Majesty, Brother Di Jiang. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and the ancestral shaman Di Jiang perished together. Seeking death. Annihilate the demon race. Which race? Bang. Bang. 5 demon saints and 5 great shamans met their demise together. Bai Zhe, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, Xingtian, Xianglu, and the 9 phoenixes were caught in the explosion, rendered powerless for further combat. The great shaman Qi Yu wielded his shamanic weapon, piercing through Emperor Jun's corporeal form. Zhu Rong ignited the ancestral shaman's body, releasing true flames as he advanced with fierce determination to subdue Emperor Jun. In the next moment, Emperor Jun manifested his true form as the 3-legged golden crow, wielding the sun's true fire. Bang! The last surge of his Tao rhythm surged forth, sweeping across the primal world. As the calamity energy reached its zenith, it quivered slightly before swiftly receding like a tide. The mountains and rivers were fractured, blood flowed abundantly, and the landscape was left ravaged. In the skies above, among the billions of demon kin, fewer than 1 million remained. On the ground, the witch kin numbered less than 10,000. Impa Yun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi fell in battle. Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, Tiangu, and the other 10 ancestral shamans perished, leaving only Gong Gong, who fainted amidst the explosion. Of the 10 demon saints, 6 had fallen, leaving only Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Gu Che. Among the great shamans, only Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, and the 9 phoenixes remained. The elite of both the witch and demon races suffered devastating losses. Seeing Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi all slain, the demon master Kunpeng revealed a shadowy expression, his throat emitting a cold, eerie chuckle. This demon master shall no longer engage in battle. Kunpeng leaped into the air, transforming into the form of a rock, seizing the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book from the heavens above. Kunpeng fled back to the northern underworld's celestial pool. At this moment, the world fell into silence. The calamity energy dissipated, and the war between the witches and demons concluded. On Lin Yuan Island, a dark, malevolent dragon battled across 3,000 miles of ocean, at times plunging beneath the waves, and at others soaring above the surface. Roars of dragon song echoed, stirring the vast sea. The golden sunlight illuminated the black scales of Ying Yuan, creating a mesmerizing, shimmering spectacle. The dragon's breath surged forth, rich and profound. Ying Yuan, in his quest to save humanity, garnered merit and fortune. He guided the earth's essence, acquiring the merits of the great Tao, transforming a portion of his malevolent power. Returning to Lin Yuan Island after a millennium of seclusion, I successfully transcended my shackles, breaking through from the pinnacle of celestial immortality to the realm of true immortality. In this new state, my magical power has multiplied tenfold, and with the eruption of dragon strength, I am capable of stirring tidal waves 1,000 feet high. At this moment, I feel as though I could strike down 10 foes with a single blow, however, within the context of the cataclysm involving the witch and demon tribes. Even my true immortal cultivation pales in comparison, rendering me no more than cannon fodder. The ranks of Tai are as numerous as dogs, and the presence of the Luo is ubiquitous, aptly describing the turmoil of the witch and demon calamity. At Bo Palace, the expression of the Tongtian leader darkened as he closely monitored the climactic battle between the 2 factions. Indeed, as recorded in my diary, both the demon and witch races suffered devastating losses, with their elite warriors falling in droves. Jun and Tai perished in battle, leaving the world devoid of the Golden Crow lineage, save for this minor one from the Jiejiao Sect. The Tongtian leader sensed the convergence of the powers of the five saints, all arriving at the battlefield of the witch and demon conflict. Their auras locking onto the chaos bell. The aura of the Qingping sword surged, ready to rend the void and assist my elder brother and second brother in seizing the innate treasure, the chaos bell. At this moment, the diary stirred slightly, updating itself once more. The oppressive and chaotic energy pervading the heavens and earth, which suffocated the cultivators, has finally dissipated. After hundreds of millions of years of standoff, this decisive battle has raged for over 1,000 years, and all the elite warriors from both races have perished. It can only be described as brutal. As one side concludes, I make my entrance. It is likely that the six saints of Hong Huang will soon intervene to claim the chaos bell, for it is indeed an innate treasure, the finest among the best. The Tongtian leader quickly perused the diary's updates, noting the astute analysis of this young one. With Tai Yi's demise, the chaos bell has become an item without a master, a treasure that even the saints would covet. As the Tongtian leader prepared to traverse the void, he cast another glance at the diary. The six saints would be wasting their efforts. None shall seize the treasure. If I were the Tongtian teacher, I would be contemplating how to mend the heavens right now, reaping a substantial amount of merit. Why vie for the chaos bell when mending the heavens and accruing merit is far more rewarding? Chapter 11. What chaos bell to seize? Isn't cultivating virtue more pleasurable? As Tongtian contemplated taking a step forward while perusing the diary's contents, he momentarily hesitated, pondering over the implications of the six saints of the primordial era intervening, rendering the chaos bell unattainable for anyone. What is the allure of seizing the chaos bell? Would it not be more gratifying to cultivate virtue instead? He mused. And what is there to mend? The 9 heavens of the primordial world are devoid of flaws. Suddenly, the very fabric of the primordial realm trembled, a harbinger of turmoil. The heavenly Tao is merciless, toying with sentient beings. Upon awakening, Gong discovered his brethren had perished entirely. Enraged beyond measure, he, in the form of an ancestral shaman, hurled himself against Mount Buzhou. With a resounding crash, the greatest celestial mountain of the primordial realm, Mount Buzhou, collapsed. The heavens tilted to the northwest, while the earth succumbed to upheaval in the southeast. The 9 heavens of the primordial world shattered, unleashing a deluge of chaotic elements, fire, water, wind, upon the realm, poisoning the very essence of existence. Tongtian sensed the upheaval with a slight shock. Could it be truly broken? Fire and water clashed, resounding like a golden bell, gathering celestial beings. The disciples of the intercepting sect, following their master, set forth to mend the heavens. Just moments ago, as Tai fell, the chaos bell, adorned in a hue of deep yellow, became a formless treasure. The aura of saints immediately converged upon the chaos bell. From the western heavens, a resplendent light emerged, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Before their arrival, a voice resonated, declaring Tai's unjust demise. The bell, now without a master, was destined to be entwined with the west. From the western horizon emerged 2 figures, their countenances etched with a profound sorrow, clad in tattered robes riddled with holes, fixated upon the chaos bell, suspended in the void. These figures were none other than the 2 saints of the west, Jin and Junti. With eyes gleaming with fervor, Junti shouted a rallying cry, summoning the power of the saints to wield the 7 treasures divine tree towards the chaos bell. In an instant, a crimson ray of light sliced through the sky, striking down Junti's 7 treasures divine tree. This radiant beam was none other than the red embroidered ball, a divine artifact of Niwa. Niwa emerged, draped in resplendent garments, riding a golden phoenix, declaring, "The Eastern Empress Bell is a supreme treasure of my demon clan. What connection does it have with you of the West?" From the east, purple chi surged forth, extending for 3,000 miles. Laozi of Taching and Yuanshu, Tianzuan, descended together, their sights fixed upon the chaos bell. Laozi's expression remained as serene as a still pond, yet his Tao heart stirred with unease. Where's my third brother? He pondered. Yuanshu Tianzin's countenance darkened slightly, a hint of shadow in his gaze. Why does my third brother not appear? If Tongtian were absent, the confrontation with the West would amount to a mere 2 versus 2, providing a slight advantage for them. Upon noticing the unwavering presence of the Upper Clear Sect, Zhuanti felt a surge of confidence, believing that the Chaos Bell was undoubtedly within his grasp. Alas, the West is impoverished. Sister Nua's assertions are misguided. Pangu, the great god, opened the heavens and shaped the primordial realm, rendering any division between East and West inconsequential. A scoff escaped Yuanshu Tianzin's lips. Zhuanti's rhetoric was merely a pretext for his incursions into the East. Tai's wanton slaughter, a disregard for the celestial order, has led to his downfall, and thus, the Chaos Bell is now without a master. Such a treasure ought to be claimed by those with destiny, Zhuanti declared, continuing his efforts to summon the 7 treasures divine tree toward the Chaos Bell. A radiant emerald light swept across the 9 heavens. As the 3 treasures Rui of the primordial supreme being struck down the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Zhuanti, witnessing this, remained unperturbed. The body of the sage advanced boldly, reaching out to grasp the Chaos Bell. Laozi of the Taiji opened his eyes slightly, summoning the Lingbao dragon-headed staff to strike at Zhuanti. Jin's expression was fraught with worry. Beneath him, the 12-petal golden lotus surged forth, emitting a golden glow to laboriously block the dragon-headed staff. Prior to the arrival of the 2 saints, they had already conspired. Zhuanti would seize forcefully, while Jane would obstruct. Zhuanti's sage form stepped forward, clutching the Chaos Bell tightly to his chest. Both the primordial supreme being and Yua frowned as the 3 treasures Rui and the red embroidered ball relentlessly pounded upon Zhuanti's body. In the blink of an eye, the sage's form was battered and bruised, yet he steadfastly protected the Chaos Bell. One may forsake one's face, but the spiritual treasure must belong to the West. The primordial supreme being thundered, cursing Zhuanti for his disregard of the dignity of a sage. What is one's face worth against several spiritual treasures? To seize the Chaos Bell, one must first slay this poor Taoist. Zhuanti's eyes glowed red, his countenance twisted in a frenzied display of desperation. The sage's primordial spirit, entrusted to the Tao of heaven, was impervious to death. The expression of the primordial supreme being darkened ominously. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. He summoned the Panga banner, a grand standard imbued with chaotic, murderous intent. The Panga banner, an innate supreme treasure and one of the 3 treasures of creation, possessed the unparalleled power to rend chaos, tear apart time and space, distinguish yin and yang, regulate the 5 elements, disrupt the primordial chaos, envelop the cosmos, shatter the heavens and earth, and possess supreme might unrivaled through the ages. A flash of chaotic white light surged forth, the ultimate killing intent aimed squarely at Zhuanti. At that moment, the Chaos Bell broke free from Zhuanti's grasp. With a resounding clang, the Chaos Bell tolled, its sound reverberating, warping space, shaking the heavens and earth, and tearing asunder the void. It slipped into the chaotic currents of the void. Tears streamed down Zhuanti's face, bitter droplets tracing his lips. Oh, my treasured possession of the West, do not flee. The 7 treasures wonderful tree stood as a barrier against the chaotic, murderous intent. The residual waves of killing energy tore through Zhuanti's tattered Taoist robe. Primordial Tao brother, it was agreed that you must compensate me for my garment. If not, I shall dwell upon Kunlun Mountain, consuming its provisions and taking what I desire as I please. Zhuanti lamented sorrowfully. The expression of the primordial supreme being grew ever darker. Damn, is there no dignity in a sage? At that moment, Gong Gong awakened, seething with fury, and charged toward Mount Buzhou. With a thunderous crash, Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven, collapsed. On Ying Yuan Island, Ying Yuan had just completed a diary entry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for persisting in diary writing, earning the reward, Chaos Bell. Due to the host's steadfastness, a critical reward is triggered. Congratulations, host. for obtaining 5-5 opening great array, balance array disc. Ying Yuan was momentarily bewildered. What? The chaos bell that the saints are contending for has ended up in my hands? How troublesome. This supreme treasure is rather hot to handle. As his primordial spirit infiltrated the chaos bell, he refined it, breaking the first layer of restriction. The treasure immediately morphed to take on Ying Yuan's form. Oh my, this is truly delightful. He had acquired a supreme treasure, the chaos bell. But what in the world was this 5-5 opening great array? In Ying Yuan's sea of consciousness, a new array disk emerged, radiating a mysterious force of balance. The 5-5 opening grand formation, a conceptual array that disregards all levels of cultivation, compelling those who enter to engage in a 50-50 contest with the host. What an extraordinary formation this is. The forced 50-50 engagement is indeed a flaw, truly a remarkable flaw. How enticing. After receiving rewards from the diary system, Ying Yuan heard the chimes emanating from Golden Tortoise Island. The sound of the golden bell resonated, summoning myriad celestial beings before the Bo Palace. The golden bell has been ringing rather frequently of late. Without further contemplation, Ying Yuan transformed into a wisp of black light and soared towards Golden Tortoise Island. Having ascended to the true immortal realm, his power had significantly enhanced, allowing him to fly at a much swifter pace. In merely 2 minutes, he arrived at the front of Bo Palace. Before the palace, a multitude of disciples from the gathered in confusion. Senior brother Duo Bao. Why has the master struck the golden bell again? Duo Bao, donned in a simple Taoist robe, pondered deeply, his wise gaze growing increasingly perplexed. Even I am at a loss. On the Tao stage, the Tongtian patriarch emerged in a green robe, his expression serious and solemn, initiating the mobilization of the battle between the witch and the demon had concluded, yet the wrath of Gong had struck the unreachable mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse, the heavens to tilt towards the northwest, while the fires and winds ravaged the wilderness. All beings found themselves ensnared in calamity. Today we shall strive to seize a sliver of hope for all creatures. Disciples of, follow your master to Golden Tortoise Island and mend the heavens. Below, Ying Yuan listened to the impassioned and stirring call of the Tongtian patriarch, utterly bewildered. What on earth is transpiring? Shouldn't he, the master, be engaged in verbal sparring with the Western saints, vying for the Chaos Bell? Instead of seizing the treasured Chaos Bell, he is rallying the disciples to venture forth and mend the heavens, accruing merit? Ying Yuan found himself increasingly perplexed. It seemed that his master had once again broadened the path for the Chapter 12. How did Nuwa's mending of the heavens transform into the teachings of the great Mount Buzhou collapsed with a thunderous roar. The chaotic elements of fire, wind, and water surged into the primordial realm, wreaking havoc upon the heavens and earth, tormenting all living beings. The 5 saints, Taiqing Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jijin, Zhuanti, and Nuwa, were left utterly dumbfounded. They gasped in disbelief. How can this be? That is Mount Buzhou, the very spine of the Pangu Father God. It fell with just a gentle nudge from Gong, as the 5 saints stood in shock. From the east of the 9 heavens, a purple aura emerged, heralding auspicious signs. The bull of the constellation bore the Lord of the celestial teaching, its hooves striking sparks as it galloped. Moo, moo. Behind the Lord of the celestial teaching followed the myriad disciples of the Taoist Du Bao, living up to his name, waved his hand, revealing several uniquely shaped spiritual treasures in midair. The postnatal spiritual treasure of the mud and tile knife, gray slate, wooden ruler, hammerhead, and more. Brothers, quickly seize the spiritual treasures. Zhao Gongming took the mud and tile knife, surrounded by 24C pacifying pearls, while junior sister Qiong, Xiao, handed a shovel of gray ash to her senior brother. This ash was no ordinary dust. It was celestial ash, crafted from divine stones. Luo Xian acquired 9 orbs of the original fire of the Golden Crow, merging them into the Wanya pot, amplifying the flame's might. The Wanya pot continuously spewed forth scorching and terrifying solar true fire, incinerating the celestial stones into celestial ash. Mixed with spiritual water, this became the perfect material for mending the heavens. Thus, the primordial 9 heavens witnessed this extraordinary scene. Du Bao Zhao Gongming and the other direct disciples skillfully repaired the heavens with a mud and tile knife. The 7 fairies gathered celestial stones from within Mount Buzhou, delivering them to their fire-wielding brothers and sisters for roasting. Ying Yuan employed the dragon's water absorption, drawing forth boundless spiritual water, transforming celestial ash into celestial mud. The bull of the constellation made numerous trips to transport the celestial mud. With a mighty surge of celestial energy, the Lord of the Celestial Teaching unleashed the 4 swords of extermination, stabilizing the celestial cave and quelling the chaotic elements that ravaged the primordial realm. This scene left the 5 saints of the primordial world utterly astonished. Taiching Laozi furrowed his brow. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened, coldly huffing, a pestilence of a being, one who cultivates power without virtue. Zhuani gazed at the myriad disciples of the drooling with envy. What splendid disciples! How is it that disciples excel in all fields? They must be destined for connection with the West. However, upon observing Ying Yuan performing the dragon's water absorption, Zhuani recoiled 2 steps, his demeanor turning grave and serious. This child was indeed not fated for the West. The West was already so impoverished that it could only rely on the winds and eat dirt. Jiejiao and Zhuani still owed great merits to the heavenly path. Accepting such a being with profound pestilential energy into their teachings would only worsen the West's already meager fortunes. Ying Yuan, sensing Zhuani's gaze upon him, momentarily glanced back with a warm smile, thinking, how delightful. The saint must be contemplating my connection with the West. Zhuani, noticing the pestilent dragon's gaze directed toward him, frowned slightly, instinctively stepping back, his eyes shifting elsewhere. This child, even a fleeting glance toward me, fills me with dread that the fortunes of the West might diminish further. Truly, this child is not destined for the West. In a bustling atmosphere, the master Tongtian caught sight of Ying Yuan and Zhuani exchanging furtive glances, igniting a surge of unnameable fury within him. How dare Ying Yuan, this wayward disciple, contemplate defection? The moment an opportunity arises, he flirts with the West. This is intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. Once the task of mending the heavens concludes, I must find a chance to promote him into the inner circle. As the myriad of celestial beings gathered to restore the heavens, Tongtian commanded the elemental forces of fire and wind. Ying Yuan smiled at Zhuani, and all these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. It was evident that with Tongtian's singular divine might, it would be a Herculean task to seal the heavenly chasm. At that moment, a dense purple aura suddenly manifested in the skies above, accompanied by the sound of supreme Taoist principles. The purple mist swirled mystically, heralding the appearance of Hongjun Daozu. The 6 saints of the primordial world respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to our esteemed master." Hongjun, clad in a simple gray robe, bore a stoic expression. With the collapse of the Yunzhao mountain, the saints were tasked with repairing the heavens to save all living beings, thus gaining the merits of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the master's decree. How vexing! It was no wonder that Master Tongtian hurriedly led the myriad disciples to repair the heavenly chasm. It was evidently for the sake of merit and fortune. The 5 saints, unwilling to lag behind, summoned their formidable powers to quell the rampaging elemental forces. Hongjuan's eyes regained their luster, betraying a hint of humanity as he gazed at Tongtian with a flicker of satisfaction. While the 5 saints scrambled for the chaos bell, he guided the myriad disciples to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings in the primordial world. Very well, let this immense merit and fortune be bestowed upon Tongtian. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun conjured an ancient, unadorned tripod known as the Cauldron of Creation, a supreme, innate treasure. The cauldron soared towards Master Tongtian. Hongjuan's voice echoed with a reminder. It could collect multicolored stones to aid in the mending of the heavens. Tongtian's spirit soared as he accepted the Cauldron of Creation, responding respectfully, "Yes, Master." As Hongjun departed, Nuwa stood gracefully amidst the celestial expanse, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tongtian, accepting the cauldron, feeling a sudden pang of loss. It seemed she had lost a chance that was meant for her. Observing this scene, Ying Yuan was equally struck with astonishment. Something felt amiss. Shouldn't it have been Yuan mending the heavens? Why had it turned into the master's task? The eyes of Taiji Laozu, resembling desiccated wood, flickered momentarily. The master had indeed granted the cauldron of creation to the third disciple, undoubtedly bestowing this grand opportunity upon him. Umph. Yuanshu Tianzuan snorted, harboring a sense of discontent. Beside him, Junti drooled with envy, lamenting the pain of missing out on such merits that should have been for the West. Draped in a verdant robe, Tongtian stood amidst the clouds of the 9 heavens, exuding vigor as he proclaimed, "Disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, heed my command." "We are here," responded the disciples in unison, including Dao Bao, the 3 holy mothers, the 7 fairies, Zhao Gongming, and Ying Yuan among the myriad celestial beings. The gathering was magnificent. "Collect the multicolored stones to assist your master in mending the heavens," commanded Master Tongtian. The task of gathering multicolored stones was trivial for him. He summoned his disciples to share the merits among them. "Yes, Master." With a brilliant display, the myriad celestial beings soared into the ruins of Kunlun Mountain, diligently collecting multicolored stones, which were subsequently poured into the cauldron of creation. The Master of Heaven, utilizing the power of the supreme purity, activated the creation cauldron. Within it, the indomitable 5-colored stones gradually melted into a flowing liquid of resplendent hues. The ethereal essence of this liquid, imbued with the quintessence of the 5 colors, was employed to mend the celestial cavity, effectively halting the tumultuous influx of chaotic fire, wind, and water. Yet, at this moment, the primordial world remained tilted to the northwest, with the earth collapsing in the southeast, suggesting that something essential was still lacking to uphold the heavens. The had gathered the 5-colored stones, while the Master of Heaven undertook the celestial repair, seemingly to claim all the merit. Witnessing this, Jin and Junti recognized that their share of merit would be negligible and thus withdrew, not returning to the west, but rather clandestinely guiding the declining demon race. Nuwa, having lost her chance to mend the heavens, also departed swiftly, riding the golden phoenix. The old master of Taiji maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond. Though the celestial cavity has been repaired, it lacks the support of Mount Buzhou. My younger brother must continue to fortify it. Indeed, elder brother. The Master of Heaven nodded in agreement. The old master of Taiji returned to Shouyang Mountain. The primordial Lord's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident as he expressed his disdain for the ragtag disciples of the who were merely concerned with cultivating power without virtue. The esteemed teacher Hong Jun had entrusted the task of mending the heavens to the Master of Heaven, bestowing merit upon him, with the threat of punishment should the endeavor fail. The primordial lord, displeased, retreated to the Jade Void Palace. Thus, at the locus of Mount Buzhou, only the disciples of the remained. The Master of Heaven gazed at the heavens still tilting to the northwest and the earth sinking in the southeast, momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. After much contemplation, Debao suggested, "Master, why not forge a pillar to support the heavens?" The Master of Heaven gently shook his head, noting that even innate treasures struggle to uphold the 9 heavens. How could a postnatal treasure achieve such a feat? After pondering for a while, the Master of Heaven turned and stepped into the void, returning to the palace of the azure clouds. He promptly retrieved his diary. As he had anticipated, the entries had been updated. How peculiar! Nuwa's act of mending the heavens has transformed into the Master of Supreme Purity's endeavor. This primordial realm. The narrative seems somewhat altered. Though the heavens have been mended, they still lack a supporting pillar. The 3 pure ones, including Nuwa, appear oblivious to how to uphold the heavens. To support the heavens, one must surely employ the limbs of the Black Sea's mystical turtle, which has honed its strength since the dawn of creation, yet remains formless. Its formidable limbs are truly the pillars of sky. It is most suitable for this purpose. However, merely using its limbs would be a waste. There is a grand scheme afoot. Chapter 13, the Grand Turtle has been secured, and even the Tao ancestor cannot impede this. As the Master of Heaven gazed upon the newly updated diary entries, a profound clarity dawned upon him. Indeed, the grand turtle of the North Sea has been cultivating since the dawn of creation, possessing an immense physical form, yet unable to transform. Its body is immensely powerful, with limbs capable of supporting the heavens. However, the Master of Heaven furrowed his brow. Utilizing only the limbs of the North Sea grand turtle to uphold the sky seems rather wasteful. What could be the reasoning behind this? The diary continued to unfold. The merits of having the North Sea grand turtle support the heavens are immense. If I could preserve its primordial spirit and facilitate its reincarnation, it could become my disciple. Especially after it supports the heavens. As long as it continues to do so, it would ceaselessly accumulate merits. The primordial chaos remains undisturbed, and the merits flow unceasingly. This is undeniably a walking repository of virtue. Upon finishing the diary's insights, a gleam illuminated the Master of Heaven's profound gaze. Indeed, if the Grand Turtle's primordial spirit could be reincarnated, it would undoubtedly possess immense fortunes and exceptional talents. If I could welcome it into the sect of we could gain a disciple of unparalleled potential and deepen our sect's fortunes. A smile crested the Master of Heaven's lips, revealing his delight. Ah, Ying Yuan, you truly deserve the title of my beloved disciple. Before he could utter another word, the Master of Heaven's expression abruptly darkened, clouds of foreboding gathering. This wretched disciple, for the diary had been updated yet again. Since the aftermath of the demonic war, the Western spiritual veins have been utterly destroyed, rendered barren. The West is in dire need of disciples like this. If I were to secretly inform Zhuanti of this, would it not serve as a pledge of loyalty? During the time of mending the heavens, Saint Zhuanti took notice of me, surely believing I am fated to connect with the West, thus paving the way for my allegiance to their teachings. By the heavens, this wretched disciple dares to contemplate defection? The Master of Heaven's fury ignited. You wish to betray? Yet I have just elevated you to the inner circle. In the collapsed region of Mount Buzhou, the myriad celestial beings of the assisted their master in mending the heavens. Now, they merely sought a spiritual entity to uphold the sky. Ying Yuan, too, found himself at leisure and began penning a diary entry. However, he felt a throbbing headache. The journey to the west was long. How could he convey this message to Zhuanti? Perhaps through the long-eared luminary? It might be worth a try. Approaching his senior, the long-eared luminary, Ying Yuan smiled amiably. The long-eared luminary turned, his hunched figure and bloodshot eyes revealing a rather unsavory grin. Junior brother Ying Yuan, what brings you here? Upon meeting the gaze of the long-eared luminary, a chill coursed through Ying Yuan's heart, for he found himself unnerved by the luminary's intense stare. The long-eared, a cunning rabbit. How unsettling it is. And nothing, Ying Yuan stammered, suppressing his unease and forcing a smile. The long-eared luminary stepped closer, gently grasping Ying Yuan's hand, his fervent gaze burning with intensity. Junior brother, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may always come to my abode. I shall assist you. Thank you, senior brother. Ying Yuan entirely abandoned the notion of establishing a connection with the Western teachings through the long-eared luminary. His integrity was paramount. He would rather face death than compromise his purity in this world. Buzz. In the next moment, the Master of Heaven's figure materialized. Duo Bao approached respectfully. Master, have you conceived any strategies? The Celestial Master, with a gaze imbued with profound significance, cast a lingering glance at Ying Yuan and spoke softly. In the Northern Sea resides the Xian Gui, having cultivated for countless eons, its physical form robust, with limbs capable of supporting the heavens. Ying Yuan listened attentively, unperturbed by the Master's words. According to the lore of the primordial era, after Niwa repaired the heavens, she too had vanquished the Xiangui of the Northern Sea, utilizing its limbs to uphold the celestial dome. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the Celestial Master, in his own endeavor to mend the skies, would conceive of employing the Xiangui's limbs for this purpose. Yet, Ying Yuan felt a tinge of regret. He surmised that the Celestial Master would follow in the footsteps of the Saint Niwa, descending upon the northern sea to unceremoniously slay the Xiangui and procure its limbs. Disregarding the creature's will, which would inevitably sow seeds of resentment. One of the reasons for the profound grievances and miasma that later enveloped the northern Jilu continent. Little did he expect that the celestial master could transform the Xiangui of the northern sea, an embodiment of virtue, into an instrument of such fate. The celestial master, sensing his wayward disciple shaking his head, could not help but let a slight smile curl at the corners of his lips, thinking to himself, "Ah, you wish to offer a pact to the west, but I shall not acquiesce to your desires. The Xiangui of the northern sea is under my dominion. Even the Tao ancestor cannot impede this." In the next moment, the figure of the celestial master shimmered, and he traversed to the northern sea. In the vast expanse of the primordial northern sea, a cerulean infinity stretched before him, waves surging majestically. There, amidst the boundless ocean, floated a colossal island. The island, lush with verdant trees, was home to millions of beings, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem around it. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the island was indeed drifting, albeit at a languorous pace, truly a living isle. The celestial master, bearing the azure blade, stood serenely above the waters, his celestial voice resonating through the air, calling out to the Xiangui of the northern sea. With a resounding crash, the island trembled, unleashing titanic waves. The myriad beings upon the island were seized by astonishment, wondering what calamity had befallen them. The movements of the island were slow and gentle, cautious not to evoke a tempest that might endanger those dwelling upon its back. From the depths of the cerulean abyss, a tortoise head gradually emerged. The eyes of the Xiangui, worn by the passage of time, resembled withered wood, exuding an aura of desolation as it gazed vacantly at the celestial master. "Are you calling for me?" it seemed to ask. "Xiangui of the northern sea, do you recognize this presence?" The celestial master inquired, a smile gracing his features, enveloped by the ethereal aura of purity. Upon recognizing the Xiangui, the master confirmed its capability to uphold the heavens. Its perfected cultivation surpassed that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The Xiangui had emerged at the dawn of creation, dedicating countless eons to its practice, yet had never assumed a corporeal form, remaining acutely aware of the events transpiring in the primordial realm. Upon sensing the celestial aura encircling him, the Xiangui immediately comprehended the master's identity, its gaze dimming further. "Xiangui pays homage to the most pure saint. You seek to mend the heavens. You have come for my limbs, have you not?" A sigh escaped the Xiangui, imbued with solitude, melancholy resignation, and a hint of stoic acceptance. "O most pure saint, before my demise, I beseech you for one final request. On my back dwell millions of beings. They have accompanied me through the years, alleviating my loneliness. Should I perish, they will be left homeless. I implore you, most pure saint, to find them a new sanctuary." Listening to the final words of the Black Sea Tortoise, the celestial master of the way felt a profound sense of contentment within. This young one possessed a pure and benevolent nature, with deep roots, and was on the verge of receiving great merit. Truly, he was destined to be connected with my sect. The celestial master smiled lightly, saying, "Who claims that I have come here to slay you? Is it not so?" questioned the Black Sea Tortoise, his eyes reflecting confusion. The celestial master stood in the void, smiling serenely. "I possess a method that can assist you in transcending calamity and attaining rebirth." As the sacred sound resonated, the island quaked violently with uncontrollable excitement. The voice of the tortoise trembled as he implored, "I beseech the sage of the upper purity for guidance." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the tortoise shed tears of appreciation. The echoes of the upper purity as Tao resonated around them, and the celestial master's expression turned grave as he pronounced deliberately, "Black Sea Tortoise, willingly support the heavens. Accumulate merit, and undergo the rebirth of your primordial spirit to inquire of the great wilderness." Boom, boom, boom. The sacred sound fell like divine thunder, reverberating within the tortoise's consciousness endlessly. The tortoise's body began to tremble increasingly as the cycle of reincarnation was established, This was indeed the method of transcending calamity, the method of liberation. Little tortoise, I express my deepest gratitude to the sage of upper purity for granting me a glimmer of hope. The tortoise quivered with excitement, struggling to contain his emotions. The celestial master smiled once more, inquiring, upon your return in a new incarnation, would you be willing to join my sect? Chapter 14. The completion of the celestial repair. The ascendancy of the heavenly Tao of the Black Tortoise of the North Sea was both astonished and delighted, overwhelmed with emotion, and promptly responded, yes, yes, I am willing. I, your disciple, am willing. Beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Today, having acquired the method to transcend calamity and the opportunity to join receiving the protection of a saint, this is indeed a tremendous blessing. The Black Tortoise was nearly enraptured with joy. The master of the celestial realm chuckled. After your reincarnation, you may choose to take me as your master, or I shall select a worthy teacher for you. This wayward disciple, Ying Yuan, still seeks to escape? Once the celestial repair is concluded, not only will I promote you to an inner disciple, but I shall also take on another disciple for you, binding you closely to my betrayal of the teachings? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Black Tortoise of the North Sea, without a hint of hesitation, repeatedly affirmed, yes, I shall follow the master's commands. At this moment, the tortoise no longer addressed him as a saint, but directly as master, undoubtedly a reflection of the tortoise's essence. The master of the celestial realm summoned forth the profound Taoist energies, and with the immense power of a saint, he seamlessly transported the beings from the tortoise's back to the shores of the North Sea. The tortoise, now devoid of fear, freely flipped in the North Sea, once again stirring up towering waves. Then, the tortoise's aura surged forth as it proclaimed, I am the Black Tortoise of the North Sea, having cultivated for countless eons since the dawn of creation. Today, sensing the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the upheaval of heaven and earth, the chaotic elements wreaking havoc upon the primordial realm and tormenting all living beings, I willingly relinquish my fleshly body, cultivated over countless ages. I shall transform my limbs into celestial pillars to support the heavens, stabilizing the primordial realm. May heaven and earth bear witness. As the voice of the Black Tortoise echoed, its corporeal form began to dissolve. The essence of its entire being surged into its limbs, infinitely enhancing them. Boom! Buzz! Above the 9 heavens, myriad auspicious signs manifested, and the celestial sounds resonated through the vastness. A robust stream of merit and fortune descended. The master of the celestial realm was astonished. It was indeed the merit of the great Tao. A substantial portion of this merit, 90%, flowed into the tortoise's primordial spirit, while the remaining 10% entered the auspicious clouds of the master. The tortoise's limbs transformed into radiant beams of light, soaring towards the 4 corners of the primordial realm, becoming celestial pillars that supported heaven and earth. Thus, the already resplendent primordial spirit of the tortoise grew even more enigmatic. From the moment its limbs began to uphold the heavens, streams of merit and fortune continuously flowed into the tortoise's primordial spirit. The master of the celestial realm smiled even more broadly, exclaiming, just as written in Ying Yuan's journal, splendid, splendid. He waved his hand, gathering the tortoise's primordial spirit, and turned to the netherworld. Crossing the bridge of oblivion and the hall of Yama, he prepared to send the tortoise's primordial spirit into reincarnation. Before the reincarnation, the master inscribed a mark of the highest clarity within the tortoise's primordial spirit, saying, when you emerge into the world, I shall find you. Thank you, master. The master personally escorted the tortoise to the vicinity of the 6 paths of reincarnation, unimpeded by the Earth Mother. Firstly, the master of the celestial realm was the teacher of Ying Yuan, and the Earth Mother, having received insights from him, owed Ying Yuan a small karmic debt. Secondly, the tortoise willingly supported the heavens, benefiting the primordial realm. Thus the Earth Mother permitted its expedited entry into reincarnation. In the region of Mount Buzhou, the tortoise's limbs transformed into 4 celestial pillars, propping up heaven and earth. The myriad immortals of the also heard the tortoise's proclamation. Ying Yuan was not surprised. Compared to Nuwa, the master of the celestial realm was indeed more reasonable. It is certainly Master Tongtian who has persuaded the Xiangui to willingly support the heavens. Alas, it is a pity. Ying Yuan gently shook his head. The multicolored stones restored the heavenly cave, while the Xiangui propped up the sky. With the completion of the task of mending the heavens, countless strands of fortune and merit suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens, rewarding and assessing contributions. Among them, 60% of the heavenly fortune and merit flew into the physical form of the Master Tongtian. The upper clear sage first stabilized the earth, fire, wind, and water, and then utilized the creation cauldron to refine the multicolored stones for mending the heavens, thereby taking the foremost credit. The remaining 30% of merit evenly dispersed toward the disciples of the myriad disciples of leading the charge, gathered the multicolored stones, rescued the myriad beings of the primordial world, and assisted the upper clear sage in mending the heavens, thus deserving their share of the merit. The last 10% of fortune and merit was divided into 5 parts, each flying toward Taiji Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Jin, Zhuanti, and Yuhua. The 5 saints helped stabilize the earth, fire, wind, and water, thus contributing their own share of credit. Master Tongtian did not hoard the heavenly fortune and merit for himself, but instead directed it towards In an instant, the fortune of the surged like an ocean, radiating with golden light. The myriad disciples of the were enveloped in this golden brilliance, their consciousness clear and their internal magical power flowing with even greater ease. The merit and fortune are profound and enigmatic. For those blessed with strong fortune, their cultivation progresses with remarkable ease, as if aided by divine forces. Conversely, those with weak fortune find their cultivation akin to rowing upstream, making little progress, and it is entirely normal for them to falter midway. At Shiyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenery Palace, Taiji Laozu observed this fortune with an expression as calm as a still pond, lost in thought. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat high amidst the auspicious clouds of the heavens, watching this disciples gain fortune, his countenance darkening. Clad in armor and adorned with scales, they focused solely on cultivating magical power, neglecting moral conduct, truly a wretched lot. Zhuanti gazed at this fortune, tears of bitterness trickling from the corners of his eyes. Filled with envy, oh, how he envied them! When would our Western realm possess such grand fortune? The myriad disciples of the were indeed fated to connect with us in the West. Zhuanti's eyes glowed with envy. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly corrected himself, excluding the dragon of karma, steeped in sin and transgressions. Jane bore the expression of inherent sorrow and suffering. Alas, my junior brother, do not be disheartened. Our Western realm shall surely witness a day of great prosperity. Zhuanti, filled with bitterness and impatience, spotted an Eastern cultivator passing by and swiftly called out, "Friend, you are destined to connect with our Western realm." The Eastern cultivator, not even glancing back, hurriedly fled, declaring, "The West is barren, devoid of opportunities. I have no fate here. How dare one look down upon my Western realm? The sound of sacred mantras shall prevail. I shall forcefully guide you." Zhuanti felt considerably uplifted. With the task of mending the heavens completed, myriad streams of light traversed the primordial 9 heavens. The myriad disciples of the returned to the Golden Turtle Islands by Yu Palace. Master Tongtian sat quietly upon his mat. Within the grand hall, the multitude of immortals gathered, exuding an imposing presence. This time of mending the heavens has been arduous for all disciples, he acknowledged. Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Defeat, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and the rest of the disciples spoke in unison, following their master to seize a glimmer of hope for the myriad beings of the primordial world, unaware of their toil. What toil is there? With each mending of the heavens, the fortune of the surged, and all the disciples gained considerable fortune. Truly a beautiful outcome. The master Tongtian nodded with satisfaction, declaring it wonderful that this time the myriad immortals of the Jiejiao Sect have emerged from the island, allowing me to witness your sense of responsibility. Previously, a malevolent entity plagued the living, but it has now been purged from the Jiejiao Sect, serving as a just punishment. With punishment comes reward. I intend to select 3 disciples from the outer sect to be welcomed into the inner sanctum. Wise Master, the myriad immortals of the Jiejiao Sect echoed in unison. The likes of Duo Bao, the 3 holy mothers, Zhao, Gongming, and the 3 Shaos, along with a host of esteemed disciples, perceive this as an opportunity for the outer sect disciples to advance. The outer sect disciples, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain their joy. Being accepted into the inner sect is an unparalleled honor. The distinction between inner and outer sects is akin to that of heaven and earth. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider wealth, partners, dharma, and environment. Undoubtedly, inner sect disciples possess stronger backing and greater resources. However, Master Tongtian's divine awareness swept across the grand hall, only to find Ying Yuan with his head bowed, seemingly disinterested. Indeed, Ying Yuan was not particularly intrigued. Internally, he was fervently murmuring, "Do not choose me. Please do not choose me." It was merely an entry into the inner sect, and not a position of direct lineage. Furthermore, what significance does being a direct disciple hold? The esteemed direct disciple of Duo Bao, with his peak quasi-saint cultivation during the investiture of the gods, was still effortlessly vanquished by the old lord of Taiji. Sister Jean Ling met a tragic end. Sister Gui Ling suffered a dreadful fate. Brother Gongming perished. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, when saints themselves intervened, it was clear that not even a direct disciple, nor one who had been appointed as a minor leader of the Jiejiao Sect, could escape the fate of being listed among the fallen. Ying Yuan simply wished to meander through the world, preserving his life amidst the tribulations of the investiture of the gods. Hence, he expressed his utter disinterest in the identity of an inner sect disciple. None at all. Chapter 15. Contemplating Apostasy? I shall promote you to the inner sect. The Master of Heavenly Unity gazed at Ying Yuan, who had been bowing his head throughout the proceedings, his anger simmering. So. This child is resolutely determined to defect to the Western sect. I shall grant you entry into the inner sect. He gestured towards a disciple from the outer sect. The chosen disciple's face lit up with surprise, excitement, and anxiety. Me? Is it truly me? The Master has allowed me into the inner sect? The Master of Heavenly Unity then casually pointed at another worthy disciple. The 2 disciples were beside themselves with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." With 3 spots available, 1 remained. The remaining outer disciples gazed with fervent desire. To be accepted into the inner sect would indeed be a great fortune. Yet, Ying Yuan remained indifferent, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. A slight smile curled at the corners of the Master of Heavenly Unity's lips. When the esteemed Hongjun bestowed the last trace of primordial purple energy, he had proclaimed that it would be granted to those fated to receive it. Today I, as your teacher, shall emulate the Tao ancestor Hongjun. With that said, the Master summoned forth the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the cauldron of creation. This cauldron, a gift from the esteemed Hongjun, possessed its own spirit and would naturally choose its master. As the sacred words resonated, the Master deftly maneuvered the cauldron of creation, causing it to circle gracefully above the grand hall of Bio Palace. It then descended precisely above Ying Yuan's head. In an instant, the gazes of the myriad disciples from the Jiejiao converged upon Ying Yuan, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Not only had their master admitted him to the inner sect, but he had also received the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the cauldron of creation. What extraordinary fortune was this? Ying Yuan, sensing the intense stares of his senior brothers and sisters, glanced up at the cauldron of creation above him, utterly astonished. What the? Me? Ying Yuan, the innate fiend dragon incarnate. What merit do I possess to deserve this? He hurriedly exclaimed, bowing deeply to the Master. As a disciple of the innate fiend power, burdened by profound karmic ties, I am truly unworthy of entering the inner sect. I shall accept the cauldron of creation, but I implore you, Master, to seek another disciple for the inner sect. Before the Master could respond, the likes of Dao Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Unhindered, among other esteemed disciples, laughed heartily. Little junior brother Ying, do not belittle yourself. The spiritual treasure possesses its own spirit and will choose its master. This is your destined connection. Furthermore, our sect does not place as much emphasis on background, talent, or understanding as the Tongtian Sect does. The word signifies the seizing of a glimmer of life for all beings in the wilderness. Though your true form is that of the innate fiend dragon, you too possess a spark of opportunity. Little junior brother, should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek out your senior brothers and sisters. Ying Yuan looked at his senior brothers and sisters, including Dao Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, their sincere and warm gazes rendering him speechless, unable to utter any further refusals. This was the essence of Within the sect, there were myriad disciples of varied quality, yet they shared a common trait: sincerity, loyalty, and kindness. Ying Yuan once again bowed deeply to the Master of Heavenly Unity. Disciple Ying Yuan pays his respects to you, Master. I have also met Senior Brother Dao Bao, Senior Sister Golden Spirit, Senior Sister Unhindered, Senior Brother Gongming, and Senior Sister Sanshao. The Lord of the Celestial Sect bore an imperceptible smile at the corners of his mouth, graciously accepting the bow from Ying Yuan, his heart buoyant with joy. He then pondered what opportunities might arise to elevate him to the status of a direct disciple. Not all inner disciples are direct heirs. Figures such as Duo Bao, the three Holy Mothers, and Yun Shao are considered direct disciples, as is Zhao Gongming, who simultaneously holds the position of chief among the outer disciples. What defines a direct heir? It is the responsibility of inheriting the teachings and doctrines of the sect. With the calamity of the witch and demon now concluded, the chaotic energies dissipated, and the heavens and earth returned to a state of clarity conducive to the cultivation of practitioners. The myriad immortals of the Jiejiao Sect departed from the Bo Palace, returning to their respective sanctuaries. Ying Yuan also returned to the Taoist sanctuary on Lin Yuan Island. He opened his diary and wrote an entry. I feel a bit lost. How did I inadvertently enter the inner sect? The elder brother and sister of the Jiejiao Sect speak beautifully, possess vast supernatural powers, and are exceptionally skilled, which I adore, but they are all destined to fall. I have only just reached the true immortal realm. Even to serve as cannon fodder in the divine calamity is beyond my qualifications. Oh, how difficult. The Lord of the Celestial Sect sat quietly in the Bo Palace, furrowing his brow as he read the diary's contents, murmuring repeatedly, the divine calamity, the divine calamity. Is it that our Jiejiao Sect perished in the divine calamity? With the calamity concluded, the heavenly principles returned, revealing the hidden truths. Immersed in the essence of the heavenly way, the Lord of the Celestial Sect attempted to deduce the future calamities, but found naught but emptiness, unable to predict anything, including the diary's replica. Truly perplexing. Perhaps I should seek out my elder and second brothers and, with the power of the three pure ones, collaborate in this endeavor? Just as he was about to step into the void, the Lord of the Celestial Sect's peripheral vision caught the diary, and his pupils widened in disbelief. Red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The three pure ones were originally one family, so it seems. Never mind, there is still ample time before the divine calamity. I must devote myself to cultivation. The Lord of the Celestial Sect's pupils dilated to an alarming degree, his expression sinking to the depths of despair. What did Ying Yuan mean by, the three pure ones were originally one family, so it seems? What does he truly imply? Could it be impossible? Absolutely impossible. Red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The three pure ones were originally one family. Originally, the Lord of the Celestial Sect's resolve wavered. He had not articulated clearly. It must not be as I conjecture. It cannot be. The Lord of the Celestial Sect sat quietly in the Bo Palace, the harmonious Taoist rhythm within the palace thrown into disarray. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. A golden ray of light flickered within the grand hall. The little golden crow, Luya, looked around in confusion. What is this? The Lord of the Celestial Sect waved his hand, conveying the information about the battle between the witches and demons to Luya. Luya's face fell into deep sorrow, his eyes dim and lifeless. His father, his uncle, have they all perished in battle? The demon court has been eradicated? The lord of the celestial sect maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting that Luya should remain on Golden Ao Island to recuperate during this time. Thank you for the grace of life granted by the Supreme, Pure One. Luya, in a daze, weakly exited the Grand Hall. The lord of the celestial sect closed his eyes, contemplating allowing him to probe Ying Yuan. It seemed he had forgotten to seek out his elder and second brothers for a collaborative deduction. The diary entries, akin to a minute seed, quietly nestled within the depths of the heart of the celestial master. In the palace, a mere day may span a millennium in the world. On Ying Yuan Island, Ying Yuan sat serenely atop the mountain cliff, turning his back to the mortal realm, resolutely deciding the course of eternity as he fished, seemingly engaged in the simple act of angling. Yet this was but a fade. Ying Yuan's primordial spirit activated the ancestral dragon pearl, transmuting his malevolent energy into dragon power, simultaneously refining the treasured chaos bell within the sea of consciousness. All innate treasures are bound by restrictions, the layers of which determine the grade and potency of the innate spiritual treasures. Inferior, innate treasures possess 1 to 21 layers of restrictions. Middle grade, innate treasures have 22 to 36 layers, and superior innate treasures are endowed with 37 to 47 layers. The finest innate treasures possess 48 layers of restrictions, while 49 represents the pinnacle of Taoist numerology. The primal innate treasures of the primordial era are endowed with 49 layers of restrictions. For cultivators to wield the power of a treasure, they must refine these restrictions to unleash its potential. The Chaos Bell, acquired by Ying Yuan through his diary, bears 49 layers of restrictions. After a millennium of refinement, he has managed to assimilate merely 10 layers, allowing him to barely harness 1/10 of the bell's power. Even this fraction is formidable, given that it is one of the 3 primordial treasures. According to his teacher, even the esteemed Dongwang Tai could only manifest 60% of the Chaos Bell's might. As one progresses in the refinement of restrictions, the task becomes increasingly arduous. Ying Yuan, being at the mid-stage of true immortal, must reach the realm of profound immortal to refine it to the 15th layer. Just as Ying Yuan was diligently cultivating, a figure emerged behind him, a celestial body of innate Tao, who spoke softly, "Brother, are you fishing?" Ying Yuan regained his focus and turned to behold the newcomer. Clad in a dark golden Taoist robe, the youth appeared quite handsome. "Indeed, I am fishing. And you are?" "With numerous disciples of the present." It was evident that anyone appearing in the Jiejiao island chain could only be regarded as a fellow sect brother. "I am Jinyu, your junior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother." Chapter 16. Teaching the little golden crow to traverse the majestic mountains. The little golden crow, Lia, could only recall being struck by an arrow from the great archer, Dai, before plunging into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the Bayou Palace. To his astonishment, the cataclysmic battle between the witch and the demon had concluded. His father, the Emperor Jun, his uncle Tai, and his revered uncle Fushi, along with numerous demon saints and deities, had all perished in the fray. After recuperating some strength on Golden Ao Island, Luya ascended back to the 33 heavens, only to be met with devastation. The heavenly realm lay in ruins, a sight of utter desolation. For Luya, this was a grievous calamity. The most cherished of his kin, his greatest source of protection, had vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling like a rootless reed, bereft of a home. In his despair, he returned once more to Golden Ao Island, seeking guidance from the Supreme Sage. He lingered there for a millennium. After much contemplation, the Taoist master of the heavenly way finally illuminated a path for Luya, instructing him to journey to Ying Yuan Island in search of a disciple named Ying Yuan, while forbidding him from revealing his identity as the Golden Crow. A golden rainbow light descended upon Ying Yuan Island, which was rather small and cramped. Luya immediately spotted Ying Yuan seated at the center of the cliff. A frown crossed Luya's brow. Had the Supreme Sage truly sent him to seek counsel from someone of such modest cultivation, a mere mid-stage true immortal? Emperor Jun and Tai. The sovereign's birth from the Sun Star had emerged at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Even the 10 little golden crows, though slightly lesser, were born into the peak of the golden immortal realm. Having honed his abilities, Liu already possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Upon seeing Ying Yuan's mid-stage true immortal aura, skepticism washed over him. Could this individual truly guide him? Trust in the supreme sage. Liu inhaled deeply, approached Ying Yuan, and spoke, "Brother, are you fishing?" Ying Yuan turned to glance at the newcomer, dressed in a robe of dark gold, appearing as a youthful man of around 20, with sharp features and an attractive demeanor. "Yes, I am fishing. And you are?" "I am Jiejiao, your junior brother." "It is an honor to meet you, brother." Liu recalled the supreme sage's admonition to conceal his true identity as a golden crow and thus adopted the name Jiejiao Daoist. "Ah, so you're Jiejiao, my junior brother. I have long heard of your esteemed name," Ying Yuan replied with a smile, though in truth, he had never encountered such a figure in the teachings of perhaps a product of a fleeting fate. Jiejiao furrowed his brow in confusion. "Brother, why do you fish without a hook? Just with a celestial line? Can you truly catch fish this way?" Ying Yuan intentionally eschewed the use of a hook, having spent thousands of years cultivating an air of profound mystery. Today, at last, someone was present to witness his pretense. Thus, with a slight smile curving his lips, he was prepared to enlighten his junior brother on the art of fishing. "Fishing, my junior brother, is about the willingness to take the bait." Suddenly, there was a splashing sound from the bottom of the cliff. A foolish fish had bitten the line. Ying Yuan paused, taken aback. "Brother, it seems we have a catch," Jiejiao exclaimed. With a swift tug, Ying Yuan drew the fish onto the shore. It was a magnificent sea fish, lively and robust, clearly plump and delectable. The junior brother is indeed fortunate. Upon his arrival, the senior brother has already caught a fish to gift him. Fishermen typically only fish and are often too lazy to cook. That is the norm. "Thank you, senior brother," Liu said, bewildered as he cradled the fish and walked away. Ying Yuan chuckled softly, resuming his fishing and cultivation atop the cliff. With mid-stage, true immortal cultivation, he had refined the Chaos Bell's restrictions to 10 layers, reaching his limit. Next, he would commence the ritual crafting of the creation cauldron. Truly, Ying Yuan never dreamed he would encounter such a tremendous opportunity. The creation cauldron, containing 48 layers of innate restrictions, ranks among the finest innate spiritual treasures. While it may not possess the unparalleled defensive capabilities and the innate reversal powers of the legendary Qiankuan cauldron, it is still an exceptional spiritual treasure. Its defense is commendable, and it can also refine artifacts. Surrounded by dragon's breath, he began the ritual of crafting the creation cauldron. Liu, still holding the foolish fish, returned to the Bio Palace. The supreme pure saint sat quietly on his mat, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, leave the fish, go fetch another." "Yes." Liu felt a myriad of doubts within, sighing softly. What will become of the demon clan? And what will become of me? The Tongtian accepted the foolish fish, chuckling, considering it a tribute from his wayward disciple. After 2.5 days, Liu arrived at Linyuan Island once more. This time, however, he brought celestial wine. "Senior brother, thank you for the fish last time. I have brought you some celestial wine." Good. "Junior brother, you understand the ways of the world. With mutual exchanges, they would soon become friends. A wise man once said, gather many friends and minimize your enemies." At the peak of Linyuan Island, Ying Yuan and Jiejiao sat quietly, gazing at the boundless azure sea as they sipped the celestial wine. As they exchanged cups, several pounds of celestial wine had already been consumed. The gentle breeze caressed Liu's handsome face, which had taken on a slight flush. Wine does not intoxicate the person. Rather, the person becomes enamored. Suddenly, a hint of sorrow flickered in Liu's eyes as he murmured, "When my uncle was alive, he would never allow us to drink celestial wine. Now, we can drink as much as we desire." This sentiment was not a reflection of unrestrained freedom, but rather a profound sorrow. Ying Yuan could discern that Jiejiao would have preferred his uncle's guidance and constraints. "Your uncle? He perished in the war of the witch and demon." "My condolences." Ying Yuan gently patted Jiejiao's shoulder. The mention of the war of the witch and demon was unavoidable. This calamity had devastating consequences, affecting countless beings, hundreds of billions of demon soldiers, tens of billions of witch clans. The myriad beings of the primordial world were swept into the vortex of disaster. Even the mightiest beings like Di, Jun, Tai, and the ancestral witches fell. How could ordinary beings hope to escape? Had Ying Yuan not joined the Jiejiao Sect and received the protection of a saint, he too would have likely turned to ash in the calamity. Ying Yuan chose not to offer further words of consolation. "Junior brother, let us drink." Luya downed several more cups of celestial wine before suddenly rising to his feet, shouting angrily towards the sea. Why? Why must you toy with sentient beings in such a manner? Ying Yuan shook his head with a sigh. Under the weight of the calamity, the dragon, phoenix, and Qiling clans were reduced to ashes, fading from existence, while the witch and demon clans faced annihilation. When the great calamity of the canonization of gods arrives, it will mark the end of the saintly lineage. Ying Yuan silently sighed within. After Jin Yu vented his emotions, he consumed several more cups of celestial wine. Feeling solitary and desolate, he unconsciously spoke, "Brother, do you think the demon race still has a chance?" With the deaths of Emperor Jun and Tai, 9 of the 10 golden crows had perished, the Shi Emperor had fallen, and the demon master Kunlun had defected. All 10 demon saints had met their demise, and the demon gods had vanished, leaving scarcely a trace of the demon race. Luya truly felt helpless, like a solitary tree unable to support itself. Ying Yuan shook his head gently. The 2 clans of witches and demons had suffered mutual devastation, and the loss of their experts had become an established fact. Withdrawal from the primordial realm was an inevitable trend. Luya's gaze dimmed considerably. Indeed, it was an unavoidable reality. The demon race had no chance left, nor would there ever be. Yet, a mysterious smile curled at the corners of Ying Yuan's mouth. The decline and withdrawal from the primordial realm were undeniable. But who said there was no opportunity? Boom! Ying Yuan's words resonated like divine thunder in the depths of Luya's consciousness. Luya's expression froze, his eyes widening in astonishment, his voice trembling. "Brother, are you implying there's still hope?" "Indeed." Ying Yuan nodded enigmatically. Luya hurriedly poured a cup of celestial wine for his brother. Ying Yuan spoke softly. "The witch and demon clans have suffered grievous losses, rendering them incapable of occupying the heavenly court in the central lands. Withdrawal from the primordial realm is a necessity. The witch clans' numbers have dwindled, lacking powerful overseers, making it increasingly difficult to contend with the myriad races of the primordial realm. They can only retreat to remote corners. However, the witch clan is fortunate. With the Earth Mother undergoing reincarnation, it is a significant merit, and the underworld system remains unestablished, lacking personnel. The Earth Mother will not forsake the witches, and they still have a path of retreat. But what of the demon race?" Luya inquired eagerly. "Abandon the demon court of the 33 heavens. Refrain from conflict with the myriad races of the primordial realm. Recuperate and nurture demon gods and demon saints in anticipation of the opportune moment. Then, there is only one path." "What path?" "To transition to the vast mountain ranges." Chapter 17. Brother Ying Yuan, truly a remarkable figure. Luya's eyes were somewhat bewildered. "To traverse the 10,000 great mountains?" "Yes, indeed." Ying Yuan took a sip of celestial wine and affirmed, "As far as my brother knows, the demon race appears to have but one small golden crow remaining." Jin Yu, standing nearby, looked somewhat tense. "It seems, yes. It is said to have been rescued by a saint." Of course, Ying Yuan was aware that it was indeed a saint who had come to the rescue. Specifically, it was the little silver coin known as Juani. Well then, this simplifies things. The primordial world has but one small golden crow left. What does this imply? Luya, still in a daze, poured a cup of celestial wine for Ying Yuan. It signifies the sole legitimacy of the demon court. It was rumored that the demon saint Bai Zhe had yet to fall. Moreover, there should still be Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and the demon Saint Gui Che remaining. The small golden crow is no longer a solitary existence. It will surely gain the allegiance of Bai Zhe and Ji Ming. At this juncture, one must remain discreet and gather the surviving practitioners of the demon race to relocate to the 10,000 great mountains. with the protection of Bai Zhe and the others. Recuperation would be assured. Once they regained a certain amount of vitality, they could quietly proclaim to the primordial realm that the legitimacy of the demon race endures, enticing the great demons of the primordial world to ally with them. Engaging in no conflicts, they would nurture their strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Listening to Brother Ying Yuan's insights, Lu Ya's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he glimpsed an unimagined path. However, he hesitated, but, "Brother, I have heard that the 10,000 Great Mountains are a desolate wasteland, even more barren than the notoriously impoverished West, filled with venomous creatures, miasma, and lifelessness. How could one recuperate there?" While it was true that there would be no contention, it hardly seemed conducive to recovery. Ying Yuan smiled mysteriously. "I have heard that the demon race possesses the ability to construct the celestial star formation. With Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che still present, they could surely arrange a smaller version of the celestial star formation. The celestial star formation, while formidable, could also continuously draw upon the power of the chaotic stars. The spiritual energy of the stars could rival innate spiritual qi. A brilliant light ignited in Lu Ya's eyes. If that is the case, the demon race indeed still has a chance. "Brother, why are you so excited?" "Oh no, not excited, just inquiring." Ying Yuan, sipping his celestial wine, earnestly advised, "Brother, the waters of the primordial realm are far too deep for us to navigate. We have already joined the Jiejiao Sect and currently enjoy the protection of a saint. There is no need to wade through murky waters when we can live in ease." Your words ring true. In fact, the relocation to the 10,000 Great Mountains was merely one strategy. As Lu Ya savored his celestial wine, he suddenly froze, realizing his brother's implication. There are other opportunities? Of course. For instance, directly aligning ourselves under the saint who rescued the small golden crow. Becoming a disciple of a saint would be rather advantageous. If all else fails, the small golden crow could go to the palace of Nuwa and lament its plight. Nuwa, having once been the sovereign of the demon race, would likely take the small golden crow under her wing. The two races of witches and demons may seem trapped in a dire situation, but as long as they remain calm and think carefully, there exists a glimmer of hope. This, too, is the doctrine of our Jiejiao Sect. Every being, every essence possesses a thread of opportunity. As Lu Ya listened to his senior brother, Ying Yuan's analysis, he was utterly taken aback. Though his brother seemed to spend every day fishing and gazing at the sea, how could he possess such profound insights into the primal world without ever leaving the island? Flushed with excitement, Lu Ya hurriedly poured wine for Ying Yuan and finally exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly a remarkable being." "Haha, my junior brother flatters me." Ying Yuan chuckled heartily. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, he refrained from boasting, pondering how this was akin to wearing fine garments while traveling incognito. It was a delight to encounter a junior brother with whom he could converse so freely. Days passed, and Lu Ya took his leave. Ying Yuan remained seated atop the cliff, his back to the world, fishing alone through the ages. Observing his senior brother's enigmatic silhouette, Lu Ya couldn't help but marvel again. "Brother, you are indeed a transcendent being." A strand of golden light soared to the grand hall of the green, immortal palace. Clad in a dark golden robe, Lu Ya bowed deeply to the heavenly master. The little golden crow, having been rescued by the celestial sage, managed to survive, grasping a slender thread of hope. "Little golden crow wishes to take the celestial sage as my master and implores your compassion," Lu Ya earnestly beseeched. This was the second strategy proposed by senior brother Ying Yuan, taking the savior as his master. The heavenly master appeared troubled, yet was secretly delighted, for his obedient disciple still harbored affection for prompting the little golden crow to willingly seek apprenticeship. Alas, the demon race has incurred too great a burden of karma. The heavenly master sighed softly. Below, Lu Ya looked anxious. "Very well, all beings possess a glimmer of hope. You fell into the eastern sea. Allowing me to rescue you is indeed a chance at life. Today, I shall accept you into the inner sect, but you must not reveal your identity. Do you understand?" The heavenly master said gravely. Luya's face lit up with joy as he respectfully bowed. Yes, I understand, master. Senior brother Ying Yuan had also advised him to secretly traverse the vast mountain ranges and discreetly recuperate. The Heavenly Master's decision to accept the little golden crow into the aligned with the intentions expressed in Ying Yuan's journal, supporting the reconstruction of the demon court, awaiting the opportune moment to declare the legitimacy of the primordial heavenly court. Several days later, in the 33 heavens, amidst the ruins of the demon court, Baizhe, clad in white, traversed the sea of clouds, searching intently. The three great demon saints, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che, emerged, their expressions somber, shaking their heads at Baizhe. There are no surviving warriors left. My heavenly court's treasury has been completely plundered by the myriad races of the primordial world, Jimeng lamented. Damn it! The Elephant Clan, the Fire Lion Clan, and the Whale Shark Sect are nothing but third-rate forces in the primordial realm. How dare they take advantage of our plight to raid our heavenly court? I will annihilate their entire lineage. Jimeng and Gui Che seethed with anger. Baizhe's countenance darkened. Go, Baizhe, will collect the remains for you. The Elephant Clan, a mere third-rate race, had a clan leader with initial quasi-saint cultivation, alongside two great Luo golden immortals. In the prime of the demon race, they could be dispatched with ease. Yet now, they could overwhelm the demons. The Fire Lion and Whale Shark clans each had an initial quasi-saint to defend them, with countless warriors and 100 unknown clans united, enough to crush the current demon race. Jimeng and Gui Che wisely fell silent. Baizhe's countenance grew increasingly sorrowful as he sighed deeply, lamenting that the demon race may no longer have a chance to rise again. As the four great demon saints sighed in resignation, a golden rainbow light streaked across the sky, descending upon the ruins of the heavenly court. Baizhe, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che stood stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief as they beheld the approaching golden crow's radiant light. After a prolonged moment of shock, they collectively exclaimed, Your Highness, how can this be? The young prince is still alive? Baizhe was astounded. After the prince had plummeted into the eastern sea 10 days prior, he had personally searched for the golden crow's body but found no trace, believing it to be hidden away by the aquatic tribes of the four seas. Never did he imagine that the young prince had survived. It is I, Luya, who has met with several of the elders. The 10 great demon saints are all related to the emperor, serving as his right and left hands, especially Baizhe, the sage of the demon race, whom the 10 golden crows humbly refer to as elder. Baizhe hurried forward and respectfully bowed, stating, I pay my respects to your highness. You must not refer to us as elders any longer. With Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai having returned to the 5 elements, the demon race is leaderless. We implore you to ascend to the throne and stabilize our kind. Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che echoed the sentiment, bowing deeply and urging, Your Highness, please assume the throne, restore the heavenly court, and revitalize our demon race. As previously stated by Ying Yuan, the sole golden crow had become the only legitimate heir of the demon race, earning the allegiance of Baizhe and the other demon saints, representing the sole hope for the resurgence of their kind. Luya emerged from his grief with a solemn expression, declaring, With my father and uncle returned to the 5 elements, I, Luya, shall shoulder the heavy responsibility of the demon race. Baizhe's expression faltered slightly, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly the pampered prince he once knew? The prince had grown. A blessing for our demon race. Luya then shifted his tone, stating, The decline of the demon race is irreversible, and even if we were to restore the heavenly court, it would be challenging to suppress the myriad tribes of the wilderness, likely leading to endless attrition. Therefore, it is not the opportune time to ascend to the throne. Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che wore expressions of confusion. Then, does Her Highness already possess a resolution? We shall march to the 10,000 great mountains. I will lead our demon warriors to battle in the 10,000 great mountains. 2.5 months later, Luya, Baizhe, Jimeng, and others led the remaining 100,000 demons to the region of the 10,000 great mountains. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in miasma, teeming with venomous creatures and wild beasts. The desolation and barrenness rivaled that of the west. Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Gue Che furrowed their brows, asking, Your Highness, is this 10,000 great mountains truly suitable for recuperation? Bai Zhe, perceptive as ever, discerned the prince's intentions and sighed, Your Highness, with our current strength, we could arrange a small-scale, great array of the celestial bodies, but we lack the He-Tu and Luo Shu. The He-Tu and Luo Shu, classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures, contain the records of the celestial body's operational trajectories, serving as treasures for enlightenment. Bai Zhe continued, The Kunpeng Master has defected. I was unable to defeat the Kunpeng, a being of perfect quasi-saint cultivation. Lu Ya's expression darkened. They still require the He-Tu and Luo Shu. I shall retrieve them. The golden crow's transformation into a rainbow represented the swiftest speed in the wilderness. Before long, Lu Ya arrived at Ying Yuan Island once more. Without unexpected events, it is still fishing. Senior brother, senior brother. Lu Ya's call of senior brother has become more fluent. Ying Yuan, observing that it was his junior brother Jiejiao, chuckled softly and said, What brings you here, junior brother? Have you brought some fine wine? Of course. I shall pour a drink for you, senior brother. After Lu Ya filled several cups with celestial wine, he began to express his troubles, mentioning the need for the river map and the Luo book to set up the great formation of the heavenly stars, and that the Kunpeng demon master was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Ying Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Junior brother, I have advised you against wading into murky waters, yet you still proceeded? Lu Ya's expression grew tense. Could it be that senior brother knows I am a little golden crow? Senior brother, please allow me to explain in truth. Speak. Under which demon sage are you serving? White Zhe. Oh, White Zhe. Ying Yuan took a few sips of the celestial wine and cast several glances at Jiejiao, who appeared somewhat anxious. Junior brother, it would be best if you took your leave. Sit down, Ying Yuan said in a deep voice. If you wish to enlist Kunpeng's assistance, it is not insurmountable. Kunpeng, as a demon master of the demon clan, fled during the cataclysm of the witch and demon, thus tarnishing his reputation. At this juncture, one need only have the demon clan secretly spread rumors, vehemently denouncing Kunpeng. Then, White Zhe could step forward in the northern underworld, promising to restore Kunpeng's name. In this way, one could indeed procure the river map and the Luo book. Lu Ya's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he could not help but exclaim, Senior brother, you are truly a genius. Chapter 18. Bai Zhe borrowing the river diagram and Luo Shu. Tea at Wui Mountain, it merely benefits that scoundrel Kunpeng, who flees without a fight and yet insists on having our demon clan vindicated, Lu Ya exclaimed in anger. Ying Yuan shook his head gently, remarking that Kunpeng's involvement in the conflict would not significantly affect the outcome of the battle between the witch and the demon. At this moment, it would be unwise for the demon clan to harbor enmity against Kunpeng. Recuperation and revitalization must take precedence. Junior brother, heed my counsel. Do not draw too close to the demon clan. Focus on your studies under our master's guidance. Should our master discover your clandestine dealings with them? Lu Ya nodded earnestly, assuring, Brother, you need not worry. I shall never disappoint our master. Lu Ya had already taken Tongtian as his master, thus establishing his rightful position as Ying Yuan's junior brother. Furthermore, there were aspirations to reconstruct the demon court, which aligned with Tongtian's own thoughts. Ying Yuan acknowledged this with a nod. That is well. Junior brother bids farewell. I shall return another day to share a drink with you. Go then. A golden streak of light soared from Ying Yuan Island. Ying Yuan silently opened his diary. Little junior brother Jiejiao is truly a source of concern, secretly flirting with the demon clan. I have not heard of such a practitioner since. They must have either perished in the tribulation or been expelled from the sect, having cultivated to the mid-stage of true immortal. I can barely exert 1/10 of the power of the chaos bell, which affords me a modicum of self-defense. This period of idleness has me pondering what other fortuitous opportunities may lie ahead. The tea trees at Wui Mountain have sprouted leaves. I yearn for tea. Cultivating as a practitioner is an endeavor that goes against the heavens, fraught with challenges. Neglecting opportunities invites divine retribution. Entering the inner sect of the Jiejiao Sect. The disciples of the sage possess a more formidable background, and with a safety net for self-preservation, Ying Yuan felt an urge to savor the tea of Wui Mountain. A black streak of light departed from Lin Yuan Island, heading towards the vast wilderness. At Bio Palace, Tongtian perused his diary, astonished. Refining 10 layers of restrictions? Able to exert 1/10 of the power of the Chaos Bell? What madness! Since when did the Chaos Bell end up in the hands of my wayward disciple? The Chaos Bell, which even the 5 saints struggled to seize, had now vanished into the void and found its way to him. Tongtian found this disciple increasingly enigmatic. Wui Mountain. The tea trees have unfurled leaves? Yearning for tea? What kind of tea? Supreme innate spiritual root? Tongtian felt a stir of interest. No, he must secretly follow and observe. At that moment, Duobao respectfully entered Bio Palace. Master, I have cultivated to the late stage of quasi-saint, yet find myself perplexed. I beseech your guidance. Duobao, being the foremost in strength within the Jiejiao Sect and favored by his master, looked eagerly for enlightenment. Tongtian casually replied, "Let us postpone this for a while. I have matters to attend to." With that, he transformed, donning azure robes, appearing younger and more handsome. "I am now Qing Ping Taoist." He then vanished into the void, leaving Duobao in a state of bewilderment. Duobao stood in a daze, contemplating the master leaves, and even changes his appearance. Is he secretly nurturing younger disciples outside? Alas, I am no longer the favored disciple of my master. The heavenly teacher stealthily followed Ying Yuan to Wui Mountain. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 great mountains, Luya returned. Baizhe gazed at his highness with profound intent, inquiring if there was a solution. "Indeed," replied Baizhe, "O demon saint, gather a few of your kin to disseminate word throughout the primordial chaos, directing the ire towards Kunlun. Subsequently, we shall request the demon saint to venture to the North Sea." Baizhe immediately grasped the intention behind his highness's words, compelling Kunlun to lend the river map and Luo book. Yet Baizhe was further perplexed. Who, exactly, was the figure behind his highness, possessing such remarkable schemes? Before long, rumors began to circulate throughout the primordial chaos. What? The Kunlun demon master ultimately fled without a fight, resulting in devastating casualties among the demon clan. Before his escape, the Kunlun demon master even took the river map and Luo book. Otherwise, Di Jun and Tai Yi would not have perished. Cursed be the Kunlun demon master. Hush, friend. Tread carefully with your words. Alas, I truly did not expect the Kunlun demon master to be such a coward. These whispers reached the North Sea. In a heavenly pool within the demon master palace, the North Sea dragon was a direct disciple of Kunlun. Master, there have been some troubling rumors circulating recently. Kunlun suddenly opened his eyes wide, his countenance reflecting a familiar shadowy cold smirk. Haha, Baizhe, since you have arrived, there is no need for concealment. Baizhe stepped into the demon master palace, paying his respects. Baizhe pays homage to the demon master. Within the demon clan, there is one emperor, Di Jun. Beneath him are 2 sovereigns, Eastern Sovereign Tai Yi and Shiyuan Fushi. The demon master holds an equal status to the demon sovereigns, followed by the 10 great demon saints, demon gods, and demon kings. Kunlun's shadowy laughter echoed. I'm unworthy of the title demon master. Does not the demon clan consider me a traitor? Baizhe's expression displayed confusion. Who is sowing discord between the demon master and the demon clan? The war of Wu and demons reached such a dire state, resulting in mutual destruction. What connection does it have with the demon master? Ha ha ha. Kunlun's customary cold laughter subsided slightly, his demeanor softening a bit. Baizhe truly deserved his reputation as the chief strategist of the demon court. Baizhe continued, without concealing anything from the demon master, Luya has not fallen. As the sole legitimate heir, he has once again taken command of the demon clan. Why not? Baizhe, you need not elaborate further. Kinapeng abruptly interrupted Baizhe's persuasion. When I entered the demon clan, I was coerced by Di Jun and Tai Yi, now that they have perished. And I possess the complete cultivation of the 3,000 purple clouds. How could I serve as a subordinate to the younger generation? Aware of Kunlun's pride, Baizhe refrained from further urging. Demon Master, I have come to the North Sea to request the river map and Luo book to reignite the great array of heavenly stars. Buzz. The chill of the North Sea surged and enveloped the Demon Master Palace. Aware that he was no match for Kunlun, Bai Zhe added, for 100 years. Lu Yu requests the river map and Luo book. After a century, Lu Yu will announce to the primordial chaos that Demon Master Kunlun, acting on the orders of His Majesty Dijun, preserved the strength of the demon clan and thus withdrew from the war of Wu and demons. The river map and Luo book were also bestowed upon the Demon Master by His Majesty Dijun. The coldness of the North Sea receded slightly. The shadowy gaze flickered. Bai Zhe, you are aware that the ancestor is indifferent to superficial fame. Such matters are inconsequential to him. Only cultivation represents the true power to stand tall amidst the heavens and the earth. The words of the Demon Master resonate deeply. Bai Zhe concurred. Very well. Since His Highness Lu Yu has been under my watchful eye since childhood, I shall lend the He Tu and Luo Shu for 500 years, considering our relationship. Bai Zhe felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive expression of gratitude. The noble intentions of the Demon Master were clear. Once the 500 years elapsed, Bai Zhe would personally return the He Tu and Luo Shu to the North Sea. The word return subtly implied that the Kunlun was indeed the rightful master of the He Tu and Luo Shu, which brought great comfort to Kunlun. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Bai Zhe borrowing without returning, for Bai Zhe had only slain 2 corpses, possessing merely late-stage quasi-saint cultivation. Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, and Gue Che had each only slain a single corpse, being in the early stages of quasi-saint. In this era, the demon clan lacked the capability to contend with Kunlun. Bai Zhe, having borrowed the He Tu and Luo Shu, promptly returned to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Delving deep into the heart of the land, he allied with Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, Gue Che, and a million demons to establish the great array of the constellations. At this moment, a wisp of black flowing light had already arrived at Wui Mountain. The peaks of Wui stretched endlessly, shrouded in a misty sea of clouds. Ying Yuan stood beneath a tea tree, plucking a few leaves to roast with gentle heat, brewing a cup of tea that soon filled the air with an enchanting aroma. The Tongtian master, concealed in the shadows, inhaled the refreshing fragrance and mused, not bad, but is this merely an ordinary postnatal medium-grade tea tree? His gaze fixated on Ying Yuan, pondering, my dear disciple, could it be that you have truly come solely for the tea? Chapter 19. Ying Yuan, in the beginning, I, a humble practitioner, aspired to be a virtuous individual. Wui Mountain, with its undulating peaks, is lush and verdant. Clad in a black Taoist robe, Ying Yuan stood quietly before a tea tree. After plucking a few leaves to brew tea, the fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Gazing at the tea tree for a long while, Ying Yuan fell into contemplation. With a flicker of his Upanishadic power, he transformed his appearance. Donning half Taoist robe and half monk's garb, his head shaven, and his expression one of profound compassion. Pointing at the tea tree, he declared, I am a practitioner of virtue from the West, and this tea tree is destined to be intertwined with my fate. Without hesitation, he uprooted the tea tree and stowed it within his sleeve. From a distance, Tongtian observed this scene, his teeth clenched in fury. Wretched disciple, have you already devised a monastic name from the West? A practitioner of virtue? Bah! Tongtian, the master of heaven, seethed with rage, yet did not reveal himself. This tea tree was but an ordinary spiritual root of the postnatal realm. Was this wretched disciple so desperate as to journey far for such a triviality? Tongtian suspected there was more to this than met the eye. After acquiring the tea tree, Ying Yuan did not depart, but continued to maintain the guise of a Western practitioner, wandering leisurely throughout Wui Mountain. He ambled about for 2.5 months, seemingly indifferent and unhurried. Tongtian, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow, pondering what his wayward disciple was truly seeking. It became evident to Tongtian that Ying Yuan had arrived at Wui Mountain with a specific purpose, as if he were in search of something. As Ying Yuan roamed the mountain for another 2.5 days, his brow furrowed deeper, and he sighed inwardly. Had he perhaps arrived too early? Had Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng not yet manifested into the world? Though Ying Yuan had come to Wui Mountain ostensibly to enjoy tea, his true intention lay in the spiritual treasure, the falling gold coin, held by Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. Despite his extensive search, he had yet to find either of them, leading him to conclude that they had not yet come into being. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to make his way out of Wui Mountain. By chance, two individuals approached, merrily making their way into the mountain. Fortune smiles upon us. This spiritual treasure is indeed an extraordinary find, one exclaimed. Indeed, this treasure is a divine blessing bestowed upon us, and with diligent cultivation, we shall traverse the vastness of heaven and earth with ease. Their eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy and excitement. As the two individuals collided with Ying Yuan, their smiles abruptly faded. Leaning against a rock, Ying Yuan's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. A glimmer of opportunity had appeared. The two individuals, suddenly wary, refrained from mentioning their fortune and inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" "Ah, I am a practitioner of virtue from the West. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Ying Yuan replied, "Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. We are honored to meet the practitioner of virtue," they said politely before turning their backs to Ying Yuan, showing no further interest in conversation as they continued deeper into Wui Mountain. However, unbeknownst to Ying Yuan, Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged a furtive glance, their eyes flashing with malice, and nodded in silent agreement. Suddenly, they pivoted, thrusting their palms outward, unleashing two waves of formidable postnatal power aimed directly at Ying Yuan's back. Boom! Buzz! The attack struck true. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng's eyes gleamed with delight. We succeeded. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng had just arrived at Yibao, revealing news of fortune in their conversation. For their safety, they had to act first. In the primal chaos, conflicts were incessant, and the virtuous seldom lived long. Particularly, as their cultivation was that of scattered practitioners, survival necessitated greater ferocity. The smiles on Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng's faces abruptly ceased, replaced by disbelief as they gazed in the direction of the virtuous cultivator. A paper man? How could it be a paper man? Two late-stage, true immortal powers crashed against his corporeal form, distorting it until, in the next moment, it transformed into a paper figure. Ying Yuan emerged from behind the mountain, his expression bewildered, and angrily exclaimed, "Why are you two fellow Taoists resorting to violence? What offense have I committed against you?" He vowed, "Upon my return to the Western Sect, I shall surely inform my master and seek justice." The virtuous cultivator spoke with righteous indignation. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged glances, a cold smile forming on their lips. "Do you truly believe you can walk out of Wui Mountain alive?" Qiao Bao Dante. Ying Yuan feigned terror. "Are you two trying to silence me? Then let us meet in death." The powers of Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng surged again towards Ying Yuan. Yet, Ying Yuan's voice trembled with feigned fear, though a slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Buzz! A radiant stream of creation emerged, and a small, dark-hued cauldron floated in the air, charging towards Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. Rather than showing fear at the sight of the spiritual treasure, their expressions morphed into delight, their eyes glimmering with greed as the cauldron radiated an ethereal aura. Falling treasure money. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng raised their hands, and a white light flew from their sleeves, colliding with the creation cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron was knocked down and returned to Qiao Bao's grasp. What a marvelous treasure! In the shadows, Tongtian's eyes narrowed slightly. The sage discerned the form of the treasure within the white light, a round object with square holes and dual wings, capable of knocking down the supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The creation cauldron? What kind of spiritual treasure was this? Was this obedient disciple here for this extraordinary artifact? Tongtian had yet to take action, already concluding that those two foolish cultivators were no match for his beloved disciple. Once again, the two late-stage, true, immortal powers crashed into the virtuous cultivator. His form twisted again, reverting to that of a paper figure. Another paper man. Why do you two fellows resort to violence? Sigh. Throughout my life, I have acted with kindness and a warm heart. Why must you force me? The virtuous cultivator chuckled, his gaze fixated on the falling treasure money. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng leaped into action, flanking Ying Yuan. With agile movements, Ying Yuan sprang backward, his feet barely touching the ground. Duong, a small, dark yellow bell, slowly emerged, and the power of the upper clear surged within it, urging the bell to sound. Duong. The chime resounded melodiously, its sonic waves overwhelming and fierce. The force of its resonance nearly warped the very fabric of space. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng were struck by the powerful sound waves. Their faces contorted in extreme agony. Boom! Boom! Blood erupted from their ears, noses, and throats. Their limbs and meridians shattered under the toll of the bell. Like kites severed from their strings, they plummeted from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Ying Yuan revealed a faint smile as he waved his hand to retract the chaos bell, leisurely strolling towards Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. Both Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, their bones shattered, struggled like dying dogs, retreating in terror, their eyes filled with horror. What is that spiritual treasure? They stammered. Ying Yuan, smiling, did not respond. Instead, he crushed Qiao Bao's arm underfoot and retrieved the creation cauldron and the falling treasure coins from his sleeve. The falling treasure coins, a premier innate spiritual treasure, were circular with square holes and adorned with wings on either side. Celestial Tao inscriptions shimmered upon their surface, capable of bestowing upon any treasure beneath the innate supreme treasures and deciphering the mysteries of the heavenly path. Indeed, they were rare treasures of the celestial realm. Gently caressing the falling treasure coins, Ying Yuan murmured with a smile, "Initially, I truly wish to be a good person. Why must you force my hand? Fellow Taoist, I hope you can exhibit magnanimity." Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the chaos bell descended relentlessly, striking Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, who, engulfed in immeasurable dread, were reduced to mere flesh. Two primordial spirits, filled with terror, sought to escape. With a resounding clang, the sound of the chaos bell reverberated once more, shattering the two primordial spirits into nothingness. A bolt of azure thunder ignited, incinerating the remnants of flesh into oblivion. Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable. Let be known to you both, the slayer is eternally pursued by the slain. Why must you strike at me? Rest assured, I shall treat the falling treasure coins with utmost care. In the shadows, the heavenly teacher furrowed his brow, reflecting, this disciple of mine is rather decisive in matters of slaughter. The 3,000 paths of the great Tao dictate that in a world where the strong prevail, to kill for treasure is to crush bones to dust, annihilating the primordial spirit without leaving a trace. Clearly, Ying Yuan had proven himself a worthy king of survival. At the moment Ying Yuan seized the falling treasure coins and departed from Wui Mountain, in Kunlun Mountain, within the Spirit Vulture Cave, the lamp-lighting Taoist suddenly furrowed his brow. Chapter 20. The Six-Ear Macaque? Shouldn't it be the guardian of the? On Kunlun Mountain, at Lingjiao Peak, Ran Deng sat quietly in the Taoist temple, practicing the profound essence of the path to tranquility. Since the Longhan era, Ran Deng had attained the realm of the Luo Jinxian, subsequently journeying to Zhixiao Palace to seek teachings. During this period, fellow cultivators severed their corporeal forms to enter the quasi-saint realm. After tens of millions of years, only Ran Deng remained ensnared in the Luo Jinxian realm, unable to advance. In despair, he entered the Yu Su Palace on Kunlun Mountain and became a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Although the primordial heavenly sovereign held Ran Deng in low regard, he still accepted him into the Chan teaching and, due to his status as one of the 3,000 guests of Zhixiao Palace, appointed him as the deputy leader of the Chan teaching. While Ran Deng was diligently practicing, an immense sensation surged within him, as if a vital opportunity had been snatched away. How strange, how peculiar. In the investiture of the gods, Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng were utilized by Ran Deng to strike down Zhao Gongming's 24 sea-settling pearls with the falling treasure money. After acquiring the sea-settling pearls, Ran Deng transformed them into 24 celestial worlds, thus breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Now, with Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng fallen and the treasure money in Ying Yuan's possession, The scene of striking down Zhao Gongming's sea-settling pearls would never occur again. Ran Deng felt a profound sense of loss, but could not decipher any heavenly secrets. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "When will I be able to sever my corporeal form and break through to the quasi-saint realm?" In Wui Mountain, amidst the ethereal sea of clouds, a shadow of a black dragon traversed the skies. Ying Yuan, on this journey, had collected tea trees and seized the falling treasure money, feeling utterly elated. This exquisite innate spiritual treasure, capable of bestowing upon others and allowing for the calculation of mysteries, undoubtedly augmented Ying Yuan's survival arsenal significantly. After refining a layer of restrictions on the treasure money, he formulated a conjecture in his heart. This falling treasure money was extraordinarily profound, yet it should not be misused. To bestow it upon others might deplete one's own fortune. Ying Yuan's speculation was not unfounded. In the investiture of the gods, when Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng lost Zhao Gongming's spiritual treasure, they immediately became cannon fodder and met a tragic end, which served as a testament to his theory. Thousands of miles away from Wui Mountain, Ying Yuan was weaving through the sea of clouds when he vaguely heard someone behind him calling out, "Senior, please hold on." Ying Yuan furrowed his brow, relieved that it was not a fellow cultivator requesting his attention. He descended from the clouds, landing amidst the mountain forest and ravines. "Who calls upon this humble Taoist?" he inquired, using his divine sense to probe the surroundings. Moments later, a monkey emerged from the forest. The monkey had golden fur, 6 ears and bright, expressive eyes, looking remarkably handsome. In its hands, it held a spiritual fruit, and, scratching its ear in earnestness, it suddenly knelt before Ying Yuan, imploring, "Esteemed senior, please accept me as your disciple." Upon observing the monkey, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Ying Yuan's eyes. A spirit monkey, with 6 ears. This must be the 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. "I am merely at the mid-stage of true immortal cultivation," Ying Yuan replied solemnly. "You have already reached the late stage of true immortal. How could I dare to accept you?" The 6-eared macaque continued to bow, holding up the spiritual fruit. "Esteemed senior, your methods are formidable, and your magical power profound. I hold you in the highest esteem." Kneeling there, the 6 ears of the macaque quivered, its eyes sparkling with brilliance. It had sensed from thousands of miles away the strength of Ying Yuan's spiritual treasure and the profundity of his power. Simultaneously, the 6-eared macaque discerned the depth of his magical power, recognizing it as exceptionally potent, rooted in the upper clear lineage. Ying Yuan chuckled softly. "You little monkey, wish to pay homage not to me, but to my lineage, I fear." As the truth of his thoughts was uncovered, the 6-eared macaque's face flushed crimson, fidgeting anxiously, at a loss for what to do. He implored the elder's compassion, for the little monkey yearned desperately to cultivate. The 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, was adept at discerning sounds, understanding principles, and comprehending all things. He had eavesdropped on the teachings of the Tao ancestor, who stated that the teachings were not to be passed on to the 6-eared. Consequently, the myriad powerful beings of the primordial chaos dared not accept him as a disciple. The 6-eared macaque could only rely on his remarkable innate talent to stumble through his cultivation until reaching the late stage of true immortality. Today, upon inadvertently hearing the celestial powers of Ying Yuan, who possessed a treasured protective artifact, he deduced that Ying Yuan must be a favored disciple of the Tao of the upper clear, which inspired him to seek guidance. Upon seeing the flustered 6-eared macaque, Ying Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he retorted, "Do you not know that the teachings are not to be passed on to the 6-eared?" The hopeful gaze of the 6-eared macaque dimmed instantly, his spirit waning as he murmured, "I know. The teachings are not to be passed on to the 6-eared. The methods of cultivation in the primordial chaos cannot be shared with me." Dejected, the 6-eared macaque set down the spiritual fruit and wandered deeper into the forest. Ying Yuan shook his head with a smile, commanding him to halt. "Elder?" The 6-eared macaque's despondent eyes turned bewildered. "Today, I shall elucidate what it means that the teachings are not to be passed on to the 6-eared. The Tao ancestor proclaimed that those with fate may attend the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the teachings. Am I correct?" The six-eared macaque nodded earnestly, affirming, yes. If you cannot reach the purple cloud palace, do you possess fate? Ying Yuan inquired further. I cannot arrive, yet I can still listen, he replied. Do you possess fate? The six-eared macaque shook his head honestly. Since I cannot reach the purple cloud palace, it must mean I lack fate. Pleased, Ying Yuan affectionately patted his head, remarking, a teachable child indeed. From the primordial chaos to the void, one must withstand the trials of chaos, fire, wind, and water. Without entering the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, how could one ever hope to reach the purple cloud palace? The Tao ancestors' teachings pertain to the methods of the great Luo golden immortal and beyond. At that time, what was your cultivation level? Celestial immortal, Ying Yuan mused, stroking the macaque's head. How could a celestial immortal hope to comprehend the teachings of the great Luo golden immortal and above? Forcing oneself to listen is akin to hastily pulling up seedlings to aid their growth, a practice fraught with harm and devoid of benefit. Thus, do you now understand the meaning behind the Tao ancestors' words that the teachings are not to be passed on to the six-eared? The six-eared macaque trembled, his face flushed with excitement, stammering, Elder, is that truly so? In the shadows, the master of heavenly secrets nodded discreetly, affirming, I can attest to this. The Tao ancestor indeed meant exactly that. Before Ying Yuan could respond, the six-eared macaque once more knelt before him, bowing repeatedly and pleading for him to take him as a disciple. Ying Yuan shook his head again, stating, I still cannot accept you as a disciple. Please, Elder, have mercy on the little monkey. Ying Yuan continued, although I cannot take you as a disciple, I can introduce you to a place where you may join a great religious order. The six-eared macaque's breath quickened, imploring, please, Elder, point the way. In the shadows, the master of heavenly secrets nodded in understanding. This six-eared macaque possessed considerable talent and would be well suited to join the. Go to the west and claim to be introduced by the virtuous Taoist, Ying Yuan instructed. The six-eared macaque's extraordinary aptitude would not only benefit him in the west, but would also serve to bolster Ying Yuan's standing there in the future. Alas, this troublesome disciple, the master of the celestial teachings, instantly darkened his expression. The six-eared macaque felt a twinge of anxiety. Will the Western sect truly accept me? Indeed, Ying Yuan replied with certainty. The impudent Zhuan Ti incessantly proclaimed, I am destined to connect with the Western realm, wishing for all things to share such fate. Upon witnessing the six-eared's extraordinary talents, Zhuan Ti would undoubtedly not let him slip away. Very well. I shall heed your counsel and seek to become a disciple in the West. The six-eared macaque bid farewell to Ying Yuan and vanished into the depths of the forest. Ying Yuan felt a profound sense of loss, pondering, perhaps joining the Jiejiao Sect would not be so bad. But alas, the teachings of the Jiejiao Sect are destined for annihilation at the hands of the four saints. With a heavy heart, he penned a diary entry. Upon returning from Kunlun Mountain, I unexpectedly encountered the six-eared macaque. The law does not extend to the six-eared. How could a primary school student dare to learn advanced mathematics? One of the four monkeys of chaos, possessing unparalleled talent and an astonishing comprehension. He is truly suited for the cultivation of the 9 revolutions' profound art, regardless of whether he joins the Jiejiao Sect or the Western teachings. He possesses the potential to become a guardian of great sections. It seems I am providing the West with yet another token of allegiance. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for consistently maintaining a diary. You have received a reward. 9 revolutions profound art. 9 revolutions profound art. A method of physical refinement and spiritual cultivation. An unparalleled path created by the Panga demon god. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the master of the celestial teachings opened the diary copy, his countenance darkening further. A guardian of the great sect, is it? Very well. You wish to offer another token of allegiance to the West. A guardian should indeed be destined to connect with my Jiejiao Sect. Chapter 21. The 9 Transformations of Ying Yuan's Skill. Pinnacle of true immortality. As the voice of the diary system faded, a multitude of intricate patterns surged into Ying Yuan's sea of consciousness. The 9 Transformations of Ying Yuan's Skill, enigmatic and profound, is indeed a supreme technique. With the first transformation, one attains the earth immortal realm. The second transformation brings the celestial immortal realm. The third, the true immortal realm. The fourth, the profound immortal. The fifth, the golden immortal. The sixth, the supreme golden immortal. The seventh, the great Luo golden immortal. The eighth, the primordial golden immortal, quasi-saint. And the ninth transformation culminates in the primordial great Luo golden immortal, saint. The three pure ones and the two saints of the West have derived the 9 transformations of Xian skill, but only fragments remain. In contrast, the 9 transformations of Xian Yuan skill rewarded by the system is the complete Panga technique, enabling one to directly reach the realm of primordial great Luo. Moreover, it is a supreme method for the simultaneous cultivation of both the physical body and the primordial spirit. As Ying Yuan absorbed the knowledge of this skill, a smile graced his lips, and he thought, it is time to return to Lingyuan Island for cultivation. A shadow of a black dragon streaked across the heavens, making its way to the shores of the East Sea. After entering the forest, the 6-eared macaque, following the sage's instructions, performed the cloud climbing technique, heading westward. However, the Tongtian, master of heaven, obstructed the path that the 6-eared macaque had to take. The low-lying clouds were ethereal and lacking any cultivation technique. The macaque could only ascend the clouds. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Monkey head. The 6-eared macaque turned to see a young Taoist clad in a blue robe, handsome and striking, with a celestial sword strapped to his back. The macaque sensed no fluctuations of magical power from him, yet felt an aura as vast as the ocean. He bowed deeply, paying his respects to the immortal master. The master inquired, "What brings you here?" The Tongtian narrowed his eyes, observing the 6-eared macaque for a prolonged moment before speaking. "Monkey head, you possess a connection with my sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master, Jiejiao, this esteemed one?" The 6-eared macaque's eyes widened in astonishment, breath quickening. Disbelief etched across his face. You are the sage of Upper Clear?" Bang, bang, bang. The 6-eared macaque prostrated on the clouds, fervently bowing, his body trembling with excitement. I am willing to take the sage of Upper Clear as my master." Initially, he had intended to journey westward to join the Western sect, even as a nominal disciple, but never anticipated encountering the sage of Upper Clear, who wished to accept him as a disciple. The 6-eared macaque felt as though he were in a dream, scarcely believing the reality of the moment. A slight smile played on the lips of Tongtian. "From now on, you shall be called 6 Ears. Come, follow your master back to Golden Ao Island." Yes, the disciple exclaimed. "I, 6 Ears, pay my respects to my teacher." Thus, the 6-eared macaque's journey to the west was intercepted by Tongtian. Meanwhile, in the west, beneath the Bodhi tree, Zhuan Ti sat quietly on his mat, the sound of the sacred chant resonating and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. With a face marked by habitual sorrow and suffering, he suddenly opened his eyes, realizing something was amiss. "No, I just sensed an opportunity approaching. How could it have vanished so abruptly?" Jieyin, sharing a similar expression of distress, remarked, "Master, do not be lost in delusion. The West is barren beyond compare. Where could such an opportunity arise?" Zhuan Ti's expression darkened, sensing something was profoundly wrong. Alas, the suffering is simply too great. Bitter tears cascade down the cheeks of Zhuan Ti. "Oh, when shall the West flourish anew?" By the Eastern Sea, on the shores of Lin Yuan Island. It has been a millennium since Ying Yuan returned from Wui Mountain. Seated atop the mountain's precipice, with his back turned to the world, he casts his line into the depths of eternity. 1,000 years have elapsed, during which Ying Yuan has refined the prohibitions within the treasure of the fallen to the 10th level, harnessing its formidable powers. Simultaneously, the ancestral dragon pearl continuously transforms malevolent energy into pure dragon essence. Ying Yuan has successfully broken free from his shackles, attaining the late stage of true immortal. He has also commenced the cultivation of the 9 transformations of mysterious origin, elevating his physical strength manifold and enriching his magical prowess. Each transformation of the mysterious origin technique presents exponentially increasing challenges, yet significantly enhances the practitioner's capabilities. His magical essence now surpasses its previous density by several folds. Ding! The melodious chime resonates from Golden Ao Island. A decade later, the day of the sermon arrives. It is once again time to listen to the Master's teachings. Perhaps this will lead to a breakthrough to the pinnacle of true immortal. Just as Ying Yuan prepares to leave the island, a golden stream of light descends. Senior brother Ying Yuan. Junior brother Jiejiao. Upon seeing Jiejiao, Ying Yuan approaches with a smile. It has been a millennium, and his junior brother's cultivation has grown remarkably. Senior brother, your progress is also substantial. The two stroll through the sea of clouds towards Golden Ao Island, engaging in casual conversation. Junior brother, you haven't delved into the treacherous waters of the demon race again, have you? Jiejiao replies softly, no. I borrowed the river map and Luo book from Kunlun Mountains and have since refrained from further entanglements. Oh, you truly managed to borrow the river map and Luo book? Indeed, Kunlun Mountains lent them for 500 years, and the demon sage Bai Zhe arranged the great array of the constellations. I must say, senior brother, you are indeed exceptional. Sure, let's remain low-key. Before long, Ying Yuan and Jiejiao arrive at Golden Ao Island, where countless immortals gather, all heading towards the Emerald Palace. Not a single practitioner wishes to miss the sage's sermon. Junior brother Ying Yuan. A gentle voice calls from behind. Ying Yuan turns to find his pupils slightly constricting, his bright eyes reflecting an extraordinarily beautiful figure. Sister Yun Xiao. She is adorned in a flowing purple gown, her figure graceful and the hem of her celestial dress billowing elegantly. Her legs are perfectly proportioned and toned, with exquisite features complemented by her lustrous purple hair. She truly captivates Ying Yuan. He, by sheer fortune, has been promoted by the master into the inner sect. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Xiao enters the Emerald Palace. Following her lead, Ying Yuan steps inside as well. As an inner sect disciple, he now has a designated seat for listening to the teachings, and his position is notably closer to the front. Ying Yuan finds his own mat and sits down. Behind him, a familiar chuckle echoes. Immortal, oh no. Senior brother Ying Yuan, we meet again. Shocked, he turns around. What? Six-eared macaque? What brings you here? Moreover, how is it that you occupy a seat designated for inner sect disciples? Senior brother, I am fortunate. I initially intended to seek a master, but unexpectedly encountered the teacher. Six-eared, being astute, has kept silent about his previous aspirations to seek a master in the West after joining the Jiejiao Sect. Of course, Ying Yuan could no longer mention the notion of sending him to the West to seek a master. The disciples of the are remarkably united, exhibiting zero tolerance towards traitors. Ying Yuan could sense the fluctuations of Lu Er's cultivation at the pinnacle of the Xianxian stage. Moreover, he practiced the 9 transformations of the profound art. Truly, he is deserving of the title of one of the 4 monkeys of the world. Under the guidance of a renowned master, his cultivation has soared to unprecedented heights. Ying Yuan could only regard Lu Er's fortunate encounter with a teacher, joining thee as an inner disciple, as a stroke of luck. It was hardly surprising. Lu Er possessed commendable aptitude, and it was apparent that the master understood the implications of the law is not to be transmitted to Lu Er. Thus, it was only natural for the master to accept a disciple of such promising potential. Within the grand hall, the ethereal melodies of the supreme clarity doctrine enveloped the space. The Tongtian patriarch emerged from the back of the hall, seated serenely upon a cushion. The saint cast a knowing glance at Ying Yuan, inwardly chuckling at the unexpected addition of a guardian disciple to the... How delightful! It was indeed unexpected. Commencing the discourse, the Tongtian patriarch, in a joyous mood, began to elucidate the principles of the supreme clarity teachings. The subject matter encompassed the cultivation methods from true immortal to great Luo golden immortal. Ying Yuan, utterly entranced by the teachings of the true immortal to golden immortal stages, absorbed the knowledge for 200 years, ultimately breaking through his limitations once more, reaching the pinnacle of true immortal and standing merely a half step away from Xianxian. Chapter 22. The Council of the Purple Sky Palace. Who is the Celestial Emperor? As the teachings persisted for 5 centuries, the master of the heavenly Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. The decree from the Purple Sky Palace. The council is convened. The voice of the saint abruptly ceased. The myriad immortals within the hall slowly awakened from their trance-like state. The Tao ancestor summons. I shall immediately proceed to the Purple Sky Palace. You all should return and deeply comprehend the Tao, earnestly cultivate. Yes, we disciples shall faithfully heed the Master's decree. The multitude of immortals responded in unison. In his heart, Ying Yuan mused. It has been nearly 2 millennia since the calamity of the witch and demon. This summons from the Tao ancestor surely pertains to the appointment of the ruler of the heavenly court. Upon exiting the Bo Palace, Ying Yuan returned to Linyuan Island. Sitting quietly at the summit of a cliff, he engaged in fishing. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of true immortality, merely a half step away from breaking through to profound immortality. To attain profound immortality, one must cultivate the essence of the profound to truly enter the ranks of immortals. Traversing the North Sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk, before entering seclusion, Ying Yuan penned another entry in his journal. Above the primordial heavens, countless stars twinkled, and the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water surged, embodying chaos. The master of the heavenly Tao stepped into the void and, in an instant, arrived in chaos. Within chaos, a mountain stood tall, named Yujing Mountain. Within the mountain lay a palace, known as the Purple Sky. Ancient, elegant, profound, and mysterious. As the master of the heavenly Tao approached the Purple Sky Palace, he sensed that the journal copy in the saint's consciousness had been updated. The primordial spirit perused the contents of the journal. It has been several millennia since the calamity of the witch and demon ended. The Tao ancestor convenes at the Purple Sky Palace, undoubtedly to discuss the position of the heavenly sovereign. The master of the heavenly Tao nodded in understanding. Appointing a ruler for the heavenly court to fill the void in the primordial realm was indeed necessary. My disciple, Duobao, is undoubtedly suitable for the position of the heavenly sovereign. However, the master of the heavenly Tao furrowed his brow slightly. That old fellow Hongjun has likely already decided on a candidate. The position of the heavenly sovereign certainly will not be bestowed upon any of the disciples of the Four Teachings. Has the Tao ancestor already determined a candidate? Who among the practitioners in the primordial realm would dare to take such a position? The 3,000 scattered cultivators in the Purple Sky Palace? The river Styx? Too heavy with bloodshed. Kunpeng? Too rebellious. Zenyuanzi? The true immortal of fortune and virtue would be suitable enough. I estimate that even if they were to slay the 6 saints, they would never guess that old Hongjun would appoint the gatekeeper, Hao Yin, as the heavenly sovereign. What? Hao Yin? The mere gatekeeper? The master of the heavenly Tao regarded this with skepticism. Hao Yin? A mere gatekeeper, what merit does he possess? Not appointing a disciple of the Four Teachings as the heavenly sovereign likely reflects Hongjuan's desire to maintain a balance among the 6 saints. Sigh. With Hao Yin reinstating the heavenly court, it will surely be a time of rebuilding. Positions will be vacant. Alas, the 6 saints harbor too much prejudice in their hearts, looking down upon Hao Yin. And not a single saint is willing to allow their disciple to serve in the heavenly court. Is it not desirable to serve in the heavenly court? A stable position, and one could address the chaos left by the witch and demon, thus garnering great merit. Alas, during the Fengshan calamity, the disciples of the Four Teachings were embroiled in conflict, and even the saints intervened personally. When they fell, their true spirits returned to the Fengshan list. Were they not all appointed by the heavenly court? It would be better to go early and enjoy the benefits, attaining divinity 2 great calamities in advance. How sweet it would be. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for persistently writing in the journal. Reward obtained. The incense refining divine path. Above the chaotic stars. After perusing the diary, the master of the heavenly gate widened his eyes, once again struck by an overwhelming astonishment. The impending calamity of the Fengshan. The tragic demise of the disciples of the saints, the true spirits returning to the Fengshan list, was all for the sake of deifying the heavenly court? How could that child of Hao Yin possess such audacity and capability? How dare he command the disciples of the saints? It seems that early enjoyment comes with a price. To attain godhood, 2 great tribulations in advance. The master of the heavenly gate murmured to himself. Before the calamity of the Fengshan, Was there yet another great tribulation? At this moment, the heavens and earth were clear, the heavenly mechanisms transparent. Yet the master remained unable to fathom the slightest hint of calamity. Third brother, a voice resembling that of a withered tree echoed from behind him. Eldest brother, second brother. The old master of Taiji and the primordial supreme one step forth, traversing the void. From the west of chaos, the sounds of sacred melodies resounded, fragrant incense wafting through the air. The two brothers, Jin and Junti, approached, clad in tattered robes, the journey from the west long and arduous, and they greeted the three pure ones. The countenance of the primordial supreme one darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips, for this was always the same shameless rhetoric. The energies of creation coalesced, and Yuan arrived in chaos as well. Greetings to all esteemed brothers. The 6 saints proceeded to the front of the Jiejiao Palace. The master of the heavenly gate seemed somewhat distracted, still savoring the contents of the diary. After a prolonged hesitation, he opened his mouth to speak to his elder brothers about the diary copy, but then thought better of it, closing his mouth instead, realizing that the 3 pure ones were merely this way. Third brother? The old master of Taiji furrowed his brows slightly. Eldest brother, it is nothing. Hao Qian and Yao Qi stood quietly at the entrance of the Jiejiao Palace, bowing to the 6 saints, greetings to the elder brothers and sisters. The 5 saints responded casually. Only the master of the heavenly gate cast a meaningful glance at Hao Qian and Yao Qi. Hao Qian had already slain 2 corpses, his cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint, not at all inferior to the direct disciples of the 4 teachings, especially since he was also a disciple of Hongjun, the saintly junior. Hongjun had designated him as the heavenly sovereign of the heavenly court. It was indeed possible. Hao Qian and Yao Qi served as the gatekeepers, and after completing their salutations, they gently pushed open the grand doors of the Jiejiao Palace. The 6 saints entered. Inside the great hall, upon the Tao platform, stood an elderly figure clad in simple Taoist robes, emaciated, with his back turned to the palace doors. Although he appeared ordinary, the profound aura emanating from him far surpassed that of the 6 saints of the primordial era. Greetings, Master. The 6 saints approached the center of the great hall and bowed respectfully. Hongjun slowly turned around, his expression flat, devoid of any trace of humanity. This was the heavenly Tao Hongjun. The fierce battle between the Wu and Yao clans had led to the destruction of the primordial realm, countless beings shedding blood, their karmic burdens immense. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi returned to the 5 elements, while the true spirits of the 12 ancestor witches returned to the heavens and earth. The primordial realm was without a master. However, it was necessary to restore the heavenly court and re-establish its authority. The heavenly emperor's Tao fruit equaled that of the saints, bearing the responsibility of governing the myriad worlds. Today, I have summoned you all for a council. Who among you can assume the role of the heavenly court sovereign? The voice of Hongjun was cold, imbued with overwhelming pressure. As his words fell, Junti's eyes ignited with fervor. Hastily stepping forward, he urged, Master, the medicine master of the Western sect, possessed great fortune, profound understanding, and immense perseverance. I am absolutely suited to be the sovereign of the heavenly court. Alas, the spiritual veins of the West have been devastated. It is truly a dire plight. I beseech the master to show mercy upon the West. Zhuan Ti first recommended the medicine master, then immediately wept in lamentation. Before Hongjun could respond, Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, What concern is the affairs of the East to you of the West? Jie Yin's countenance reflected sorrow and distress as he argued. Teacher Hongjun speaks of the ruler of the heavenly court, who governs the myriad realms of the primordial chaos. How could there be a division of East and West? The visage of the venerable Tai Ching Lao Zi, resembling that of withered wood, slowly unfolded as he interjected, Brother Jin, your words are mistaken. The Father God created the heavens and the earth, dividing the primordial chaos into East, West, South, and North. If the Western cultivators were to ascend as the heavenly emperor, how could the Eastern cultivators be compelled to submit? Nuwa also spoke the 10 golden crows, and the last remaining golden crow continue the legacy. Could they not become the heavenly emperor? Tai Ching Lao Zi, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, Jian, and Zhuan Ti spoke in unison. The demon race has instigated a great calamity in the primordial chaos, wantonly slaughtering sentient beings. Their karma is profound. How could they ascend as the heavenly emperor? The four saints versus Nuwa. With a soft sigh, Nuwa retreated, choosing silence. Tai Ching Lao Zi's expression remained unperturbed as he slowly stated, "The teachings of the Xian Du could suffice for the heavenly emperor." Yuan Shi Tianzun interrupted, "Our Chan teaching, Guangqingzi, possesses unparalleled talent, profound roots, and abundant fortune. He could serve as the ruler of the heavenly court." After much hesitation, Tongtian Zhu finally spoke, "What if? Will let Duo Bao have a try?" Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately frowned. "Third brother, your disciple is clad in scales and armor, born of moist origins, solely cultivating magical power, neglecting moral conduct. His fortune is lacking, and it is indeed difficult for him to become the ruler of the heavenly court." Chapter 23. Short on hands? Hao Yin, speak a number. Although Tong Tian knew that the disciples of Jiejiao could not ascend to the position of the heavenly emperor, hearing his second brother speak so dismissively of his own disciple darkened his expression. How could it be said that the disciples of Jiejiao merely cultivate magical powers without also cultivating virtue? During the time of repairing the heavens, all the disciples of Jiejiao mobilized to stabilize the cosmos, accumulating merits and fortifying their fortunes. Vast as the ocean, was this not a greater blessing than that of the second brother's disciple? The primordial heavenly sovereign took great pride in his 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Witnessing his third brother compare the murky disciples of Jiejiao with the golden immortals of Kunlun, his countenance grew even more somber. "Third brother, do your disciples wear scales and armor, hatching from wet origins? Is there truly a need for the second brother to elaborate? Second brother, what if they wear scales and armor or hatch from wet origins? Does that mean they lack fortune?" Anger welled up within Tong Tian. Just as the primordial heavenly sovereign was about to retort, he was interrupted by the voice of Taiji Laozu. "Second brother, third brother, cease this dispute. Red flowers, white lotus, and green leaves, all are part of the three pure ones. At this moment, there are outsiders in the Zhixiao Palace. To continue quarreling would only tarnish the dignity of the three pure ones." Zhuanti observed the spectacle with a smile, relishing the unfolding drama, finding joy in the chaos. Jian watched the quarrel between the primordial heavenly sovereign and Tongtian with a slight frown, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. The three pure ones stood united, and the West would never have the opportunity to advance eastward. Zhuanti reiterated that the medicine master possessed perseverance, great enlightenment, and immense fortune, suitable to be the ruler of the heavenly court. Taiji Laozu wished to nominate Xuandu as the heavenly emperor. The primordial heavenly sovereign ardently recommended Guangqingzi. Tongtian fell silent, choosing not to further engage in the dispute. What will be gained from arguing? The five saints debated for a considerable time. Suddenly, Hong Jun, standing on the Dao platform, spoke up, proclaiming, "Hao Yin may be the heavenly emperor, and Yao Qi may be the heavenly empress, re-establishing the heavenly court to govern the myriad realms of the cosmos." Within the hall, the voices of the five saints abruptly ceased, leaving them shocked and incredulous. What did the master just say? Hao Yin to be the heavenly emperor? A mere gatekeeper. What virtue does he possess? Even Hao Yin, who had been watching the spectacle, was left stunned, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Me? Then, an overwhelming joy engulfed him. Hao Yin, having transformed from a chaotic stone, possessed exceptional talent and was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, with formidable strength and immense ambition. Had it not been for Hongjuan's guidance, he would still be a mere chaotic stone. Of course, serving as a gatekeeper for Hongjun was not without merit. However, becoming the supreme being of the heavenly court was a boundless opportunity. Hao Yin declared, "I am truly eager to progress." Hongjuan's expression remained neutral, devoid of emotion. As he surveyed the six saints, "Hao Yin shall be the heavenly emperor. Do any of you dissent?" Taiji Laozu furrowed his brow slightly. The primordial heavenly sovereign's countenance darkened. Jing and Juanti appeared troubled. Niwa sighed. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with intensity. Indeed, it was Haotian. Hongjuan's designation of Haotian was a decisive proclamation. The six saints dared not voice any objections. Regardless of their discomfort, they had to endure, and in unison, they declared the master is wise. Hongjun nodded gently, waving his hand, causing the ripples of Tao to resonate. A mirror and a spiritual root floated gracefully in the air. This is the realm of yin and yang, belonging to the finest innate spiritual treasures, capable of probing the vast cosmos. The Ren water peach, a supreme, innate spiritual root, shall assist the two of you in re-establishing the heavenly court. The expression of Haotian was one of excitement as he trembled while receiving the yin-yang mirror. Bowing deeply in gratitude, disciple thanks you, esteemed master. Yaoqi accepted the Run Water Peach, expressing disciple is grateful and will surely aid senior brother Haotian in governing the heavenly court. Hongjun continued, in the effort to re-establish the heavenly court and stabilize the primordial realm. One may seek the assistance of your senior brother. With that, Hongjuan's figure vanished. Haotian retracted the yin-yang mirror and approached the six saints, respectfully saluting. I pay my respects to all my esteemed senior brothers, grateful for the master's favor in allowing me, the junior disciple, to assume the role of the heavenly court's leader. I find the court devastated in the aftermath of the war of gods and demons, left in ruins. I am without capable subordinates, and thus I humbly request the assistance of my senior brothers and sisters. Haotian lowered his stance, earnestly beseeching. The old master Taiji maintained a calm demeanor, resembling a withered tree, unperturbed. The primordial supreme being's expression darkened as he regarded Haotian with a gaze akin to that reserved for a fool, questioning his audacity to govern the disciples of I Ching. With a wave of his sleeve, the primordial supreme being stepped into the void and departed from the Zhixiao palace. My only disciple is Xuan Du, and he must carry on the teachings. He cannot assist you. Junior disciple, Taiji declared before turning to descend into the chaos. The Saint Inwa shook her head. Junior brother, without a grand teaching established and lacking disciples, there is little I can do. Having said this, Inwa also returned to the Huahuang Palace. Haotian then turned his gaze towards Jing and Juanti. Their faces reflected sorrow and despair. The West was already sparsely populated, and to assist Haotian seemed an absurdity. It is not that we do not wish to help, junior brother, but our Western disciples lack the fortune, comprehension, and perseverance to provide assistance. They lamented before hastily returning to the Western Shumi. The other saints offered perfunctory refusals, merely to spare the Tao ancestors' feelings. Otherwise, they would not have uttered a word to Haotian. Haotian sighed softly, having anticipated this outcome. Yet, witnessing the saints' attitudes, he felt that re-establishing the heavenly court would not be so simple, as if he were facing insurmountable obstacles. At that moment, a pair of substantial hands gently patted Haotian's shoulder. Confused, he looked up to see his senior brother from the upper clear. What brings you here? Upon hearing Hongjun designate Haotian as the leader of the heavenly court, the master of the celestial teachings initially harbored disdain, but quickly recalled the entries in his journal regarding prejudice and bias, prompting him to adjust his mindset. Prejudice is a formidable mountain, deeply rooted in the hearts of cultivators. Shaking the very foundations of such bias is no trivial task, yet the master of the celestial teachings, possessing a naturally open disposition and foresight, managed to dispel his prejudices. The position of the heavenly emperor is destined to be fraught with thorns. Do your best. I believe you are capable, he encouraged. Haotian was profoundly shaken, filled with astonishment and gratitude. While the other saints remained dismissive, only his senior brother was willing to converse with him and offer encouragement. Thank you, senior brother. I have a humble request. As I am new to this great position, the heavenly court has become a desolate wasteland, and I truly have no one to rely on. I am at a loss as to what to do. Is it that you find yourself without subordinates? Speak a number. Junior brother, since there was obliterated during the great tribulation of the Fengshan, and this tribulation was intended for the ascension of deities to the heavenly court, one might wonder why Tongtian would allow his disciples to attain divine embodiment ahead of time. Would that not render the need for the function moot? Upon hearing his senior brother's words, Hao Yin appeared momentarily taken aback, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Senior brother, what do you mean by asking for a number? Tongtian, sensing that he had perhaps been overly generous, chuckled lightly. What I mean is, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Deeply moved and excited, Hao Yin slowly raised 3 fingers. Stammering 5. Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly. In a flurry, Hao Yin corrected himself. 300, yes. That is not too much, junior brother. It's a deal. Tongtian nodded in agreement. What? Hao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with shock. I only wanted 3 helpers. Realizing he had spoken too soon, Hao Yin quickly acquiesced. 300 it is. Chapter 24. All the disciples of the have ascended to the heavenly realm once again. Has the master widened the path yet again? On Ying Yuan Island, the notification sound of the diaries system resonates. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the incense refinement divine path. Countless profound patterns surge into the consciousness of Ying Yuan. In the primordial chaos, at the dawn of creation, the innate spiritual energy was thick to the point of mistiness. However, after numerous cataclysmic battles, the spiritual energy has begun to degrade. Following the war of the witches and demons, the collapse of the Kunlun Mountain unleashed the fury of earth, fire, and wind upon the wilderness, further diminishing the spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy in the world remains relatively abundant. Incense refinement? What purpose does this serve for me? Ying Yuan does not place much emphasis on this technique. Incense is toxic. Cultivators who come into contact with it may be disturbed by its intricate thoughts, which is detrimental to their cultivation. However, the incense refinement divine path perfectly addresses the toxicity of incense issue. The problem is Ying Yuan lacks the power of incense. Moreover, in the wilderness, immortals surpass deities. Ying Yuan sits quietly atop the cliff, turning his back to the world, fishing alone through the ages. He diligently practices the 9 transformations of the profound origin and the upper clear immortal arts. 500 years are but a drop in the ocean. The celestial power within Ying Yuan has become profound, reaching perfection. A resounding dragon roar echoes across Ying Yuan Island. Ying Yuan manifests his true dragon form, plunging into the East Sea, wrestling with the tumultuous waves for 3,000 miles, reveling in their embrace. Profound celestial energy bursts forth from his body, and he cultivates a breath of mysterious energy within his chest, successfully attaining the realm of the profound immortal. Entering the realm of the profound immortal greatly enhances his power, slightly elevating his status from that of innate. Upon returning to Ying Yuan Island, he encounters Lu Er, clad in a comical Taoist robe, eagerly awaiting to congratulate his senior brother on his breakthrough while holding celestial fruits and brews. Ah, junior brother, you are too polite. A single glance at the Lu Er monkey causes the joy of breakthrough in Ying Yuan's heart to vanish entirely. What the hell? This monkey has actually broken through to the golden immortal level? Just 500 years ago, he was merely at the peak of the profound immortal level. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot feel the pain. Senior brother, my recent cultivation has been rather stagnant. I humbly request your guidance. Ying Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. You have only just broken through to the profound immortal realm. How can I guide you? A golden immortal junior brother? Lu Er's attitude grows increasingly respectful as he presents the celestial fruits and brews. Senior brother joined the sect earlier than I, so your knowledge surely surpasses mine. I earnestly seek your assistance. All right, you rascal. Indeed, Ying Yuan possesses more knowledge than this monkey. Very well, let us sit and discuss the Tao. Thus, the two sat down to engage in a discourse, enveloped in the ethereal aura of the upper clear immortal energy. Ying Yuan elucidates the intricacies of the 9 transformations of the profound origin. Lu Er listens enraptured. Senior brother, why does it feel that the profound arts you are imparting are even more exquisite than what the master taught? Tongtian imparted a simplified version of the 9 transformations to Lu Er, while Ying Yuan practiced the complete version. Oh, is that so? It's merely an illusion. The master is the sun, illuminating the heavens, while I am but a firefly. There is no basis for comparison. Ying Yuan casually remarks. He is grateful to the master Tongtian for not abandoning him, taking him into thee and granting him a sliver of hope. Having spent over 10,000 years in the, Ying Yuan has developed feelings for it. Even knowing that it will ultimately perish, he harbors no desire for its tragic demise. To impart the complete 9 transformations of the profound origin to the six-eared, it can be said that the teacher is nurturing a protector for the. This act, within Ying Yuan's capabilities, is a slight endeavor. In the Jiejiao Palace, half a day's time has passed, yet a millennium has elapsed in the vast wilderness. Under Ying Yuan's guidance, the six-eared has refined the 9 transformations of the profound origin, and his magical power has doubled in strength. He has also transcended to a minor realm, advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan's breakthrough to the mid-stage of the profound immortal remains a distant prospect. Duong. The sound of the gathering immortal's bell resonated from Jiejiao Island. The teacher has returned from the Jiejiao Palace. Ying Yuan and the six-eared soared through the clouds towards Jiejiao Island. Within the Bio Palace, countless immortals gathered. The Tongtian sat serenely upon his mat. We pay our respects to the teacher. What could be the reason for the teacher's summons? The direct disciples, including Duo Bao, voiced their confusion. In the aftermath of the witch and demon catastrophe, Emperor Jun and Tai have returned to the 5 elements, and the true spirits of the 12 ancestor witches have rejoined the heavens and earth, leaving the vast wilderness without a ruler. However, the wilderness requires the re-establishment of the heavenly court to govern the myriad realms and maintain stability in the cosmos. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Duobao's eyes. Teacher, which disciple of which sect is destined to become the ruler of the heavenly court? The ruler of the heavenly court must be none other than senior brother Duo Bao. The registered disciples of the began to sing praises of Duo Bao. Even the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Thought, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit felt that senior brother was suitable for the role. Tongtian shook his head gently, stating that the ruler of the heavenly court would not be a disciple of the 4 sects, but rather appointed by Master Hongjun. Hao Yin shall be the heavenly emperor, and Yao Qi shall be the heavenly empress. As the words of the sage resonated, discussions erupted among the myriad immortals in the Bio Palace. What? It is actually Hao Yin? The gatekeeper Hao Yin? What merit or capability does he possess? How dare he govern the disciples of the saints? It is not senior brother Duo Bao. I, the Qiushou immortal, am the first to disagree. I, the Lingya immortal, also refuse to accept this. Only Ying Yuan remained composed. Hao Yin as the heavenly emperor. It fits the narrative of the wilderness. Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Ying Yuan and calmly declared, silence. Buzz. The Grand Hall of Bio Palace immediately fell silent. Tongtian's gaze shifted to his direct disciples. Duo Bao, Golden Spirit, No Thought, Turtle Spirit, Gongming, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, the 7 attending immortals, Luo Xian, Vio, and yes, also Ying Yuan and the six-eared. Prepare yourselves, for you are to proceed to the heavenly court to report for duty. As the sacred sound faded, the Grand Hall of Bio Palace was enveloped in profound silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Duo Bao, the 3 great holy mothers, Xiao, Gongming, and the other direct disciples were left astonished, their faces etched with disbelief. Teacher, what did he just say? Are we to report to the heavenly court? What does this mean? I did not understand. The teacher wants us to serve in the heavenly court? What on earth has transpired? Including Ying Yuan, everyone was utterly shocked. No way. Did I hear that correctly? The teacher has actually assigned all direct disciples to serve in the heavenly court? What will be left of thee if all the direct disciples leave? This is illogical, bizarre. Is there such a plot in the wilderness? It is indeed too strange. Has the teacher always been this generous? Although Ying Yuan was filled with astonishment, he could not help but acknowledge that the teacher has once again broadened the path. Teacher, why is this so? In the realm of the assembly of myriad immortals spoke in unison, their voices reverberating with respect and humility as they inquired softly. How could Hao Dian, merely a gatekeeper, presume to govern the illustrious? The master of Tongtian, with great patience, elucidated that Hou Tian was not only a disciple of his master, but also the heavenly emperor designated by the Tao ancestor. Thus, it was only natural for them to assist him in fulfilling the will of heaven. The direct disciples, although reluctant, complied respectfully with their teacher's directive, mindful of their duty. After a moment of contemplation, the master of Tongtian issued further instructions. The immortal of long ear and bright light was to remain on Golden Ao Island. It was imperative to prevent the errant disciple Ying Yuan from ensnaring the immortal of long ear and bright light. As for how to deal with long ear, the master already harbored intentions, intending to use strategy against strategy. Although he was not adept in cunning schemes, he was certainly no fool. The direct disciples of Duo Bao exchanged knowing glances with long ear, presuming that their teacher was still engaged in the profound calculations of the myriad immortal formation, hence leaving behind a fellow disciple. They vaguely understood their master's intentions regarding the formation. Even Ying Yuan assumed that the master was contemplating the formation, leaving Long Ear behind to entrust him with the Six Souls banner. A slight shake of his head revealed his dismay. Alas, how could he disclose that Long Ear was a traitor? If Long Ear had not yet betrayed their teachings, he would become the one sowing discord, facing dire consequences. 2.5 days later, several streaks of light shot forth from Golden Ao Island, ascending towards the 33 heavens. In the celestial court, what was once a magnificent palace adorned with jade carvings and rising purple mist had now been reduced to ruins, marred and pockmarked. Hou Tian gazed upon the endless wasteland of the cloud sea with trepidation, fully aware that the restoration of the heavenly court would be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, he would need to proclaim to the vast wilderness how to garner the allegiance of myriad races, not to mention the obstinate disciples of the saints. The master of Tongtian was truly benevolent, having promised to dispatch 300 named disciples for assistance. Hou Tian felt immense gratitude swelling within him. As several streaks of light pierced through the dilapidated southern heavenly gate, Duobao's voice rang out. This humble one, Duobao, pays respects to the great heavenly sovereign. Others followed suit, introducing themselves. I am Jin Ling, Wudong, Gui Ling, and Zhao Gongming, paying respects to the great heavenly sovereign. Ying Yuan, too, bowed in reverence. Hou Tian, taken aback by the strength of Duobao, felt a mix of astonishment and numbness. Was Duobao's disciple here? Certainly. They had come to report their duties in the heavenly court. Hou Tian was utterly astounded. What? Reporting duties? He struggled to believe that all the direct disciples had arrived. Hadn't the master of the upper clear mentioned 300 named disciples? Indeed, anxieties surged within him. It appeared that the master of Tongtian had not explicitly stated they were merely named disciples. With a resounding slap, Hou Tian struck his own face, feeling as though he had slipped into a fantastical realm. With all the direct disciples present, what merit did he possess to be in their company? Chapter 25, 2 Cataclysms Ahead, Ascending to Divinity, Treasured Buddha, the 3 Holy Mothers, Zhao Gongming, and other esteemed disciples of the Jiejiao Sect worked diligently to assist Hou Tian in clearing the ruins of the heavenly court, their efforts undeniably swift. Ying Yuan also exerted himself vigorously in the restoration, seemingly glimpsing an unprecedented path. The notion of defecting to the Western teachings was merely a survival instinct, a desire to roam freely in the universe. Yet at this moment, entering the heavenly court to secure a divine position, was that not enticing? Time flowed like fine sand, slipping away unobserved. Over the span of a century, the elite disciples of the Jiejiao Sect had aided Hou Tian and Yao Qi in the thorough restoration of the heavenly court's remnants. Upon meeting the celestial venerable, though Baozhu and the 3 Holy Mothers, along with Zhao Gongming, held a certain disdain for Hou Tian, they dutifully complied with their master's decree. Since they had come, they would settle in. Hou Tian's countenance was animated, his heart brimming with gratitude. Brother Tongtian, truly a man of his word. Among the 6 saints of the primordial era, while 5 looked down upon Hou Tian, only Brother Tongtian extended a helping hand. Throughout history, it is easy to embellish a feast, yet challenging to provide warmth in the midst of snow. Hou Tian bowed in gratitude to Bao Zhu and the other immortals, expressing, "Thank you all. Once I restore the heavenly court, I shall not disappoint you. How could Hao Yin betray the sincere devotion of the Jiejiao Sect disciples? With a resonant hum, the essence of a late-stage quasi-saint enveloped Hao Yin, as he summoned the Hao Yin mirror, Yin Yang realm, to declare to the primordial world, in the aftermath of the war of the witch and the demon, with Emperor Jun and Tai returning to the 5 elements, and the 12 ancestral witches' true spirits returning to the cosmos, the heavenly court stands ungoverned. I Hao Yin, heed the decree of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Today, I shall restore the heavenly court. With the Hao Yin mirror, I shall command the heavenly fortunes. For in the vastness of the primordial realm, I am the great celestial venerable, with the supreme innate spiritual root of the Ren water peach. I shall stabilize the fortunes of the heavenly court. Yao Qi cast forth the Run water spiritual root, which descended into an orchard, transforming into 9,000 peach trees. The heavenly court established. Boom! Hum! The fortunes of the 9 heavens surged as Hao Yin re-established the heavenly court, mending the fabric of the primordial realm, thus earning the rewards of the heavenly Tao. 2 robust streams of fortune surged towards Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Hao Yin's aura began to ascend, as he entrusted his fervent aspirations to the Hao Yin mirror, striking with resolve. With the burgeoning fortunes of the heavenly court, Hao Yin successfully severed the 3rd corpse, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Yao Qi also vanquished her 2nd corpse, advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Within Hao Yin's heart lay a myriad of cosmic chasms, filled with vigor and ambition. His gaze turned once more to Baozhu, the 3 holy mothers, and the other Jiejiao Sect immortals. Within the heavenly court, Baozhu would undoubtedly serve as the Emperor of the North Pole, the Purple Tenuity. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother would be the Emperor of the Gochen Palace. The Wudong Holy Mother would assume the title of the Eastern Emperor. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother would reign as the Southern Emperor of Longevity. The heavenly court would boast 4 emperors safeguarding the central Hao Yin Emperor. Beneath the emperors, the heavenly court would encompass 8 divisions. Yin Xiao would be the lady of the fighting department. Xiong Xiao would hold the title of the Thunder Department's Celestial Venerable. Bi Xiao would be the Star Lord of the Water Department. Zhao Gongming would be the Celestial Venerable of the Treasury Department. Elyu would assume the title of the Celestial Venerable of the Pestilence Department. Ying Yuan would be the Marshal of the Central Altar, commanding the heavenly soldiers and generals of the 5 camps. Hao Yin's voice resonated with solemnity as he proclaimed to the primordial realm, I hereby confer titles upon the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect. Ying Yuan, taken aback, was utterly bewildered. Everything had become chaotic. Duo Bao ascended as the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, while Sister Jinling became the Emperor of the Pole Star, and Sister Yin Xiao assumed the title of the Thunder Deity. However, these divine appointments seem ill-matched. Brother Gongming has taken on the role of the God of Wealth, which aligns quite fittingly. Although Ying Yuan, as a disciple of the, did not attain an imperial position, he commands significant authority as the Marshal of the Central Altar, overseeing the celestial legions of the heavenly court. It appears that Hao Yin, having been a mere child for too long, remains oblivious to the perils of the wilderness, bestowing all the power to the disciples of the. What distinguishes this heavenly court from the? As Hao Yin re-established the heavenly court and conferred titles upon the deities, the wilderness trembled. At the peak of Shuyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenery Palace, the old one of Taiji, resembling a withered tree, stirred slightly, pondering, My 3rd brother has appointed all his disciples to serve in the heavenly court? The primordial spirit of Taiji delved into the Tao, attempting to discern the underlying reasons. Yet he could not ascertain a single cause. My 3rd brother's actions are growing increasingly peculiar. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Lamp of Enlightenment, the Southern Polar Immortal and the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun gathered to listen to the teachings. Upon hearing Hao Yin's decree, they all scoffed. You dare to claim the title of Grand Heavenly Sovereign? A mere doorkeeper presuming to command our Kunlun Golden Immortals? What a farcical display. Duo Bao has become the Emperor of the Northern Purple Tenuity. Guang Chengzi, upon hearing Hao Yin's successive appointments of the deities, was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a look of disdain, remarking, "As a disciple of a saint, to serve under that child? How utterly disgraceful! The perfected one of Tai, the virtuous heavenly sovereign, and the lord of spiritual treasures all shook their heads in ridicule, lamenting that this act diminished the dignity of the saintly disciples, stripping them of their honor. How shameful! They muttered. The 12 golden immortals of Kunlun shook their heads, their contempt undisguised. The primordial heavenly sovereign, seated high above the clouds of the heavens, wore a grim expression, clad in armor and exuding an aura of dampness and decay, declaring, "These irredeemable beings, serving Helpless, have lowered the status of saintly disciples and sullied the face of the saints, which greatly displeases me." In the west, beneath the Bodhi tree, Junti watched enviously, drooling at the sight of everyone taking positions in the heavenly court. The disciples of the should be destined for a connection with the West. If they all came here, how could the West not flourish? Envy and jealousy towards that young Helpless consumed him. Meanwhile, Jane wore a sorrowful expression, seemingly contemplating the intentions of Tongtian. The disciples of the, having attained corporeal divinity ahead of schedule, established their offices in the heavenly court, commencing their roles as great deities, tasked with governing the wilderness and maintaining stability in the cosmos. A millennium later, in the 9 heavens, several robust strands of merit and fortune suddenly descended, flowing into Duo-Bao. The 3 great mothers, Zhao, Gongming, and the physical form of Yin-Shao. With the re-establishment of the heavenly court, a multitude of tasks awaited attention, each fulfilling their duties to stabilize the wilderness, thereby earning great merit. The Taoist rhythms surrounding Duo-Bao surged, his powers becoming increasingly profound. Alas, he was still a step away from severing his 3rd corpse. At that moment, the Divine Mother Jinling achieved a state of Taoist perfection, summoning the innate spiritual treasure, the 4 Symbols Tower, and, with it, her malevolent thoughts she struck. In the next instant, the Taoist rhythms enveloping Jinling surged, her momentum soaring as she reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. The Holy Mother of No Way uttered a light admonition, channeling her malevolent intentions through the verdant light, and executed the strike. Her aura surged, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Subsequently, the tortoise spirit Holy Mother successfully severed a 2nd corpse. Yin-Shao utilized the primordial golden dipper, embodying his benevolent thoughts, and successfully executed the corpse, advancing from the realm of the great Luo golden immortal into the ranks of the quasi-saints. Zhao Gongming ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. The cloudy immortal broke through the shackles of the Tai, achieving the Tao fruit of the great Luo. Lu attained the peak of the Tai golden immortal. In a fleeting moment, the celestial beings of the witnessed a meteoric rise in their cultivation levels, with their powers elevated by at least 1 tier. Ying Yuan, as the marshal of the central altar, commanded the 5 camps of heavenly soldiers in the heavenly court, having developed over a millennium, and now boasted an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers and 10,000 celestial generals. He also acquired considerable heavenly merit and fortune. However, Ying Yuan refrained from exploiting the heavenly merit for his cultivation. The heavens harbor their own biases. Relying on heavenly fortune and merit for cultivation is akin to shackling oneself. Therefore, he could only infuse the merit and fortune into the ancestor dragon pearl, accelerating the transformation of his sinful power and ensuring steady progress in his cultivation. He has now reached the mid-stage of the mysterious immortal. In the heavenly court, the celestial beings were all busy severing corpses, with the Tai breaking through to the great Luo, and the golden immortals stepping into the Tai, their momentum undeniably shaking the vast expanse of the primordial world. Beneath the Bodhi tree, the eyes of the quasi-teacher turned crimson, urging the medicine master and Methreya to hasten, to visit the heavenly court and seize the heavenly merit. The expression of the guide was filled with sorrow and distress, and only then did he realize that Tongtian, the master of heaven, was indeed after the merit and fortune. On Mount Shiryang, within the 8th Scenery Palace, the ethereal resonance of the Tao of ultimate purity surrounded Laozi, whose withered eyes flickered, contemplating. Such schemes from the third brother. In Xuandu, Tianpeng, you too should venture to the heavenly court. Yes, disciples shall faithfully obey the master's decree. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, Guangqingzi's countenance resembled that of a pig's liver, scoffing, is it merely some merit and fortune? The Tai real man maintained a solemn demeanor. The indeed lacks shame, monopolizing all the merits of re-establishing the heavenly court. Yin Zhongzi sighed deeply. Jin Ling, no way toward a spirit. Yin Xiao, all have severed a corpse. Fellow brothers and sisters, can it truly be reduced to mere trifling merits? Chapter 26. The human interpretation of the Western teachings, envy and jealousy, have tainted the heavenly realm and the Yaoqi fairyland. Sun Ti, clad in tattered garments, led his esteemed disciples, Yaoshi and Mithriya, to the heavenly court. Brother Hao Yin, he began, previously you inquired whether disciples from the West could assume roles in the heavenly court. My answer is affirmative. He presented Yaoshi and Mithriya to his brother, ready for his command. It was not merely out of a desire for merit in re-establishing the heavenly court and maintaining stability in the primordial world. Such responsibilities also fell upon the West. Thus, brother, are there any imperial positions available for Yaoshi and Mithriya? Hao Yin, listening to Zhuan Ti's request, maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally he scoffed. When the heavenly court lay in ruins, there was no assistance from the West. Now that the court had been re-established and was operational, they sought to claim a share of its fortune. Did they think to take advantage of the court's misfortune? Hao Yin sighed softly. Oh, Brother Zhuan Ti, are you aware of how many disciples Brother Tongtian dispatched to assist you? A full 300. During the court's desolation, Brother Tongtian provided timely support, and I cannot let his disciples feel disheartened. There are no vacancies for divine positions in the court at present. Zhuan Ti, displaying a remarkable lack of shame, continued to smile. Brother, I comprehend your points, yet in such a vast heavenly court, surely there must be a way to accommodate Yaoshi and Mithriya. Hao Yin appeared troubled and pondered for a long while. To be candid, we currently require a deity to oversee the Peach Garden, as well as a bagged immortal. Brother, what ranks do the Peach Garden and the bagged immortal hold? Hao Yin replied earnestly. The Peach Garden is a sacred domain of our heavenly court, and the deity overseeing it holds the 8th rank. The bagged immortal is also significant, responsible for collecting and storing the remnants after the celestial banquets, and holds the same rank. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's expression grew increasingly grim. Behind him, Yaoshi and Mithriya were filled with indignation. Yaoshi, a grand Luo golden immortal, a distinguished disciple of the Western teachings, am to serve as an 8th-rank deity? Mithriya, at the peak of the Tai, golden immortal, a disciple of a sage, am also relegated to the 8th rank? Hao Yin, though we may be impoverished, we possess integrity. If the heavenly court does not welcome us, so be it. Seeing his 2 disciples enraged, Zhuan Ti's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, Foolishness! The peaches in the peach garden are not ordinary. They are the supreme, innate spiritual root. The Ren water peaches. As a land deity, you could reap the rewards of these exquisite fruits. And as for the bagged immortal, tasked with collecting leftovers from the celestial feasts, could you not swiftly gather the remnants and bring them back to the West? Yaoshi and Mithriya were momentarily speechless. Zhuan Ti's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he addressed them. Yaoshi, Mithriya, I know that assigning you to 8th-rank positions is a disservice, but I'm left with no alternative. You are aware of the dire situation in the West. Poverty reigns, and even birds would hesitate to defecate here. An 8th-rank celestial position, though modest, could still yield substantial benefits for our West. Zhuan Ti communicated this through thought to Yaoshi and Mithriya. Witnessing their teachers' reddened eyes, they felt a profound sense of helplessness and guilt. We are not aggrieved. Everything for the West. The medicine master spoke with a solemn expression. Great heavenly sovereign, I, the medicine master, am willing to serve as the land deity in the peach garden. Mithra also interjected. Let it be known to the great heavenly sovereign. I possess a spiritual treasure known as the seed bag, capable of containing the vastness of a universe, perfectly suited for the position of the bag-wielding immortal. Upon witnessing the medicine master and Mithria's attitudes, Hao Yin was taken aback. His initial intent in offering these two positions was to dissuade the Western teachings. However, Hao Yin had vastly underestimated the audacity of the disciple of the saint, who, despite being an 8th-grade immortal, would stoop to such a role. Left with no choice, Hao Yin nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging that if the medicine master and Mithria's nephew found no issue with it, then it would proceed. The medicine master and Mithria escorted Master Junyi out of the southern heavenly gate. Junyi's expression turned grave as he entrusted his 2 disciples with a 16-character directive, insisting they remember, consume that which belongs to the heavenly court, drink that which belongs to the heavenly court, and take what belongs to the heavenly court upon departure. Yes, disciples shall diligently remember the master's instruction. Junyi, before leaving, greedily inhaled a few breaths of the heavenly court's spiritual essence and then turned back to the west. How delightful! In the Jade Pool's celestial realm, scarcely had the disciples from the west departed when the southern pole immortal and Guang Chengzi entered, surveying Hao Yin without offering any salutation. By edict of the Jade Pure Saint, the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were to assume control of the heavenly court. The southern pole immortal could be the southern pole's eternal emperor, Guang Chengzi the northern pole's purple micro-emperor, Tai Jinren the eastern Hua emperor, and Qi Jingzi the emperor of the Gochun, while the remaining immortals would take charge of the 8 departments of righteous deities. Hao Yin sat quietly upon the imperial throne, listening to the southern pole immortal and Guang Chengzi speak, his expression becoming one of bewilderment and daze. Soon after, however, his countenance darkened ominously. It was one thing to neglect the formalities of greeting the heavenly sovereign, but he, Hao Yin, was also a senior disciple of the Jade Pure Saint, and thus a master uncle of the Chan teaching. The southern pole immortal and Guang Chengzi displayed no respect, their gazes imbued with disdain, which irked Hao Yin immensely. Receive the edict of the Jade Pure, commanded the southern pole immortal and Guang Chengzi with unyielding indifference. The age of chaos had concluded, and the primordial world awaited rejuvenation. The great emperors of the heavenly court and the 8 departments of righteous immortals were indeed bountiful positions that accrued merit and fortune. Though the Chan teaching looked down upon Hao Yin's South Heavenly Court, they were keenly interested in the merits and fortunes of the heavenly Tao. A seething rage surged within Hao Yin, and he bellowed, "Get lost!" The southern pole immortal and Guang Chengzi frowned, reprimanding him. "Hao Yin, do you dare defy the edict of the Jade Pure Saint? Defy this," retorted Hao Yin. "The heavenly court does not welcome Chan disciples. Kindly vacate the premises." While fury boiled within him, Hao Yin ultimately refrained from acting against the disciples of the Chan teaching. Guang Chengzi's expression turned grim, declaring, to show disrespect to the saint warrants punishment. He summoned the Fantian seal, hurling it toward Hao Yin. This half-brick, forged from the remnants of the unending mountain by the primordial supreme being, held immense power. Enraged, Hao Yin retorted, "How dare a mere peak, Deluo golden immortal raise a hand against me?" With the aura of a quasi-saint radiating around him, Hao Yin casually waved his hand, sending the Fantian seal flying. The Hao Yin mirror shimmered with a flash of white light, immobilizing Guang Chengzi. The southern pole immortal, with a darkened expression, chastised. "How dare you lay a hand on my Chan disciple?" Buzz. Another beam of white light ensnared the southern pole immortal. Before Hao Yin could punish Guang Chengzi and Nanji Xianwen, the void of the celestial realm suddenly trembled. The 3 treasures Jade Rui streaked through the sky, bearing the majestic authority of the Jade Pure. Hao Yin, disregarding the saints, must be punished. As the 3 treasures Jade Rui descended, the brilliance of Hao Yin's mirror spirit treasure dimmed significantly, retreating back into Hao Yin's being. Observing Hao Yin further, it became evident that he was casually struck down by a saint, falling from his imperial throne in a state of utter disarray. The heavenly court was re-established, with disciples of the Interception Sect donning dragon-scale armor, emerging from the dampness of creation. They cultivated only magical power, neglecting virtuous conduct, and possessing shallow fortunes. How could they ever ascend to the imperial seat of the heavenly court? Conversely, I, a golden immortal of the Tongtian Sect, endowed with extraordinary talents and profound fortunes, why should I not occupy the imperial throne of the heavenly court? Hao Yin, do not be blind to the celestial order. The sacred voice of the primordial heavenly venerable resonated with unparalleled authority. Chapter 27. The primordial supreme being contends for the imperial throne. The meeting at the Purple Cloud Palace in the heavenly court, within the Yaoqi celestial realm, Hao Yin, adorned in splendid garments, found himself unceremoniously cast down from his imperial throne, his demeanor disheveled, bereft of any semblance of the grand dignity befitting a great celestial. A shadow of profound helplessness loomed over him, without the attainment of sanctity. One is ultimately but an insignificant insect. The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, including Duobao, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the Unfettered Holy Mother, hastened to the Yaoqi celestial realm, their expressions less than favorable. Nevertheless, they still paid their respects to the ethereal figure of Yuqing, the esteemed master. The primordial supreme, being let out a cold snort, clad in his ceremonial armor, clearly disdainful of the Jiejiao Sect disciples, who possessed meager fortunes. After completing their salutations, Duobao boldly questioned, "Why is it that we, the celestial beings of the Jiejiao Sect, are unworthy of the heavenly court's imperial throne? Impudent, presumptuous. How dare you question your master when your virtue does not match your position?" admonished Guangchengzi and Nanji Xianwang in a chilling tone. Duobao's countenance darkened. "Guangchengzi, I have already reached the late stage of quasi-sainthood, while you are still at the early stage. Who truly lacks the virtue to match their position?" Fury ignited within Guangchengzi. "Duobao, how dare you insult this humble Taoist?" He summoned the Fantian seal and hurled it at Duobao. With a dismissive glare, Duobao countered Duobao Pagoda. Harnessing the power of a late-stage quasi-saint, he effortlessly deflected Guangchengzi's attack, sending the residual force of the pagoda crashing towards him. In the celestial expanse, the primordial supreme being's ethereal visage darkened. "You, who cultivate only power and neglect virtue, dare to commit acts of violence before a sage? You shall be punished." The three treasures Jade Rui, imbued with the might of the Yuqing sage, descended swiftly towards Duobao. Rendered motionless by the overwhelming pressure of the sage, Duobao found himself utterly powerless to resist. Anxiousness gripped Ying Yuan as he witnessed the impending assault on his junior. Truly, the primordial supreme being is one to be reckoned with. Suddenly, a blade of azure energy cleaved through the void, soaring upwards to intercept the three treasures Jade Rui. The Tongtian patriarch, clad in a green robe, emerged from the ether, his expression grim. "Second brother, why do you strike at my disciple? Is it permissible for your disciples of the Tongtian Sect to claim the imperial throne while ours are not?" The primordial supreme being's displeasure was evident. "Third brother, your disciples possess shallow fortunes, cultivating only power without virtue. To claim the imperial throne would be a source of mockery." The patriarch's heart surged with indignation. "Are my disciples not worthy of being called disciples?" The primordial supreme being frowned, his discontent deepening. Suddenly, an aura of Tai Ching enveloped the scene as the Tai Ching Laozi materialized from the void, his countenance as unyielding as ancient wood, calm and unmoving. "Second brother, third brother, cease your quarrel. Greetings, elder brother," acknowledged the Tongtian patriarch and the primordial supreme being, momentarily halting their dispute. "Greetings, Tai Ching sage," Hao Qian greeted, his face clouded with displeasure. The Tai Ching Laozi received Hao Qian's greeting with an emotionless tone, stating plainly, "The re-establishment of the heavenly court is to serve as the highest governing body over the vast wilderness, overseeing the realm. There must be balance." The implication was clear. The positions of the great deities could not be monopolized solely by the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect. Listening to the words of his elder brother, the master of the Heaven's Gate was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that his brother had come to arbitrate justice. In the distance, Ying Yuan shook his head slightly. The conflicts among the saints were all driven by the pursuit of fortune. Before the re-establishment of the heavenly court, None of the four teachings held the heavenly court in high regard, nor were they willing to allow their disciples to serve there, fearing the loss of face for the saints. However, upon witnessing the disciples of the serving in the heavenly court and receiving great merits and rewards, jealousy ensued, prompting them to rush forward in eagerness. The only thing capable of compelling the saints to forego their dignity for competition was none other than fortune. Before Hao Yin could respond, he observed the Grandmaster Ta Ching, whose entire being was suffused with the essence of the Tao, manifesting a benevolent spirit, declaring, "I am the Supreme Lord." Not wishing to directly undermine the dignity of the saint, Hao Yin stated, "Supreme Lord, you may take charge of the heavenly court's Do Shui Palace." He continued, "I am honored by the esteemed Lord Hongjun, who has entrusted me, Hao Yin, with the re-establishment of the heavenly court to govern the myriad realms of the great desolation. I dare not be negligent in the slightest, and have thus initiated the framework of the heavenly court. There are no vacancies for celestial positions in the heavenly court. I kindly request that my esteemed brothers Ta Ching and Yu Qing return. It would be more prudent to accompany me to the Zhixiao Palace to seek the judgment of Lord Hongjun." Hao Yin adjusted his splendid attire, suppressing the rage within, and proclaimed loudly. The implication was clear. This heavenly court belongs to me, Hao Yin, and not to the saints. I shall appoint whomever I desire as the sovereigns of the four corners of heaven. Should the saints object, let us proceed together to the Zhixiao Palace and beseech the Tao ancestor Hongjun for resolution. The expression of the primordial lord turned ashen as he glared at Hao Yin. The Grandmaster Ta Ching appeared as withered as a dead tree, remaining silent. Clearly, Ta Ching and Yu Qing had yet to secure sufficient benefits from the heavenly court and would not relent easily. At that moment, the void of the heavenly court trembled, and a purple Tao pattern suddenly emerged, summoning the six saints for a council. The Tao pattern was profound and mysterious, a decree from the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Both Ta Ching and the primordial lord were taken aback, realizing that they had caught the attention of their teacher, Hongjun. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Hao Yin's lips. "The Lord stands behind me." With a flick of his sleeve, Hao Yin returned to his imperial throne. The Grandmaster Ta Ching, the primordial lord, and the master of the heavens gate dared not delay and immediately tore through the void, making their way to the chaotic Zhixiao Palace. Thus, the farce of contention in the heavenly court came to a temporary halt. Zhao Gongming's expression grew fierce as he summoned 24C stabilizing pearls. Calling out to his brother Guang Qingzi and his brother Nanji, "Come, do not leave. Let us engage in a match." In the central altars marshals 5 camps. Ying Yuan sighed softly, shaking his head as he resumed his diary entry. From today's perspective, the contradictions between thee and thee are intensifying. Thee is inherently arrogant and hypocritical, looking down upon our disciples. Our disciples also harbor disdain for the, and the rift between Master Tongtian and the primordial lord continues to widen. Even if our disciples transform into gods ahead of 2 great tribulations, they're unlikely to escape the calamity of the, with no gods available in the heavenly court. Hao Yin's lament to the Tao ancestor Hongjun is merely a direct cause for the initiation of. The principal reason is that during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they have failed to assist the Emperor Ying Yuan, leading to a fatal calamity. The root cause lies in the accumulation of catastrophe energy between heaven and earth, reaching its zenith, leading to the inevitable emergence of a great tribulation, reminiscent of the Dragon Han and the Witch Demon tribulations. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for diligently maintaining a diary, earning a reward, a myriad of droplets of the divine water of 3 lights. Beyond the heavens, there exists chaos. Within the primordial essence of the celestial teacher, the updates of the diary were sensed, prompting a thorough examination. His brow furrowed increasingly as the conflict between the Intercept and the Tongtian Sect escalated. The immediate cause is the absence of deities within the heavenly court, while the primary reason lies in the Tongtian Sect's celestial fate encountering a murderous tribulation. The fundamental issue resides in the overwhelming celestial tribulation energy, an undeniable trend akin to the Dragon Han and the Witch Demon tribulations. The celestial teacher's expression darkened. Whether to save humanity or to mend the heavens for the Intercept sect, or to elevate his direct disciples to positions in the celestial realm. These were all endeavors undertaken by the celestial teacher. He sought methods to enhance the fortune of the Intercept sect, striving to avert its annihilation during the investiture of the god's calamity. However, it seemed that, according to Ying Yuan's perspective, the calamity of the investiture of the gods was still unavoidable. The celestial teacher's heart grew increasingly troubled. Before the investiture of the gods, there remained another tribulation, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Was it not an age destined for the rise of humanity? Chapter 28. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors approaches, the token of humanity chaos. The 3 pure ones, Jing, Yuan, and the Saint Yuan entered the purple cloud palace. Hong Jun, clad in humble garments, sat serenely upon a mat, exuding profound and mysterious Taoist resonance. We have seen our teacher, the 6 saints of primordial chaos, approach the center of the grand hall, bowing respectfully in reverence. Upon the Tao platform, Hong Jun gently closed his eyes as the Taoist aura surged, exerting a pressure far surpassing that of the 6 saints. The 6 saints exchanged glances, uncertain of their teacher's summons. Do you harbor any dissatisfaction regarding the Taoist appointment of Hao Yan as the heavenly emperor? Hong Jun slowly opened his mouth, his eyes still partially closed. Below, the old master Tongtian and the primordial beginning soon felt a tightening in their hearts, filled with shock and fear. Was the teacher truly going to advocate for Hao Yan? The 5 saints suddenly realized that, despite their disdain for Hao Yan, the mere gatekeeper, he was nonetheless appointed as the heavenly emperor by the Tao ancestor, representing the ancestor's dignity. To slight Hao Yan would also be to slight the Tao ancestor. Jane and Yuan, reveling in the spectacle, noted that the Western Church had not coerced Hao Yan. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Yuan remarked, "Teacher, we of the Western Church bear no grievances and have already sent the medicine master and Methriya to serve in the heavenly court, with positions to be arranged at the discretion of Hao Yan, our junior brother. Yet it seems that Brother Yuan Shi intends to manipulate the heavenly court regarding our junior brother Hao Yan," Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Shi, Sun's expression darkened, filled with anger as he retorted, "Yuan, do not slander. When have I sought to control the heavenly court?" Old Master Tongtian furrowed his brow and promptly stated, "My disciple harbors no intentions of interfering with the heavenly court." The Lord of the Heavenly Teachings also spoke up, stating that the disciples of the had already assisted junior brother Hao Yan in re-establishing the heavenly court. On the Tao platform, Hong Jun gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Yuan Shi with a look that embodied humanity. This was Hong Jun, not the heavenly Tao. Yuan Shi's face reflected panic as he quickly sought to defend himself, insisting that he had no intention of interfering with the heavenly court. "Huh!" Hong Jun chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the 6 saints as the Taoist aura swirled around him. The grand hall of the purple cloud palace fell into silence. Hong Jun merely touched upon the matter, refraining from further discussion about the heavenly court. In the conflict between the Wu and Yao, the 2 clans had wrought excessive bloodshed, their karma deeply entrenched, and they had already withdrawn from the central expanse of the primordial chaos. After millennia, it was time for a new protagonist to emerge in the heavens and the earth. The tone of the Tao returned to its cool indifference, devoid of emotion. The 6 saints raised their gazes once more, observing Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, whose humanity had vanished. This was the heavenly Tao Hong Jun. After a moment of silence, Old Master Tongtian respectfully stepped forward, inquiring which clan could be deemed the protagonist of the heavens and the earth as the Wu and Yao retreated, and myriad clans vied for prominence. The Lord of the Heavenly Teachings already had the answer in his heart, and indeed, the next era would be one of great flourishing for the human race. Hong Jun spoke with calm assurance, declaring that within the primordial chaos existed a race endowed with innate spirituality, each individual possessing the capacity for independent thought, resilience, intelligence, and tenacity. This race is known as humanity. As his words resonated, the 5 saints displayed expressions of shock. What? Humanity as the protagonist of the heavens and the earth? The human race is inherently weak and incomparable to the myriad clans of the primordial chaos. Even Yuan was profoundly astonished. Her prior creation of humanity was solely to fulfill the Tao of creation, achieving great merit to become a saint. Unbeknownst to her, Enwa harbored a sense of regret, pondering how one day humanity would ascend to become the sovereign of the universe. As the revered matron of humanity, she had remained passive while the demon race ravaged her people, resulting in a tarnished reputation. The stoic eyes of Taiji Laozi, akin to withered wood, now reflected a ripple of disturbance. The once thriving populace of Shuyang Mountain had been utterly decimated, and the teachings had offered no intervention. Indeed, amidst the myriad races of the primordial world, none had extended a helping hand to humanity. Only the Jiejiao Sect, under the guidance of Zhen Yuanzi from Wuzhuang Temple, had come forth to rescue the human race. Taiji Laozi, casting a fleeting glance at Tongtian, found himself in quiet contemplation. Was this act of salvation by his third disciple deliberate or merely coincidental? Upon the Tao platform, Hongjun once again spoke, asserting that the resurgence of humanity would herald the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to govern the human realm and strive for supremacy over the vast expanse of the primordial continent. The eyes of Tongtian sparkled with brilliance at the mention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, echoing the writings of the Ying Yuan journal. Master, what do the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors represent? He inquired. It is foretold that great sages shall arise among humanity, designated as the heavenly sovereign, earthly sovereign, and human sovereign, with the 5 emperors, all of whom may be referred to as human sovereigns, their Tao fruits rivaling that of the saints. A collective gasp resonated among the saints. The Tao fruits of the 3 sovereigns surpassing that of the saints? Immortal and indestructible, transcending the ages, humanity indeed possesses remarkable potential. There shall be masters to assist the human sovereign in attaining their rightful place, thus gathering immense fortune and merit. The 6 saints, upon hearing of such formidable assistance for the human sovereign, felt their hearts ignite with fervor. The masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, aiding the human sovereign, would bring unparalleled fortune and merit that must not be overlooked. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ought to align with our Western faction. Just as the 6 saints were about to voice their thoughts, Hongjun's voice resonated with calm authority, announcing the activation of the tokens of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, yet to be born. Once they emerged, deliberations would convene at the Zhixiao Palace. With that, Hongjun's figure gradually faded from view. The 6 saints bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We shall respectfully send off our master." Without further words, they returned to their respective sanctuaries, each harboring curiosity about the true nature of the tokens that would herald the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At Shuyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenery Palace, Taiji Laozi sat serenely upon a mat, and Xian Du, his disciple, approached. "Master, I pay my respects." With the dawn of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors imminent, he instructed, "You must return to humanity and seek information regarding the tokens from the 3 ancestors. Your disciple shall diligently adhere to your command." Xian Du, among the firstborn of the innate human race, was the sole direct disciple of Taiji Laozi. During the ravages of the demon race and the enslavement by the shaman race, he had not intervened to aid humanity. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being sat amidst the celebratory clouds of the heavens, his countenance clouded with displeasure. He had intended to send his disciples to the heavenly court to strategize under the 4 Directions Emperor, but had not anticipated that Master Hongjun would truly support Hao Yin. The primordial supreme being, harboring disdain for Hao Yin, felt compelled to refrain from meddling in heavenly matters. As humanity flourished, the presence of the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to assist was paramount. Guangchengzi, Nanjing Xianwang, Taiji Zhenren. You are to descend immediately and forge alliances with humanity while discreetly inquiring about their tokens. Yes, we shall dutifully follow your command. The 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, along with the burning lamp and the old man of the South Pole, emerged from the Jade Void Palace, making their way to the realm of humanity. At this moment, the figures of Jin and Zhuanti had transformed into ascetic monks, infiltrating the human world, where they fervently proclaimed the wondrous doctrines of the West, all the while secretly seeking information regarding the tokens of faith of the human race. In the heavenly palace of Inwa herself sat gracefully upon a cushion, clad in resplendent garments, a yellow gourd suspended beside her. Within the gourd floated a wisp of lingering soul, that of Fushi, who had perished in a cataclysmic explosion of his own essence. Brother, Inwa's voice, soft and tender, resonated as she gazed at the remnants of her brother's soul, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Fushi, born from the primordial peaks of Mount Buzhou, was a being of innate wisdom, adept in the art of divination through the I Ching. Yet now, he existed merely as a fleeting spirit, and with a sigh, he lamented, "At this moment, I cannot assist my sister in divining the tokens of humanity." Inwa's expression grew melancholic. The human race was on the brink of great prosperity, bursting forth with vitality, yet her brother was reduced to but a wisp of soul, where, indeed, lay the glimmer of hope. Fushi spoke soothingly. "I, Fushi, hold no shame among the demon clan. To retain even a fragment of my essence is a remarkable fortune." On the shores of the Eastern Sea, at Golden Tortoise Island, the water and fire youth struck the golden bell. In response, the direct disciples of the heavenly court emerged from the southern heavenly gate, hastening back to Golden Tortoise Island. This was the advantage of having achieved immortality in physical form, allowing them to roam freely, unencumbered by any constraints. Chapter 29. The diminishing connection with humanity on the Golden Horn Island. Within the Azure Palace, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings sat quietly upon a meditation cushion, awaiting the arrival of disciples from the myriad celestial beings. The Tao ancestor convened a discussion at the Zhijiao Palace, proclaiming the imminent dawn of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, necessitating a token of humanity to unlock this epoch. In due course, divine assistance from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be at hand, bringing immense merit and fortune. Duo Bao, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Master, how may we become the aides of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" The Lord of the Celestial Teachings gently shook his head, uncertain for the moment, yet speculated that it was likely related to the token of humanity. "Master, what precisely is this token of humanity?" he asked once more. The Lord shook his head again, explaining that the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors also heralded a great calamity. The mysteries of heaven and Tao were unclear, and even the saints could not divine its nature. The disciples below pondered this for a moment before voicing their thoughts. "Master, should we not strengthen our ties with humanity at this juncture?" The Lord of the Celestial Teachings contemplated briefly, deciding that excessive caution might be misguided. "It will be best to proceed as usual." "Understood. We shall heed your command, Master." The myriad celestial beings then departed. Among the esteemed disciples, half returned to the heavenly court to idle away their days, while the other half returned to their sanctuaries to relax. Achieving immortality in the flesh, living freely, brought joy even in the mundane tasks of the heavenly court. Ying Yuan returned to Ling Yuan Island, sitting serenely atop a cliff, gazing at the endless azure of the tranquil sea. Softly murmuring, "The winds are rising." However, he mused, as the storms intensify, the fish become all the more precious. In the rear hall of the Azure Palace, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings fixated on his diary, awaiting its latest entries. As a mentor, he had discerned the peculiarities of his diligent disciples' journaling habits. The disciple had mentioned the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors several times, indicating their profound significance. Such momentous events would surely be documented. Today, I encountered senior sister Yin Xiao once more. She wore a violet celestial gown, her long purple hair cascading elegantly, her legs long and fair. Songgu remarked that purple possesses an enchanting aura, and he spoke truly. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings frowned slightly at the diary's contents, dismayed that his wayward disciple dared to harbor thoughts about his senior sister. Yet, he soon perceived a path he had never before contemplated. This mischievous disciple Could it be that his heart belongs to Yin Xiao? If so, might they become companions on the Tao? This wayward disciple often contemplated betraying the Western teachings. If he were to forge a bond with Yin Xiao, would he still consider defection? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. Today, the Master summoned the myriad celestial beings, declaring the imminent arrival of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Indeed, it has been nearly 10 millennia since the witch and demon tribes withdrew from the central expanse of the primordial universe. Humanity is due to ascend to the grand stage of the primordial world. Yet, we require the token of humanity to unlock the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The token must be the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kunlun seal. The Lord continued to scrutinize the diary, his brow furrowing at the mention of the Kunlun seal. However, from the Master's remarks today, it seems the Kunlun seal is not in the possession of the Grand Master Tai Chu. Otherwise, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have already commenced. There are thus 3 conjectures. It lies with the 3 ancestors of humanity, or with the Holy Mother Nuwa. Or perhaps it awaits its moment to emerge amidst the turbulent void. The Kunlun seal, though not widely recognized, holds immense significance. It possesses the power to confer titles upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Whoever possesses the Kunlun seal undoubtedly wields the authority to determine the arrangements of the armies of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Alas, how I wish it were in the possession of my. The Tongtian gazed intently at the contents of the diary. The Kunlun seal, capable of bestowing titles upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and influencing their armies. Such power! No wonder Master Hongjun proclaimed that the emergence of the human race's token would herald the dawn of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Meanwhile, by the Eastern Sea, the fertile soil, pleasant climate, and abundant environment made it a haven for life. As the demon race slaughtered the human race, millions fled to the shores of the Eastern Sea, finding refuge under the protection of the, allowing them to survive. They thrived and multiplied along the Eastern Sea. And after thousands of years of recuperation, their numbers once again surpassed 100 billion, spreading across the vast wilderness. However, the Eastern Sea became the cradle of human heritage, for it was here that the 3 ancestors of humanity resided. The 3 ancestors, the first of the innate human race, were Suiren, Zi, and Yuchao. They led the early humans out of hardship and confusion, accumulating great merit, each possessing the pinnacle cultivation of the Tai golden immortal. On the expansive plains of the Eastern Sea, where human tribes congregated, Xuandu donned a Taoist robe and entered the tribe. Xuandu had met the 3 ancestors before. Suiren, Zi, and Yuchao appeared as elderly figures in their 40s or 50s, wrapped in animal skins and leaning on wooden staffs, their vitality waning. In the face of the demon invasion, the 3 ancestors fought valiantly, but ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. Wounded at their very source, they bore grievous injuries and had yet to recover. With a warm smile, the 3 ancestors welcomed Xuandu back, urging him to sit. As fellow members of the first innate human race, Xuandu and the 3 ancestors were old acquaintances. The 3 ancestors had devoted themselves to humanity, while Xuandu had pledged his allegiance to the human faction. Xuandu expressed his gratitude to the 3 ancestors, acknowledging that despite being among the first innate humans, his current standing paled in comparison to theirs. During the previous slaughter of the human race by the demons, Xuandu had been in seclusion and unable to provide timely assistance. He humbly sought the 3 ancestors' understanding. Suiren remained silent. "Please, have something to eat," he finally suggested. The 4 gathered around a campfire, where fish was roasting in the center. Zi sliced a piece of succulent fish for Xuandu and offered it to him. Xuandu accepted the fish but did not eat it, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Yuchao, noticing the subtle change in Xuandu's expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. The desires of the human race for delicious fish were, in his eyes, mere foul and repugnant things, unworthy of consumption. The atmosphere turned quiet. Xuandu spoke again. "Fortunately, the suffering of humanity has passed, and the young ones have regained their vitality." Zi, who had previously worn a gentle smile, now wore a somber expression and retorted, "Has it truly passed?" After a long silence, Swearin sorrowfully replied, "During the height of human prosperity, our population nearly reached several billion. Yet the demon race slaughtered us, and the witch race enslaved us to the brink of extinction, leaving us with merely millions. Has this deep-seated enmity truly passed?" Yu Chao gritted his teeth, declaring, "The blood debts of humanity, the countless souls lost, how can they find peace? Xuandu, the coexistence of humans and demons, is untenable. This is the blood oath sworn by countless humans in their tears." The three ancestors echoed in unison. Xiandu's countenance remained tranquil, akin to an ancient well, seemingly embodying Laozi's principle of non-action. Although the demon race had withdrawn from the vast primordial realm, illustrious figures such as Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, and Ying Zhao had not perished. Should the human race persist in harboring grudges, calamity may well ensue. Heh. The three ancestors of humanity shared a self-deprecating smile, their eyes betraying a myriad of bloodshot veins. When has humanity ever submitted? Even in the face of utter annihilation, did we yield in our blood-soaked lamentations? Xiandu chose not to speak further. After a prolonged silence, the three ancestors regained their composure. "Xiandu, how long do you intend to remain with the tribe this time?" "In due course. We have several promising young men among our ranks, well suited for imparting the teachings of the Golden Elixir Path." Xiandu's voice emerged softly. The ancestors nodded in agreement, recognizing the immense value of his guidance. "With Xiandu's tutelage, our young men shall navigate their paths with far fewer missteps." Shortly thereafter, a robust man clad in animal hides escorted Xiandu to his resting quarters. The three ancestors stood before the modest entrance of their dwelling, gazing into the vast expanse, lost in thought for an extended period before murmuring softly, "Xiandu seems to be drifting further away from our human race." Chapter 30. The three teachings in their pursuit of treasures. The illustrious figure of the human race, Swearin, discovered the secrets of thunder and fire, allowing humanity to savor cooked meat, thus significantly reducing mortality rates. The Zi clan invented animal skins and garments, providing the human race with a degree of modesty, marking a step from ignorance toward enlightenment. The Chao clan unveiled the concept of nests, offering the human race a sanctuary from the sweltering heat and biting cold. The three ancestors, through their humble beginnings, led the early humans out of their dire circumstances. During a visit to the three ancestors in Xuandu, the celestial master of the exposition arrived among the remaining tribes of humanity. Guan Chengzi traversed the wilderness, witnessing numerous humans clad inadequately, feasting on half-cooked meat with abandon. He observed a couple lying in the grass, engaging in intimate acts without a trace of shame. Guan Chengzi furrowed his brow, pondering if this truly represented humanity, so utterly ignorant and devoid of dignity. How could such feeble beings aspire to become the masters of heaven and earth? Upon entering a tribe, Guan Chengzi encountered a middle-aged leader who warmly offered water and roasted meat, expressing his hospitality. The celestial being, however, did not deign to glance at the offerings, revealing his disdain for such filth. The leader stood frozen in embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Water and cooked meat were already the pinnacle of hospitality for his people. As Guan Chengzi approached the tribe's bonfire, a gathering of humans was present. Near the fire stood a mud sculpture, depicting a figure that resembled the revered Taoist Duo Bao. Before the statue lay fruits, cooked meat, and water in homage. Millennia ago, Duo Bao had led the disciples of the Jiejiao from Jiejiao Island to the shores of the East Sea, rescuing the last remnants of humanity from the clutches of demon soldiers. The young men of the human race had etched Duo Bao's visage deeply into their hearts, crafting a statue to venerate daily in gratitude. Previously, in the heavenly court, Guan Chengzi had been defeated by Duo Bao in a single move, inciting his ire. Upon seeing the statue, he carelessly waved his hand, unleashing a burst of power. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered into fragments. This act ignited the fury of the entire tiger tribe. Dozens of robust men, armed with long spears, encircled Guan Chengzi, demanding an explanation for his desecration of their benefactor's statue. The celestial being's countenance darkened as he coolly retorted, "An explanation? Duobao is but a lowly rodent of a being, having cultivated mere power without virtue. He is unworthy of such reverence." "Silence!" the tiger leader shouted, his voice filled with indignation. "Master Duobao is our benefactor. You not only shattered his statue, but also insulted him. Our tribe cannot allow this transgression." With that, the tiger leader and his kin charged at Guan Chengzi with their spears raised. A smirk crept across Guan Chengzi's lips as he mused. How dare a firefly contest the brilliance of the full moon? With a mere ripple of his Taoist essence, he sent the robust men flying, their bodies crashing to the ground, lifeless. Indeed, they were weaker than ants. Guan Chengzi had not anticipated that a mere tremor of his power would result in such devastation. As he departed leisurely, women and children surrounded the fallen bodies, weeping in sorrow. Meanwhile, similar tragedies unfolded in the Eagle and Spear tribes. Tai Yizhenren waved his hand and shattered the statue of Zhao Gongming. Huanglong Zhenren followed suit, breaking the statue of Ying Yuan. In an instant, the long quiet human realm was once again steeped in bloodshed. Within the ancestral land of humanity, a robust man hurriedly entered the lair of the three ancestors, panicked. The fire ancestor lamented the loss of dozens of kin from the tiger tribe, while the eagle tribe mourned over 100 fallen brethren. The spear tribe, too, suffered grievously. It was the immortals of the Tongtian Sect who had descended upon our people. Suiren, Zi, and Yuchao expressed their righteous indignation. How utterly despicable! Cough, cough! In a fit of rage, the three ancestors inadvertently aggravated their injuries, spitting blood. Recently, there have been whispers in our tribe about miraculous methods from the West that could save people. Nonsense! Where were these miraculous methods when our race was slaughtered by the demon clans? Where were they when the women of our kind were enslaved as breeding tools by the witch tribes? Suiren berated furiously. Yuchao supported Suiren, saying, "Elder brother." The three ancestors gazed beyond the lair, observing a great tree swaying, sighing deeply. The tree longs to move, yet the wind does not cease. Xuandu has returned. The immortals of the Tongtian Sect have descended, and even the West has come to rescue people. That which we cannot protect, we cannot protect. Xiao Feng, quickly inform Beixian to retrieve the items from the ancestral land and send them to Jiejiao Island. Make haste. A robust man named Xiao Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes. Chief, Xiao Feng was a paragon among the human race, possessing mastery in Tao and the strength of a terrestrial immortal, a true expert of humanity. In the East Sea, in the northern tribe, there flowed a great river known as Xianshui, along which several human tribes resided. 15 years ago, a child was born in the river tribe, surrounded by golden light upon his arrival, astonishing several tribes. The three ancestors, upon hearing the news, rushed over, marveling at the child's innate gifts, far exceeding those of the primordial humans. They held deep hopes for the child, naming him Beixian. Xiao Feng rode the gentle breeze tirelessly to the river region. Standing by the bank, calling out, "Beixian, Beixian," the river surged violently, yet a 15-year-old boy was seen playing in the water. The turbulent waves beneath him turned gentle, losing all their might. Hearing someone call his name, the boy clapped his hands, sending splashes of water into the air, leaping ashore clad only in a half-hide. His muscular form strikingly graceful, with a youthful innocence upon his face. "Brother Feng, what is it?" The boy was indeed Beixian. "The three ancestors have commanded you to hasten to the ancestral land and bring the items to Jiejiao Island." Feng's expression was grave and earnest. "Is it that important? Why don't you go instead? I have plans to hunt with my friends from the Fengyan tribe." Feng grew anxious, insisting fervently, "This matter is far more critical than hunting. The command comes directly from the three ancestors, and it concerns the safety of our people. It must be you." Beixian, though young and playful, understood the gravity of the situation, nodding repeatedly. "All right, I shall go to the ancestral land at once." With that, Beixian leaped into the great river, swiftly traversing 1,000 miles along its current. With exceptional talent, having only practiced for 15 years, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm. a truly formidable figure. The three ancestors further articulated that the presence of North Xian is by no means inferior to the primordial beings of the vast universe. North Xian swiftly retreated to the ancestral land of the human race, which is not situated in the East Sea, but rather in the region of Mount Buzhou. In this sacred place, the mother of all created a palace from clay. During the onslaught of the demon race, the palace of Nuwa was left unscathed. The Kongtong seal was cleverly concealed beneath the statue of the Holy Mother Nuwa by the three ancestors. At the shores of the East Sea, Xiandu sensed the arrival of the golden immortals from the Tongtian Sect, realizing that they too sought the tokens of the human race. He paid his respects once more to the three ancestors. Xiandu conveyed that his purpose in visiting was to obtain the tokens for the human race, expressing hope that the three ancestors would lend these tokens to the human teaching, which would undoubtedly contribute to the flourishing of humanity. The three ancestors acknowledged that the tokens of the human race bear a connection to the Western realm, promising that if lent to the Western teaching, the human race would acquire supreme wisdom and achieve great prosperity. The medicine master and Mithria entered the nest, greeting their senior brother Xiandu. "What concern do the affairs of the East hold for the West?" retorted Guang Chengzi, his countenance grave, as he entered the nest accompanied by 11 golden immortals from Kunlun. They too paid their respects to Xiandu, asserting their determination to obtain the tokens of the human race. At that moment, the cry of a golden phoenix echoed through the air. By the decree of the Holy Mother Nuwa, the tokens must be returned to the palace of the Nuwa Empress. The golden phoenix, a steed of the sage Nuwa, holds a status akin to that of a disciple. Unlike the disciples of the human Chan from the Western teachings, the golden phoenix represents the Holy Mother Nuwa herself. The three ancestors immediately bowed in reverence, addressing her as the Holy Mother. Meanwhile, North Xian had already arrived at the ancestral land of the human race, retrieving the Kongtong seal from beneath the clay sculpture, and hurriedly made his way towards the shores of the East Sea. Chapter 31. The Betrayal of Humanity at Xuandu. The three ancestors lure bait. The Battle of the Five Saints on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The lair of the three ancestors stands. Xuandu, the medicine master, Mithria, Guang Chengzi, and other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun have gathered here. The disciples of the saints display a calm demeanor, their voices devoid of warmth, as they demand the three ancestors surrender the tokens of humanity, assuring that the grand teachings of the saints will protect humankind. Protect humanity? Ha! Ha ha! The Nest clan and the Garb clan scoff derisively. The calamity of the witch and demon looms ominously, the cries of countless compatriots echoing in despair. Where were the grand teachings of the saints when humanity wept blood? The disciples of the saints converge upon humanity, their tone devoid of negotiation, assuming a posture of coercion. Clang! Outside the lair, a golden phoenix cries out, bearing the decree of goddess Nuwa, summoning the tokens of humanity back to the palace of Nuwa. The three ancestors, faces etched with sorrow, bow in reverence, proclaiming their homage to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Swish! Xuandu, the medicine master, Mithria, Guang Chengzi, and Tai Zhenren, along with the other golden immortals, fix their gaze unwaveringly upon the golden phoenix. The three ancestors may adopt a defiant stance, resisting the commands of the grand teachings. Yet they must heed the directives of the Holy Mother Nuwa. This is the grace of creating humanity. The Nest clan and the Garb clan simultaneously turn their eyes toward the Swearen clan, their elder brother. Sighing softly, the Swearen clan strides deeper into the lair. Shortly thereafter, he emerges, cradling a cluster of primordial fire. The innate fire of Swearen, birthed from his successful friction of wood to create fire, is a divine gift from the heavenly Tao, representing the fire seed of humanity, a sacred relic of the human race. Buzz, buzz, the innate fire burns quietly, radiating the light of virtue, illuminating the assembly of golden immortals. Xuandu, the medicine master, Mithria, Guang Chengzi, and the other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun gaze intently at the flame, deceived by its manifestation of merit, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. This is the token of humanity. The swearing clan casts a sorrowful and indignant glance at the golden immortals, ultimately resting his gaze upon Xuandu. Xuandu, today the teachings of the Western religion and the teachings of your sect press upon humanity. Do you, Xuandu, also intend to coerce humanity? The swearing clan's eyes lock onto Xuandu. Xuandu, a progenitor of the primordial human race, the ancestor of countless kin. Xuandu's expression remains inscrutable, asserting that the teachings also serve the interests of humanity. Good, good, good. The swearing clan exclaims thrice, yet his gaze toward Xuandu dims entirely. From hope to despair, Xuandu has truly distanced himself from humanity. He is no longer the progenitor of a human race. To infringe upon the interests of humanity is to be a traitor. In indignation, the swearing clan hurls the innate fire from the lair. Clang! The golden phoenix catches the innate fire in its beak, soaring toward the 33 heavens above. Buzz! Within the lair, the figures of the immortals flicker as they pursue the phoenix into the skies. The medicine master and Mithriya, their faces etched with worry and distress. Call out, friend Phoenix, please halt. This token of humanity bears significance to our Western teachings. Guang Chengzi's expression darkens. Phoenix, relinquish the token of humanity. The Ban-Tian seal. Guang Chengzi channels his quasi-saintly powers, summoning the Ban-Tian seal. Bang! The seal expands in the wind, transforming into a small mountain, directly crashing onto the back of the golden phoenix. Clang! The phoenix, in pain, emits a mournful cry. The innate fire it carried tumbles down. In the ethereal realm, figures such as Xuandu, the medicine master, Mithriya, and Tai Jinren flickered into view, all rushing toward the treasured tokens of humanity. The celestial energies of the grand purity, jade purity, and the fragrant essence of the Western paradise entwined in a fierce struggle for the primordial fire. Guangqingzi, how dare you? Echoed an authoritative voice from the heavens. A crimson light descended from the ninth heaven, targeting Guang Chengzi directly. Inhua had yet to establish a grand religion. Her golden phoenix served both as steed and disciple. A disdainful snort reverberated through the cosmos. A jade light emanated from Kunlun Mountain, while the three treasures of the jade Rui intercepted Inhua's red embroidered ball. The tokens of humanity are destined to connect with our Western realm, proclaimed Jiejiao and Zhuan-Ti, tearing through the void to manifest. Zhuan-Ti summoned the seven treasures divine tree, directing its power toward the primordial fire. Damn the West! Thundered the primordial beginning, unleashing the innate treasure, the Panga banner. The banner radiated a chaotic white light, imposing enough to force Zhuan-Ti back. Yin, his expression fraught with worry, called forth the Jiejiao treasure banner, attempting to seize the primordial fire. A surge of yin-yang energy erupted from Shouyang Mountain, rippling with Tao rhythms, sweeping across the vast wilderness. The dual energies coalesced in the skies, forming a symbol of yin and yang. This eternal cycle spun through the heavens for 365 rotations before crashing towards Jian. With a resounding impact, the forces of Taiqing Laojun clashed with Jian, stirring the Tao rhythms and resonating throughout the wilderness. Jian retreated for tens of thousands of miles, his body aglow with golden radiance, supported by the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, stabilizing his form against the onslaught. Gazing once more into the void, Jie Yin's eyes reflected trepidation. Indeed, it was the Taiji diagram of the three treasures of creation. The Taiji diagram, an innate treasure of unparalleled might, was one of the three treasures of creation. Taiqing Laojun emerged from the void, gracefully raising his hand to catch the primordial fire. The primordial beginning's expression darkened. He felt an intense displeasure at having been outmaneuvered by his elder brother. Inhua's beautiful eyes darkened, the power of the saint of creation surging within her as she wielded the red embroidered ball, resolute in her determination to secure the tokens of humanity, which held her brother Fushi's slender hope. Standing unwaveringly in the void, Taiqing Laojun allowed the red embroidered ball to approach. With a series of thuds, the ball collided with the energies of yin and yang, its once ferocious assault rendered feeble. The red embroidered ball, classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, could not breach the formidable defenses of the Taiji diagram, a treasure of both offensive and defensive prowess. Jiejiao and Yuan exchanged glances, their minds resonating with the sacred sounds of the West, poised to strike again. A wave of profound yellow energy enveloped Tongtian Laojun. In the next moment, bitter tears streamed from Yuan Ti's eyes, overwhelmed by an unbearable pain. How can we possibly continue this battle? The Taiji diagram loomed above, exerting its dominance over the saints, while the profound yellow energy, an unparalleled innate treasure, the Xianhuang Linglong Tower, provided unmatched defense. Jiejiao and Yuan, despite their formidable treasures, found themselves dwarfed in comparison to Tongtian Laojun. Lacking any lethal force, how could they breach his defenses? Alas, the figure of Jin appeared troubled and distressed, for the token of a human race had arrived in the hands of Tongtian, indicating that the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would indeed be presided over by Tongtian. Xiandu revealed a joyful expression, respectfully stepping forward to congratulate his master. Yet, before Xiandu could finish his words, the countenance of Tongtian Laozu, the sage, suddenly shifted upon his primordial spirit, merging with the innate fire. Something was amiss. This was not the token required to initiate the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the next moment, Tongtian Laozu's gaze fixed upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. The other sages sensed the anomaly as well. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nuwa, Jane, and Yuan displayed expressions of delight, for there was still a glimmer of hope. All the sages directed their attention to the Eastern Sea, where a frail figure of a human was seen gliding low over the waters. The silhouette wavered, stirring up towering waves. Clearly, this weak human's destination was Jiejiao Island. Yuan Ti's face lit up with overwhelming joy as he continued to call out loudly, proclaiming that the human token must indeed be destined for the West. The 7 treasures' mysterious tree. The fragrant incense wafted toward the frail human, Beixian. Yuan exclaimed, "Is this not truly my Qing Ping? Is this not advantageous?" With a thunderous roar, the Qing Ping sword energy surged skyward, unleashing unparalleled sword intent that swept across the universe and the 8 desolations. Chapter 32. The Celestial Confrontation of the 3 Saints. Ying Yuan acquires a jade seal of vibrant azure sword Qi lotus blossomed upon the surface of the Eastern Sea. In swift succession, a unique sword Qi surged forth, targeting Yuan. In a fleeting moment, it sent Yuan Ti's 7 treasures' mysterious tree flying, tore through his Taoist robes, and stripped away his visage. Yet, Yuan remained unfazed by the loss of his appearance, enduring the most grievous blows. For the relic of the human race must be returned to the West. "Brother, I shall hold off Tongtian," Jiejiao responded with an unspoken understanding. Laozi, the grand purity, appeared as an ancient tree, standing still in the void. Yuan Shi Tianzun wore a displeased expression, enveloped by the essence of the jade purity. It showed no inclination to intervene. The ties among the 3 pure ones were amicable at this moment. Naturally, Laozi and Yuan Shi would not brazenly confront Tongtian in the primordial chaos, lest they become the source of ridicule among the cultivators. However, neither did they extend their assistance to Tongtian. The frail human was making his way to Golden Ao Island. While the Grand Purity and Jade Purity could not directly seize from Tongtian, they could witness his defeat and then take advantage of Jiejiao and Yuan. Thus, Jiejiao and Yuan launched a coordinated assault on Tongtian. Seizing the opportunity, Nuwa once more summoned the red embroidered ball, proclaiming, "By the decree of the Holy Mother of Humanity, I present the human relic to the Nuwa Palace." Beixian, clad in animal skins, harnessed his internal powers to the utmost, declaring, "The Holy Mother of Humanity? I beg your pardon. I, Beixian, have never bowed to mortals nor felt fear. I heed only the 3 ancestors." Beixian continued his flight towards Golden Ao Island. "Sister Nuwa, do you desire the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kontong Seal? Then let us engage in battle first." Thus, the Eastern Sea of the primordial chaos transformed into a battlefield where Tongtian faced off against Jiejiao, Yuan, and Nuwa. The clash of Taoist essences rippled through the air. The power of Tongtian, standing alone against the three saints, grew ever more formidable amidst the fray, demonstrating the wild and unrestrained spirit of the upper clear saint. Yet within Tongtian's heart simmered a mixture of sorrow and indignation, lamenting, "Eldest brother, second brother, you merely watch as outsiders besiege me, yet you offer no aid." In the depths of the underworld, the Blood Sea and the Dark River observe the chaotic battle in the Eastern Sea with grave expressions, absorbing the flowing and intertwining azure sword Qi, perfecting their innate killing sword. In the palace of the North Sea Demon Masters, Kunlun donned his customary shade, cackling, "Let them fight. It is of no concern to the ancestor." On Mount Wanshou, the five Ying Yuan also watched the grand conflict unfold in the Eastern Sea. The myriad powerful beings of the primordial world fixated their gazes upon the East Sea. The contest of wits among the saints was an event not to be missed, for experiencing the Taoist essence of the saints greatly benefits one's cultivation. Yet, Tongtian's single-handed struggle against the three saints proved to be an arduous endeavor, and he gradually began to falter. "Exterminate the immortals." Tongtian, riding the towering waves, finally spoke those two words. In an instant, the primordial heavens and earth erupted with tumultuous winds and swirling clouds. The once serene cosmos suddenly surged with a menacing aura. Laozi's ancient gaze revealed a hint of trepidation. The exterminate immortals sword formation. Yuan Shi Tian Zun's expression darkened. Only the four saints can shatter this. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances with Xiandu, Guangqingzi, and the other 12 golden immortals, signaling them. Xiandu and Guangqingzi understood and nodded, transforming into streaks of light as they pursued the frail human. As the formation of the exquisite sword array emerges, it can be shattered only by the four saints. However, with the combined might of Jin, Zhuanti, and Nuwa, there exist merely three saints, making it impossible to dismantle the exquisite sword array of Tongtian. Taiqing Laozu and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, wary of the bond among the three pure ones, cannot directly confront Tongtian. Thus, the sole hope of seizing the human token rests upon their disciples. This also serves as a means for the younger generation to engage in a contest of skills. The Bantian Seal. With the cultivation of a perfected sage, Guangqingzi swiftly closed the distance, catching up to Bei Xian in mere moments. His face darkened with murderous intent. The sage's powers surged as he invoked the Bantian Seal once more. Boom! Crash! The Bantian Seal struck fiercely against Beishuan's back. Cough! The blood of humanity spilled across the vast sky. The mighty beings of the primordial world gazed upon the tumultuous waves, shaking their heads in dismay. The strike of the Bantian Seal was merciless. That young human could not possibly survive. Tai quickly seized the human token. After Guangqingzi unleashed his blow, he turned to obstruct Xuandu, buying time for his fellow disciples. Tai waved his whisk, reaching out towards the crashing waves. With a tremendous splash, the towering waves cascaded down. Within Bei Xian, his internal powers surged once more. Enduring his injuries, he continued his flight towards Jiejiao Island. What has transpired? Tai Jinren stood in a daze. The 11 golden immortals of the Tongtian Sect, along with the myriad powerful beings of the primordial world, were equally astonished. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That young human, at most a Xianxian, had been struck by Guangqingzi's Bantian Seal, and yet he had not perished? The closest of the 11 golden immortals widened their eyes, as if beholding a thick, boundless layer of golden fortune enveloping the young man. By heavens, is that merit? How can it be? How could such a frail human possess such an abundance of merit and fortune? The 11 golden immortals continued their pursuit of Bei Xian. The medicine master and Methria had also arrived. At 15, Beishuan's heart was already cursing vehemently. Damn, is it a sneak attack from behind? Guangqingzi, is it? I shall remember you. Struck by the Bantian Seal, Bei Xian was left disoriented, his powers in disarray, struggling to maintain his strength. He staggered and fell onto an unnamed small island near Jiejiao Island, fortuitously landing atop a mountain cliff. The commotion startled Ying Yuan, who was in the midst of a secluded meditation. Their gazes met. Ying Yuan stared at the fallen practitioner before him, seemingly a human. Bei Xian, clad in animal skins, bore extensive bruises and bloodstains, his breath growing weaker. He glanced at Ying Yuan and weakly inquired, Are you a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect? I am Ying Yuan, a disciple within the inner sect of the Jiejiao Sect, under the sage of the upper clear. How wonderful! Bei Xian trembled as he retrieved an object from his robe, presenting it to Ying Yuan. The decree of the three ancestors, this item, must be delivered to Jiejiao Island. Ying Yuan's gaze fell upon the object he was handed. It was square and jade-like, suffused with a mysterious luminescence. It resembled the legendary imperial seal in size, without a doubt. Instinctively, Ying Yuan reached out to take it, only to feel an overwhelming heat in his palm. By heavens! Is this the legendary treasure of the human race, the Tongtian seal? Ying Yuan was taken aback. Upon mere contact, he could sense the profound connection between this seal and the human race. Rectangular and jade-colored, it belonged to the category of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, intertwined with the fortune of humanity. What else could this possibly be if not the Tongtian seal? Undoubtedly, this Tongtian seal was a scorching possession. Who could comprehend such a phenomenon? How could a hot potato fall from the heavens while one sits comfortably at home? Before Ying Yuan could retract his hand, a furious voice suddenly echoed through the void. You vile creature, release the token of the human race, clad in armor and born from the dampness of the egg. How dare you lay hands on the treasure of humanity? Your fortunes are meager. You deserve to perish. The voice of Guang Chengzi thundered from the void. Ying Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Clad in armor, born from dampness, and possessing meager fortunes? How dare you? Even a clay Buddha has its pride. Although Ying Yuan was an innate calamity dragon, being scolded in such a manner was a first for him. Fury surged within him. Buzz! The Tongtian seal swelled against the wind, transforming into a colossal mountain, crashing down towards Lin Yuan Island. Ying Yuan's gaze remained calm as he first stored the Tongtian seal within his primordial spirit, then hastily grasped the collar of the North Xian bee skin garment. Employing the Qing Xian technique and the 5 elements escape technique, water dragon escape, Ying Yuan pulled the young human away, fleeing from Lin Yuan Island. His robe drenched in cold sweat. A true man never looks back, for to glance back even once would lead to an explosion. The already narrow and cramped Lin Yuan Island was utterly shattered by the strike of the Tongtian seal, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 33. What use is strength? It is the background and connections that matter. Ying Yuan was thoroughly enraged, a tempest of fury within him. First, he was insulted as a wretched abomination, and then his sanctuary was destroyed. The figure of clay, he was 8 parts fire. Ying Yuan's countenance turned an ominous shade of black. Supreme clarity, celestial mantra. Supreme clarity, divine thunder. Ying Yuan hovered above the ocean, raising his hand slightly, as the winds and thunderclouds gathered from the heavens above. With a hum, the celestial seal rose from the depths of the sea. Ying Yuan furrowed his brow, his throat subtly moving, invoking the water evasion technique of the supreme clarity, celestial mantra. In a swift motion, a massive shadow, propelled by the surging waves of the East Sea, turned to flee. Ying Yuan, merely at the initial stage of the profound immortal realm, dared to contend with Guang Chengzi? That was sheer folly. The path of the Tao is vast. Survival is the key to power. Abomination, do not escape. Taiji Jinren bellowed, wielding his whisk and pursuing Ying Yuan. Bei Xian, fleeing alongside Ying Yuan, weakly questioned, Are you truly a disciple of the? How could the supreme clarity saint, who faces 3 adversaries with unmatched valor, have such a cowardly disciple? To not even dare to fight, what kind of disciple is that? Damn it, shut your mouth. I'm saving you, and you still have the gall to complain? Have you even thanked me? In the blink of an eye, Ying Yuan had evaded to the periphery of Jiejiao Island. Taiji Jinren's expression grew increasingly grim, his patience waning as he chased an abomination. 9 dragons leaving fire. With a whoosh, 9 fiery dragons appeared abruptly upon the furious surface of the East Sea. The dragons surged with incredible speed, evaporating millions of tons of seawater and forming a fiery formation aimed at Ying Yuan. The terrifying, searing heat enveloped him. Ying Yuan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The 9 dragons leaving fire, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, was composed of extraordinary flames. This was the true fire of Samadhi, the divine fire of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, terrifying indeed. Ying Yuan, even while traversing the waves with one hand gripping this human youth, shall escape from this peril. Brother, save me. This cry, directed towards Jiejiao Island, exhausted all of Ying Yuan's strength. The 9 dragons, leaving fire, surged across the sea, already closing in behind him. At that moment, a firebird suddenly materialized in the void of the East Sea, enveloped in crimson flames. Its avian form revealed a beak, talons, and soft feathers, all composed of fire. The fire crow emerged, flapping its wings, diving from the heavens above. The previously rampaging 9 dragons, leaving fire, upon sighting the fire crow, recoiled in fear like a mouse confronted by a cat, losing all its fierce momentum. The fire crow descended, pecking out the eye of one fire dragon and shattering it with a single claw. Once more, the fire crow flapped its wings, in just 2 or 3 breaths. Its unparalleled claws completely scattered the 9 dragons, leaving fire. The fire dragons disintegrated, reverting to the form of the leaving fire shield, dimly returning to Taiji Zhenren's grasp. From the boundless ocean of clouds, a figure emerged, clad in a fiery red robe, with eyes, brows, and hair of flame. The Taoist was handsome and striking, countless fire crows floating behind him. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Taiji Zhenren, speaking in a casual tone. Brother Taiji, your 9 dragons leaving fire is rather lacking. Isn't it? A figure emerged, the illustrious flame immortal of the Luo Xian. Ying Yuan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly approached. Senior brother Luo Xian, have you been injured? Luo Xian, full of concern, replied, I have arrived late. Not late at all, I am unscathed. Excellent. Since you are unharmed, let me aid you in seeking justice. With a decisive step forward, Luo Xian summoned 3,000 fire crows, forming a formidable array that radiated an overwhelming heat, bearing down on Tai Zhenren. Tai Zhenren's face turned pale with fear as he cautiously regarded the fire crows. How could Luo Xian, merely at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, dare to shatter my 9 dragons, leaving fire? What manner of flame is this? Luo Xian stood at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, while Tai Zhenren had attained the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal among the 12 celestial beings of Kunlun, according to the ancient chronicles of Hong Huang. Despite the terrifying might of Luo Xian's 3,000 fire crows, he should not be a match for Tai Zhenren at that moment. However, who could overlook that Luo Xian had refined 9 sources of golden crow flames? The true fire of the sun, the mightiest flame of Hong Huang. When the true fire of the sun manifests, all other flames bow in submission, rendering Tai Zhenren utterly powerless against it. From Xuandu, Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, Xi Heng, Wen Shu, Pu Xian, Yuding Zhenren, Yao Shi, and Mi Lu hastened to the scene, preparing to engage Luo Xian in a battle of numbers. Guangqingzi's expression darkened as he summoned the Fan Tian seal, aiming to suppress Luo Xian. A golden streak of light shot forth from the clouds, repelling the Fan Tian seal. Yun Shao, serving in the heavenly court, had garnered merit and fortune, successfully severing a corpse. A striking purple figure emerged. The early-stage quasi-saint Yun Shao, wielding the supreme innate treasure, the Hun Yuan Golden Dipper. Qiong Shao, a late-stage De Luo Golden Immortal, and Bai Shao, an early-stage De Luo Golden Immortal, followed closely behind Yun Shao. Bai Shao, clad in a green garment, her vibrant personality shining through, exclaimed, "Do not fear. My little junior brother Ying Yuan, I am here to support you." Xuandu furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Suddenly, myriad spiritual lights shimmered within the sea of clouds. Duo Bao emerged, donned in a modest Taoist robe, surrounded by hundreds of spiritual treasures. Although their individual quality was not high, their sheer number was overwhelming. Yao Shi and Milu could not help but drool, exclaiming, so many spiritual treasures. Truly, Duo Bao is something to be envied. Duo Bao chuckled as he approached. Senior brother Xuandu, what skill is there in bullying my poor junior brother? Come, let us engage in a contest. Though holding a position in the heavenly court and having gained considerable merit, Duo Bao remained at the late stage, quasi-saint level. Observing Xuandu, who had utilized the resources of the Tongtian Sect for cultivation, he had only managed to sever 2 corpses, barely reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint, approaching the late stage. Before Duo Bao could make a move, a mighty roar echoed from the sea of clouds. There appeared Zhao Gongming, riding a black tiger, dressed in the attire of the wealth deity, wielding golden twin whips and adorned with 24C stabilizing pearls, shouting, a contest of magic? Let's fight. Senior brother Duo Bao. Why not let my junior brother face off against senior brother Xuandu? Zhao Gongming boisterously declared. I, Zhao Gongming, excel in understanding battles but detest fierce confrontations. Today, I wish to fight 10 opponents. Unable to restrain the primal power within, he erupted into a loud roar. Such folly. Zhao Gongming at this moment possesses only the pinnacle cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even with the assistance of 24C calming pearls, he is no match for Guangchengzi, who is at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, spoke the voice of Duo Bao. Guangchengzi, at the initial stage of the quasi-saint level, is all show and no substance, making him more suited for my junior brother Gongming. Zhao Gongming forcefully patted Ying Yuan's shoulder and then glared at Guangchengzi. What skill is it to bully my junior brother? He exclaimed. Do not fear, junior brother Ying Yuan. I shall stand by you. With a roar, Zhao Gongming charged towards Guangchengzi. The 24C calming pearls, infused with pure magical energy, surged continuously into Zhao Gongming's body, rendering his power seemingly inexhaustible. Drawing upon the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he began to suppress Guangchengzi in their clash. Tai Zhenren, Sihong, Munjushri, Samantapadra, Chijingzi, and Yuding Zhenren furrowed their brows, preparing to intervene. In the clouds, the dark clouds parted as Wuyun Xian emerged, wielding a dark iron hammer. A brawl? My Jiejiao is most unafraid of such skirmishes. The winds rose in the eastern sea, dispersing the heavy cloud cover. Yet, the vast, azure ocean remained a tumultuous expanse. The sea mirrored the skies above. The 3 holy mothers, Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling, stood at the forefront, flanked by the 7 immortals. 10 heavenly lords, the One Qi immortal, and the plague immortal Lu. A multitude of immortals gathered, their presence grand and imposing, echoing in unison. Do not fear, junior brother, senior brother. Ying Yuan, we shall assist you. A smile crept across Ying Yuan's lips, beginning as a chuckle and evolving into hearty laughter, as he gazed at Guangchengzi and the assembly of golden immortals. Capable of fighting? What use is that? In the world outside, one must rely on connections and background. Unfortunately, I happen to possess a modicum of both. Chapter 34. The return of the Kantong seal to the How have I become a direct disciple? Thus, amidst the tumultuous waves and the boundless azure sea, this scene unfolded. The treasures of Duo Bao weighed heavily, overpowering Xuandu in battle. Zhao Gongming, wielding 24C calming pearls to replenish his divine power, showcased his celestial might with dual whips, pressing on against Guangchengzi. Luo Xian utterly dominated Tai Zhenren, while the Wuyun Immortal unleashed a hammering fury upon Sihong Daoren. The 7 immortals, accompanied by the 10 heavenly lords, faced off against the 10 golden immortals of Kunlun. The advantage lay with us. The profound heritage of the decisively overwhelmed the 3 teachings of the West, turning our gaze to the battlefield of the saints. A malevolent aura began to coalesce. Jin's countenance was marked by sorrow and affliction, shaking his head in despair. Bitter tears once again streamed from the corners of Zhuan Ti's eyes, a testament to his profound suffering. Niwa sighed, shaking her head. Laozi of Taiji appeared as withered as a dead tree. Upon witnessing the myriad disciples safeguarding humanity, he realized that the Kongtong seal was beyond their grasp, and spoke softly. The relic of humanity has returned to the, and is forever estranged from your west. Yuan Shi Tian Zun's expression darkened. The myriad disciples of the, clad in scales and armor, are but a manifestation of their shallow fortunes. With a flick of his sleeve, Yuan Shi turned and departed for the Jade Void Palace. Jian and Zhuan Ti exchanged solemn headshakes as they returned to the west. Ying Yuan, too, shook his head in regret. Under the bright sky, he could no longer deliver a token of allegiance to the west. What a pity. Taiji Laozi also turned away, heading back to the 8th Scenic Palace. Nuwa cast a complex glance at Tongtian, hesitating for a long moment before speaking solemnly. The relic of humanity shall temporarily return to Brother Tongtian. Aware that she could not seize it, Nuwa chose to concede, hoping to bargain for a glimmer of hope for her brother Fushi. With that, Nuwa departed. The 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, witnessing their teacher's departure, snorted in disdain and ceased their struggle against the retreating from the battlefield. Zhao Gongming's face contorted with ferocity. Guang Chengzi, do not flee. Receive another lash from your junior brother. He intended to sink Ying Yuan's dojo and simply walk away. Zhao Gongming fiercely blocked Guang Chengzi's path. Ying Yuan, filled with fervor and deeply moved, thought, Brother Gongming, truly my kin. Though we share different fathers and mothers, we are brothers. Guang Chengzi, aware of his disadvantage and wary of the overwhelming might of the, darkened his countenance and produced a 5-turn golden pill. This 5-turn golden pill corresponded to the golden immortal realm, containing abundant celestial energy that would greatly benefit even those at the pinnacle of that stage. Ying Yuan, at the initial stage of the profound immortal realm, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the 5-turn golden pill. Zhao Gongming abruptly pulled Ying Yuan back behind him. Shooting a glare, what do you mean by good? Do not speak. His face twisted with rage, veins bulging, he thought. You think I can be swayed by a mere 5-turn golden pill? Do you underestimate my junior brother's discernment? Lingyuan Island is a rare paradise in the East Sea. Guang Chengzi's expression grew darker still as he revealed a 6-turn golden pill. The 6-turn golden pill corresponded to the Tai golden immortal realm. Ying Yuan felt another wave of excitement wash over him. The earnest Ying Yuan timidly suggested, Brother, perhaps we should call it a day. It may be wise to know when to stop. Zhao Gongming shot another glare at Ying Yuan and signaled to his elder brother Duo Bao. Boom! The air crackled as Duo Bao's late-stage quasi-saint power surged forth. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming stood side by side, speaking in unison. Ying Yuan, our younger brother, is indeed a dear brother to us. They insisted on contributing more. Guang Chengzi's expression darkened, resembling a pig's liver, and reluctantly, he produced a 6th-grade golden elixir. Zhao Gongming accepted it, saying, Thank you, Brother Guangqing. Guang Chengzi retorted angrily, Gongming, what do you mean? Zhao Gongming's fierce demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheerful smile. It's nothing. Thank you, brother. After compensating with a 5th-grade and 2 6th-grade golden elixirs, the disciples of the were finally allowed to let the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun depart. Ying Yuan, here, Zhao Gongming extended his hand, offering the 3 elixirs to Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan took 1 5th-grade and 1 6th-grade, saying, I will accept this one with gratitude, Brother Gongming. Zhao Gongming's expression shifted abruptly, and with a sharp slap to his own face, he demanded in anger, What does my younger brother mean by this? Are you trying to put your brother in a difficult position? It's not that, brother. Guang Chengzi has disrupted my cultivation grounds. This is only rightful compensation. All right, thank you, brother. Fearing that the earnest Gongming might strike him again, Ying Yuan hastily received the golden elixirs. The Tongtian observed this scene with great satisfaction, thinking, This is indeed the might of Mai's many disciples. The disciples have returned to Jiejiao Island. In the main hall of Bio Palace, the Tongtian sat quietly on a meditation cushion, surrounded by numerous disciples. With a wave of his sleeve, he wielded the power of the upper clear to heal the injured Beixian. The human race's Beixian approached the upper clear saint with respect. Beixian, neither humble nor arrogant, saluted the Tongtian. The Tongtian's divine consciousness briefly scanned him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Beixian, the reincarnation of the North Seas. Beixian, as the reincarnation of the North Seas, was endowed with merit and luck, which allowed him to withstand Guangchengzi's strike without harm. However, Beixian had yet to formally accept a master and had not systematically cultivated or regained his true spirit state. Otherwise, Guangchengzi would not have been able to harm him at all. The upper clear saint, perceiving the command of the three ancestors, summoned Beixian to Jiejiao Island to present a token to him. After saluting again, Beixian's gaze turned to Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan raised his hand, retrieving the Tongtian seal from his sea of consciousness, a square, white jade stone. Master, the Tongtian gestured to take the human token, and as his divine consciousness immersed itself within, he sensed the information of the spiritual treasure. The Tongtian seal, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, could communicate with the luck of the human race and had the distinct function of bestowing authority upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even the human emperor. The Tongtian brushed his hand over the base of the jade stone, revealing 8 great characters of Tao patterns slowly emerging, commanded by heaven. May longevity and prosperity endure. Heaven refers to the great Tao, not the heavenly path. The Tongtian accepted the Tongtian seal, casting a glance at Ying Yuan with a slight smile. Good, good, good. I was just contemplating how to elevate you as my direct disciple, and here you have delivered it to me. With the Tongtian seal in hand, the responsibility of establishing a human emperor now fell to Ying Yuan. Our has seized the initiative and shall achieve great merit. Ying Yuan, Beixian, didn't I bring it here? How did it become his? As the direct disciple of his master, Duo Bao immediately discerned his teacher's intentions and promptly echoed, "The master is indeed wise." The 3 holy mothers, Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, also voiced their agreement, affirming the master's brilliance. However, Ying Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. He merely rescued Beixian and casually retrieved the Tongtian seal. If it weren't for the collective protection of his senior brothers and sisters, he would never have been able to bring back the Tongtian seal. Therefore, this achievement rightfully belongs to all his fellow disciples. Duo Bao, the 3 holy mothers, Zhao Gongming, and the 7 immortals, upon hearing Ying Yuan's words, displayed smiles on their faces, thinking, "Our dear junior is simply too humble." Tongtian, the master of the teachings, chuckled lightly, stating that the acquisition of the Tongtian seal was a collective effort of all disciples. A sigh of relief washed over Ying Yuan's heart. Yet, he must be recognized for his primary contribution. Merit deserves reward. The master wishes to accept Ying Yuan as the direct disciple of the Jiejiao Sect. Duo Bao, the 3 holy mothers Zhao Gongming, and all the disciples of the 10,000 immortals bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "The master is indeed wise." In an instant, Ying Yuan transitioned from an outer disciple to an inner disciple, and then from an inner disciple to a direct disciple. Oh no, I might have inadvertently sought to join the Western teachings, and yet here I am, having become a direct disciple. Chapter 35, The Treatment of Direct Disciples in a Serene Setting. The master of the Tongtian Sect, adorned in a blue robe, sat calmly on a mat, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he reveled in his thoughts. His errant disciple still harbored notions of defecting to the Western sect. Thus, he had chosen to elevate him to the status of a direct disciple. With the return of the Tongtian seal by Ying Yuan, the Jiejiao Sect had gained the upper hand, and such a significant contribution could not be overlooked by the master of Tongtian, who eagerly seized the opportunity to promote Ying Yuan. As Ying Yuan contemplated refusing the honor, he was met with the simultaneous voices of Duo Bao, the 3 holy mothers, and Zhao Gongming, urging him not to underestimate himself. "Indeed, I am grateful for your kindness, Master." Ying Yuan reluctantly acquiesced to his teacher's generous favor. What does it mean to be a direct disciple? It signifies the heavy responsibility of inheriting a sect's teachings. To become a direct disciple further entwines one's fate with the Jiejiao Sect, rendering the path of Fengshen even more perilous. Seizing the moment, the master of Tongtian waved his hand grandly, bestowing upon Ying Yuan a 7-transformation golden pill and a high-quality innate spiritual treasure, the embryo of the Lingxiao sword. The golden pill would aid in elevating one's cultivation. The 7 transformation golden pill corresponds to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, brimming with potent celestial energy, assisting practitioners in their pursuits. The Lingxiao sword embryo, though not yet fully formed, is already classified as a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure, ready for immediate refinement. With sufficient fortune, it could evolve into a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Disciple, I thank you for your generous gifts, Master. Ying Yuan bowed deeply, accepting the golden pill and the Lingxiao sword embryo. Within the Grand Hall, the thousands of registered disciples of the Jiejiao Sect gazed with envious eyes, quickly offering their congratulations. Brother Ying Yuan is truly fortunate. First, he claimed the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the creation cauldron, and now he receives a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure from the Master. His fortune is extraordinary. We pay our respects to Brother Ying Yuan. The registered disciples of the Jiejiao Sect understood that Ying Yuan had ascended to the status of a direct disciple, elevating his position to the core of their sect, naturally leading them to seek his favor, exclaiming, "Brother Ying Yuan." Ying Yuan hastily replied, "There is no need for such formalities, my fellow disciples." Amidst this, the master of Tongtian's smile deepened, a barely perceptible arc of mystery forming at the corner of his mouth. This is as it should be. The sage then turned his gaze towards the human race's Bei Xian, his voice imbued with concern as he inquired, "Bei Xian, do you wish to join the Jiejiao Sect?" Bei Xian briefly paused, surprised. He had merely come to deliver a message and had not anticipated that the sage would desire to take him as a disciple. Arriving at Jiejiao Island, he felt a profound affinity towards the Shanqing sage and naturally wished to join such a prestigious sect. After respectfully bowing, he hesitantly spoke, "Shanqing sage, I have come solely to deliver a message. Is it permissible for me to join the Jiejiao Sect? I must return and consult the 3 ancestors. I hope for your understanding." The thousands of registered disciples of the Jiejiao Sect displayed expressions of astonishment. This youth from the human race, could he truly be so Navi? The Master himself had spoken. Surely he would directly take him as a direct disciple. Yet, he had audaciously refused to return and seek the opinions of the 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors of the human race, at best, were golden immortals. How significant could their opinions possibly be? The named disciples shook their heads in regret, wishing they could speak on his behalf. The disciples of the regarded Bei Xian, with a different gaze, he was, unlike Xuandu, were another being, upon hearing that a sage sought to take on disciples. They would likely abandon their kin and hasten to join the sage's grand teachings without a second thought. Tongtian, the master, nodded with appreciation, recognizing Bei Xuan's loyalty akin to that of a Xiangu. Even in his final moments, Xiangu pondered the safety of others, and Bei Xian too was unwilling to forsake humanity. Tongtian truly admired this quality. Yes, it is fitting to return and discuss this matter with the 3 ancestors. Bei Xian anticipated the sage's wrath, but was pleasantly surprised by the reasonableness of the Shanqing sage, and promptly performed a grand bow, expressing his gratitude. "Yes, go forth." "Certainly." Bei Xian respectfully exited from Jiejiao Island, soaring through the waves as he made his way back to the shores of the East Sea. In the Grand Hall of Bio Palace, Tongtian cast a glance at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming immediately grasped his master's intent, stepping forward. "Master, the dojo of junior brother Ying Yuan has been sunk by Guangchengzi. I believe it is appropriate for junior brother to rebuild his dojo on Jiejiao Island." Ying Yuan quickly shook his head. No need to trouble the master over such trivial matters. There are numerous islands beneath Jiejiao Island, and I can simply find one. Zhao Gongming vehemently shook his head. "That is not suitable. Junior brother is already a direct disciple. How can he settle for any random island as his dojo? Would it not lead the practitioners of Hong Huang to misunderstand that our treats its direct disciples harshly? This would tarnish the master's esteemed reputation." Tongtian squinted slightly, feeling fortunate to have such considerate disciples. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Gongming's words. Therefore, letting Yuan rebuild his dojo on Jiejiao Island. The sage's decree was absolute, leaving no room for Ying Yuan to refuse. "Thank you, master." As Ying Yuan exited Bio Palace, he shook his head slightly, feeling rather perplexed. To have become a direct disciple of. I merely wished to remain inconspicuous. The calamity of the loomed over Ying Yuan's heart like an immense stone. With the four sages uniting against Tongtian and even Hong Jun favoring the four sages, it was an almost insurmountable dilemma for. Ying Yuan sighed softly and set forth to rebuild his new dojo. Jiejiao Island, the finest blessed land in the East Sea, was rich in primal spiritual energy and vast in size. The dojos of the myriad disciples, including the three great holy mothers and the seven immortals, were all situated on Jiejiao Island. Ying Yuan sought a spot atop a cliff, convenient for his daily fishing. The surroundings were lush and teeming with primal spiritual energy. He found an ancient tree, inscribed it with the Tao patterns, and named it Lin Yuan, marking the initial establishment of his dojo. Then, Ying Yuan found himself regretting this decision. From afar, a figure approached, hunched with red eyes, an exceedingly repulsive countenance, smiling broadly. Junior brother. Long ear senior brother. Huh, my dojo is nearby. No witties. Come and sit at my place. I truly wish to engage in profound discussions with you. All right, let us set a date next time. Long Ear cast a meaningful glance at Ying Yuan before departing. Ying Yuan's expression darkened. That insufferable two-faced trickster, that detestable rabbit spirit. The long-eared traitor absconded with the 6 soul banners, resulting in a significant flaw in the Tongtian Master's ultimate strategy, the 10,000 Immortals formation, leading to the devastating defeat of the, with countless disciples perishing. Ying Yuan's intent to preserve his own life was commendable, yet he never considered that such self-preservation would cost the lives of his fellow disciples. The long-eared traitor, entirely ungrateful, shows no regard for the lives of his brothers. Ying Yuan's path diverges entirely from that of the long-eared. When paths diverge, collaboration becomes impossible. In his cultivation, Ying Yuan sat in serene meditation atop a cliff, retrieving a 5th transformation golden pill, immersing himself in the boundless celestial power it contained. As he swallowed the pill, the immense celestial energy surged within him, nourishing his limbs and bones. With unwavering focus, Ying Yuan entered a profound state of cultivation, utilizing the ancestor dragon pearl to transmute innate malevolent energy into pure dragon power. His cultivation steadily progressed. On the eastern shores, within the lair of the 3 ancestors, Beixian reported to them, "Esteemed ancestors, I have delivered the treasures of humanity to the hands of the supreme clarity sage." The 3 ancestors, still recovering from their wounds, appeared frail like withered trees, their faces devoid of color. Upon hearing that Beixian had entrusted the human treasures to the supreme clarity sage, a look of relief crossed their faces. "Thank you for your efforts, Beixian." "It was no trouble," Beixian replied. "However, there is another matter. The supreme clarity sage wishes to take me as a disciple." The expression of the 3 ancestors shifted dramatically, revealing hesitation, struggle, and concern. Beixian is undoubtedly one of humanity's most exceptional sons, and the last to hold such a title was Xuandu. The 3 ancestors fell silent, genuinely fearing that Beixian might become the next Xuandu. Sui Run sighed softly. "Beixian, do you wish to become a disciple of the supreme clarity sage?" Beixian nodded, affirming his desire. Zhuangshi opened his mouth but found no words to speak. The glimmer of determination in Beixian's eyes grew more intense as he solemnly stated, "Our human race is far too weak. If another calamity like the massacre of our kind by the demon race occurs, we would have no means to resist. Therefore, I wish to study under the supreme clarity sage to acquire the skills necessary to protect our kin." The hesitation, struggle, and concern in Zhuangshi's eyes gradually dissipated in the wake of Beixian's earnest words. "If you wish to go, then go." Sui Ren gently patted Beixian's shoulder, his expression serious and grave. "Child, go forth." Chapter 36. Ying Yuan receives Beixian. Driven to madness by his disobedient disciple Beixian bid farewell to the 3 ancestors and returned to his tribe, saying goodbye to his parents before embarking on his journey to Jiejiao Island. The 3 ancestors of humanity stood upon the shore, watching as Bei Xian departed from the human tribe. Yu Chao's eyes were filled with concern. What if Bei Xian becomes the next Xiandu? Sui Ren shook his head gravely. No. Bei Xian will certainly not be the next Xiandu. He is destined to bear the heavy responsibilities of our people. He also spoke with seriousness. Moreover, this is different from the Rinjiao, Chanjiao, and the teachings of the West. It is precisely because of these differences that we chose to entrust our treasures to the right. Yu Chao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is unlike the Rinjiao and the teachings of the West. Having traversed the tumultuous waves, Bei Xian arrived at Jiejiao Island, seeking an audience with the sage of upper purity at Baiyu Palace. At that moment, the master of Tongtian was seated quietly on a cushion, the power of the sage flowing into the Kongtong seal. The Kongtong seal could unlock the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with the guidance of their masters. The master of Tongtian hesitated regarding the matter of appointing the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even if he held the Kongtong seal, it would be impossible for him to monopolize all the slots. The 5 saints would not permit it. The most prudent course of action was to observe how Ying Yuan would proceed. Upon opening the diary replica, Ying Yuan had not updated his journal. This young man was neglecting his writing. The master of Tongtian's divine sense detected that the lad was currently in seclusion, preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving no time for journaling. Consequently, he felt no urgency to convene at the Zishao Palace. Soon after, the water and fire youth led Bei Xian into Baiyu Palace. Master, Baixuan immédiately votre respectfully, et disciple Baixuan, wished to take the sage of upper purity as my teacher. The master of Tongtian chuckled and shook his head. I have not stated that I would personally take you as a disciple. Bei Xian was taken aback. Then who shall I take as my teacher? Ying Yuan. The master of Tongtian had already decided that Ying Yuan would take Bei Xian as his disciple. With a disciple, there would be deeper connections, further intertwining Ying Yuan's fate with the. Bei Xian was even more shocked. Ying Yuan? That coward who doesn't dare to fight. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, swallowing back his words, for after all, he was the direct disciple of the sage of upper purity. Then I shall not take him as my teacher. Bei Xian's face showed his dilemma as he awkwardly shook his head. Even if he were to leap off Jiejiao Island and return to the human race in disgrace, he would not wish to take Ying Yuan as his teacher. You little rascal, do you truly think that our can be entered and exited at will? I'm not so easily persuaded. The master of Tongtian admonished angrily. Indeed, Bei Xian, frightened by the sage's wrath, pleaded, please allow me to return to the human race. 2.5 days later, Bei Xian emerged from Baiyu Palace, content, and made his way to the Lin Yuan Taoist Hall to seek Ying Yuan as his teacher. This was due to the master of Tongtian personally imparting to Bei Xian the celestial arts of upper purity and subtly indicating that the purple lightning hammer would be passed on to Ying Yuan. The purple lightning hammer, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, unleashed a cacophony of purple thunder and fire, possessing terrifying power. However, for the might of the purple lightning hammer was of secondary importance. The purple lightning hammer serves as a token of the sect's leader, yet to this day, it remains unbestowed upon anyone. The transmission of the purple lightning hammer undoubtedly signifies that the sage of supreme clarity regards him as the next leader to cultivate. The sage, being eternal and indestructible, implies that there cannot be a successor in the traditional sense. However, there can certainly be a deputy leader, a junior leader. Thus, Bei Xian aptly declared that Ying Yuan ought to be his teacher. Once the sage of supreme clarity bestows the purple lightning hammer upon Ying Yuan, he will ascend to the status of junior leader, and I, Bei Xian of the human race, shall become his foremost and most esteemed disciple. Baixuan, having calculated this matter with clarity, sought out the Ling Yuan dojo and promptly bowed deeply before Ying Yuan, proclaiming, Disciple Bei Xian pays his respects to the teacher. Ying Yuan, having just absorbed a 5th-tier golden elixir, successfully elevated his cultivation from the early stages of Xian Immortal to the mid-stage, experiencing a significant enhancement in power. The wretched dragon, with a body fraught with deficiencies, finds the path of cultivation to be a slow endeavor. As Ying Yuan was solidifying his cultivation, he was momentarily taken aback by the greeting, Bei Xian, What on earth are you doing? You've bowed to the wrong dragon. The teacher is at Bayou Palace. With a sly grin, Bei Xian responded, I did not bow incorrectly. The Sage of Supreme Clarity has decreed that I pay my respects to you as my teacher. Ying Yuan, perplexed, questioned, what on earth is happening? When did I agree to take you as a disciple? If you do not believe me, then ask the sage. Baixuan retorted. Before Ying Yuan could rise, a jade talisman flew through the void, bearing the edict of the Sage of Supreme Clarity, commanding Ying Yuan to accept Bei Xian as his disciple. Ying Yuan was left in stunned silence, pondering, what does this mean? I am mid-stage Xian Immortal, a wretched dragon with a body of numerous deficiencies, am to take a peak Xian Immortal of the human race as my disciple? I, Ying Yuan, what virtue or capability do I possess? Was it the chaos of the primordial world, or was it the teacher's madness? Disciple Bei Xian, paying respects to the teacher. Bei Xian bowed once more, wholeheartedly honoring the future junior leader of the sect. The edict of the Sage of Supreme Clarity allowed no room for refusal from Ying Yuan, and thus, rather bewilderingly, he accepted Bei Xian as his foremost disciple. Well then, the formalities are over. I shall now focus on my cultivation, Bei Xian declared, intending to abandon the golden elixir path passed down by the ancestors of the human race and instead pursue the celestial arts of supreme clarity. Wait a moment, Bei Xian. Bei Xian's expression turned quizzical. Teacher, what is it? Do you not wish for me to impart the celestial techniques to you? Ying Yuan, adopting the role of a responsible teacher, inquired. Bei Xian, still puzzled, responded, Teacher, how do you dare to instruct me? I, Bei Xian of the human race, a distinguished peak Xian Immortal, and you, a mid-stage Xian Immortal, how do you presume to teach me? Ying Yuan's pride was wounded, and internally he cursed, damn it, wretched disciple. Very well. You look down upon me, don't you? Off you go then. With the celestial arts bestowed by the Sage of Supreme Clarity, Bei Xian found a random spot within the Ling Yuan dojo to commence his cultivation. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan was exceedingly infuriated, sitting atop the cliff, turning his back to the world and fishing through the ages. He took the opportunity to pen a diary entry. Cursed be it, damn it, Baixuan Singapunch, infused with 30,000 years of power, leaves me, the master, utterly ashamed. I, Ying Yuan, have consumed more salt than this wretched disciple has traversed in his journey. I intended to offer guidance on the martial arts of the human race. I shall await this wretched disciple to seek my counsel. The Grand Master of the heavenly teachings sat in quiet contemplation upon his mat, a subtle smile gracing his lips. So it begins with calling Bei Xian a wayward disciple. Is it? How intriguing. The Grand Master wished to delve into the chronicles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, yet they remained unpenned in Ying Yuan's diary, compelling him to continue his patient wait. There was no rush to unveil the epics of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Time flowed like fine sand, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had slipped by. Each day, Ying Yuan's diary was filled with his sardonic remarks about the wayward disciple Bei Xian, with nary a mention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While the Grand Master remained unperturbed, the other 5 saints grew increasingly anxious. In the 8th Scenic Palace, the Taoist Lord of Taiji was enveloped in a radiant aura, his countenance as tranquil as a still pond. It has been 1,000 years, third brother. Why has the Kongtong seal not been activated to reveal the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Is there some scheme afoot? The Taoist Lord found himself increasingly perplexed by the Grand Master's intentions. At the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Supreme being sat upon a seat of celebration, his expression clouded with displeasure. Third brother, what are you truly waiting for? In the west, atop Mount Shumi, the Bodhisattva of guidance sat upon a golden lotus of merit, his demeanor tinged with sorrow and distress. The suffering is indeed profound. In the realm of Nuwa, within the Nuwa Palace, the beautiful eyes of the goddess reflected growing urgency. Elder brother, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is upon us. I sense that your chance for survival lies within this calamity. Yet the Kongtong seal remains in the hands of the Grandmaster. Sister, do not despair. My fate is intertwined with destiny, Fushi replied with a carefree tone, maintaining his spirit in a state of lingering essence. Nuwa sighed softly, I shall make a journey to Golden Tortoise Island. Perhaps I may negotiate with the Grandmaster. At Golden Tortoise Island, Ying Yuan watched as Bei Xian ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm in a mere millennium, while he himself, with the aid of the sixfold Golden Pill, barely managed to reach the late stage of the profound Immortal Realm. The disparity weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he resolved to maintain the mystique of a teacher, concealing his feelings of envy. I shall fish as always, he thought, perplexed. Why hasn't the Grandmaster activated the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors after acquiring the Kongtong seal? If I were the Grandmaster and possessed the Kongtong seal, I would undoubtedly assert my dominance in discussions, first securing the support of the Heavenly Emperor's followers, then those of the Earth Emperor, followed by the first and last of the 5 emperors. As for the human emperor among the 3 sovereigns, I would not even spare him a glance, for a mere glance could lead to catastrophe. Chapter 37. Nuwa, do you not wish for Fuxi to ascend to the position of the Heavenly Sovereign? The master of the heavenly teaching, his brow furrowed as he perused the diary's contents, contemplated the sequence of events. First the Heavenly Sovereign, then the Earthly Sovereign, and finally the abandonment of the human sovereign's disciples. Having acquired the Kongtong seal and established dominance, he initially intended to claim only the Heavenly Sovereign's disciples, distributing the earthly and human sovereign's disciples to his elder and second brothers. Should he adopt a more assertive stance? The master of the heavenly teaching pondered deeply. Continuing to read the diary, he noted that Ying Yuan had not elucidated why the human sovereign's disciples could not be claimed. A wisp of the saintly Tao essence drifted into the Golden Tortoise Island SBO Palace. The water and fire boys hastened to him, announcing, "Master, the Saint Nuwa requests an audience. Please allow her in." Shortly thereafter, Nuwa entered the grand hall of BO Palace. "I pay my respects to my esteemed elder brother." "Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Sister is not in the Nuwa Palace reciting the Huangting scripture. What brings you to visit your elder brother?" Nuwa inquired directly. "Elder brother, when do you plan to commence the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" The master of the heavenly teaching contemplated for a moment. "In a century. Elder brother has obtained the Kongtong seal and may proceed with the establishment of the human sovereign. Yet I have a request." "Speak freely, sister." "To be candid, the Emperor Shi perished in the calamity of the Wu in Yao, yet a fragment of his primordial spirit remains. I wish for the remnants of Emperor Shi's soul to be reincarnated in the cycle of life to attain the title of Heavenly Sovereign," Nuwa articulated softly. The master of the heavenly teaching maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, "Sister, your plans are astute. Should the remnants of Fuxi's soul be reincarnated, he could indeed live anew, presenting him with a sliver of hope. However, the demon race slaughters the human race, and Fuxi, as the esteemed emperor of the demons, cannot coexist with humanity." The master of the heavenly teaching cautioned. Nuwa, however, shook her head in disagreement. "As the holy mother of the human race, I am capable of making decisions for them. I simply request, dear elder brother, to use the Kongtong seal to confer the title of Heavenly Sovereign upon Fuxi," Nuwa earnestly implored. The master of the heavenly teaching did not acquiesce, but instead fell into contemplation. Influenced by Ying Yuan's small silver coin, the impending calamity of the conferring of gods weighed heavily upon him. One must act with utmost prudence, establishing amicable relations with the human race while conferring the title of Heavenly Sovereign upon the demon race's emperor. The master of the heavenly teaching shook his head. "I beseech you, elder brother, grant Fuxi a sliver of hope." Nuwa's beautiful eyes brimmed with earnestness. To procure a glimmer of hope for all beings is the doctrine of the heavenly teaching. Nuwa's fervent plea, however, bore the semblance of binding the master of the heavenly teaching with the tenets of the faith. The master of the heavenly teaching was no longer the impetuous figure of yore. He countered, "If I were to procure a glimmer of hope for Fuxi, who then shall secure a glimmer of hope for the weeping human race?" "Sister Nuwa, I must ask you to return." "Elder brother." The master of the heavenly teaching turned and retreated to the rear hall. Despair welled up within Nuwa's gaze. Indeed, Nuwa could bypass the 3 ancestors and decide to allow Fuxi to reincarnate as a human, becoming the heavenly sovereign of humanity. Yet she could not circumvent the master of the heavenly teaching who held the Kongtong seal, without the solemn ceremony of conferring the title of the heavenly sovereign. Fuxi's reincarnation would preclude any possibility of ascending to that divine rank. The master of the heavenly teaching's rigidity, unwilling to offend the human race, left Yuan in despair as she turned and returned to the Nuwa palace. It was not that the master of the heavenly teaching was unwilling to comply. He simply could not fathom how acquiescing would benefit the heavenly teaching. Until, once more, the contents of Ying Yuan's diary were updated. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should commence soon, should they not? Yuan must be scheming for Fuxi's reincarnation to attain the title of heavenly sovereign. If I were Master Tongtian, I would surely seize this opportunity to gain leverage over Yuan. Upon reading the diary, Master Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. How could one gain leverage over Yuan? Oh, Saint Yuan, surely you do not wish for Fuxi's lingering soul to be unable to achieve a complete Tao? A faint flush colored his face as he pondered the audacity of his disciple's suggestion to manipulate Yuan. Yuan, revered as the mother of humanity, enjoys a significant share of humanity's fortune, while the Grand Taoist Laozi has appropriated a portion for his own teachings, leaving humanity with but a fraction of its rightful destiny. It is lamentable that, despite her exalted position, Yuan permits the demon race to slaughter her own kind. She is unworthy of her title as the mother. Thus, Master Tongtian resolved to demand a fair share of humanity's fortune from Yuan. Is it too much to ask for 30%? What? You refuse? Then Fuxi shall never realize his path to sovereignty. Master Tongtian was astonished by the implications of the diary. Such cunning, though he fundamentally disapproved of this opportunistic approach. He was willing to act for the sake of his disciples. There is no need for me to play the villain. The likes of Laozi and the primordial supreme being will undoubtedly impose restrictions on Fuxi, ensuring he reincarnates solely for humanity, not for the demons. Thus, the last remnants of Master Tongtian's worry dissipated. Truly, my clever disciple. The ethereal essence of the upper clear Tao surged as he turned and stepped into the void, making his way to the Nuwa Palace. In the grand hall of the Nuwa Palace, the Saint Nuwa was in turmoil. Besides facilitating Fuxi's reincarnation and ascension, she could not conceive of any other way to help her brother escape calamity. Just then, a golden phoenix arrived to report, Your Highness. The Saint of Upper Clarity requests an audience. What? Could it be quickly? Please invite him in. Before long, Master Tongtian entered the grand hall without any preamble, stating directly, After much contemplation, my brother feels it necessary to offer Fuxi a glimmer of hope. Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her breath quickening. Did her brother mean here, as the deal? Once Fuxi is reincarnated, I can designate him as the human emperor, but we shall require 40% of humanity's fortune. Do not misunderstand, dear sister. The primary aim is to foster a good relationship between our sect and humanity. The 3 ancestors have even entrusted the Kongtong seal to me, and I wish to return a portion of humanity's fortune to humanity itself. Master Tongtian articulated plainly. Impossible. Yuan's beautiful eyes darkened as she immediately rejected the proposition. Master Hongjun has foretold that humanity will flourish, becoming the principal force on Earth. When that time comes, humanity's fortune will swell like an ocean. And with Yuan holding half of it, it is akin to possessing prime stock that is poised for exponential growth. How could I possibly relinquish that? Master Tongtian sighed, shaking his head in regret, invoking the words from Ying Yuan's diary. Sister Yuan, surely you do not wish for Fuxi to be unable to attain his path to sovereignty? Master Tongtian, you. Yuan was incensed, dropping the honorific for her brother as she glared at him. Farewell, dear sister. There is no need to see me off. Master Tongtian said, turning to leave. Yuan's beautiful eyes reflected her inner turmoil and conflict. Brother, please wait. After a moment of struggle, she finally managed to speak. At most, I can offer 2.5%. The Master of Heaven stood with his back to Yuan, while his brother's bottom line was set at 35%. Was he truly going to take advantage of her misfortune? The Master of Heaven paid him no heed and strode away. Yuan hesitated, her gaze filled with turmoil, before finally gritting her teeth and speaking in a low voice, 30%. It aligned perfectly with what was penned in Ying Yuan's diary. The Master of Heaven turned around, a smile gracing his face, and declared, "It is settled." Thereafter, both sought the approval of the Tao, and under its witness, they fulfilled their agreement. The Master of Heaven conferred the title of Heavenly Sovereign upon Fuxi, while Nuwa divided 3/10 of the human race's fortune to the Master of Heaven. It was a pleasant negotiation. The Master of Heaven returned to Golden Turtle Island. Nuwa gritted her teeth, her cold eyes gazing into the void, feeling an increasing sense of estrangement from the Master of Heaven. How had he become so different, so sinister, cunning, and self-serving? The remnants of Fuxi's soul slowly ascended to the Grand Hall, shaking his head with a sigh. "Sister, you need not go to such lengths for me. After the rise of humanity, fortunes will flow like the sea, greatly benefiting the saints." Nuwa gently shook her head as well, wishing only for her brother to seize a sliver of hope. Chapter 38. Ying Yuan's split of the primordial spirit and entry into the 6 realms of reincarnation on Jiejiao Island. At the Ying Yuan Taoist sanctuary, Ying Yuan consumed the final 7-turn golden elixir. A mist of Taoist resonance enveloped him, as magnificent celestial energy nourished his bones, flesh, and primordial spirit. The 9-turn Xian Yuan technique surged within him, harmonizing his spirit and physical form. The 5-turn golden elixir corresponded to the golden immortal realm. The 6-turn to the early stages of the Tai golden immortal, and the 7-turn to the mid to late stages, all brimming with immense celestial power. However, each phase of the 9-turn Xian Yuan technique posed exponentially increasing challenges, demanding a profound accumulation of magical energy. As Ying Yuan fully digested the elixir's celestial essence, a torrent of celestial power swirled around him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, vibrant sparks flickering within. The 9-turn Xian Yuan technique had reached the culmination of its 4th turn. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm, not merely in spirit, but in both magical power and physical form. Sensing the vast reservoir of magical energy within, Ying Yuan felt capable of confronting practitioners at the golden immortal level. At that moment, a wave of pure young Taoist resonance emanated from Jiejiao Island, soaring towards the 33 heavens. As Ying Yuan watched his master venture into the chaos, his eyes sparkled once more. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was about to commence. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated across the eastern sea as the black dragon surged forth, embarking on a journey to the netherworld. The 3 sovereigns would govern the realm, and the 5 emperors would establish order, guiding humanity to its zenith. Alongside humanity's ascent, culture would flourish. The ancestors of literature must descend upon the world. Ying Yuan, being a primordial anomaly, possessed the self-awareness not to covet the position of the master of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet, the role of the ancestor of humanity in literature was indeed within reach. In the netherworld, the blooms of the other shore flourished amidst a haunting atmosphere. The framework of the underworld had also begun to take shape, featuring the Ghost Gate, the Hall of Judges, and the Yama Hall, among others. Ying Yuan traversed the Ghost Gate, passed through the Hall of Judges, and arrived at the banks of the Naya Bridge. The waters of the Yellow Spring flowed incessantly. Beside the riverbank stood a colossal jade-colored stone, known as the 3 Lives Stone. Legend has it that the 3 Lives Stone reflects the past and present of sentient beings. As Ying Yuan approached the stone, his reflection revealed his strikingly handsome features, yet nothing else was mirrored. Dust returns to dust, paths to paths. After drinking the Mengpa soup, he relinquished his past dreams, severing the ties of cause and effect, forgetting the trials and tribulations of a lifetime. Beside the Naya Bridge stood an elderly man, frail in form, mechanically offering bowls of soup to wandering souls. Ying Yuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully, greeting the compassionate Lady Hutu. Upon hearing the name Hutu, the usually expressionless Meng Po's eyes flickered with a brief glimmer of emotion, quickly dissipating, forgetting a lifetime of ups and downs. Hutu, having attained the Tao through virtue and fortune, became a saint, while Meng Po was but her avatar. After paying his respects to Lady Hutu, Ying Yuan approached the entrance to the 6 realms of reincarnation. A shimmering blue veil of light stood before him. Passing through it would lead him into the realms of rebirth. Ying Yuan stood silently before the gateway, memories of his past life flashing through his consciousness, thoughts swirling. He concentrated all these memories into a singular point within his primordial spirit. With a decisive strike, he tore through the veil. Sweat beads suddenly emerged on Ying Yuan's forehead, his complexion turning a ghastly pale as he severed 1/5 of his primordial spirit. The pain was excruciating. Enduring the sharp agony, Ying Yuan split his primordial spirit, his cultivation plummeting, and within a few breaths, he found himself in the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. I am Ying Yuan, and you're also Ying Yuan, the obsession of our humanity. He murmured to his divided primordial spirit. Go forth, for without the literary ancestors, humanity is ensnared in the eternal night. Ying Yuan cast the divided primordial spirit into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Entering the cycle of reincarnation, the primordial spirit would endure countless worldly experiences, suffering the trials of birth, aging, illness, and death. Yet, if he could attain the status of the literary ancestor of humanity, all would be worthwhile. With his primordial spirit in torment, Ying Yuan, bearing the weight of pain, bowed respectfully once more towards the depths of the netherworld, expressing his gratitude to the Mother of Earth for her benevolence. The 6 paths of reincarnation are the very foundation of the netherworld. They must not be tampered with or disturbed. However, Ying Yuan encountered no obstacles on his journey, successfully allowing his primordial spirit to reincarnate, undoubtedly with the silent consent of the Mother of Earth. After his bow, he turned and exited the netherworld, returning to the shores of the Eastern Sea. In the depths of the ominous atmosphere, within the Hall of Tranquility, the Mother of Earth sat gracefully on a meditation cushion, adorned in resplendent robes. Her beautiful eyes shadowed with sorrow. She repeatedly whispered, Mother Earth. Mother Earth, no longer a shaman. Ying Yuan returned, breathless, to Linyuan Island. Beixian, having attained the golden immortal realm, lay lazily on a stone slab basking in the sun. Glancing at Ying Yuan, he exclaimed, Oh, the teacher has returned. Greetings, teacher. Just as Beixian reclined, he abruptly sat upright. Did you wake up too, suddenly? Go back to sleep. Teacher, have you not reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm? How then have you fallen back to the midstage? He queried. Who dares to lay hands upon you? Teacher, I, Beixian, shall not stand for it. His aura surged with the might of a golden immortal, ready to avenge his master. Fear not, Ying Yuan waved his hand, conjuring 3 crystalline droplets of water, exuding an ethereal mist. The visible remnants of his damaged primordial spirit began to mend. He swiftly ascended back to the pinnacle of the mid-stage, then the late stage of the profound immortal realm. These crystalline droplets were the 3 radiant divine waters rewarded by the diary system. The sunlight, divine water, erodes blood, essence, and flesh. The moonlight, divine water, corrupts the primordial spirit and soul. The starlight, divine water, devours the true spirit and consciousness. Once united, they form the ultimate healing elixir, capable of dispelling all toxins and curing ailments deemed incurable. Beixian, watching with fervor, inquired, Teacher, what kind of water is that? Is it sour or sweet? Bitter or astringent? Is it pleasant to drink? It's foul and unpleasant, Ying Yuan retorted. I will not let you drink it unless you earn it. Do you know how precious the 3 radiant divine waters are? Even the Pure Land Master S jade bottle contains but 3 or 4 drops. A gift from the celestial sage, Ying Yuan admonished. The diary system had not rewarded him many of these divine waters, merely 100 million drops, and every drop was precious. Unable to withstand Beixian's relentless persistence, Ying Yuan bestowed upon him a gourd, containing perhaps 1,000 or 800 drops. Slurp, slurp. Beixian reclined upon the stone slab, languidly basking in the sunlight, occasionally savoring a drop of divine water. As Ying Yuan's injuries healed, he cast a sidelong glance at Beixian, faintly perceiving the continuous influx of golden merit and fortune flowing into his Tao body, nourishing his physical form and primordial spirit. Even though Bei Xian had not cultivated the 9 transformations of mysterious origin, his physical prowess was likely comparable to that of a 5th transformation. How perplexing! So utterly incomprehensible. What exactly had Bei Xian done? Had he perhaps unraveled the very fabric of the heavenly Tao, thereby ceaselessly acquiring fortune and merit? At that moment, Ying Yuan remained unaware that Bei Xian was, in fact, the reincarnation of the primordial spirit of the Black Sea Xian turtle. His limbs transformed into pillars that supported the heavens. As long as these pillars stood firm, merit would flow endlessly. Ying Yuan gazed at Bei Xian for a long while, seemingly lost in quiet contemplation, murmuring to himself, "In the realm of humanity, there shall surely arise a progenitor of culture, as well as a progenitor of martial prowess to safeguard the world." Chapter 39. The night before the flourishing of humanity, amidst the endeavors of Ying Yuan to journey to the underworld and plot for the position of the ancestral figure of humanity. Within the halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, the celestial master of Tongtian held the Kongtong seal, convening a second council. The expressions of Jin and Junti were laden with sorrow and distress. As Jin spoke first, the celestial emperor's disciples, the terrestrial emperor's disciples, and the human emperor's disciples share a profound connection with our Western domain. The countenance of Yuan Shi, Tianzun darkened, and with a cold scoff remarked, "Why not assert that the disciples of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are also intertwined with your Western region?" Junti chuckled. "Does Brother Yuan Shi truly believe so?" The words were marked by an unmistakable disdain, as the 3 saints, Laozi of Taiji, the celestial master of Tongtian, and Yuhua, silently cursed within their hearts. The presence of the Tao of heaven, Hongjun, was impassive, his eyes devoid of emotion as he coldly stated, "The disciples of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must be discussed by Tongtian." With those words, he withdrew, implying that the council would be presided over by the celestial master of Tongtian. Laozi of Taiji maintained an inscrutable demeanor, while Yuanshi Tianzun was visibly displeased. Yuhua sighed subtly. Having reached an agreement with Tongtian, although the price was steep, it would ultimately provide her brother with a glimmer of hope, which was a worthwhile endeavor. Jin's face was etched with worry and suffering. Junti, shedding all semblance of dignity, suddenly grasped the sleeve of Tongtian with tears streaming down, exclaiming, "Brother Tongtian, you know our Western domain is impoverished, truly barren. I beseech you, grant us a seat for the human emperor." Junti, perhaps the least dignified of the saints, was undeniably a devoted teacher, laboring tirelessly for the prosperity of the West. "Brother Tongtian, can you understand the plight of your junior?" Junti continued to play the victim. Tongtian raised a finger, shaking it side to side, "Nay, the joys and sorrows of saints are not interchangeable. My sect welcomes countless disciples. Hence I require the disciples of the celestial emperor, the terrestrial emperor, the 1st emperor, and the 5th emperor." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's brows knitted in displeasure. "Third brother, your sect claims half. How can we 5 saints share 1 emperor and 3 emperors?" He continued, "Your disciples are lacking in fortune. They may struggle to fulfill the responsibilities of guiding the human emperor. In my view, 1 emperor's disciples would be the utmost limit." The celestial master of Tongtian felt a surge of indignation, asserting, "Whether my disciples can properly instruct the human emperor should not concern you. Second brother, Tongtian, what is your stance?" Just as Tongtian was about to respond, he was halted by Laozi of Taiji, who interjected, "Third brother, it is indeed inappropriate for the 5 saints to share 1 emperor and 3 emperor's disciples, seeing the 3 pure ones embroiled in contention." Jin and Junti hastily agreed. "What you say, Taiji and Yuqing, is indeed valid. Brother Tongtian seeks to claim the meat, yet at the very least, should he not leave us a broth?" This time, neither Laozi of Taiji nor Yuanshi Tianzun countered Jin and Junti's remarks, for Tongtian had claimed the lion's share. Jealousy, too, could render saints unrecognizable. Tongtian, witnessing his elder and 2nd brother remain silent on his behalf, felt a deeper sense of sorrow and fury. "Very well. I shall demand the disciples of the celestial and terrestrial emperors as well as the final emperor as disciples." Tongtian stepped back. Immediately, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke up. Tongtian Sect requires the disciples of the human emperor and the third emperor's disciples. The venerable Ta Ching Laozi, with a countenance resembling withered wood, did not engage in disputes with the primordial beginning, but instead spoke, "The teachings of humanity require a foremost imperial teacher." However, there is but one disciple in Xuandu, whose cultivation is insufficient to assume such a position. At this, Jin and Junti hastily interjected, "We of the West desire the second and fourth imperial teachers." Nuwa furrowed her brow and remarked, "Among my disciples, the Golden Phoenix is also capable of guiding the human sovereign. I too seek the second imperial teacher." She continued, "I wish to allow the residual soul of Fuxi to be reincarnated within the cycle of 6 realms, thus attaining the status of heavenly sovereign." Jin and Junti, taken aback, vehemently shook their heads, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. This cannot be permitted, unless the second imperial teacher is granted to our western realm." Nuwa's eyes flashed with anger. Yet for the sake of her brother Fuxi, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." Ta Ching Laozi, with his desolate gaze, cast a glance at Tongtian, refraining from opposing Nuwa's wishes. Clutching the Kongtong seal, which held the power to bestow the title of human sovereign, he pondered the schemes that must surely be afoot between her and Fuxi. Ta Ching Laozi spoke calmly. "The demon race is ruthlessly slaughtering the human race. It is inappropriate for Fuxi, esteemed as the Shi Emperor, to reincarnate as a human." Nuwa retorted coolly, "Brother Ta Ching, I am the holy mother of humanity." Ta Ching Laozi frowned slightly and asserted, "Fuxi shall reincarnate solely as the human Fuxi, not as the demon Fuxi." The primordial beginning also interjected, "The human path must flourish. Fuxi may only be the human Fuxi." Jin and Junti, having gained favor, remained silent. Tongtian and Nuwa reached an accord without further words. After much hesitation and struggle, Nuwa finally nodded, "So be it. The roles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have been duly allocated." The gaze of the saints turned toward the master of Tongtian, who was enveloped in the ethereal aura of the upper clear. He raised his hand and summoned the Kongtong seal, infusing it with the immense power of the saints, and proclaimed, "3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, arise." With a thunderous roar, a wave of calamity surged through the primordial realm. The ominous energy roiled, filling the void. The heavenly Tao concealed itself, and the secrets of fate remained hidden. Amidst this calamity, all relied upon the laws of destiny. The heavens and earth erupted with this ominous energy, causing all beings to be struck with profound terror. The catastrophic calamity of the witch and demon had scarcely passed a millennium. How could another calamity emerge in the world? Were we to face yet another cataclysm? The thought was overwhelming. The previous calamity had seen countless beings swept into chaos, rivers of blood flowed, and the losses were catastrophic. The creatures of the primordial realm were engulfed in fear of the impending disaster. Yet, the disciples of the great saints understood that this calamity was not another cataclysm, but rather a trial for the flourishing of humanity. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had commenced. Ying Yuan sat serenely atop a cliff, fishing, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The era of humanity's resurgence had arrived. My primordial spirit has successfully reincarnated. If I can attain the status of the human cultural ancestor, my path shall be promising. The 6 saints departed from the chaotic purple cloud palace, returning to their respective sanctuaries. Nuwa, holding a yellow gourd, journeyed to the netherworld, delivering Fuxi's primordial spirit into the cycle of 6 realms. She hoped that her brother could soon transcend this calamity. Fuxi smiled with carefree grace. "Sister, take care." On Jiejiao Island, at the Bio Palace, the chimes resonated. A multitude of immortals gathered, all converging upon the Bio Palace. We pay our respects to our teacher. The assembly of myriad immortals was grand and awe-inspiring. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has arrived, and the human race must have an emperor emerge. An emperor shall require a master to assist him. The master of the celestial sect surveyed the assembly of deities within the grand hall, pondering who might serve as the emperor's mentor. Master, Jinling, Wudang, and the turtle spirit all possess mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation and could serve as the emperor's guide. spoke Duo Bao first. Xinlang, Wu Zhang, and the Turtle Spirit Mother shook their heads in response. Master, Senior Brother Duo Bao now has reached the late stage of quasi-saint, just a step away from severing his third corpse and attaining complete quasi-sainthood. He is undoubtedly the one to be the Emperor's mentor. Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, and Wu Yun Xian echoed in agreement. It must be Senior Brother Duo Bao. The master of the Celestial Sect cast a meaningful glance towards Ying Yuan. As the direct disciple, Ying Yuan felt compelled to express his opinion as well. If Senior Brother Duo Bao could sever his corpse, he would be the first disciple to achieve complete quasi-sainthood among the four teachings. Excellent. Duo Bao, you shall be the Emperor's mentor. The master of the Celestial Sect laughed heartily, designating Duo Bao for the role. Duo Bao promptly rose and bowed respectfully to the master, expressing his gratitude for the trust placed in him, vowing not to disappoint such expectations. He then turned to the myriad disciples behind him, assuring them that he would not let down the hopes of his fellow brothers and sisters. Master, may I inquire where the Emperor currently resides? Duo Bao asked with curiosity. The master of the Celestial Sect shook his head slowly. The tribulation has begun. The heavenly path has withdrawn, and the secrets of heaven are obscured. Even the saints cannot predict. The human race is vast, and it is essential for you to seek him out. Should the Emperor delay his return, he will inevitably face the weight of karma. Duo Bao, you must not grow weary. Yes, I shall diligently heed the master's counsel, Duo Bao replied, and without further hesitation, he departed from the grand hall of Bio Palace, setting forth to seek out the human race. Chapter 40. Duo Bao leaves the human race. The wayward disciple finally asks for his master. After the meeting at Bio Palace concluded and the myriad of immortals dispersed, Beixian accompanied Ying Yuan back to the Ling Yuan Taoist temple, his spirit exuberant and animated. He paced back and forth, repeatedly exclaiming, "Our human race is finally on the rise. How splendid! The human race is on the verge of great prosperity, truly wonderful." It was evident that Beixian and Xuandu were entirely different beings. The latter, having entered the teachings of the saintly path, had completely forsaken the human race. In contrast, Beixian, having joined the sect, wielded his formidable skills with the intention of protecting humanity. Master, you mentioned that our human race has such a vast population. Do you think Master Duo Bao can find the Emperor of Heaven? Should I return to our people and inform the three ancestors, seeking their assistance in locating the Emperor from Master Duo Bao? Ying Yuan smiled calmly. The emergence of the Emperor of Heaven is unique and extraordinary. Rest assured, Brother Duo Bao will find him. The emergence of the Emperor of Heaven is indeed remarkable. How do you know this, Master? Beixian inquired, his expression revealing his confusion. It is merely a conjecture, Ying Yuan replied. Indeed, if even the ancestor of the Supreme Clarity knows not, how could I possibly know? Ying Yuan smiled silently, continuing to fish atop the mountain cliff while retrieving his journal. The Emperor of Humanity appears with a celestial aura, distinct from all others. I surmise Brother Duo Bao will soon locate the Fengyan tribe. Note, the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth are both manifestations of Tao fruit, collectively referred to as the Emperor of Humanity. The merit of the Emperor's master is substantial enough to allow Duo Bao to sever the third corpse, rendering him unlikely to attain sainthood. However, our sect may gain an additional perfected quasi-saint. How delightful! At Bio Palace, the Tongtian leader sat serenely upon a mat, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he mused. Oh, will the Emperor emerge from the Fengyan tribe? After leaving Golden Tortoise Island, Duo Bao arrived at the boundless fields along the Eastern Sea. He first paid a visit to the three ancestors of the human race. Grateful for the salvation bestowed upon them by the immortals, the three ancestors warmly received Duo Bao, expressing their heartfelt appreciation. Duo Bao also informed them of the impending emergence of a great sage, the Emperor of Humanity. The three ancestors, both astonished and elated, promptly ordered the summoning of the human tribes to closely monitor the circumstances surrounding newborns. Duo Bao expressed his gratitude to the three ancestors, who humbly replied, "You are too kind. Your great kindness towards our people is already immense, and now you come to guide the Emperor of humanity. Yet it is you who bears the burden. Duo Bao remained with the three ancestors for 2.5 months before wandering through various human tribes, observing the talents of newborn infants. As a century passed, Duo Bao traversed nearly every human tribe, witnessing countless exceptional children born among his people. Yet, none possessed the qualities of the emperor. With the passing of 100 years, Duo Bao grew increasingly anxious, as he had yet to find the emperor. Meanwhile, the Western Church of Humanity kept a close watch on Duo Bao's actions, relishing in his failure to locate the emperor, confident that the lack of an emperor would surely bring calamity upon him. Nuwa was equally anxious. The reincarnation of her brother Fuxi offered a singular opportunity. In a state of helplessness, Duo Bao returned to Biao Palace to apologize, lamenting. Disciple has traversed the mountains and rivers of the human race, countless tribes, yet still has not found the emperor. Tongtian smiled calmly. There is no need for concern. The fact that you have not found him indicates that the emperor has yet to emerge. You may wait at the Fengyang tribe from here on. The master of the celestial teachings wore a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery. Duo Bao appeared momentarily taken aback. Is it the Fengyang tribe? He inquired. Having previously visited the Fengyang tribe without locating the celestial emperor, Duo Bao felt a rush of joy upon exiting Golden Ao Island. This time, with a definitive destination in mind, the Fengyang tribe. Neighboring the Fengyang tribe was the Xianshui tribe. Northern Xian, this is my home, he declared, pointing to a dilapidated cave dwelling and grinning broadly. At the tender age of 10, Northern Xian had lost his mother to illness, growing up on leftover meals. Consequently, he embarked on his journey to Golden Ao Island unencumbered by familial ties. While the average lifespan of a human was scarcely a century, Northern Xian had spent a millennium honing his skills at Golden Ao Island, while the inhabitants of the Xianshui tribe had been passed down through several generations. A naked child from the human tribe pointed at Northern Xian and inquired with a laugh, "Uncle, who are you? Are you a guest?" Children, innocent and unacquainted, often asked where visitors hailed from. Northern Xian lifted the child into his arms and produced a piece of dried meat from his pocket. "I'm not a guest. Dear child, I'm also from the Xianshui tribe." Shortly thereafter, a group of robust men encircled an elderly man clad in animal skins and leaning on a cane. The elder, struggling to walk, dropped his cane with a thud upon seeing Northern Xian, his trembling hand pointing at him. "Xian, do you still remember me?" As Northern Xian gazed at the aged tribesman, his features strikingly familiar, memories of a whiny little boy flooded his mind. "Little Guozi, is that you?" At the age of 15, Northern Xian had become the leader of the tribe's children, surrounded by countless followers, among whom was a 7-year-old who clung to him incessantly, now the leader of the Xianshui tribe. Xian, it's me, Little Guo." The elderly chief approached, trembling as he grasped Northern Xian's wrist, overcome with emotion upon reuniting with an old friend. "Little Guo, how have you?" "Xian, my talents are lacking. I have only just reached the refinement of Qi stage after more than 1,000 years," the elder lamented. "Little Tree, Little Bug, and Little Fatty are by the riverside. Let me take you to see them." "Very well." Northern Xian followed Little Guo to the riverbank, where numerous small mounds of earth lay scattered. Tears streamed down Little Guo's face as he addressed the mounds, his voice trembling with emotion. "Tree brother, Bug brother, Little Fatty, Xian has returned to see you." As Northern Xian gazed upon the final resting places of his once cherished companions, his heart felt a sharp pang. They had all departed. Tree brother had been grievously injured by a tiger demon while hunting at 20. Little Bug had succumbed to illness, and Little Fatty, after living 150 years, ultimately failed to transcend the refinement of Qi stage and passed away. The teachings of the Taiji Laozi had established the path to sanctity, imparting the Golden Core Way to humanity. The stages of cultivation in the Golden Core Way, from the lowest to the highest, are as follows: refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and refining emptiness to unity. However, as human beings evolved over generations, their innate qualities diminished compared to their ancestral counterparts, rendering the pursuit of the Golden Core Way exceedingly arduous. Countless humans dedicated their lives to the endeavor, yet many found it nearly impossible to break through the refining qi stage. In memory of his former companions, Northern Xian began to clear the weeds from the mounds of earth. The people of the Xianshui tribe live in harmony with water, relying on it for their sustenance, and even find their final resting place by its shores. As evening descended, Beixian returned to the tribe accompanied by Xiaohua. The robust men of the tribe greeted him with reverence, exclaiming, "Our ancestor, my great-great-great-grandfather is a tree, and my great-great-great-grandfather is an insect." Beixian humbly accepted the title of ancestor. As night fell, the Xianshui tribe ignited a bonfire, ceremoniously welcoming Beixian back home. While savoring the roasted meat, Beixian gazed into the crackling flames, momentarily lost in thought. A sense of oppression enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of melancholy and longing. "Master, I am somewhat perplexed," Beixian remarked, his gaze directed towards Ying Yuan, who was also enjoying the roasted meat. This marked Beixian's first earnest appeal for assistance from Ying Yuan. A subtle smile played at the corners of Ying Yuan's lips as he thought, "Ah, this wayward disciple has finally sought my guidance." Chapter 41. The difficulty of ascending the path of immortality. Why not pave a way for the martial arts of humanity? Ying Yuan, clad in a flowing black robe, sat quietly upon a mat, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips. "Oh, doubts? What doubts? Pray, share your thoughts." During the day, Beixian encountered his companions and journeyed to the Xianshui tribe, where he beheld countless kin, most of whom were ordinary folk. Only the exceptional could tread the path of enlightenment. Even those who succeeded in this endeavor would find that a lifetime of effort might only lead them to the realm of refining essence into qi. "Master, is the golden elixir path truly the cultivation method passed down by the Tongtian sage?" Beixian pondered for a considerable time before voicing his inner confusion. "How could it be otherwise? In days of yore, my esteemed uncle, the Tongtian master, traversed the realm of humanity, grasping the essence of enlightenment, and established the teachings for humanity, bequeathing upon us the golden elixir path. This path is a branch of the Tongtian immortal arts, an unparalleled secret that enables one to cultivate to the realm of the golden immortal," Ying Yuan replied gently. Beixian fell into contemplative silence, seemingly grasping the significance of his master's words. The golden elixir path, a legacy for humanity and the myriad beings of the primordial world. "Master, while the beings of the primordial realm possess innate qualities far superior to those of the human race, making them more suited for the golden elixir path, are our fellow humans truly capable of cultivating it?" Beixian questioned once more. At this moment, Beixian already held an answer in his heart. Among humanity, individuals with exceptional talents, like his elder brother Xiao Feng, were exceedingly rare, even with such remarkable gifts. It took thousands of years for Xiao Feng to ascend merely to the Earth Immortal realm. The Earth Immortal stage merely signifies entry into the ranks of the primordial immortals, representing the lowest threshold. For billions of humans, this was an unattainable pinnacle. Observing Beixian's deep contemplation, Ying Yuan offered a gentle smile and countered, "What is it? Do you now believe the golden elixir path is ill-suited for humanity's cultivation?" Beixian, in thoughtful reflection, shook his head. Humanity could indeed pursue the golden elixir path, yet must not be the sole avenue available. Ying Yuan continued, "The teachings of the upper clear master state that the upper clear thunder method can also be imparted to humanity. Thus, does this not provide another path for our kin?" Beixian, possessing exceptional talent and insight, shook his head once more. Among billions, only countless were ordinary folk. Hundreds of thousands possessed decent capabilities. Thousands could cultivate the path of immortality, and merely hundreds might reach the Earth Immortal stage. The difficulty of mastering the upper clear thunder method was no less than that of the golden elixir path. How could billions of humans, under such circumstances, be compared to Beixian? Could a mighty being reincarnate, merely basking in the sun, achieve breakthroughs? Ying Yuan did not directly resolve Beixian's doubts, but instead guided him through dialogue. If so, does it not imply that humanity is indeed ill-suited for the path of immortality? Buzz, Ying Yuan's words resonated in Bei Xian's consciousness like the thunderous strike of a celestial bolt, illuminating the depths of his mind. After much contemplation, Bei Xian realized, as articulated by his master, that humanity, numbering in the billions, with frail physiques and poor innate qualities, was indeed unfit for the path of immortality. But if not the path of immortality, then what? To absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, to seek enlightenment. This instinct is inherent in all beings of the primordial realm upon their emergence. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun attained sanctity, spreading teachings throughout the primordial realm, thereby unifying the cultivation system of the primordial world. In essence, it is the path of immortality. Bei Xian's eyes brimmed with confusion, helplessness, and uncertainty. In the present day, Bei Xian has yet to reclaim his true essence. He is merely at the level of a golden immortal, his vision and Tao heart constrained by limitations. A mysterious smile played on Ying Yuan's lips as he cleared his throat. Ah, wayward disciple, if you were to beseech me, I might just offer you some guidance. Bei Xian, regaining his composure, looked at his teacher with disbelief. Teacher, you? You have merely walked a path slightly longer than I have, yet your prowess in cultivation is truly lacking. Bei Xian sighed. Bah, wayward disciple. In fact, I possess knowledge that surpasses yours by a minuscule fraction, Ying Yuan retorted. Having grown accustomed to their intellectual sparring, Bei Xian respectfully served tea and bowed deeply. Disciple understands, teacher. Though your cultivation may not rival mine, I can empathize with your desire for recognition. I sincerely thank you, teacher. Bei Xian's demeanor became increasingly respectful, as humanity reveres the notion that a teacher is akin to a father for life. Having taken his vows, Bei Xian held Ying Yuan in high esteem. With a cheerful demeanor, Ying Yuan sipped the tea presented by his disciple and casually remarked, if the path of the human race towards immortality is fraught with obstacles, why not forge a new path? For instance, in martial arts, one can hone the physical body and cultivate the essence, spirit, and vitality. With a single breath of true energy, one can shatter mountains and rivers. With a single punch, one can disturb the sun, moon, and stars. Boom! Ying Yuan's words reverberated like thunder in Bei Xian's consciousness. He trembled violently, frozen in place, his pupils dilating as he murmured, martial arts? A punch that can shatter mountains and rivers? A punch that can disrupt the celestial bodies? Ying Yuan's expression turned solemn as he pronounced each word deliberately. Through martial arts, one can achieve the Tao, and through martial arts, one can attain sanctity. With that, Ying Yuan's countenance returned to its earlier joviality. Of course, my cultivation may not match yours, but I have merely consumed a bit more salt than you. Just rambling on. Sighing lightly, he closed his eyes to rest. In Bei Xian's mind, tumultuous waves surged, and a flicker of insight ignited within him. He sensed that what his teacher spoke of regarding martial arts resonated profoundly with the essence of humanity. His Tao heart grew increasingly restless. Thud! Bei Xian suddenly knelt before Ying Yuan, respectfully bowing his head in earnest supplication for guidance. Ying Yuan squinted slightly, chuckling, ah, wayward disciple. Do you think I have not discerned your intentions? My back aches and my neck is sore, he sighed softly. Bei Xian approached respectfully, offering to massage his teacher's back and shoulders with an obsequious expression. Teacher, I was mistaken. Oh, mistaken? In what regard? Ying Yuan inquired. It is my narrow-mindedness that clouds my judgment. The brilliance of your wisdom shines as brightly in my heart as that of the esteemed ancestor of Upper Qing. My admiration for you flows like the mighty rivers, endless and unyielding. A subtle smile graced Ying Yuan's lips. Had you spoken thus earlier, it would have been preferable. A magnanimous teacher, indeed, would not hold grudges against his disciple. With a yearning heart, Bei Xian pressed on. Teacher, what are the martial arts of humanity? I possess but a preliminary vision, Ying Yuan replied. Given that the innate qualities of humanity often hinder their ascension to immortality, it is prudent to forge a new path. I call this path martial arts. What are martial arts? They involve training the outer skin, refining the bones and muscles, honing strength, nurturing flesh and blood, and ultimately pursuing the supreme unity of essence, spirit, and vitality. As Bei Xian listened to his teacher's words, he immediately developed a nascent understanding of martial arts, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. "Master, how should one cultivate martial arts?" he inquired. Ying Yuan shook his head, stating that the path of martial arts must be experienced personally. "I possess a set of techniques that I can impart to you, which will aid you in comprehending the essence of martial arts." Filled with joy and reverence, Bei Xian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to his teacher. Ying Yuan then transmitted the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique to Bei Xian. This technique, known as the supreme method of Pangu, is an extraordinary cultivation practice. The mysterious arts refine the body, while the primordial arts cultivate the spirit, offering an unparalleled profundity. Moreover, the concept of martial arts proposed by Ying Yuan was not merely about refining the physical body. Given the inherent frailty of humanity, solely focusing on physical cultivation would yield limited achievements. One must simultaneously seek the unity of essence, energy, and spirit to unlock the potential within. The essence, energy, and spirit are akin to the primordial spirit of practitioners, yet they are not the same. The 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique can refine the body and cultivate the spirit, undoubtedly assisting Bei Xian in grasping the true nature of martial arts. Chapter 42. The Fortunes Propel Martial Arts. Fushi emerges. Bei Xian, having acquired the 9 turns mysterious origin technique, was overwhelmed with joy, his exhilaration nearly compelling him to kiss his master in gratitude. Eagerly, he commenced his seclusion to practice the technique and delve into its profound mysteries. It was evident that as Bei Xian sat in meditation upon his mat, he was incessantly consuming the golden, auspicious energy within the Qiyun, amplifying his comprehension speed. Undoubtedly, this sight left Ying Yuan with a pang of heartache. How could this fortunate disciple possess such an abundance of auspicious energy? The Qiyun shimmered like a golden halo, the richness of its merit capable of astonishing even the mightiest beings of the primordial age. Ying Yuan had never witnessed so much merit and fortune coalescing within a single individual. With every breath, more auspicious energy flowed into Bei Xian's being. Ying Yuan could only surmise that the heavenly Tao had been unveiled to him. He had not realized that his fortunate disciple was the reincarnation of the North Sea's mysterious tortoise. Ying Yuan had believed that after the North Sea tortoise had upheld the heavens, it had perished. Observing Bei Xian, it was clear that he was investing his merit and fortune without hesitation. Determined to comprehend the 9 turns mysterious origin technique and pave the way for humanity's martial path. Fortune, shrouded in enigma, bestows unparalleled benefits upon those it favors. Though Ying Yuan lamented Bei Xian's extravagant use of resources, he felt a deeper sense of satisfaction. Bei Xian was indeed unlike any other. Bei Xian would not betray humanity. He was a blessing to the human race. In his previous life, Ying Yuan had been a man who, despite his transformation into the innate calamity dragon, harbored an indelible affection for humanity. This sentiment was not mere sentimentality, but a genuine aspiration for humanity to thrive. Ying Yuan increasingly anticipated that this fortunate disciple would successfully establish the martial path for humankind. His own spiritual essence had been reincarnated when the literary and martial ancestors emerged. What grandeur would humanity behold? Time slipped by like fine sand, flowing unnoticed. For over 30 years, Ying Yuan and Bei Xian resided in the Xianshui tribe, living a life of seclusion. Adjacent to the Xianshui tribe lay the Fengyang tribe, under the guidance of the celestial master Duo Bao. Upon leaving the island, he settled directly into the Fengyang tribe. Duo Bao did not simply take advantage of their hospitality. He frequently assisted the tribespeople in hunting, spending evenings gathered around the campfire, sharing idle chatter. Duo Bao sensed the genuine warmth of humanity, finding their company delightful. Within the Fengyang tribe was a young girl named Huaxiu, a spirited and mischievous soul, displaying a playful nature even more boisterous than that of her male counterparts. One day, while the chief and the tribesmen were away hunting for food, she stealthily slipped out to play. In her folly, she wandered into the Thunder Marsh, a naturally formed depression, damp and often accompanied by winds that echoed with thunderous roars. The people of the Fengyang tribe held a deep-seated fear of the Thunder Marsh, forbidding their kin from entering. As Huaxiu traversed the marsh, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated around her. A streak of violet light penetrated her body, causing her abdomen to shimmer with a mysterious aura. Unaware of any unusual occurrence, she returned to the tribe. However, from that day forth, Huaxiu exhibited peculiar changes. At an age ripe for play, she became excessively drowsy and frequently fatigued. 2.5 months later, the transformation continued to unfold. The members of the Fengyang tribe discovered an anomaly concerning Huaxiu. The chief summoned an experienced woman to assess Huaxiu's condition. Based on Huaxiu's symptoms, the woman speculated that she was with child. This revelation sent ripples through the Fengyang tribe. How could Huaxiu be pregnant when she had not yet engaged with any man? Huaxiu felt profoundly wronged, for she remained untouched. How could she be with child? The chief quelled the murmurs, reasoning that an increase in tribe members was not a misfortune. They decided to wait for Huaxiu to give birth. Thus, they waited for 2.5 years. After this considerable passage of time, Huaxiu still had not delivered. The tribe grew increasingly fearful and suspicious. It was common knowledge that human women carried their young for 10 months. Yet Huaxiu had been pregnant for over 2 years without giving birth. Was it possible that she was bearing a monstrous spawn? Yes, it must be a demon. Which girl could remain pregnant for such an extended period without delivering? The people of the Fengyang tribe were terrified and contemplated banishing Huaxiu from their midst. Fear of the unknown is understandable. The chief found himself in a dilemma. Perhaps it would be wise to summon Master Duobao for his insight. Master Duobao was visiting a friend in the Xianshui tribe. They quickly set off to fetch him. At the Xianshui tribe, Ying Yuan had just concluded a philosophical discussion with Master Duobao and was filled with admiration for his elder brother's profound wisdom. As they conversed, shouts from outside interrupted them. Master Duobao, Master Duobao, what could be the matter? Master Duobao had been absent from the Fengyang tribe for 2 years and was unaware of their affairs. A man from the Fengyang tribe relayed the situation to him. Master Duobao's expression shifted slightly. Could it be? Ying Yuan promptly rose, smiling as he congratulated. Congratulations, Master Duobao. A celestial sovereign is about to be born. Master Duobao's face lit up with joy. After so many years, the time for the great sage of humanity had finally arrived. Quickly, let's return to the Fengyang tribe at once. We shall discuss philosophy another time. Upon returning to the Fengyang tribe, as Master Duobao stepped into Huaxiu's dwelling, he sensed a rich aura of purple energy. Sovereigns are always enveloped in purple light. Upon encountering Huaxiu, he channeled his celestial powers and immediately confirmed that Huaxiu was nurturing the future sovereign of humanity. Chief, what Huaxiu carries is not a demon, but a great sage of our kind. Once the sage is born, he shall surely lead humanity to prosperity. The chief was overwhelmed with joy. Is what you say true, Master Duobao? Indeed, replied Duobao with a smile. As a benefactor of humanity, his words held great authority and persuasion. The chief promptly arranged for 5 experienced women to take turns caring for Huaxiu, ensuring she would no longer need to venture out for food. The burden of carrying a child for 10 months is already daunting. For Huaxiu to endure over 2 years in gestation while nurturing a great sage was particularly taxing. It was only fitting that she receive the tribe's devoted care. Time passed, and another 2 years went by. Huaxiu still had not given birth. Master Duobao remained patient, daily using his celestial powers to nourish Huaxiu's vital essence, ensuring her health remained robust. It was not until the 5th month of her 9th year of pregnancy that Huaxiu suddenly felt intense pain in her abdomen, and her waters broke. An experienced woman instantly recognized that Huaxiu was about to give birth. Consequently, 5 seasoned midwives assisted Huaxiu during the delivery. The entire Fengyang tribe awaited anxiously at Huaxiu's doorstep, hoping for a successful outcome. Master Duobao, aware of the intense blood aura accompanying childbirth, worried that it might disturb his celestial presence. With a gentle smile, he reassured them, stating that he would wait outside the cave and use his magical powers to alleviate Huaxiu's suffering. Half an hour later, a sudden cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the purple aura of the universe swirled and converged upon the Fengyang tribe. The clouds of the 9 heavens floated gracefully, heralding countless auspicious signs. As the infant entered the world, the fortunes of the human race doubled instantaneously. The cry shattered the tranquility of the cosmos. In the 8 Scenes Palace, the eyes of the Grand Master Tai Ching sparkled with brilliance as the human emperor was born. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord sat amid the celebratory clouds of the heavens. His expression darkened. How could Duo Bao, a mere mouse, be worthy of guiding an emperor? In the North Sea Monster Master Palace, Kunlun wore a customary shadow of gloom, emitting a cold, mocking laughter. Fushi's reincarnation into the human race led to accusations of his ancestor being a traitor to the monster clan. Was Fushi any less of a traitor than his ancestor? In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa felt a sudden relief in her heart, whispering to herself, "Brother, you have finally arrived." Chapter 43. The reign of the emperor in a time unlike any other, a child was born, distinct from the ordinary human folk. By the 3rd day, he could articulate words, and by the 5th he could walk. The chieftain of the Fengyang tribe, filled with anticipation, earnestly beseeched the immortal Duo Bao to bestow a name upon the infant. Duo Bao, a quintessential name giver, pondered deeply before attempting to speak. How about calling him Dogsheng? But that was merely jest. He finally settled on the name Fushi. When the child reached the age of 3, he sought out the illustrious Huashu clan and revealed his identity, stating, "I am Duo Bao, the direct disciple of the celestial sage from the Bayou Palace of Golden Tortoise Island. Today, I wish to take Fushi as my disciple and seek your approval." Aware of Duo Bao's significant contributions to humanity and his remarkable abilities, Huashu immediately urged the young Fushi to pay his respects to the master. In his innocence, Fushi complied, bowing to his teacher. Duo Bao chuckled heartily and remarked, "My disciple Fushi possesses the demeanor of an emperor." After accepting Fushi as his student, Duo Bao took residence beside the boy as home and commenced his teachings. The first lesson introduced the doctrine of the Jiejiao. What does it mean to intercept? It signifies seizing a thread of life amidst the myriad spirits of the primordial chaos, rather than hastily imparting magical techniques. He emphasized to Fushi the importance of mastering humanity before pursuing any endeavors. Fushi, endowed with exceptional talent and understanding, grasped the principles laid out by his teacher with remarkable clarity and, at times, could extrapolate further insights. By the age of 10, Duo Bao imparted to him the upper clear immortal arts, declaring, "The upper clear immortal arts are the core teachings of our lineage. I do not wish for you to solely focus on cultivation at the expense of your kin." Fushi nodded earnestly, comprehending his teacher's intent. Through mastering the upper clear immortal arts, he would acquire the ability to better serve his people. Duo Bao nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, "Fushi, your understanding reassures me. Your path lies within the human realm." Gifted with unparalleled potential, Fushi ascended to the Earth immortal realm in merely 2.5 years, after which he chose to cease his cultivation. Instead, he immersed himself in studying the texts brought from Golden Tortoise Island, participating in hunting and gathering with his kin, while contemplating the natural world and fostering independent thought. By the age of 18, Fushi had already begun to exhibit his extraordinary capabilities. The chieftain of the Fengyang tribe convened a tribal assembly and abdicated his position in favor of Fushi. Thus, the 18-year-old Fushi became the chieftain, shouldering the responsibilities of leadership to guide his tribe towards survival and prosperity. During this era, the forces of the shamanic and demonic had retreated, and the various tribes recognized the impending resurgence of humanity, refraining from further hostilities. Humanity enjoyed an unprecedented period of stability, experiencing rapid growth and proliferation. By the time Fushi reached the age of 25, the population of his tribe had more than tripled. Concurrently, the populations of other human tribes also doubled. This surge in numbers necessitated an increased food supply. However, during this period, the methods available for procuring food were rather simplistic, limited to fishing, hunting, and gathering. The Weishui River flowed majestically through the Fengyang tribe. Standing upon its banks, Fushi observed numerous tribesfolk clumsily attempting to catch fish, struggling to capture the agile creatures. Concerned about the tribe's food supply, he mused, "The fish in the Weishui River appear so plump. If only we could catch them." Fushi pondered deeply for 3 days and nights. Yet he could not conceive a method for catching fish. Consequently, he sought an audience with his master. The master, Duobao, was already aware of Fushi's intent and chuckled softly, saying, "The human race, with its dexterous minds and spirits, possesses the potential to achieve." With that, Duobao led Fushi to a secluded corner of a cave. There, a small spider was diligently weaving its intricate web, a complex lattice of threads. An unsuspecting insect collided with the web, finding itself ensnared and destined to become a meal for the spider. Disciple, all things in existence follow a pattern, with careful observation. A solution will reveal itself, the master imparted. Witnessing this scene, Fushi's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. "Master, I understand. I comprehend." Fushi hastily returned to his tribe and summoned the women, instructing them to gather vines and teaching them to weave them into an interlaced net. Thus, a rudimentary fishing net was fashioned. Fushi, accompanied by the strong men of the tribe, ventured to the Weishui River. Spreading the vine net, he drew it up to capture fish that were elusive even during full moons. Ha ha ha! The Fengyang tribe had learned the art of fishing and was blessed with an abundance of food. The tribe no longer fretted over sustenance, allowing them to indulge in procreation. While many neighboring tribes still suffered from hunger, upon learning of the Fengyang tribe's bounty, they sought refuge there. Fushi graciously welcomed them all. In merely 2.5 years, the Fengyang tribe blossomed into the largest tribe in the Weishui Basin. However, relying solely on fish yielded a monotonous diet. Fushi, alongside his people, began to capture various wild livestock, domesticated them, and through careful observation, selected the gentler creatures: cattle, horses, sheep, pigs, and wolves. Initially, the wolves' fierce and unruly nature rendered them unsuitable for domestication. Yet, as Fushi persistently fed them bones each day, he gradually noticed the fierceness in their eyes dissipating. Their once drooping tails began to wag, and their gazes transformed into a more docile and affectionate demeanor. Fushi then concluded that the wolves could indeed be tamed. However, renaming them as wolves seemed inappropriate post-domestication. Hence, he affectionately named them Dahuang, Dahue, Xiaobai, Xiaohua, and Era. The tribe commenced the rearing of livestock, establishing a stable food supply, which led to a surge in population. Fushi observed that the tribe's people had long resided in caves, devoid of sunlight. The damp and cold environment was hardly suitable for habitation. Inspired by the way birds built their nests, he led his people to fell trees, gather deadwood, and mix it with earth to construct wooden and earthen houses. These homes provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, proving far more habitable than the caves. Consequently, the human race emerged en masse from the caves, dwelling in their new abodes. This transition to living beneath the sun marked a significant advancement in civilization. By the time Fushi reached the age of 30, he had unified the Weishui Basin entirely. Following the assimilation of other tribes into the Fengyang tribe, they retained their original totems and customs, resulting in a clear distinction among the tribes. This gave rise to the concept of surnames within humanity. Through these surnames, one could discern the tribe to which an individual belonged. Fushi also observed that marriages predominantly occurred within the same tribe, resulting in a high infant mortality rate among the children born from such unions. Fushi embarked on a bold endeavor, facilitating intermarriage among individuals from different tribes. The offspring born of these diverse unions exhibited remarkable health, leading Fushi to conclude that marriages within closely related bloodlines were detrimental to the well-being of future generations. He thus instituted a rule forbidding intermarriage within the same tribe. Advocating for the customs of bride price in marriage, he transformed consanguineous unions into exogamous ones, thereby ending the primitive state of communal marriage where children were only aware of their mothers, devoid of knowledge regarding their fathers. Fushi also invented clay pots for the storage of food and clean water. Furthermore, he utilized grass and woven ropes to create knots for record-keeping. The esteemed name of Fushi spread throughout humanity. Upon learning of his accomplishments, the three sovereigns summoned Fushi for an evaluation. At the age of 30, Fuxi had become remarkably composed and adeptly navigated the assessments presented by the three sovereigns. They expressed great satisfaction, declaring, "Fuxi, after careful consideration, we have decided to appoint you as the sovereign of humanity, leading our people towards survival and development." Fuxi, in a display of humility, responded, "I am overwhelmed, esteemed sovereigns. Humanity is in need of your guidance." Yet, Fuxi also yearned to benefit humankind. After thoughtful contemplation, he accepted their decision, pledging, "I shall not fail humanity." Upon departing from the residence of the three sovereigns, Fuxi commenced his journey across the various tribes, seeking to understand their circumstances. It took nearly 2 decades for Fuxi to unite the disparate tribes, ultimately becoming the sovereign of humanity and establishing a preliminary system of governance. With the capital set in Chun. Note, the narrative of the primordial era is intrinsically linked to the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which serves as a prelude to the tale of the 3 corpses and lays the groundwork for the investiture of the gods. Therefore, while the author will address the chapters concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they will strive to maintain brevity. Your support is earnestly requested. Chapter 44. The method of divination to attract fortune and ward off calamity. The journey of the precious rat to the northern abyss for 60 years. Fuxi governed the realm, and humanity learned the art of net fishing and the husbandry of livestock. They invented tools, reformed marriage customs, and constructed dwellings, establishing the capital in Chun and laying the foundational governance system for humankind. The productivity of humanity experienced significant advancement. Chun now stood as the largest tribal capital of humanity. Despite having practiced the transcendent Tao of the upper clear, Fuxi, at 60 years of age, retained the vigor of youth. He sat in meditation, deeply contemplating how to effect further change for his people. Yet, he sensed that all that needed to be done had been accomplished. Yet he still felt a profound sense of incompleteness. However, Fuxi remained unhurried and continued to oversee humanity's affairs. The chaotic energies of the primordial world persisted in their tumultuous surge. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess wore a look of concern. Her brother had ruled for nearly a century. Why had he yet to achieve complete merit? As the chaotic energies grew ever more turbulent, if they could not be quelled. In the Hall of 8 Scenes, Laozi of the Taching remained impassive, maintaining a detached demeanor. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial celestial venerable sat amidst the celestial auspices, displaying displeasure. I have long stated that the precious rat, engrossed solely in the practice of magical arts without cultivating virtue, possesses shallow blessings. Such a hindrance cannot guide the human emperor rightly. Should the celestial emperor fail to return to his rightful place, the fortunes of humanity will backlash, forcing the precious rat to reap the bitter fruits of his deeds. In the west, on Mount Shumi, Jane and Juanti sat beneath the Bodhi tree, their expressions filled with sorrow and distress. When will the west flourish? On the shores of the eastern sea, on Golden Tortoise Island, as time elapsed, Tongtian too felt a sense of urgency. Fuxi seemed to have accomplished all that was required. Why then could he not return to his rightful place? Could it be that the precious rat's teachings were misguided? Tongtian opened his diary once more, noting that Ying Yuan's daily records were trivial and unremarkable, failing to address how Fuxi could achieve complete merit. In the Fengyang tribe, the precious rat sat in meditation on a mat, feeling a sense of helplessness. The master leads one to the door, but cultivation is an individual endeavor. All that he could impart had been shared without reservation. The attainment of complete merit rested solely upon Fuxi himself. Feeling discontent, the precious rat set forth to the Xianshui tribe, which had long since merged with the Fengyang tribe, with the clansman bearing the surname Ji. "Junior brother Ying Yuan, what brings you here today?" greeted the precious rat. "Please, elder brother." Humanity progressed, and Ying Yuan had moved into a wooden house, modest yet elegant and warm. While Fuxi manages affairs in Shan, all that you were meant to teach has been imparted. Now it is merely a matter of Fuxi's destiny, the precious rat candidly remarked. Ying Yuan nodded in understanding, realizing that at this moment, Fuxi merely needed to evolve the innate 8 trigrams for humanity to achieve complete merit. Indeed, I shall seek an opportunity to remind elder brother Precious Rat. Brother, do indulge in the fruit wine brewed by me. Ying Yuan offered, pouring a cup of celestial wine, sweet and refreshingly fragrant. The precious rat savored a few sips, praising, "Your brewing technique is truly remarkable." "Ha! You flatter me, elder brother. What is this wine called?" "Xiang Shuang," replied Ying Yuan. "Strongly refreshing, it suits well. But where is Beixian?" The younger disciple remains in seclusion, yet to emerge and engage with the world. Ying Yuan has imparted the North Xian 9 transformations of the mysterious origin, leading the North Xian to enter an unyielding retreat, deeply engrossed in the pursuit of martial enlightenment. The consumption of merit and fortune is relentless, akin to water being spilled, which has left Ying Yuan both alarmed and astonished. There is no need for my senior brother to be troubled. Within 2.5 years, Fuxi will undoubtedly attain complete merit. Oh, then I shall borrow the auspicious words of my younger brother. At that moment, while Ying Yuan and Duo Bao were enjoying their drinks, the Xian water tribe, along with Chengdu, suddenly sensed a violent tremor. The heavens and earth reverberated with the wails of countless humans. In Chengdu, Fuxi's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily summoned his subordinates, inquiring what had transpired in the southwestern direction. Moments later, an official, drenched in blood and stumbling, presented himself before Fuxi, weeping profusely. "Great Lord, in the southwest, the earth dragon has turned, the heavens have collapsed, hundreds of tribes have been buried, and millions of our brethren have perished." Upon hearing this, Fuxi's expression shifted abruptly. He immediately issued a decree. Let there be no distinction between north and south, nor between young and old. Hasten to the southwest. Having spoken, Fuxi led the charge towards the southwestern tribes to rescue those in peril. Duo Bao and Ying Yuan received Fuxi's message and promptly set off for the same destination. Utilizing their profound powers, they moved mountains, dug trenches, and opened rivers to save the millions buried beneath. The earth dragon's upheaval, known as an earthquake, is a natural phenomenon governed by the laws of the primordial world. The golden window for rescue was a mere 12 hours. Fuxi, undeterred by fatigue, orchestrated the efforts of the human race to provide aid. 24 hours later, an official reported, "Great Lord, it appears there may be no survivors." Fuxi's eyes narrowed with seriousness as he resolutely declared, "We shall rescue them, as long as a single soul remains alive. Clear this mountain." After 48 hours, another official lamented, "It is impossible that anyone could still be alive. We must see the bodies." A full month elapsed before the rescue operations approached completion. Fuxi directed the consolidation of the human race and the care of the injured, remaining sleepless and unyielding for an entire month. The death toll exceeded 8 million, with over 1 million injured. This was the gravest calamity the human race faced since the sorcerer demon calamity. One weary official sighed. Natural disasters are unpredictable. Had we known about the earth dragon's upheaval sooner, we could have escaped. The speaker's words were unintentional, yet within Fuxi's consciousness, a tempest arose, akin to thunderclaps. Fuxi stood frozen, murmuring repeatedly, "If only the human race had known. If only they had known sooner." Once Fuxi concluded the post-disaster arrangements, he returned to Chengdu, seeking understanding of methods that could guide the human race toward fortune and away from misfortune. This period of enlightenment lasted another decade. After 10 years of contemplation, Fuxi gained insights, yet felt that something remained elusive, preventing him from grasping the essence. Thus, he returned to the Fengyan tribe to pay his respects to Master Duo Bao. Master Duo Bao was engaged in discourse with Uncle Ying Yuan when Fuxi approached respectfully. Bowing, disciple greets the master and uncle. Ying Yuan turned slightly, acknowledging Fuxi's courtesy. "No need for such formalities, great lord. Regardless of what race you were in your past life, in this life, you are the leader of the human race, having done much for the benefit of our kind, and you embody the essence of humanity." Fuxi articulated to Duo Bao that humanity's understanding of the methods to seek fortune and avoid calamity always seemed somewhat lacking. Lost in contemplation, Duo Bao found enlightenment elusive. At that moment, Ying Yuan, with a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth, casually reminded senior brother while studying the Taoist scriptures. My younger brother learned of a profound spiritual treasure in the primordial realm. This treasure's trajectory aligns with the cosmic order of the stars, capable of aiding practitioners in their comprehension. Upon hearing Ying Yuan's words, Duobao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, such a treasure existed in the primordial world. Ah, this is not insurmountable. I shall return to the island and summon my junior brothers and sisters, Duobao declared before departing for Golden Ao Island. In the North Sea Demon Master's palace, Kunpeng sat quietly upon a mat, exuding an ethereal cold light. Suspended in the void was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure known as the He Tu and Luo Shu. This treasure contained the universe within, harmonizing with the celestial movements, serving as the ultimate tool for enlightenment. Bays, aware of his inadequacy against Kunpeng, borrowed the He Tu and Luo Shu for 500 years before returning it to its rightful owner. Kunpeng's esteemed disciple, the dragon who covered the sea, approached the grand hall respectfully. Master, Duobao Taoist requests an audience. Kunpeng's expression bore a customary shadow, his cold laughter echoing. Duobao, a disciple of the Supreme Purity Saint? For the sake of the Supreme Purity Saint, I shall grant an audience. Chapter 45, borrowing the river diagram and Luo book again, comprehending the Tao. I, the humble Taoist Duobao, have come to pay my respects to the Kunpeng Demon Master. Clad in a Taoist robe, Duobao entered the realm of the Demon Master and offered his salutations. Kunpeng, one of the 3,000 Purple Clouds palaces, is a peer of my master and belongs to the esteemed lineage of the Xianmen. Duobao, as a disciple of the Jiejiao, is of the second generation, thus a junior. As a disciple of a sage, there is no need for excessive courtesy, Kunpeng remarked with a cold tone. What brings you here, Duobao? With an unperturbed expression, Duobao expressed his desire to borrow the river diagram and Luo book from Kunpeng. Instantly, Kunpeng's demeanor shifted. A formidable aura of a perfected quasi-saint erupted around him. Duobao, out of respect for your status as a direct disciple of the upper clear sage, I shall spare your life, but you must leave at once. Does Kunpeng take me for someone of lesser significance? Duobao retorted. I am not one who possesses four accompanying spiritual treasures like the River of Oblivion. The river diagram and Luo book are treasures Kunpeng obtained through his own prowess. Regarded as his lifeblood, it is one thing for Bai Zhe and Luya to borrow them, but for Jiejiao to request such an artifact? Absolutely not. With a hum, a quasi-saint aura enveloped Duobao, shimmering with brilliance. What is this? You wish to seize what I refuse to lend? Kunpeng sneered. Though your cultivation in the latter stage of quasi-saint ranks you among the elite of the four teachings, you fall short before the ancestor, far from sufficient. Duobao replied with a smile, I harbor no intentions of forceful acquisition. It is truly just a loan for a millennium. I would thereby owe the Demon Master a karmic debt. I shall not lend it, Kunpeng declared. You are merely a junior. It is not as though all the immortals of Jiejiao have come. Nor is it a visit from the upper clear sage himself. You do not instill fear in me. As Kunpeng's words faded, several strands of upper clear, celestial aura suddenly manifested outside the palace. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, all quasi-saints of the mid-stage, along with Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Wangxian, entered the Demon Master's palace in unison, proclaiming, We implore the Kunpeng Demon Master to lend us your treasures. Kunpeng's expression darkened. Jiejiao, the multitude of immortals. Is this an affront to the ancestor? Ancestor, please relent, they urged. Absolutely not. Kunpeng's tone softened slightly. What of Jiejiao's multitude? This Demon Master is not easily intimidated. I stand firm on my refusal unless the upper clear sage himself appears. Before he could finish, a profound upper clear Tao aura materialized within the great hall of the Demon Master. Tongtian, clad in a verdant robe and bearing a green blade, emerged with a smile. Kunpeng, my dear friend. In an instant, Kunpeng's expression shifted yet again. The upper clear sage truly had arrived. Overwhelmed, he felt like an ant beneath the weight of a saint. Tongtian did not press Kunpeng harshly, but rather conveyed, My disciple is instructing the heavenly sovereign, and the river diagram and Luo book are crucial to this endeavor. Therefore, I come seeking your treasures. Should you lend them, I would owe you a karmic debt. Kunlun, moved by the notion of sage's karmic bond, relented. You did say a millennium, did you not? Very well, I shall lend them. Thus, Duo Bao successfully borrowed the river diagram and Luo book and departed for the realm of humanity. In the demon master's palace, only Kunlun and his disciple, Jiao Fuhai, remained. Master, were you just afraid? Ridiculous. The venerable ancestor, having achieved the pinnacle of sanctity, harbors no fear. Since his emergence into this world, he has never known trepidation. Is this truly the case? The Kunlun, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "How can one remain unperturbed when the Holy One descends, and the myriad celestial beings of the exert their pressure?" Meanwhile, Fushi secluded himself within the Fengyan tribe, contemplating the principles of auspiciousness and misfortune. Feeling a sense of restlessness, he wandered to the banks of the Wei River. The tranquil waters suddenly revealed a swirling vortex. Fushi's countenance shifted to one of astonishment as a dragon tortoise slowly emerged from the whirlpool, bearing a treasure shrouded in mist, the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Fushi's gaze fixated upon the artifact, a feeling of familiarity washing over him, and deep within, he was convinced that this treasure would aid him in his enlightenment. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu in hand, Fushi resumed his pursuit of understanding. The text contained the celestial patterns of the Zhou constellation, considered a treasure of enlightenment. Within a mere 2.5 years, Fushi successfully grasped the principles of auspiciousness and misfortune, naming them the primordial 8 trigrams. Through divination, these symbols could reveal simple truths, guiding humanity towards fortune and away from misfortune. My path is complete. Fushi's eyes sparkled with brilliance, sensing the fullness of his merit. In the Xian Shui tribe, Ying Yuan joyfully congratulated Duo Bao, saying, "Congratulations, brother Duo Bao. Fushi has achieved completeness in his merit and will soon attain enlightenment. You too may take a well-deserved rest." Duo Bao, having traversed the realm of humanity for centuries and diligently guiding Fushi, now felt a sense of paternal pride witnessing Fushi's success. "Brother, Fushi has finished with the He-Tu and Luo Shu. May I dare to ask to borrow it for a time?" The disciple Bei Xian, too, was seeking enlightenment, and the He-Tu and Luo Shu could assist him in his quest. "Do not be modest. The He-Tu and Luo Shu have served their purpose with Fushi and are of no further use. Feel free to take it," Ying Yuan replied. Thus, he took the He-Tu and Luo Shu back to his cave. Meanwhile, Bei Xian sat quietly on a mat, a frown etched upon his face. "Disciple, how far have you progressed?" By refining the flesh and bones externally and cultivating the internal organs, one may achieve great strength and be deemed a warrior, capable of rivaling the earthly immortals. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Ying Yuan was taken aback. In just a century, this disciple had already confirmed his status as a warrior, comparable to an earthly immortal. What remained was the refinement of the subsequent martial realm. A subtle smile crept upon Ying Yuan's lips. "Shall I lend you a treasured artifact that could assist in your enlightenment?" Bei Xian responded, "Please, master, allow me to bow before you and request your guidance." Ying Yuan chuckled. "I must admit, I prefer your unruly demeanor." With the He-Tu and Luo Shu, Bei Xian expended vast amounts of fortune and merit into the artifact, aiding his enlightenment. His consciousness became lucid, transforming complexity into clarity. After refining the flesh and bones, one could then cultivate the internal organs. The liver corresponds to wood, governing the tendons and opening to the eyes. Fire corresponds to the heart, governing the veins and opening to the tongue. The 5 organs of humanity share a profound connection with the 5 energies of the celestial path. After becoming a warrior, one evolves into a martial master, which parallels the heavenly immortal realm. Following the martial master is the great martial master, akin to the true immortal. In the realm of the martial emperor, when refining the 5 internal organs, one is not inferior to a golden immortal. After the flesh, muscles, bones, and internal organs, one then refines the marrow, comparable to a great Luo golden immortal. By entering the path through martial arts, one can shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, and break the stars with another. Bei Xian, having acquired the river diagram and Luo book, felt as though aided by divine forces, and thus gained a clearer understanding of martial arts. The next step was to meticulously perfect the methods of cultivating specific realms of martial arts. Naturally, the faster one comprehends, the quicker the consumption of merit and fortune. Bei Xian's merit and fortune within the auspicious clouds had already diminished by half. On the day martial arts emerge into the world, it is possible that all of his merit and fortune will be expended. Ying Yuan refrained from commenting on this. It was Bei Xian's choice. Feeling that his merit was complete, Fuxi began to wander among the human race, seeking a worthy successor. On Jiejiao Island, within the Bio Palace, the Master of Heaven summoned the myriad immortals, for the heavenly sovereign was about to take his place, and the earth sovereign would soon emerge. The myriad immortals of the spoke in unison, declaring that the earth sovereign's master could only be Sister Jinling, the Holy Mother Jinling. As the foremost of the three great holy mothers, held a status within the sect second only to that of Duo Bao. Having already severed 2 corpses, she was at the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation, on the verge of advancing to the later stage. If she could take on the role of the Earth Sovereign's master, she might harness the great merits of such a position to sever her 3rd corpse, thereby adding yet another top-tier cultivator to the Master of Heaven wore a grave expression and said, "Jinling, you should make a journey to the human realm." Dressed in a golden Taoist robe, the Holy Mother Jinling, with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, slowly rose and declared, "Yes, I shall not disappoint my teacher's high expectations." Jinling also turned to bow to the myriad disciples, vowing to live up to their hopes as well. Chapter 46. The emergence of the Earth Sovereign and the return of Fuxi, the Divine Mother of Gold Spirit, departed from Golden Turtle Island and journeyed to the Fengyan tribe of the human race. "Sister, I have met Brother Duo Bao. Sister need not be overly courteous. I have instructed Fuxi for nearly a century and have garnered some wisdom to share with you." "Thank you, brother." The Divine Mother of Gold Spirit attentively absorbed Brother Duo Bao's teachings regarding Fuxi, engaging in profound contemplation. After 2.5 years, the Divine Mother of Gold Spirit left the Fengyan tribe and commenced her exploration of various human tribes. Mere theoretical discussions proved to be shallow. To truly grasp the essence of humanity and discern their issues, how could she guide the Earth Sovereign? The Divine Mother traversed the human tribes extensively. Fuxi had reigned for over 120 years, during which the human race flourished and prospered immensely. To the north of the Weishui River Basin, there flowed another great river known as the Jiang River, along which the human race resided. Amongst them was a tribe called the Jiang tribe. Within this tribe lived a human woman named Deng. One night, Deng dreamt of a divine bird circling above her. Ultimately, the bird transformed into a wisp of purple aura that entered her lower abdomen. Henceforth, Deng conceived before marriage. The news sent shockwaves through the Jiang tribe. Was not the reigning sovereign Fuxi born in a similar manner? Upon hearing this, the Divine Mother hastened to the Jiang River tribe, where she sensed the profound purple aura. What Deng carried within her was the Earth Sovereign. Much like Huaxiu, Deng bore the child after 9 years and 5 months of pregnancy. Upon birth, the child was extraordinary, able to speak within 3 days and walk within 5. From a tender age, he exhibited remarkable wisdom and agility, earning the name Lianshan from the tribe. One day, the Divine Mother of Gold Spirit transformed into an elderly woman and, feigning illness, entered the Jiang tribe. The young Lianshan, possessing a kind heart, shared his food with the old woman and tenderly tended to her wounds. "Dear child, do not exert yourself. I was bitten by a venomous snake by the river and do not have long to live," sighed the Divine Mother. Lianshan shook his head in concern. "Were you bitten?" "By the river," she replied. Lianshan hurriedly rushed out, knowing that within 100 paces of the snake's lair, an antidote must exist. Though young, Lianshan was remarkably perceptive, having learned from the experiences of his fellow tribesmen. He searched for several antidotes and carefully inquired about the color of the snake that had bitten her. "A colorful one," she answered. Relieved, Lian Shan concluded, "The cauliflower snake is non-venomous." The Divine Mother chuckled softly and then revealed her true form. "Lian Shan, do you wish to take me as your master?" Recognizing that he was in the presence of a celestial being, Lian Shan joyfully accepted. Thus, the Divine Mother successfully took him as her disciple, erecting a wooden dwelling by the Jiang River to impart her teachings. Under Fuxi's governance, the human race undoubtedly reached unprecedented prosperity. Over the course of a century, the population multiplied several times. However, an increase in numbers inevitably led to food shortages. The fish in the great rivers had been overfished for years, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers. Lian Shan understood the principle of sustainable fishing, but recognized that without fishing, his tribesmen would go hungry. The livestock they raised yielded low production, leaving the tribe insufficiently fed. Gradually, the human race found itself once again mired in famine. Lizhan sought to alter his circumstances, rising early and returning late each day to the wilderness in search of edible sustenance. He scoured numerous plants, yet found them either unpalatable or toxic, rendering them inedible. This predicament troubled him greatly. I seem to recall that on Golden Tortoise Island, there exists a wondrous valley known as the Five-Color Divine Valley. I wonder if Senior Sister Jinling is aware of it? Upon noticing the latest entry in the diary, the Celestial Master understood that this Five-Color Divine Valley was precisely what Lizhan needed. He promptly summoned the Holy Mother, Jinling, who ventured to the southeastern corner of Golden Tortoise Island to collect a specimen of the Five-Color Divine Valley, said to assist Lizhan. That day, Lizhan continued his quest for new discoveries. As he gazed upward, he spotted a divine bird soaring overhead, clutching a stalk of the Five-Colored Divine Valley in its beak. Upon reaching the ground, the divine stalk split into 5 distinct grains: rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. Intrigued, Lizhan approached and examined the peculiar plant closely, tasting a few of its plump ears. They were powdery and mildly sweet, and the fullness of the grains delighted him. "This is indeed food for our people," he exclaimed, joyfully returning with the grains to commence their cultivation. By the following year, the harvest of these grains was bountiful. He shared a portion with his tribe, while reserving the majority for seed. In the 3rd year, the Jiang tribe rejoiced in an abundant yield, while other tribes faced hunger. The Jiang Water tribe had already begun farming, securing a steady supply of food. The most significant aspect was the stability of their food source. Hunting and fishing carried an element of chance, but the transformation of humanity from foraging and hunting to agriculture marked an extraordinary advancement. At the age of 18, Lizhan assumed the role of chief of the Jiang tribe, leading his people into the era of agriculture. 2 cycles of the great fish had passed, and the Jiang Water region was flourishing with grains. The immense harvest had fortified the Jiang tribe to an unprecedented strength. Liashan's name resonated throughout humanity, reaching even Fuxi of Chengdu, who traveled to the Jiang Water region to meet him. The responsibility of the communal leadership was significant and demanded utmost diligence. Fuxi thoroughly assessed Lizhan and expressed his sentiments. "Lizhan shall undoubtedly lead our people into an unparalleled era of prosperity." Subsequently, Fuxi returned with Lizhan to Chengdu, personally mentoring him to promote the cultivation of grains among humanity. After 2.5 years, every inhabited area welcomed bountiful harvests, and humanity's fortunes surged to unprecedented heights. Fuxi resolved to pass the mantle to Lizhan. Upon the issuance of the decree, leaders from various tribes hurried to Mount Tai. On that day, Fuxi and Lizhan bathed and offered incense, presenting 3 sacrificial animals to honor heaven and earth. A resounding moo echoed from the east, heralding auspicious omens. The Grand Master Laozi arrived, riding a green bull, and Yuan descended on a golden phoenix, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Brother, you are finally to attain enlightenment." The primordial heavenly sovereign descended upon a fragrant dragon carriage, exuding a magnificent aura. The guides and sages, clad in worn Taoist robes, ascended the clouds to witness the ceremony. The time for the enthronement of the celestial emperor of humanity was at hand, requiring the presence of all saints. Naturally, without the celestial master's attendance, the grand ceremony could not proceed. The ethereal resonance of the Tao echoed around them as the celestial master emerged from the void. In reverence, the precious treasure and the holy mother of golden spirit bowed deeply, as did Fuxi, who likewise paid his respects to the Grand Master of the Upper Clear. Lishan followed suit, acknowledging the presence of the Grand Master. Fuxi, a disciple of the precious treasure, recognized the master of the celestial teachings as his true mentor. Lishan, a disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, shared this sentiment. Zhuanti, filled with envy, shed tears of longing, lamenting the dual sovereigns who both honored the master of celestial teachings, pondering why it was not he from the West. The old one of supreme clarity remained stoic, while the primordial heavenly venerable wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased. Enwa urged Brother Tongtian, the master of celestial teachings, imbued with the ethereal essence of the Upper Clear, took a decisive step forward, his divine majesty sweeping across the primordial expanse. He summoned the Kongtong seal and proclaimed, Fuxi reigned for 150 years, establishing fishing nets, taming wild beasts, reforming marriage, inventing tools, improving human abodes, and founding the Bagua, guiding humanity towards fortune and away from calamity, thereby benefiting mankind. Today, his merits are complete. With a resounding boom, the Master's decree echoed, causing the Kongtong seal to tremble as it enacted the power of conferment. From the heavens above, a substantial stream of fortune and merit descended, with 4 parts allocated to humanity, for merging into Fuxi's being, 1 granted to the precious treasure, and the final fragment absorbed into the Kongtong seal. As the merits entered his body, the celestial fruits of the heavenly emperor bestowed upon Fuxi enhanced his aura. In an instant, Fuxi ascended through the realms, from the celestial immortal stage to the true immortal, then to the profound immortal, and ultimately to the great Luo golden immortal, achieving the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Suddenly, the ethereal strings of the Fuxi Qin resonated as it returned from the void, drawing the gaze of all the saints upon Fuxi. Enwa, filled with anticipation and trepidation, softly inquired, Brother? With a gentle sigh, Fuxi proclaimed to the primordial world, I am Fuxi of the human race. I shall prioritize humanity above all. To defy this decree is to invite the wrath of the great Tao. The human race granted Fuxi a glimmer of hope, intertwining his fate with theirs. As long as humanity endures, so shall the heavenly emperor. In this world, there exists only Fuxi of the human race, and no longer the Shi Huang of the demon race. Chapter 47. The 3/10 fortune of humanity, the North Xian emerges. The martial arts system at this moment, the aura surrounding Duo Bao, began to rise dramatically. With the Duo Bao tower as a vessel for his unwavering resolve, he struck. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Duo Bao's Tao rhythm ascended from the late quasi-saint stage to perfection by harnessing the merits and fortunes of the heavenly emperor's forces. He successfully vanquished his 3rd corpse, becoming the first among the disciples of the 4 teachings to achieve the great perfection of a quasi-saint. The primordial supreme being wore a grim expression. A surge of nameless fire erupted within Guang Chengzi, who stood behind him. Duo Bao is but a mere mouse. If I were the heavenly emperor's master, I too could slay corpses. Seeing Duo Bao defeat his 3rd corpse, Zhuanti couldn't help but drool in envy. Wishing Duo Bao were a disciple of the Western faction, Fuxi returned to his rightful place, and the heavenly emperor's master reached completeness. The agreement between the head of the Tongtian Sect and Nuwa was fulfilled. Buzz! Suddenly, the vast fortune of humanity experienced a dramatic shift. The 3/10 of humanity's fortune that Nuwa had commanded flowed toward the head of the Tongtian Sect. In the next moment, the other 4 saints turned green with envy. The immortality of the saints and their relentless pursuit of fortune was unmistakable. Was it not all a contest for fortune? With the heavenly emperor's return, humanity's fortune surged tenfold. How could Nuwa bestow 3/10 of that fortune upon the head of the Tongtian Sect? Jane's expression was one of sorrow and distress. Zhuanti's eyes turned crimson with indignation. Why was I not granted the fortune of the West? The primordial supreme being's countenance darkened further. Laozi of Taiching appeared as withered as a dead tree, his fleeting greed barely concealed. As the leader of the human teaching, Laozi also held a significant portion of humanity's grand fortune. Upon receiving humanity's fortune, the head of the Tongtian Sect maintained a serene demeanor and spoke gently. The sect of the intercepting teachings shall foster goodwill with humanity. With his words, the head of the Tongtian Sect waved his hand, dividing the immense fortune into three parts. One part remained with humanity, another was infused into the Kunlun seal, and the remaining portion flowed to the intercepting teachings. With the infusion of this fortune, countless members of humanity felt a surge of clarity in their consciousness. Their bodies grew stronger, and their cultivation became smoother. Observing the fortune of the intercepting teachings, it swelled once more as myriad immortals came to pay homage, the fortune resembling a vast ocean. The head of the Tongtian Sect continued, once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors conclude their reign, the Kunlun seal shall be returned to humanity. The Kunlun seal, originally belonging to humanity, had been the subject of contention among the saints. The 3 ancestors, left with no choice, had permitted Beixian to send the Kunlun seal to the intercepting teachings. With the Kunlun seal in their possession, the head of the Tongtian Sect gained control over the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, securing positions among the Heavenly Emperor, Earth Emperor, and the teacher of the 5 emperors. This was already a source of great satisfaction. Thus, he declared the return of the Kunlun seal to humanity. As his words echoed, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi were overcome with emotion, their bodies trembling with gratitude as they bowed deeply to the head of the Tongtian Sect. Tears of appreciation streaming down their faces, celebrating the noble righteousness of the Qingqing sage. Thank you, O sage of the Upper Clear. The matriarch Nuwa had created humanity, yet remained indifferent, while the Taiching sage allowed the demon tribe to slaughter humanity. Only the seemingly unrelated intercepting teachings were willing to extend a helping hand in humanity's direst hour. Furthermore, they not only returned the grand fortune of humanity, but also promised to return the treasured artifacts. What immense kindness this was! Fuxi, having now attained the status of Heavenly Emperor, was equally moved within. Such overwhelming fortune was directly restored to humanity, and treasured artifacts were to be returned. In a vast wilderness, it seemed that only the sage of the Upper Clear could accomplish such a feat. Fuxi bowed in gratitude on behalf of humanity, expressing his profound appreciation for his master. Beside him, the primordial heavenly sovereign's expression grew increasingly somber, as if tinged with bitterness. If the third brother aspired to become a sage, why not return the entirety of the human race's destiny to humanity? Before Tongtian could utter a word, the 3 ancestors of humanity immediately proclaimed, the Jiejiao Sect and the human race share a common destiny. With this declaration, they countered the primordial heavenly sovereign's remarks, implying that the fortune occupied by the Jiejiao Sect was willingly entrusted by the human race. Sages do not perish, and thieves do not cease. The 3 ancestors understood profoundly that the other sages, along with the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, were eager to consume the human race entirely and would not exhibit the benevolence of the supreme pure sage. Their assertion of a shared fate between the human race and the Jiejiao Sect essentially provided the human race with a semblance of support. The countenance of the supreme, pure Laozi grew increasingly ashen, a flicker of faint anger evident in his gaze. If the Jiejiao Sect shares a common destiny with humanity, what then of the human teachings? With an indifferent tone, imbued with an unassailable sage's authority, the supreme, pure Laozi declared, Fuxi shall return to his rightful place, attaining the title of Heavenly Emperor, and shall reside in the fire cloud cave, suppressing the human race's destiny. He shall not emerge until the cataclysm of immeasurable calamities. Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely. Both Jane and Junie, wary of the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, recognized the challenge of controlling the human race once it flourished and nodded in agreement, affirming that the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi should indeed relocate to the fire cloud cave, from which he must not depart until faced with an immense calamity. The countenance of the Tongtian Sect leader shifted slightly as he exchanged a glance with Enhua. both reflecting a sense of resignation. Relocating to the Fire Cloud Cave, effectively under house arrest, was not a prospect Ying Yuan wished to witness for her brother. Yet, at this moment, the four sages shared a common goal. Even an alliance with Tongtian could not withstand their formidable will. The three ancestors revealed profound sorrow and anger. Fully aware of the four sages' intentions to confine the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, thereby exerting tighter control over humanity. Fuxi, having attained the realm of a perfected sage, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and resignation within. Without achieving sagehood, one remains insignificant. How could humanity resist? Fuxi bowed respectfully, affirming, Fuxi shall diligently heed the sages. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. Before Fuxi could finish his words, a resounding laughter echoed across the vast primordial earth. The three pure ones, Jin, Zhuanti, and Hua, the three ancestors, Fuxi, and the myriad powerful beings of the primordial wilderness all turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. There stood the Xianshui tribe. At this moment, Ying Yuan was also present at Mount Tai, and upon hearing that familiar tone, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Excellent, excellent. This young lad has truly succeeded. It seems today, the supreme pure sage's ambition to imprison the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall be thwarted. From a Xianshui tribe emerged a youth clad in hemp garments, enveloped in the ethereal aura of the supreme pure at the golden immortal stage. As he stepped out of the cave, with each stride, his aura intensified until the supreme pure energy was wholly reined in, replaced by an odd yet formidable presence. The human race, emerging from frail bodies, having multiplied through countless generations, possessed talents far inferior to their ancestors. Cultivating the golden elixir path was akin to fishing for the moon in the water, a daunting endeavor. I, the human race, from the North Xian. Today, I shall forge a new path for the cultivation of humanity. Boom! Buzz! As Bei Xian's voice resonated, the primordial world trembled violently, and the once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous calamity clouds. The revered figures of Taiqing Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzun, Jijin, Zhuanti, and Ying Yuan all exhibited expressions of astonishment. Their countenances transformed with disbelief. The idea of establishing a wholly new path for the human race to cultivate was utterly unfathomable. The multitude of formidable beings in the primordial realm turned their gazes toward the mysterious cave of Xianshui, overwhelmed with astonishment. How could a mere youth of the human race summon such extraordinary phenomena? The prospect of forging a new path seemed impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, the eyes of Tongtian Jiao Master sparkled with anticipation. Could it be that this was the martial path of the human race mentioned in his disciple Ying Yuan's diary? As Bei Xian stepped forward, thunder rumbled across the heavens. This path was known as martial arts, the martial way of humanity. From the tender age of 6, humans could begin their martial training, honing their physical resilience and indomitable spirit, thus becoming warriors corresponding to the earthly immortals of the celestial path. With a fortified physique, they would then refine their tendons and bones, mastering the fundamentals of martial arts to become martial masters, aligned with the heavenly immortals. After refining their skin, tendons, and bones, they would temper their vital energy, evolving into grand martial masters, akin to true immortals. The liver corresponds to wood, governing the tendons and manifesting through the eyes. The heart relates to fire, presiding over the meridians, revealing itself through the tongue. The 5 organs of humanity resonate with the 5 energies of the immortal path, reflecting a remarkable harmony. Thus, they ascend to the rank of martial emperors, corresponding to golden immortals. Following the mastery of skin, tendons, bones, blood, and the internal organs, one would refine the marrow, attaining the status of martial sect masters, paralleling the supreme golden immortals of the celestial realm. When a refinement of marrow reaches perfection, even a single drop of essence can remain unextinguished, akin to the great Luo golden immortals, traversing the boundless realms. Thus, they become martial sovereigns. Upon the completion of marrow refinement, When one's essence, energy, and spirit are harmonious and complete, one can step into the realm of martial saints. Martial saints embody the path through martial arts, achieving transcendence through their prowess. With a single punch, they can shatter mountains and rivers, and with another, they can break the sun and moon, shaking the very foundations of the universe. Chapter 48. My disciple is unbelievably defiant, even summoning the divine thunder of Zhixiao. With a single punch, he shatters mountains and rivers. With another, he fractures the sun and moon. With yet another, he shakes the very heavens. The martial saint of humanity, having reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, stands at the threshold of the great completion of the quasi-saint, even to the point of approaching the status of a sub-saint. Bei Xian, having secluded himself, expended his vast fortune and merits, and, aided by the Tao enlightenment treasure, could only elevate the martial arts system to the realm of the martial saint. As for achieving the true saintly position through martial arts, he remained utterly perplexed. Thus, he could no longer remain in seclusion. If he did, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would soon be confined by the myriad saints. The profound sound of martial arts from Bei Xian resonated, immediately stirring tumultuous waves across the tranquil primordial world. One utterance shattered the heavens, another stirred the winds and clouds. This youth harbors such grand ambitions? Guang Chengzi chuckled coldly, deeming humanity weak, ignorant, and uncivilized, mere ants daring to proclaim the establishment of a path. To equate the martial saint of humanity with the primordial golden immortal? Absurd, utterly absurd. Tai Yizhenren also shook his head disdainfully. Xian Du merely shook his head, remarking on Bei Xian's youthful arrogance, audaciously claiming to forge a martial path for humanity. Is it not better to sincerely cultivate the golden core Tao of his master? The myriad mighty beings of the primordial world all shook their heads. This youth, Bei Xian, is indeed arrogant, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Since the inception of the primordial spirit, it instinctively inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy until Hong Jun disseminated the teachings throughout the primordial realm, passing down a relatively complete method of cultivation, thus establishing the immortal path. From earth immortal to saint, this is nearly the consensus among all beings. In the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the river of the underworld sat upon a blazing red lotus, his eyes gleaming with interest. The martial way of humanity? Huh, how intriguing. I truly hope you succeed. The river of the underworld possesses a spirit of adventure. Otherwise, it would not have created the Asuras and established the Asura teachings. Although his cultivation surpasses the great completion of the quasi-saint, standing as a sub-saint, he remains but an ant before the saints. Thus, the river of the underworld genuinely hopes for the success of the young man from humanity, should the martial way succeed. It would present a new path from which he could derive insights. In the North Sea, within the palace of the demon masters, the Kunpeng demon master wore a habitual shadowed expression. Cackling, the primordial realm grows ever more interesting. Let them contend, it concerns me not. Atop Mount Tai, the old ancestor of Taiji, with a face as withered as old wood, gazed intently at Bei Xian. The primordial beginning, celestial master, appeared displeased, dismissing humanity as nothing more than a breed of ants. The guide wore a sorrowful expression, shaking his head. The quasi-teacher also sighed and shook his head. He and his elder brother possessed great will, profound understanding, and immense fortune, allowing them to comprehend 800 peripheral paths from the 3,000 great Tao. This young man of humanity, however, lacks such qualities. Nua's eyes also reflected a sense of melancholy. He will not succeed. Conversely, the master of heaven's path gazed with growing anticipation, wondering if his errant disciple could truly guide him to success. Clad in the most fashionable attire of humanity, Bei Xian took another step forward. His youthful face, innocent eyes, radiated indomitable resolve. Humanity, martial way, established. Boom, boom, buzz. The calamity clouds billowed in the 9 heavens, thunder rolling ominously. Humanity seeks to establish the martial way, wishing to defy fate and alter their frail condition. naturally must undergo the trials of the heavenly Tao. Above the 9 heavens, dark calamity clouds gathered, pulsating with black lightning. Humanity, martial way, established. Beixian cried out once more. Crack! Amidst the swirling tempest of calamity, a dark divine thunderbolt descended, coiling like a venomous serpent as it surged northward towards Beixian. Undeterred, Beixian boldly confronted it. With a resounding crash, he harnessed the divine thunder to refine his body. Within him, the profound techniques of the ninefold martial sage formula whirled with fervor, absorbing the thunderous power to enhance his physique and spirit. This formula, birthed from the teachings of his master, Ying Yuan, was tailored for humanity, while its predecessor, the ninefold mysterious origin art, catered to the more gifted beings of the primordial world. Crack! Crack! The thunderous energy was entirely absorbed by Beixian, whose aura not only remained unweakened, but grew even more formidable. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, having innovated the path to the martial sage, though he had yet to fully attain it. Today, he would forge a path for his kin in the realm of martial arts. Crack! Crack! From the heavens, 5 divine thunderbolts cascaded down, striking Beixian's form successively. Come forth, he boldly proclaimed, puffing out his chest as he continued to absorb the thunderous might, sparks of electricity dancing around him. Boom! The number of calamity thunders surged, swiftly reaching 27. This phenomenon, known as the 39 calamity thunder, was of no concern to Beixian. His aura had now reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. With a thunderous roar, 49 divine thunderbolts descended in unison, wreaking havoc upon Beixian's body. Buzz! His aura ascended dramatically, shattering the constraints of the martial emperor and stepping into the realm of the martial ancestor, corresponding to the Tai golden immortal level. The 3 progenitors of humanity, Fuxi, gazed upon Beixian's defiance against the divine thunder with profound astonishment. The martial way of humanity. Should he succeed, our race would irrevocably transform from its frail state. The 3 progenitors were filled with excitement, anticipation, and trepidation, clenching their fists tightly as they willed Beixian to triumph. Meanwhile, the 5 saints maintained their composure. The trial imposed by the heavenly Tao had only just begun. The 49 divine thunderbolts, also known as the 7-7 calamity thunder, represented the utmost limit in Taoist numerology. As the calamity clouds loomed in the skies, witnessing the divine thunder's ineffectiveness against the challenger, they gradually shifted in hue. The once black calamity began to shimmer with a hint of violet lightning. The myriad beings of the primordial world gasped in horror upon witnessing the purple lightning. Could it be the purple cloud divine thunder? Renowned as the most formidable divine thunder of the primordial world, its might could obliterate all in its path. It was said that the Taiqing divine thunder, Yuqing divine thunder, and Shangqing divine thunder were all derived from the observation of the purple cloud divine thunder. Ying Yuan, observing the spectacle, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. My disciple has truly defied the heavens, attracting the purple cloud divine thunder. Were it me, with my innate dragon body, enduring even a single round of the 7-7 calamity thunder would have reduced me to ashes. My disciple, once again outshining his master, the emergence of the purple cloud divine thunder sent ripples through the primordial realm, signaling that the seemingly frail youth of humanity possessed an extraordinary comprehension. Otherwise, he would never have provoked the heavenly Tao's purple cloud divine thunder. Guang Chengzi's eyes glinted with cold disdain. Comprehension, no matter how profound, would not save a frail body from the onslaught of the purple cloud divine thunder. Once it struck, he would be but a fleeting shadow, utterly ineffective. Boom! Crack! High above the 9 heavens, a thunderous roar resonated, heralding the descent of a divine lightning bolt. Though but a single strike, it surpassed the ferocity of 49 black bolts of thunder fire. This divine lightning shimmered in a violet hue, coiling like a ferocious serpent, and struck the body of Beixian. With a resolute stance, Beixian braved the onslaught of the purple celestial lightning, emitting a muffled grunt from deep within his chest. Pa! This mere purple celestial lightning is nothing, merely a trifle. He scoffed coldly, folding his arms behind his back. The palms of his hands bore the scars of the lightning's wrath, charred and oozing blackened blood. Upon closer inspection, his arms were lacerated, flesh torn asunder, while the violet thunder fire coursed through his body, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. Above, the calamity clouds swirled ominously, already gestating a new wave of divine lightning. This time, there would be 2 strikes. The venerable figures of Taiji Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jin Zhuanti, and the Holy Mother Nuwa, all seeing in their divine essence, had discerned that the frail human had reached the brink after enduring a single strike of the purple celestial lightning. There was no possibility he could withstand the subsequent 2 strikes. The youth was doomed. Ming he shook his head in lament, his gaze turning dim. He murmured in despair, "He shall not attain sanctity. Merely an insect devoid of the foundation to ascend the path, without hope of achieving enlightenment." In this moment, Ying Yuan was overcome with anxiety. "My disciple, surely he will not meet his end today." The corners of Tongtian Jiaozhu's mouth curled into a slight arc. "Ying Yuan, your disciple is in peril. Go, deliver this item to Beixian." Raising his hand, Tongtian Jiaozhu produced a treasure of icy jade hue, its essence swirling with an ethereal frost, its shape reminiscent of an ancient tortoise shell. Ying Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with trepidation. Master, what is this?" "It is Beixian's innate spiritual treasure." Chapter 49. Welcoming the martial ancestor, the martial sage of humanity. The establishment of martial arts. Ying Yuan gazed in astonishment at the treasured artifact held by Master Tongtian, utterly shocked. "What is this?" Master Tongtian smiled serenely, stating that today it was time to return the innate treasure of Beixian. The artifact shimmered with a chilling aura, exuding an enigmatic brilliance, palm-sized and unmistakably resembling the shell of an ancient tortoise. Suddenly, a revelation struck Ying Yuan. Beixian, the Black Sea's mystic tortoise? It could not be mistaken. It was indeed the Black Sea's mystic tortoise. No wonder he continuously garnered immense merit and fortune. After all, his limbs were still propping up the heavens. As long as the pillar of heaven stood, the merit would never cease. Furthermore, Beixian had exhausted all his heavenly merit for the sake of humanity. Otherwise, would the heavenly Tao dare to strike him with divine thunder? A living embodiment of merit and fortune, it was likely that even a sage would hesitate to take action against Beixian. To do so would invite catastrophic karma. Ying Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the ancient tortoise shell, his heart finally steady. This was no ordinary tortoise shell. Before its fall, the Black Sea's mystic tortoise had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, and in its final moments, it had infused all its vital essence into the shell. Tortoises are renowned for their defensive capabilities, and with the infusion of quasi-saintly essence, this treasure's defensive prowess was likely on par with that of an exceptional innate artifact. After propping up the heavens, it had also absorbed great fortune and merit into the shell. With its defenses maximized, it had transformed into a supreme treasure of innate Tao and merit. Without further ado, Ying Yuan accepted the tortoise shell and soared towards Beixian. Guang Chengzi gritted his teeth. Clad in armor, an embodiment of calamity, having wronged the Taoist of 3 golden elixirs, he truly deserved his fate. Zhuanti cast a vague glance at the shadow of the calamity dragon and quickly diverted his gaze, fearing that a prolonged stare might weaken the fortunes of the West. Beixian stood in the void, his body ravaged by thunder and fire, unable to move, the pain in his bones indescribable. "Master, what brings you here?" "Master, please leave. You wish to shield your disciple from the divine thunder. I am grateful for your kindness, but truly you cannot withstand it." Beixian felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Ying Yuan's expression suddenly shifted. "Why are you making such a racket? Shielding you from divine thunder? Your backside is fairer than your face." "Huh." Beixian chuckled mischievously, feeling oddly uncomfortable at not being scolded by his master. "Master, your disciple is unfilial. It seems I am destined to fall today. After my demise, do not grieve, but instead take on another direct disciple." Beixian's tone was playful, Yet a sense of despair seeped through his words. A single bolt of purple divine thunder had already left Beixian exhausted, with two more descending from the heavens. No matter what, he could not withstand it. Wishing to perish? The corners of Ying Yuan's mouth curled into a slight smile. Oh, is there truly no way to avoid death? Your disciple has only been cultivating with you for over 1,000 years. I am still quite young and do not wish to die. Damn it, did I give you the 3 light divine water for nothing? Ah, yes, yes. Beixian waved his hand, summoning a post-heavenly premium gourd, a gift from Master Duobao, filled with countless drops of the 3 light divine water. The 3 light divine water is a sacred healing substance. With just a few drops ingested, Beixian instantly regained his vitality. Ying Yuan stepped forward cautiously, placing the old tortoise shell into Beixian's hands, whispering earnestly, "Hold on. When you return, I shall allow you to bathe in the divine water of the 3 lights. If you perish, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall be eternally imprisoned, and humanity will fall under the insidious control of the 4 saints, with no hope of resurgence. Disciple, thank you." Before Beixian could finish his heartfelt words of gratitude, he witnessed his master turn and flee. It was no jest. The divine thunder from Zhijiao was about to descend. Would Ying Yuan remain, only to face the lightning alongside Beixian? When Beixian raised his hand to look, he was momentarily stunned by the icy, lustrous shell, a wave of kinship surging through him. What was this? Buzz. The 2 bolts of Zhijiao divine thunder had finally amassed enough power and fell with a thunderous roar. Laozi of Taishi, Yuan Shi, Tian Zun, Jiayin, Zhuan Ti, and the myriad mighty beings of the primordial world all shook their heads, declaring, "This child is doomed to become ashes." The 3 ancestors of humanity also lost their luster, their eyes dimming. Fu Shi sighed. Beixian has fallen, a tragedy for the human race. However, Tongtian, the master of the celestial teachings, watched the void with a smile. Ashes? Huh, who has truly become ashes? As the purple lightning dissipated, Beixian stood unscathed in the void, hands on his hips, body tilted at a defiant angle, nostrils flared towards the heavens, exuding arrogance. What? How is this possible? Those were 2 bolts of Zhijiao divine thunder. The myriad mighty beings were struck with shock. The 5 saints perceived that behind the frail humanity there lay a spiritual treasure, icy and lustrous. It shimmered with radiant light. Was that the shell of a North Sea Xian turtle? Swish! The 5 saints all turned their gazes in unison towards Tongtian. Realizing he had not directly slain the Xian turtle, they immediately understood that this frail human youth was the reincarnation of the North Sea Xian turtle. Third brother. What a clever scheme. Waves of surprise rippled through Laozi's eyes. The upper clear sage had such a plan? The primordial world was astonished. The tortoise shell was, after all, the ultimate treasure of the North Sea Xian turtle. Thus, it recognized its master autonomously, requiring no refinement. Once born, it could unleash its defensive powers entirely. With the ultimate treasure on his back, Beixian became oblivious to his surroundings, arrogance radiating from him as he gazed at the storm clouds of calamity. Slowly raising his middle finger, Zhijiao divine thunder, merely trivial. Boom! Crack! Beixian's provocative gesture seemed to enrage the storm clouds. This time, 9 divine thunders descended simultaneously. Crack! Boom! Beixian sneered, charging towards the heavens, bathing in the purple lightning, scratching himself with glee. His martial prowess had already ascended to the level of a martial sovereign, Daluo Jingxian. Crack! This time, 49 bolts of divine thunder thundered down. Yet the North Xian, bearing the tortoise shell, remained unscathed. Tingling with exhilaration, I admit, the Zhijiao divine thunder is indeed powerful, immensely powerful, yet it still falls short of breaking my ultimate treasure. Standing amidst the celestial realm, Beixian surveyed the vast primordial land and the various tribes of humanity. Since they all bore surnames, it was only fitting that I, Beixian, should have a surname as well. Fu Shi, the celestial emperor, established the surname Chun. Thus, adopting the surname Chun for myself is surely appropriate. In my lifetime, I, Chun Bei Xian, have never acted without purpose. Do not speak of the 49 bolts of the purple cloud, divine thunder. Even if 100 or 1,000 were to descend, I stand resolute in my martial path. Boom! Buzz! The calamity clouds of the 9 heavens were thoroughly incensed, swirling and shifting, their hues deepening with intensity. The vortex resembled a colossal celestial eye, gazing imperiously upon the heavens and surveying the primordial world. The eye of divine retribution. The heavenly Tao's wrath manifests, the eye of divine retribution. The calamity clouds shifted once more, transforming from a violet haze to a somber gray mist. The chaotic divine thunder. The heavenly Tao dares to unleash the chaotic divine thunder. The purple cloud divine thunder is the most potent thunder of the primordial realm, while the chaotic divine thunder stands as the pinnacle of annihilation. This thunder of destruction obliterates all, leaving naught but emptiness in its wake. Even the playful and carefree Bei Xian's countenance shifted, for the thunder of annihilation commands respect. Does the heavenly Tao truly regard our human race with such esteem? Have I, Chun Bei Xian, truly penetrated the depths of your heavenly Tao to the extent that you would unleash the thunder of destruction? This thunder, feared even by sages, leaves no room for negligence on Bei Xian's part. Upon witnessing this, the 3 ancestors of humanity exchanged glances with Fuxi. The 3 ancestral sovereigns nodded in understanding and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, Bei Xian is forging a path for us in martial arts. Should this path succeed, our human race shall achieve true strength. The heavenly Tao, unjust and unkind, seeks to obliterate martial arts with the thunder of destruction, belittling our frail existence. Though we may be weak, we possess the spirit of defiance. Today, we shall stand united in life and death. Regardless of the outcome, Bei Xian shall be our martial ancestor, united in life and death. The likes of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, led by the Emperor Fuxi, raised their voices in a resounding cry of defiance against the thunder of destruction. The martial ancestor, the 4th ancestor of humanity. In that moment, countless threads of human fortune converged upon Bei Xian's form. The fortunes of a lineage bestowed upon him. Roar! I feel invigorated throughout my being. Bei Xian let out a satisfied cry. The Master of Heaven also summoned the Kongtong seal, ordained by the heavens, destined for eternal prosperity. Heaven refers to the great Tao. This treasure of humanity shall aid Bei Xian. Bei Xian, a son of humanity, is also a disciple of Ying Yuan and a grand student of the Master of Heaven. How could the Master of Heaven allow his grand student to perish? The Kongtong seal once again harnessed the fortunes of humanity, gathering upon Bei Xian's body. In this singular being, he bore the collective belief and fortune of countless humankin. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a defiant strike. Smash! The thunder of annihilation descended. The unparalleled power of destruction swept across the primordial expanse. Just as the thunder of annihilation approached within 2 inches of Bei Xian, it suddenly dissipated. The eye of divine retribution also vanished abruptly. Above the expanse of the 9 heavens, a robust aura of merit and fortune emerged. Colorful clouds filled the sky, heralding countless auspicious signs. This is the aura of the great Tao as merit. The heavenly Tao is biased, yet the great Tao is impartial. The martial path established by Bei Xian, once cultivated to the realm of martial sage, Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, is not a path of transgression. To withstand the 49 bolts of the purple cloud divine thunder is already a remarkable achievement. Buzz! The robust aura of the great Tao divided into portions, soaring towards Bei Xian, the human race, and Ying Yuan. The fortune of humanity surged once more. The atmosphere surrounding Bei Xian surged dramatically, and with each breath, he ascended to the realm of the martial sage. Suiren, Chao, Zi, and Fuxi all displayed glimmers of excitement in their eyes as they exclaimed, "Behold, our ancestral martial sage of humanity." Lu Shan, along with millions of humanity, reverently bowed towards Bei Xian, honoring the martial sage with their utmost respect. We pay homage to the martial sage. Xian stood amidst the vast clouds of the heavens, and in the profound depths of his gaze. The weight of time flickered as he murmured once, "I was the Black Sea Xian turtle, and now I am merely a disciple of humanity, a descendant of my revered master. Humanity, the way of martial arts. Stand tall." Chapter 50. Do you wish to confine the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Instead, establish the sacred land of martial arts. Xian, adorned in the most fashionable hemp garments of the human race, and carrying an ancient tortoise shell on his back, stood resolutely amidst the vast clouds of the primordial heavens. An overwhelming aura of martial prowess radiated from him. Clearly, he had attained the realm of martial sage, reaching the initial stage of the primal golden immortal. Yet he was no weaker than those in the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. With a thought, he could evoke the vastness of the sea or grasp the essence of eternity. Upon achieving the martial sage level, Xian also reclaimed the true spirit of his former life. He bowed deeply to Ying Yuan, the master of the celestial sect, reverently addressing him as teacher and ancestor. The master nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xian's gaze shifted to the 3 ancestors, Fuxi, and the countless compatriots of the human race. From this moment forth, the human race would be able to cultivate martial arts, strengthening their bodies. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yet if one dares to offend me, even from afar, they shall meet their demise. The 3 ancestors, who had watched Xian grow, could no longer contain their excitement, echoing his words. Even from afar, they shall meet their demise. Martial ancestor! The voices of millions of humans resounded, shaking the very clouds. The expression of the great Taoist elder remained calm and unperturbed. He had never anticipated that the seemingly frail youth of the human race would indeed carve a path for his kin. Zhuan turned his gaze back to Xian, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Pointing at Xian, he proclaimed, "This child, Xian, possesses unparalleled talent, immense determination, profound insight, and great fortune. He has truly opened a path for the human race in martial arts. It seems we are destined to be connected." Zhuan then involuntarily glanced at Ying Yuan, internally adding, "Of course, Xian's master, the abominable dragon, is unrelated to our Western lineage." The great Taoist elder pondered briefly, his majestic presence sweeping across the 8 desolations of the world. Before he spoke, the martial ancestor of the human race must also proceed to the fire cloud cave to stabilize the fate of our people. They cannot emerge until the calamity is averted. When the 3 ancestors declared that the human race was intertwined with the teachings of it undoubtedly struck a blow to the face of the human teaching. Following Xian's establishment of martial arts, the human race would surely abandon the path of golden elixirs, delivering another harsh blow to the teachings of Ta Ching. Moreover, the martial ancestor was an unstable factor to control the human race. He must be kept under restraint alongside the martial ancestor. The primordial heavenly venerable nodded in agreement, affirming his elder brother's words. According to the decree of Yuqing, the martial ancestor shall accompany the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the fire cloud cave to stabilize the fate of the human race. Jane and Zhuan conspired against the human race, once again casting their votes in favor. The master of the celestial sect interjected, "Elder brother, second brother, Xian is my disciple of the great Taoist elder's expression remained indifferent. He too belonged to the human race. Did the 3rd brother intend to obstruct the rise of humanity? The suppression of the human race's fate was an inevitable course. The master of the celestial sect's countenance darkened. The situation was becoming precarious. Just as he was about to speak, the saint caught a glimpse of Ying Yuan. A subtle, inscrutable smile curved his lips. This rebellious disciple must have long conspired with Xian. Above the vast clouds of the 9 heavens, Xian also wore a slight smile, as the conversation he had with his teacher earlier materialized in his mind. "Teacher, with the establishment of martial arts for the human race, can we seize our own destinies?" Xian inquired. Ying Yuan replied, "You must be dreaming. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are yet to emerge, and with martial arts in place, do you still doubt our potential?" Xian remained perplexed. Ying Yuan shook his head slowly, stating, "Below the saints, all are but ants. Even with the presence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the martial path of humanity may be eternally shackled. Bei Xian stood in stunned silence, bewildered and helpless. Teacher, is there truly no chance for humanity? After a long period of contemplation, Ying Yuan spoke softly. There exists a path yet unimagined. In the vast primordial expanse of the 9 heavens and cloud sea, Bei Xian elevated his martial aura to its zenith, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. The great way is above. I am the martial ancestor, Bei Xian. Boom! Thunder roared through the primordial cosmos. The 6 saints of the primordial age and countless formidable beings turned their attention towards Bei Xian, questioning his intentions. Humanity, inherently frail, exists in the crevices of the cosmos, facing dire circumstances. Today, I have pioneered the martial path for humanity, and I vow to establish a sacred ground for our ancestors through this martial fortune. All tribes of humanity shall erect martial temples to cultivate their kin. After a period of training, the most exceptional among them may enter the martial temple of the capital. Upon completion of their studies at the capital's martial temple, the chosen few will gain entry to the ancestral ground of humanity. This ancestral ground shall also serve as the holy site of the martial path, and as long as this site endures, humanity shall never perish. Boom! The martial path began to take form, its fortune vast as the ocean, while Bei Xian established the sacred site of the martial path for humanity. Audacious, brazen. A flicker of anger finally appeared in the eyes of the Taoist of Ta-Ching. He was well aware of Bei Xian's intentions in founding the martial ground for humanity. Audacious? Brazen? There is more to come, Bei Xian scoffed. Sun, Nest, and Zi, the 3 ancestors shall enter the sacred ground of humanity. Baixuan Pokal I met loudly. The 3 ancestors immediately understood and nodded, promptly announcing to the primordial heavens, we the Sun clan, the Nest clan, and the Zi clan, are willing to enter the sacred ground of humanity to safeguard our fortune. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall also enter the sacred ground of humanity. Bei Xian spoke once more. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi nodded immediately, declaring to the primordial heavens, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are willing to enter the sacred ground. As long as the sacred ground endures, humanity shall endure. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously. You insolent wretch! How dare you? The Taoist of Ta-Ching, the primordial beginning, and the other saints voiced their anger. The 4 saints had previously decreed that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should enter the fire cloud cave. Yet Bei Xian had instead established a new sacred ground for humanity, a direct affront to the dignity of the saints. Humanity was born free. Who dared to assume superiority? What is there for me to fear? Baixuan Laoke Tatili. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple of the heavens. Disciple, receive this treasure. The Kongtong seal pierced through the heavens, landing in Bei Xian's grasp. The great seal, inscribed with profound characters, bore the inscription, mandated by heaven, may it endure and prosper. Holding the Kongtong seal, Bei Xian felt the ability to summon the fortune of humanity. At this moment, Bei Xian truly contemplated abolishing the teachings of humanity and the divine Mother Nuwa. Ying Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet anxiety stirred within. My rebellious disciple, will he not impose undue challenges upon humanity? The teachings of humanity must be abolished. The Divine Mother must also be overthrown. However, this must not occur now. Without achieving sanctity, they are but ants. To dismantle the teachings of humanity would place humanity in direct opposition to the Taoist of Ta-Ching, and to overthrow the Divine Mother would brand humanity with the label of disloyalty. The guidance of the saints loomed threateningly. The primordial beginning held disdain for humanity, born of flesh and blood. In this moment, humanity was weak, utterly incapable of resisting the might of the 5 saints. Baixuan inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, utilizing the Kongtong seal to suppress the fortunes of the human race's sacred land. As long as the sacred land endures, so too shall humanity thrive. The martial sanctuary of mankind is established. A hum reverberated as the fortunes of humanity surged, affirming the establishment of the sacred land. The great Tao acknowledged this. The four ancestors, the three sovereigns, and the five emperors ought to enter the sacred land of humanity, rather than the fire cloud cave. Laozi of Taiji had eyes that turned as desolate as withered wood, betraying no emotion. He waved his sleeve, tearing through the void as he departed. The sacred land of humanity? Very well indeed. The primordial supreme being rode the nine-dragon incense cart into the distance. The figures of Jin and Zhuanti bore expressions of sorrow and distress. Alas, it is time to reap the autumn winds. Niuhua, revered as the mother of humanity, felt a sense of relief as Fuxi had reincarnated. The fortunes of humanity surged like the sea, allowing her to exhale with ease. Brother, there's no longer a need for confinement. Niuhua rode the golden phoenix back to the palace of Niuhua. The master of the heavenly revelation felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was good, very good. After a prolonged tumult in the primordial world, tranquility was restored. The Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai was completed with reverence. Fuxi turned to Lushan with a smile, saying, "Brother, I shall await you in the sacred land." Lushan accepted the title of the common sovereign of humanity, his expression resolute, determined not to disappoint the four ancestors, his elder brother, or the countless compatriots. Chapter 51. The reign of the Earth's sovereign and the turmoil of false shells. Mount Tai witnessed the grand ceremony of the human race's abdication, marking the official acceptance of leadership by Lushan. He commenced the governance of humanity by promoting agricultural practices, transitioning from a civilization based on hunting and gathering to one rooted in agriculture represented a monumental leap for humankind. Through agriculture, the human race could secure a substantial and relatively stable food supply. With abundance came prosperity, tranquility, and a resurgence in population. Countless individuals revered Lushan as the divine farmer. This epoch is henceforth known as the era of the Earth Sovereign. After 2 decades of agricultural development, certain lands proved challenging to cultivate. In response, Lushan sought the guidance of Master Jinling, observing the innate spiritual treasures, leading to the invention of the plow. The introduction of the plow significantly enhanced the productivity of the human race. As productivity surged, Lushan also urged the various tribes of humanity to establish martial temples. By the age of 3, children could commence their martial training. The discipline they practiced was the ninefold martial arts technique, founded by Beixian. The rigorous training necessitated a considerable intake of meat to replenish their vitality. Thus, each tribe could only support 3 children in their martial pursuits. During this period, the human race boasted 129,600 tribes, translating to merely 380,000 children capable of training in martial arts, a minuscule figure in the vast wilderness. However, for humanity, this represented a significant breakthrough. Cultivating the path of immortality was akin to finding a gem amidst a sea of stones, with those capable of transcending the refinement to Qi realm being exceptionally rare. The 380,000 children marked the inception of martial prowess for the human race. After 9 years, these children, having reached the age of 12, entered the martial temple. Following 9 years of arduous training, they emerged as preparatory warriors, corresponding to the earth immortal realm of the wilderness. In just 9 years, humanity had produced an astonishing 380,000 earth immortals, inciting tremendous waves throughout the primordial realm. At the martial temple, diligent training continued for 6 years, culminating in the age of 18, when the warriors would undertake martial examinations. Those who excelled, 960 young adults, would gain entry into the human martial realm for further study. Conversely, those who did not qualify would return to their respective tribes to enlighten the next generation of children in the ways of martial arts. Given the frailty of humanity and their limited resources, nurturing martial practitioners demanded a patient, enduring legacy, one that could not be rushed. During Lushan's 30-year reign, the fortunes of humanity multiplied tenfold, flourishing beyond measure. In this prosperity, a system of trade emerged, with the populace engaging in barter. Consequently, Lu Shan established a marketplace for his kin to conduct transactions. One day, a dispute erupted between two individuals of the human race, escalating into a significant altercation. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Shan hurried to the scene. One individual was leading a water buffalo, while the other held onto a sheep. One sought to acquire the buffalo, while the other desired the sheep. However, the disparity in size led the buffalo's owner to feel disadvantaged, demanding 3 sheep in exchange, which the sheep's owner vehemently refused, thus igniting the conflict. Lu Shan recognized the inherent flaws in bartering, particularly the issue of uneven value. At a loss for an immediate solution, he instructed the two individuals to cease their fighting and, should they be unwilling to trade, to return home. Disheartened, Lu Shan took a stroll outside the city and wandered to the riverbank, where he discovered an array of vibrant, colorful shells. Exquisite, compact, and aesthetically pleasing. The brilliance of Lu Shan sparked an idea. Could shells serve as a medium of exchange? For instance, if a cow is worth 100 shells, then a sheep would be valued at 33 shells. Lu Shan promptly conducted an experiment in the market using shells. The results were exceptional. People began to use shells as a medium of trade, which indeed facilitated many transactions. Thus, commerce among the human race flourished. Without agriculture, there can be no survival. The harvest of crops allowed countless humans to thrive. Without trade, the stagnation of humanity was transformed into vibrant ripples of prosperity. Agriculture and commerce thrived during the reign of the Earth Sovereign, leading to unprecedented prosperity for humankind. Time like fine sand slipped away swiftly. Lu Shan was in the capital attending to state affairs when a panicked official rushed in with alarming news. Your Majesty, it is dire. Several tribes have succumbed to starvation. Lu Shan was taken aback, questioning how this could happen with favorable weather and sufficient food supplies across the tribes. Your Majesty, according to reports from the tribe leaders, peculiar individuals clad in strange garments have been traversing the tribes, exchanging shells for vast quantities of cattle, sheep, and grain. What? Under Lu Shan's governance, people were starving. This was an enormous crisis. Lu Shan promptly set out to investigate the tribes. In the vicinity of Chengdu, there was a tribe known for its plump lambs. At that moment, a stranger donned in half-monk-esque robes and half-Taoist attire was negotiating with the sheep leader. 1 sheep is 33 shells, correct? I shall offer you 50 shells per sheep. Take as many as you have. Truly? The sheep leader was greatly tempted. Indeed, consequently, the stranger exchanged a plethora of exquisite shells for 10,000 plump sheep from the tribe. Ha ha, how foolish the humans are. As the flock of sheep was driven 10 miles away, the stranger transformed into a figure resembling a practitioner, adorned in half-monk-esque robes and half-Taoist attire. He was none other than the Western Sect's Fuhu Taoist. Fuhu Taoist practiced esoteric methods and required a replenishment of vitality. By chance, he learned that shells could be exchanged for the human's cattle and sheep, sparking a scheme in his mind. At that moment, Fuhu Taoist was at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, in need of vitality to cultivate his secret arts. He ventured to the Eastern Sea, where with a mere flick of his hand, he could acquire 1,000,000 shells. 1,000,000 shells could procure boundless vitality from the human race. A substantial profit indeed. Fuhu Taoist shared this news with his disciple, the dragon subduing master, and thus, the 18 Taoists of the Western Sect stealthily infiltrated the human realm to engage in this no-cost trade. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The West was impoverished, lacking even a feather. What a delight it was to harvest human wealth with shells. Not only the disciples of the Western Sect, but also the wild beasts of the wilderness exchanged shells for blood and food from humanity. Just then, Lu Shan rushed from the capital and beheld Fuhu returning to his true form, devouring hundreds of plump sheep. Fuhu wore a cheerful expression. What seems to be the matter? Lu Shan, with a stern countenance, surveyed the sheep. Fuhu grinned. These? I traded them for shells. Is there a problem? Such a legitimate exchange. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Shan, and gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Return to the capital." Upon returning, Lu Shan immediately summoned Elder Feng. Please, Elder, urgently notify the leaders of all tribes to abolish shell trading entirely. Yes, Your Majesty. We must act swiftly. The human race possesses dedicated messengers, all of whom are accomplished individuals within their kind, serving to convey the edicts of the human emperor. On the following day, the decree abolishing shell trading spread throughout the various tribes of humanity. Lin Shan further commanded that all tribes account for their grain reserves and report them truthfully. 2.5 days later, upon reviewing the reports concerning the grain stocks, Lin Shan felt a wave of dread as he realized the extent of the losses. The practitioners of the primordial wilderness had exchanged an enormous quantity of grain for worthless shells. Lin Shan promptly began to consolidate resources, opening the city's granaries to ensure that no one would suffer from hunger again. The false shell incident struck a devastating blow to the flourishing human race, regressing productivity by at least 2.5 years. Lin Shan was deeply troubled. He decided to seek counsel from his esteemed teacher, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Just as she emerged from the Xian Shui tribe, she donned a resplendent golden embroidered robe, her long legs both graceful and smooth, her figure enchanting, and her beautiful face aglow with vitality. Her lively, captivating eyes lingered as she engaged in a profound discussion with her junior disciple, Ying Yuan, from which she gleaned much wisdom. What is currency? Essentially, it is a common equivalent. How is currency issued, and what is the order of currency? After listening to her junior disciple's elucidation, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit felt genuinely enlightened. The disciple, in a state of considerable distress, implored his teacher for clarity. Upon finding his mentor, Lin Shan candidly recounted the false shell debacle, which had resulted in severe losses for their kin. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit immediately began to explain to Lin Shan the nature of currency and the process of its issuance. Lin Shan, astonished and exhilarated, could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, you are indeed a celestial being." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, recalling the handsome features of her junior disciple, smiled gently and remarked, "Ah, it is merely the wisdom of others that I have gathered." Chapter 52. Shenong tastes 100 herbs. Jingwei drowns in the Eastern Sea after listening to his teacher's discourse on the theory of currency. Lai Shan comprehended the reasons behind the failure of shell currency. Shells, as referred to by his mentor, served as a medium of exchange, essentially functioning as a universal equivalent. While their circulation among the human race was manageable due to the limited quantity of shells, the primitive practitioners could effortlessly conjure countless shells with a mere flick of their magical prowess. The influx of shells into human society not only siphoned away their wealth, but also precipitated rampant inflation. Lai Shan recognized that for humanity to sustain its market, a genuine currency must be instituted. This realization posed a dilemma for him. With a gentle smile, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit raised her hand and summoned a spiritual treasure. The treasure, circular with a square hole and adorned with wings, was none other than the falling treasure coins of Ying Yuan. Disciple, you may use this as the foundation to forge the currency for humanity. Upon beholding the coin's shape, a thunderous resonance echoed in Lai Shan's consciousness. This was precisely the form of currency he envisioned. Engaging in casual conversation, Ying Yuan lent the falling treasure coins to the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. "It's a trifling matter, and I can also accrue some merits through this borrowing of treasures. Why not take advantage of it?" Upon returning to the capital, Lai Shan immediately commanded the gathering of copper from Shouyang Mountain to commence minting the currency, naming it copper coins. He decreed that only the capital was authorized to produce these coins, and those who minted them privately would be held accountable for disturbing the peace of humanity. As the copper coins emerged, they promptly refined the market system that Lai Shan had established. Human commerce revived, burgeoning in scale and flourishing more than ever before. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Sovereign had reigned for over a century, his most significant achievement being the advancement of agriculture and the inception of commerce, guiding humanity toward continued prosperity. Yet, Lai Shan felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, as though something essential was still missing. Having cultivated the celestial method of Qing, Lai Shan remained youthful and vigorous. The following year, his wife bore him a daughter, whom he named Jingwei. However, one day, a subordinate approached with grave news. "My lord, the mouse tribe has been stricken by a plague. resulting in the demise of over 100 tribesmen. A thunderous shockwave rippled through Lai Shan's mind. Although humanity thrived, it remained beleaguered by disease. It is my duty to ensure my kin is free from such afflictions. At that time, there were no doctors or healers among the human populace. When illness struck, the tribesman had no choice but to endure. In his youth, Lai Shan had harbored a keen interest in medicinal herbs, yet upon assuming leadership, his perspective expanded to encompass the entire race, striving for its flourishing. Inadvertently neglecting the scourge of disease, Lai Shan hastened to the mouse tribe, observing the symptoms of his people, gathering medicinal herbs, and tending to their ailments. Once he had addressed the health crisis of the mouse tribe, he attended to governmental affairs and then began traversing the land, tasting a myriad of herbs and recording his experiences. Utilizing coarse cloth, he meticulously documented the appearance of each herb through illustrations. At that time, humanity lacked written language. Thus, they relied on imagery and oral tradition. Among the various herbs, many were highly toxic, posing perilous threats to Lai Shan's life on numerous occasions. Fortunately, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit intervened just in time, rescuing him from peril. The term 100 herbs merely serves as a generalization. The wilderness teems with far more than 100 varieties. Countless plants capable of bringing down a being of Lai Shan's caliber existed in abundance. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, unable to bear the suffering of her disciples from poison, returned to Golden Ao Island to seek counsel from Lu. Yq, skilled in the arts of pestilence, renowned for his expertise in both administering and alleviating poison, greeted her with a smile. Is discerning the properties of herbs so difficult? He inquired. Generously, he presented a spiritual root, saying, "Sister, this is a spiritual plant cultivated by me, known as the Jiejiao. With a slight refinement of the spiritual plant and a gentle strike upon the herbs with the Jiejiao, one can perceive the efficacy of the medicinal plants." Thank you, dear brother. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit expressed her gratitude with a smile. The gathering of countless immortals here brings great advantages within our sect. There is an abundance of practitioners in various arts. It is but a trifling matter. I am delighted to assist my esteemed elder sister, Lu replied humbly. Upon departing from Golden Ao Island, the Holy Mother entrusted the Jiejiao to Lai Shan. Overjoyed, Lai Shan expressed his gratitude to both his teacher and Uncle Lu. After refining the spiritual plant, he utilized it to discern the properties of medicinal herbs, distinguishing between those that were toxic and those that could heal. In the span of 5 years, Lai Shan traversed vast mountains and rivers, sketching thousands of herbal forms and committing their medicinal effects to memory. The human race became aware of the great endeavors undertaken by their leader, enduring hardships and challenges, which earned him the revered title of Shinnon. Unfamiliar with the name of the Jiejiao in Shinnon's possession, they affectionately dubbed it the Shinnon ruler. Meanwhile, as Lai Shan sampled various herbs in the west, at Mount Xiumi, a tiger's roar resonated throughout. Zhuan Ti, filled with mirth, remarked, "Fuhua, you possess great determination, profound understanding, and immense fortune. Today, you shall break through the shackles of the Xian Xian and attain the golden immortal Tao." What a joyous occasion. Yet, tears streamed down his face as he lamented. The West is desolate and barren, causing immense suffering for my disciples. Jiayan's expression turned grave. Dear brother, our western region shall surely flourish. Zhuan Ti's heart stirred with ambition. Brother, the establishment of martial arts among the human race complicates our covert efforts to transform them. The thought of influencing the fate of humanity posed significant challenges. As Jiayin pondered his brother's words, he seemed to grasp their implications. Are you plotting against the human race? Zhuan Ti nodded. Indeed, the flourishing of humanity brings with it rich fortune, yet their defenses are formidable. We must incite chaos among them, for only then can we navigate the murky waters. Jiayin pressed, how shall we create this chaos? Zhuan Ti glanced at the 8-part heavenly dragon pool, noticing its emptiness, a smirk forming on his lips. Brother, I have a plan that serves dual purposes. It will both influence the fate of the human race and replenish the 8-part heavenly dragon pool. With that, Zhuan Ti transformed, radiating a divine light, and proclaimed, "I am now the Tao of virtue. What connection do I have with Saint Yuan-ti?" Jie Yin's expression grew increasingly somber. "Brother, you must act with caution. Do not allow the Eastern saints to discover your intentions with fate swirling and heavenly secrets obscured." Yuan-ti departed, tearing through the void towards the human capital. His gaze fell upon Shinnong's young daughter, Jingwei. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin of the Xian Shui tribe, Ying Yuan, after years of arduous cultivation and with the fortune of the North Xian's martial path, finally transcended the Xian shackles, feeling the surge of 5 energies within him, marking his ascendance to the realm of golden immortals. The golden immortal, having fully nurtured the 5 energies within, reaches the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. By cultivating the 3 flowers atop the head, one may ascend into the realm of Tai, golden immortal. Once the 5 energies within converge towards the source and the 3 flowers bloom, one can step into the great Luo. Ying Yuan successfully breaks through, feeling quite pleased, and begins to pen a diary. Having achieved the golden immortal stage, this is indeed a cause for celebration. The Lord of the Celestial Court immediately peruses the updated diary, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, not bad. My dear disciple, your pace of cultivation is commendable. I have lent the treasure of the fallen to Shinnong. Soon, I shall garner another wave of fortune and merit. Splendid indeed." Shinnong's little daughter is quite adorable, Jingwei. Jingwei filling the sea. I cannot ascertain whether Jingwei perished by drowning or if this is the machination of the Western teachings. Given the current foundation of humanity, should Jingwei drown in the Eastern Sea, the human race would undoubtedly hold the 4 seas accountable. The dragon kings of the 4 seas, those old mudfish, actually disdain me. Ying Yuan, claiming that I do not belong to the dragon clan? I cannot abide this. Although I wish to align with the Western teachings to preserve my life in the forthcoming deification, I truly cannot bear to witness Shinnong's little daughter drown in the Eastern Sea. She is but 5 years old. Hurry and summon Beixian. I hope it is not too late. The diary concludes here. The Lord of the Celestial Court sits quietly in the Azure Palace, a slight frown creasing his brow. Damn! The audacity of the West to provoke a war between humanity and the 4 Seas Dragon Clan. This truly bears the mark of Yuan-ti. The Saint of the Upper Clear sweeps his divine sense over the Eastern Sea, spotting a 5-year-old girl playing merrily in the water. A flash of transcendent light ignites, sending forth towering waves that engulf the girl. Yuan-ti stands upon the rocks, his expression one of sorrow and distress, silently watching as the waves consume the child. The Lord of the Celestial Court, his divine sense sweeping across, darkens his expression in fury. How dare they assault a 5-year-old girl? Such shamelessness. Just as he is about to intervene, the void of the Eastern Sea trembles violently, the might of martial arts surging forth, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Shameless old thief, meet your end." Chapter 53. The Helplessness of Humanity. The partiality of Yuanshi on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The void trembled as the might of the martial saint descended. Yuan-ti, meet your end. Oarat by Xuan. His fury uncontainable, as he unleashed a punch imbued with the power of the primordial golden immortal, aimed squarely at Yuan-ti's visage. The smile that adorned Yuan-ti's face abruptly vanished, and a radiant light enveloped his form, effortlessly absorbing the force of the martial saint's blow. What treachery is this? Yuan-ti pondered, feeling a sense of disquiet. I've been exceedingly cautious in my dealings. How could the humans have discovered me? Something is amiss indeed. Uzbei Yuan, seething with rage, stepped forth. A wisp of violet energy encircled him, and Fushi emerged from the void, rescuing the drowning Jingwei. Fushi stood upon the ocean's surface, glitting as Shun-tiaste. You, a revered sage, dare to plot against the daughter of the Earth Sovereign? You have grievously wronged our kind. Yuan-ti, unperturbed, chuckled lightly. My dear friends, you jest. I am but a moral practitioner, and what relevance does the sage of the West, endowed with great resolve, enlightenment, and fortune, have with me? Utterly shameless. Beixian's aura surged, reaching the heights of the primordial golden immortal as he swiftly maneuvered behind Yuan-ti, launching a series of punches. Despised. With a smirk, sidestepped effortlessly. The blows landed upon his loose robes, rendering them harmless. Though Bei Xian had attained the rank of martial saint and possessed early-stage, primordial golden immortal prowess, he remained but an ant in the presence of a sage. He unleashed a flurry of punches, yet failed to land a single hit on Zhuan Ti. A sigh escaped Zhuan Ti's lips. How was I ultimately discovered? Now that humanity is alert, instigating a conflict between them and the aquatic beings will prove difficult. Shaking his head, Zhuan Ti resolved to retreat. However, Bei Xian's steps became increasingly agile, aligning with the constellations, each movement building his momentum. After traversing the celestial and terrestrial steps 108 times, his aura reached its zenith. Transforming his fists into palms, he thrust forward with immense force. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a golden wave of energy erupted from his palm. Zhuan Ti, caught unawares, could not evade in time and was struck directly by the golden dragon, stumbling back several paces, his composure slightly disrupted. What sorcery is this? The way of martial arts. The subtle waves of movement. The way of martial arts. The 18 palms of a dragon. The way of martial arts. The divine elephant's prison technique. Excellent. 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 This youth indeed possesses great enlightenment. He is destined to be intertwined with our western realms. Despised inwardly, having come to provoke without revealing his true intentions. Zhuan Ti engaged in a few more exchanges with Bei Xian before retreating into the void. Bei Xian, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it, he runs with remarkable speed." Witnessing this, Fuxi could only shake his head in resignation. Without attaining sagehood, one remains an ant. Zhuan Ti, unwilling to expose himself, refrained from employing his sage powers. Otherwise, against Bei Xian and Fuxi, he could easily have dispatched them in a single move. Bei Xian and Fuxi returned to humanity with Jingwei in tow. Upon seeing Bei Xian's success, Ying Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, he had surmised the Westerner's scheme. Nothing more than inciting a war between humanity and the aquatic beings, fishing in troubled waters. The West excelled in such cunning tactics. In the West, at Mount Shumi, beneath the Bodhi tree, Zhuan Ti pondered in confusion. Brother, how could we have been discovered despite our utmost caution? At this moment, ominous energy emerged, and the heavenly secrets remained concealed. The various saints could not fathom the situation. The guide shook his head with a troubled expression, saying, "Junior brother, since we have not succeeded, we must refrain from further actions that could leave us vulnerable." "Yes, senior brother," came the reply. "Alas, the suffering is profound indeed. In the realm of humanity, in the capital city, after 2 years of seclusion following his travels through the vast wilderness, Lai Shan meticulously documented the properties of various herbs. I am Lai Shan, having traversed the wilderness and sampled myriad herbs. Today, I finally record their benefits for our human race. From this day forth, we shall treat our ailments with precision." Lai Shan's voice resonated throughout the human realm. Countless individuals were invigorated, collectively exclaiming, "Divine Farmer! Divine Farmer!" Upon emerging from seclusion, Lai Shan was summoned to the martial grounds of humanity, where he learned of his youngest daughter's drowning. Anger flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. The three ancestors opened their mouths, at a loss for words of comfort. The frailty of the human race, beset by the machinations of saints, evoked a profound sense of helplessness. Fuxi placed a reassuring hand on Lai Shan's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Lai Shan acknowledged, "Royal brother, I understand the helplessness of this matter. We must endure." Suddenly, Bei Xian rose with fervor, declaring, "Those who offend our humanity shall face retribution, regardless of distance." Lai Shan, this matter is far from settled. I, Bei Xian, shall ensure justice for Jingwei. Bei Xian spoke with solemnity. Although the martial path of humanity was still in its infancy and relatively weak, with time and sufficient foundation, they would surely repay their adversaries 100-fold. Lai Shan bowed deeply to Bei Xian, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, martial ancestor." After leaving the martial grounds, Lai Shan returned to the capital. He recounted the medicinal properties of herbs to the sages of humanity, thus passing down the divine farmer's classic of herbs. Consequently, the human race gained skilled physicians adept at healing. Thus, the mortality rate from illness once again diminished. Agriculture flourished and the market thrived, leading the human race to a period of remarkable prosperity. Sensing the fulfillment of his mission, Lai Shan began searching for the next great sage among humanity to assume the role of co-leader. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being sat amidst the celestial celebration, surrounded by the 12 golden immortals, including Burning Lamp and the Southern Polar Immortal. The primordial supreme being surveyed the grand hall, noting that the earthly sovereign was about to return to his position and the human sovereign was soon to be born. I shall be responsible for instructing the human sovereign. Upon hearing this, Burning Lamp felt a surge of excitement. Had not the treasured one successfully beheaded the third corpse through the merits of being the heavenly sovereign's teacher, thereby attaining the perfection of quasi-sainthood? The teacher of the human sovereign would possess great merits and fortune sufficient to enable him to sever his own corpse and achieve enlightenment. Stuck in the realm of the great Luo golden immortal for countless years without a breakthrough, Burning Lamp saw this opportunity and stepped forward respectfully, bowing, "Teacher." Before Burning Lamp could speak further, the primordial supreme being decisively appointed Guang Qingzi as the teacher of the human sovereign. Burning Lamp stood frozen, taken aback. The primordial supreme being cast a fleeting glance at Burning Lamp, inquiring, "What is it that you seek?" In the hall, Guang Qingzi noticed Burning Lamp's advance and scoffed inwardly, considering it audacious to covet the position of the human sovereign's teacher. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace had yet to sever their corpses and were deemed ineffective. Guang Qingzi approached respectfully and bowed deeply, affirming yes. The disciple dutifully adheres to the master's decree and shall undoubtedly guide the emperor of humanity well. Indeed, it is widely acknowledged that the primordial heavenly sovereign shows favoritism towards Guang Qingzi. Although the golden immortals, such as Tsihong, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra, along with the likes of Zhu Lu Sun, harbor envy, they do not display it outwardly. Instead, they smile amiably, congratulating their senior brother, certain that he shall undoubtedly sever the second corpse this time. Only the jester, Ran Deng, stands frozen in place, caught between advancing and retreating. A deep sense of sorrow and indignation wells up within Ran Deng. "Master, why was I not chosen? I have already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, merely a half step away from severing the corpse and attaining the status of a quasi-saint." Ran Deng's eyes dim with despair. The disciple is at a loss. The primordial heavenly sovereign casts another glance at Ran Deng, deeming it well if there is nothing amiss. With a heavy heart, Ran Deng exits the Jade Void Palace, murmuring softly to himself, "When shall I sever the corpse and attain enlightenment?" Chapter 54. The Return of Shen-Nong. The emergence of Ying Yuan and Qi Yu. For 120 years, Lian Shan ruled with wisdom, leading the human race into an unprecedented era of prosperity. Granaries were full, and the sense of honor and disgrace flourished. However, tensions among the various tribes began to escalate, presenting a new challenge for humanity. Aware of this, Lian Shan decided to leave the resolution of these matters to the next emperor. In the Yoxiong tribe, a woman had been pregnant for 9 years and 5 months. Lian Shan and Guang Qingzi arrived simultaneously at the Yoxiong tribe. Clad in magnificent Taoist robes, Guang Qingzi exuded an air of superiority and pride befitting an immortal. "This child shall undoubtedly be my disciple," thought Guang Qingzi. Lian Shan frowned slightly, noticing that Guang Qingzi's hands were stained with the blood of humanity. When the child was born, an ethereal purple aura descended from the east, heralding extraordinary phenomena. The infant could walk within 3 days and speak within 5, displaying the demeanor of a great sage. He was named Ying Yuan. By the time Ying Yuan reached the age of 5, Guang Qingzi began to teach him the Jade Purity Taoist arts, emphasizing the importance of rites and hierarchy. He insisted that humanity was divided into classes of nobility and commonality. Young Ying Yuan listened, but shook his head gently, for the chief had said that all were brethren, without distinction of rank. Guang Qingzi, displeased by Xuanyuan's response, declared, "I am the teacher. You must heed my words." Witnessing Guangchengzi's teachings with growing concern, Lianshan quietly began to impart his own wisdom to Xuanyuan. What resonated most profoundly with Xuanyuan were Shennong's words: "Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Adhere to your true self." At the age of 18, Xuanyuan accompanied Lianshan to the capital, assuming responsibilities for the affairs of humanity. 2 years later, Lianshan and Xuanyuan summoned the leaders of the human tribes to Mount Tai for a grand ceremony. On this day, a purple aura spread across the sky. The 6 holy figures of the wilderness descended upon the summit of Mount Tai. Once again, humanity became the focal point of the cosmos. The Tongtian emerged in a blue robe, holding the Kongtong seal, surrounded by an aura of celestial Taoist rhythms. Lianshan, having ascended as the supreme ruler of humanity, taught the people to cultivate grains, transitioning from hunting and gathering to agriculture, establishing markets, minting copper coins, and revitalizing humanity through the exploration of herbs, sharing the teachings of Shennong's herbal scripture. Today, his accomplishments were complete. He was honored as Shennong, with a thunderous proclamation from the Tongtian, a robust aura of merit manifested above the 9 heavens. 40% of this energy surged into Lianshan, 30% returned to humanity. 10% flowed to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits. Another 10% entered the Kongtong seal, and the final portion ascended to the cultivators who had assisted Shennong, such as Ying Yuan and Levayu. As a result, Lianshan's aura began to surge dramatically, advancing through the realms of immortality: earthly immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, profound immortal. From the early stage of quasi-saint to the peak of quasi-saint perfection, the 4 ancestral figures of humanity, Suiren, Yu Chao, Ziyi, and Beixian, represented millions of human beings as they collectively hailed, "Welcome back to the throne, Emperor Shennong." Lianshan humbly bowed in respect, acknowledging the 4 ancestors. "Brother Emperor, brother." Fuxi smiled, for humanity had gained another quasi-saint at the pinnacle of perfection, strengthening their collective might. Both Fuxi and Lianshan turned their gazes toward Xuanyuan, speaking in unison, "Brother Emperor, we await you in the sacred land." Indeed, the ceremony at Mount Tai concluded, the holy figures departed, and Xuanyuan officially assumed the role of the supreme ruler of humanity, embarking on the governance of his people. The Emperor of humanity and the previous 4 emperors have severed ties with thus has returned to Jiejiao Island alongside the master of the heavenly way. Continues to sit atop the cliff, turning his back to the world, fishing alone for eternity, and occasionally scribbles in his diary during his leisure moments. The master of the heavenly way sits quietly in the Azure Palace, perusing the diary. This wayward disciple claims that the Emperor of humanity should not even glance at him, for a mere look would lead to catastrophe, yet fails to elucidate the reason behind such a warning. The chaotic energies surge, and the secrets of heaven remain concealed, leaving the master of the heavenly way perplexed. Having mingled a bit of the merits of the heavenly emperor and the earthly emperor, I have cultivated to the realm of the golden immortal. It is indeed delightful. With the emergence of the Emperor Xuanyuan, I dare not remain among the human race, for even a moment of negligence could result in dire consequences. The master of the heavenly ways confusion deepens. Dire conséquence? All the saints focus their gaze on Xuanyuan, yet they remain oblivious to the southeastern region of the human realm. Xuanyuan, the master of slaughter, advocates for bloodshed and war, initially unifying the various factions of humanity, while the teachings of the regard all beings as mere weeds. It is no wonder he faces such a fate. As the master of the heavenly way studies the contents of the diary, the gaze of the saints swiftly shifts towards the southeastern region of humanity. In the southeastern lands of humanity, amidst mountains and wilderness, there are traces of human habitation known as the Jili. The Jili tribes are indeed part of humanity, but they are not entirely pure. They are a mix of human and shaman blood. On the 2nd day, following Xuanyuan's emergence, a child was born within the Jili tribe. This infant could walk by the 3rd day and speak by the 5th. From a young age, he exhibited peculiarities. The Jili tribe named the child Chiyu. Chiyu, with a face full of disbelief, surveyed the heavens and the earth, pondering, how how could I be reborn? Not only reborn, but reincarnated as a human, possessing a primordial spirit? Upon his arrival, Qiyu could devour the malevolent energies of the world and was capable of cultivating his primordial spirit. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qiyu believed it to be the mercy of his divine father, adapting to human life. He became aware that humanity was in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Thus, a previously unimagined path began to take shape in his heart. Can I, Qiyu, unify the human race, drawing upon the fortunes of humanity to nurture the shamanic lineage? With determination solidified, Qiyu began to showcase his talents and, by the age of 18, assumed the responsibilities of the Jiuli tribe's leader. Qiyu vigorously developed agriculture and amassed a significant stockpile of grain. He sought out mountain minerals to forge swords and established stringent penalties to consolidate the Jiuli tribe. The Jiuli tribe continued to grow, gaining momentum towards unifying the southeastern human realm. With the blessings of merit and fortune, by the age of 30, Qiyu restored his form as a great shaman. A sudden roar of a tiger resounded through the mountains and forests. The divine weapon, the tiger's soul, pierced through the void, recognizing its master. Qiyu then ventured into the bamboo forest, employing thunderous methods to subdue the iron-eating beast tribe, capturing their chieftain to serve as his mount. The iron-eating beasts, with their black and white fur, appeared fierce yet adorable, possessing immense strength, truly formidable. By the age of 35, Qiyu completed the unification of the southeastern human realm and proclaimed the Eastern Alliance. The master of the heavenly way withdrew his consciousness, his heart filled with shock. We, the saints, focused our attention on Ying Yuan, yet remained entirely unaware that the Eastern had already been unified under his rule. Qiyu, could it be that he truly is the Qiyu of the shamanic lineage? The celestial master's consciousness swept over, discerning that Qiyu bore the bloodline of humanity. Yet his physique was immensely formidable. If this truly were the Qiyu of the Witch clan, Guangchengzi would undoubtedly be no match for him. It is no wonder that my dear disciple remarked that merely gazing upon the human emperor would lead to an explosion of power. For 20 years, Ying Yuan reigned, engaging in relentless warfare throughout his life, unifying all human tribes except for those in the southeast, and issuing orders for the various tribes of Jiuli to surrender. Qiyu let out a cold laugh, promptly raising the banner of the Eastern Alliance, commanding Ying Yuan's factions to cede the position of human ruler to him. Thus, a tense standoff commenced between the Central Plains and the Eastern tribes. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums reverberated through the primordial heavens and earth. Ying Yuan gathered millions of troops, marching towards the Eastern Alliance, while Qiyu assembled 100,000 warriors, directing his forces towards the Central Plains. Clad in resplendent Taoist robes, Guangchengzi pointed towards the hunting grounds and declared solemnly, "The area for the hunt is apt for large-scale warfare. This battlefield shall determine the rise and fall of humanity. Regardless of the circumstances, we possess an overwhelming advantage with 10 million against 1 million. Chapter 55, The Battle of the Stag. The calamitous defeat of Ying Yuan, the vast expanse of the Stag Prairie, is ideally suited for large-scale warfare, whether it be Ying Yuan or Qiyu. The unification of their respective tribes hinges upon the conquest of this land. Clad in animal hides and armor, Ying Yuan rode forth on a magnificent steed, wielding a long sword, leading an army of millions towards the stag. In contrast, Qiyu donned bronze armor, brandishing the magical weapon, Tiger's Fang, astride a formidable iron-eating beast, commanding an army of 100,000 warriors from the Eastern E. The clash of the two armies created a tumultuous atmosphere, the ominous aura of calamity swirling violently, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Is this truly the fierce momentum emitted by the seemingly frail human race? How can this be? The clangor of battle shattered the clouds above. Seated upon the iron-eating beast, Qiyu, robust and imposing, gleamed with a fierce light in his eyes, as the dark energy coursed through him, nurturing his formidable physique. In this era, the art of war by Sun Tzu had yet to emerge. Thus, both armies adhered to the principles of martial ethics. Ying Yuan urged his horse forward, while Qiyu, too, advanced from his central camp. Prior to the engagement, the two commanders met face to face. Qiyu, Ying Yuan declared, with the onset of this war, countless brethren shall shed their blood. 100,000 against 10 million. You stand no chance of victory. Ying Yuan, having been somewhat misguided by Guang Chengzi, was well aware that the advantage lay with him in this battle. Qiyu smiled indifferently. Ying Yuan, you aspire to unify the human tribes, yet I, too, seek to bring unity to our people. Unless you willingly concede, this battle is unavoidable. On one side stood the imperial aura of humanity, and on the other, the fierce energy of the Witch clan. When these two forces collided, neither could claim superiority. The martial realm of humanity, encompassing figures such as Beixian, Fuxi, Lyre Mountain, and the three founding ancestors, all observed the battlefield of the stag. Indeed, Qiyu spoke true. The newly appointed human emperor must engage in bloodshed to consolidate the loose alliances of tribes. To achieve unity, bloodshed is an inevitable cost, a transition from tribal alliances to a dynasty. The resounding call of horns echoed from Xuanyuan's ranks, while the war drums thundered from Qiyu's side. From the clouds high above, legions of black dots could be discerned. The two swarms of warriors commenced their charge. By decree of the supreme leader Ying Yuan, the entire army advances, shouted the herald Bai Jian. In this epoch, tactics were scarce. The only strategy was a mass charge, clashing swords with one another. Numbers held the advantage. 1 million against 10 million. This was the confidence that Guang Chengzi possessed. The human emperor's pursuit of unification seemed devoid of difficulty. However, as the two armies collided, Xuanyuan's forces were taken aback. They beheld that Qiu's soldiers were clad in bronze armor, while Xuanyuan's troops wielded bone knives. Their spears failed to pierce through Qiu's warriors. In stark contrast, Qiu's soldiers wielded finely tempered iron blades, cutting through the leather armor of Xuanyuan's men as easily as slicing through tofu. Note: Qiu's faction was the first to advance in metal smelting technology, a fact that can be verified. What? Unable to penetrate? Qiu's soldiers let out menacing laughter, striking back with ferocity. In a mere moment of contact, Xuanyuan's vanguard fell entirely into a pool of blood. The iron-eating beast let out a roar, its immense strength both fearsome and adorable. Qiyu atop the beast was flanked by 81 generals of the Eastern Yi, all mounted on their own iron-eating beasts. Warriors, follow me to charge into the camp of Xuanyuan's central commander. Yes, our leader. 81 formidable generals of the Dongyi, towering and stalwart, possessed exceptional martial skills and were aided by iron-eating beasts, displaying extraordinary valor as they advanced as if through uncharted territory. The Ying Yuan faction found itself without an army capable of withstanding even a single strike. Protect the Ying Yuan Lord. Commander Bai Jian led a contingent of elite soldiers, charging from the encampment to intercept Qiyu. Ying Yuan Lord retreats swiftly. The tiger blade, dragged along the ground, surged forward with the iron-eating beasts, its edge glinting ominously as it scraped against the earth. Upon reaching Bai Jian, the blade had amassed enough force for a decisive blow. In a single sweep, Bai Jian was cleaved down, perishing instantly. My brethren, to battle. Qiu's path was invincible. The soldiers had already torn through the defensive lines, advancing relentlessly towards the Ying Yuan camp. Guang Chengzi, consumed by urgency, could not allow Ying Yuan to fall into Qiu's grasp. A defeat for Ying Yuan would signify failure for the human emperor he assisted. As a supporter of the celestial and earthly emperor's success, Guang Chengzi would never accept his own failure in aiding the human sovereign. Driven by desperation, he summoned the Fan Tian seal. As it descended, in the blink of an eye, 30,000 of Qiu's soldiers were obliterated, reduced to mere pulp. A dark, ominous energy surged through the heavens and earth, shifting abruptly as crimson threads silently infiltrated Guang Chengzi's consciousness. The human race flourished, yet the indiscriminate slaughter of its kind invoked a fatal calamity. The soldiers of Qiyu, having breached the central army, met their demise, leaving Qiyu and his 81 generals isolated and encircled. Anger ignited in Qiu's eyes as he beheld Guang Chengzi of the Tongtian Sect. You dare to insult the Jiuli. With a fierce shout, the malevolent energy within Qiyu surged forth, propelling him into the air as he swung the tiger blade toward Guang Chengzi's face. With disdain, Guang Chengzi thought, "Such a feeble human, an ant, dares to strike at me? Very well. I shall slay Qiyu today and aid Ying Yuan in unifying." He raised his hand once more to invoke the Fan Tian seal. With a thunderous crash, the tiger blade clashed with the Fan Tian seal, sending it hurtling away upon first contact. What? Impossible. How can this be? Astonishment filled Guang Chengzi's gaze. The tiger blade was but an inch from his face, and he felt the chilling fear of impending doom. Qiyu, born of the bloodline of the 12 ancestral witches, bore the title of a great shaman. Yet, at his peak, he wielded power akin to that of the ancestral witches. Re-emerging as a sovereign, contending against Ying Yuan for dominion over humanity, he was endowed with immense fortune. Now restored to the might of a great shaman, he possessed strength comparable to that of a quasi-saint. The tiger blade, a secret treasure of the witch clan, was beyond Guang Chengzi's capacity to halt. In instinctive fear, Guang Chengzi sidestepped to evade. The blade slashed across Guang Chengzi's form, leaving a deep, gaping wound. With a crack, the Yuqing talisman shattered. Without the talisman's power, Guang Chengzi would have perished on the spot. Suffering from the pain, he immediately summoned the Yuqing celestial technique to escape. Thus, the Ying Yuan army faced utter rout. On the vast hunting grounds, Qiyu's million soldiers pursued the 10 million Ying Yuan troops, a truly absurd spectacle. 3 days later, the Battle of the Hunting Grounds concluded. The Ying Yuan forces suffered 200,000 casualties, while Qiyu's army lost 50,000. The Ying Yuan army continued to retreat, ultimately withdrawing 200 miles from the battlefield of the Deer Hunt. This battleground is the decisive arena for the rise and fall of both factions. Once Ying Yuan loses the Deer Hunt, it will be relegated to a defensive posture, devoid of the ability to launch any offensive maneuvers. The human warriors, filled with bitterness, lamented the incompetence of Guang Chengzi. Alas, the three ancestors sighed repeatedly. Fushi solemnly declared that Qiyu, it must be the Qiyu of the witch clan. If he unifies the human race, our kind shall be in peril. Lian Shan, equally vexed, lamented his own naivety, reflecting that had he known Guang Chengzi would fail to instruct Ying Yuan, he should have delayed his abdication by a few years. Sigh. On Jiejiao Island, within the Bo Palace, the Tongtian patriarch was also observing the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Although Taba might surpass Qiyu's tiger soul, it likely wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of defeat. No wonder, my dear disciple Ying Yuan wrote in his journal to avoid gazing upon the emperor's troops, as it is a bottomless pit. In the Ying Yuan Central Army, the commander was tending to the wounded, his expression grave. This battle had cost over 2 million lives, all elite soldiers. Master, what shall we do? Ying Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness when facing Qiyu, especially with the enemy's 81 formidable generals, who seemed invincible and nearly insurmountable. Guang Chengzi's face darkened as he replied, "I shall return to Yushu Palace and summon your uncles down the mountain. Qiyu, curse be him, curse be Jiuli." Guang Chengzi transformed into a streak of light and returned to Yushu Palace. Meanwhile, in Qiyu's central army, Fengbo approached to report, "My lord, Guang Chengzi has returned to Kunlun Mountain. He must be seeking reinforcements." Qiyu, with an indifferent expression, mused, "Reinforcements? Ah. Let us see whose allies are more formidable." Chapter 56. The Golden Immortal from Kunlun descends. Xing Tian dances with his axe Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. The primordial heavenly lord sat amidst the celestial auspices, his countenance darkening further upon witnessing the injury of Guang Chengzi. Qiyu? Could it be the Qiyu of the witch clan? Unaware of the heavenly principles, their fortune too meager, they deserve their fate. South Pole, Randeng, Qi Jingzi, Yuding, Tai, Heng, Munjushri, and Puxian. You shall descend the mountain to assist Guang Chengzi, he commanded. Randeng, upon hearing this, felt elation bloom in his heart. Aiding the human emperor would surely earn him a portion of merit. The 11 golden immortals of Kunlun shared similar sentiments. eager to partake in the merits and fortuitous energies accumulated by their senior brother, Guangchengzi. Indeed, we shall faithfully obey the master's decree. Meanwhile, as Guangchengzi sought aid within Yushu Palace, Qiyu was enveloped in a malevolent aura, traversing the Yellow Springs and the Ghost Gate. Arriving in the realm of the underworld, Qiyu, please meet Empress Hutu. Before long, a figure emerged from the dusk-laden, ghostly atmosphere, clad in a black imperial robe, exuding a potent aura of the netherworld. Elder brother Qiyu. It was Feng Du. Qiyu recognized him instantly as a fellow clansman, a lesser shaman of the Hoda tribe. It is I. During the war of witches and demons, I narrowly survived and, following the Empress's decree, became the Emperor of the Underworld. Feng Du, now reigning as the Emperor of the Underworld, had gained significant fortune, standing at the threshold of quasi-saintly cultivation, merely a step away from attaining the latter stage. Seeing this, Qiyu fell into a long silence, letting out a profound sigh. My second sister has preserved a sliver of hope for our witch clan. She does not fail us. The ancestral witch, Xian Ming, was the eldest sister, while Hutu was the second. Elder brother Qiyu, the Empress is already aware of your arrival. Qiyu traversed through the endless mist, crossing desolation and solitude, arriving at the Hall of Equanimity. The doors were ajar. Hutu sat serenely within the grand hall, adorned in resplendent robes, radiating an aura of compassion, deep and inscrutable. Qiyu respectfully entered the hall, bowing in reverence. Hutu, second sister. Hutu slowly opened her eyes. Do you still wish to contend? Why not contend? The heavenly way is merciless, toying with our witch clan. Qiyu shall not yield. Now that my true spirit has awakened, I must fight. If you perish, there is no return. As long as I can secure a thread of hope for the witch clan, even if I am doomed, what matter is it? Hutu gently closed her eyes, remaining silent for a long while. Go to pay respects to our Father God. Qiyu immediately understood his sister's intent. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I shall not regret my 100 deaths. With that, Qiyu exited the Hall of Equanimity. After some time, Hutu slowly opened her eyes, a hint of helplessness flickering within. The heavenly way has allowed Qiyu's true spirit to awaken. What is its true intention? In the heart of the primordial land, deep within the dense forest, the war of witches and demons had concluded. Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, and Jiao Feng retreated to the Panga Hall with the remaining clansmen. Qiyu approached the Panga Hall, where Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, and Jiao Feng had been waiting for some time. Brothers. Qiyu, having emerged last, thus addressed Xing Tian and Xiang Lu as his elder brothers. Xiang Lu exhibited a joyful expression. Your revival is indeed a blessing for our witch clan. Xing Tian, with an impetuous nature, cheerfully approached Qiyu, clapping him on the shoulder. Your strength has returned well. First, we must pay our respects to our Father God. The great shamans collectively entered the Panga Hall to honor their Father God, Pangu. Subsequently, Qiyu articulated his intentions, expressing his desire to contend for the position of the common sovereign of the human race, and sought the assistance of his elder brother. Xiang Lu nodded in understanding, stating that he and Xing Tian would accompany their younger brother to the hunting grounds, while the clan members were to remain inactive, with the 9 phoenixes guarding the ancestral temple. Upon hearing this, Qiyu's face lit up with joy. With the support of Xing Tian and Xiang Lu, he was certain he could ascend to the throne of the human sovereign. Xing Tian, a great shaman, stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancestral shamans. During the war between the shamans and the demons, Xing Tian wielded his weapon with such prowess that he battled 3 of the demon saints to a standstill, demonstrating unparalleled strength, comparable to that of a mid-stage quasi-saint. Xiang Lu, also a great shaman, possessed the strength of an early-stage quasi-saint. With Xing Tian and Xiang Lu at his side, Qiyu promptly returned to the battlefield. At this juncture, the Lamp of Illumination, the Southern Pole Immortal, and the 11 golden immortals of Kunlun arrived at the central camp of Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan prepared his troops, ready to launch a devastating offensive against Qiyu's forces. Guangchengzi solemnly vowed to seek vengeance. Ying Yuan appeared taken aback, cautioning that the morale had not yet recovered. and hastily initiating the battle would not bode well against Qiu's army. Guang Chengzi chuckled softly, urging him not to speak further, for today was the day of reckoning. Reluctantly, Ying Yuan summoned a messenger and sounded the horn to commence battle. Over 8 million Ying Yuan soldiers advanced, pressing directly toward Qiu's army. Qiu commanded 81 generals, who led their troops in a battle with unmatched valor. Upon clash, Ying Yuan's forces began to falter. Xuanyuan's expression turned anxious, calling out to his teacher. Guang Qingzi remained composed, rallying his disciples for support. The true immortal of Tai waved his whisk, invoking the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign. The 9 dragons of fire shield was summoned. As the fire dragon descended, engulfing 3 of Qiu's generals in a single blow. The binding immortal ropes were unleashed by Jiejiao, ensnaring 3 of the generals, who were subsequently vanquished. The dragon escape posture and the rainbow lock were executed in quick succession, resulting in the death or injury of over half of Qiu's 81 generals. A fierce roar erupted from the iron-eating beast as Qiu emerged, brandishing the tiger soul, his expression darkening. You dare to strike at my kin, despite being the moral immortals of the Tongtian Sect? You have no shame. The 81 generals, hybrids of human and shaman, have been personally trained by Qiu and were exceptionally brave. In essence, they still belong to the realm of ordinary people. Qiu was taken aback, realizing that the golden immortals of Kunlun would unleash such brutality upon the common folk. The true immortal of Tai sneered, dismissing them as mere ants with shallow fortunes. Standing at the edge of the cloud sea, Jiejiao chuckled. Brother, why waste words on him? Let us see our junior brother subdue him. Jiejiao cast forth the binding ropes, which ensnared Qiu tightly. The dragon escape posture. The celestial sovereign of vast law unleashed his lethal technique. A mere parlor trick. Qiu, surrounded by a fierce aura, suddenly erupted with power, forcefully tearing apart the binding ropes. In the next instant, wielding the tiger soul and stepping into the void, Qiu charged toward the cloud sea. Swiftly, several streaks of light appeared. Guang Qingzi, the southern pole immortal, the lamp of illumination, Qi Jingzi, and Yu Dingzhenren, along with other golden immortals, surrounded Qiu. The golden immortals of Kunlun, each wielding their spiritual treasures, bore a murderous intent in their eyes, excluding the 5 No-Way Taoist, who had no spiritual treasure. Qiu remained unperturbed. Is this the reinforcements you sought, Guang Qingzi? Qiu, surrender, and I may grant you a complete corpse, allowing your primordial spirit to reincarnate. Dare to utter even half a word of dissent, and I shall ensure that your soul is shattered, condemned to eternal unrest. With a chuckle, Qiu slowly extended his hand, pointing at the assembly of golden immortals from Kunlun, declaring, you, and you, mere chickens and dogs, seeking death. Are you? Do you think that Guo Chengzi possesses reinforcements? Do I, Qiu, lack any? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Qiyu's words resonated, a colossal axe cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the battlefield. Thud! The massive axe struck fiercely against the back of Randang. Gush! Blood spurted from Randang, his breath immediately weakening. Hiss! The faces of the golden immortals from Kunlun shifted dramatically as they turned to behold the source of the incoming axe. A muscular man emerged, radiating an aura of terror, with a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes, a smirk dancing on his lips. Is this the vice leader of the Tongtian Sect, unable to withstand a single blow from me? TSK, TSK, TSK. It is Xing Tian. The golden immortals of Kunlun were filled with dread. Xing Tian brandished his weapon, his fierce spirit unwavering. Chapter 57. Xing Tian, the direct disciple of humanity? Is this all? Xing Tian, the great shaman of the Wu clan, fought valiantly against the 3 mighty demon saints of the demon tribe. His formidable presence rivaled that of a mid-stage quasi-saint. The golden immortals of Kunlun had never anticipated that Qiu would summon Xing Tian. Xing Tian slowly raised his hand, recalling his weapon, Ganqi, and strode forward. Charging into the sea of clouds, he swung Ganqi, delivering a powerful strike against the 9 dragons' fire shield. Blood spilled from Tai Zhenren. Another swing forced back the escaped dragon stake, leaving Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan bleeding. Jiao Lusun was also wounded, as was Yuding Zhenren. The South Pole immortal suffered a severe blow from Xing Tian, resulting in a large bump on his head, causing him to bleed as well. In mere moments of combat, Ran Deng, the South Pole immortal, and the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were utterly defeated. Xing Tian, Guang Qingzi, and Ran Deng retreated into the clouds, casting fearful glances back at Xing Tian. He taunted, "Come and fight, come and fight. I'm still not warmed up. Flee, flee, flee." Xing Tian's power now stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancestral shamans. The golden immortals of Kunlun were no match for him. They dared not engage any further. The golden immortals of Kunlun transformed into streaks of light and vanished. How utterly dull, Xing Tian lamented as he returned to Qi Yu's camp, feeling unfulfilled. Upon his arrival, Xing Tian received a warning from Feng Du, advising that the confrontation should be limited to shamans versus immortals, and not against the Xianyuan clan of humanity. The 12 golden immortals of Kunlun had retreated. Qi Yu immediately commanded Feng Bo to beat the drums, signaling the entire army to charge. Thus, the battle for the deer once again erupted into a crushing onslaught. Qi Yu's army relentlessly pursued Xianyuan for 100 miles, slaying 300,000 captives from the Xianyuan forces. After 2 fierce battles, the Xianyuan army was reduced to a mere 500,000, their elite forces utterly decimated. In contrast, Qi Yu's army retained 90,000, with 200,000 captives serving as auxiliaries. 500,000 against 90,000 offered no advantage. As Xianyuan retreated again and again, only 100 miles remained before they would completely withdraw from the battlefield. Hearing a report from the chief commander that their elite forces had been annihilated, he was consumed with frustration, coughing up blood, lamenting, "In this battle, I shall surely be defeated." In the rear camp, the South Pole immortal, Ran Deng, Guang Qingzi, and the other golden immortals bore injuries and wore expressions of deep despair. Their faces darkened with the gravity of the situation. The Wu clan ought to be exterminated. How dare they assist Qi Yu against the heavenly order? They deserve death. Yuding Zhenren sighed heavily, lamenting that even as they faced Qi Yu's central army, the shaman Xiang Lu had yet to make his move. "We are already outmatched. The great shaman Xing Tian and Xiang Lu are beyond our capabilities." Guang Qingzi, feeling immense frustration and anger, found himself powerless. "I shall return to the Yushu Palace." Transforming into a stream of light, Guang Qingzi returned to the Yushu Palace, seeking counsel from the primordial heavenly sovereign. The primordial heavenly sovereign's countenance darkened. How audacious! They dare to strike at my disciples. He promptly granted Guang Qingzi the Panga Banner. The Panga Banner, a treasure of innate origin, infused with chaotic killing intent, possessed supreme power. A single strike would undoubtedly slay Xing Tian. With the Panga Banner in hand, Guang Qingzi returned to the Xianyuan Central Army, determined to eliminate Xing Tian today. Feeling invigorated, he prepared to challenge Xing Tian to a duel. Xing Tian replied, "I seek this battle with great eagerness." After 2 rounds of entanglement with the Fan Tian seal, Guang Qingzi suddenly unleashed the Panga Banner. A flash of chaotic white light surged forth, aimed directly at Xing Tian's face. Within the depths of Xing Tian's gaze lingered a sense of trepidation. Yet he did not succumb to fear. A low hum resonated as a shroud of twilight and deathly energy manifested, revealing a grayish-white spirit tome that levitated in midair, offering protection to Xing Tian. The murderous intent of the Pangu flag abruptly dissipated upon the sight of the tome, causing it to vanish without a trace. This grayish-white tome, known as the Book of Life and Death, was a sacred artifact intimately tied to the cycles of reincarnation within the underworld, a treasure of unparalleled significance that must not be disturbed. To destroy the Book of Life and Death would unleash a cataclysmic tide of karmic retribution, far beyond what even the primordial supreme being could endure. Jin Yuanzi remarked, "Oh, I have heard that another morally binding artifact has emerged in the wilderness. This I am quite familiar with. Grasping the Earth Book, also known as the Great Earth Membrane, which allows communion with the mountains, rivers, and seas of the primordial realm, he summoned a formidable defensive formation. This array was reputed to be impenetrable, with legend suggesting that even saints dared not challenge it. In truth, they refrained from doing so. Should the Earth Book's formation be breached, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and karmic forces would descend, potentially toppling even the most venerable of saints from their celestial thrones. The Book of Life and Death, along with the Earth Book formation, shared a similar essence, fundamentally rooted in moral coercion. This was also a strategy employed by the Earth Mother to safeguard the last of the witch tribe's great shaman. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being's countenance darkened with displeasure. The Earth Mother had already transcended into reincarnation, remaining loyal to her kin. Yet she still sought to meddle in the affairs of the primordial realm. The primordial supreme being dared not shatter the Book of Life and Death, for the karmic consequences were too immense. Merely the arrival of a great shaman rendered the Tongtian Sect powerless, inciting the utmost fury within the primordial supreme being. Guanxingzi, journey to Shouyang Mountain and summon your senior brother Xuandu to descend. Yes, master. Guanxingzi proceeded to the 8th Scenery Palace of Shouyang Mountain to pay his respects to the Taiching elder, requesting Xuandu's assistance. Xuandu, a direct disciple of the human sect, possessed mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation. The Taiching Old One sat in tranquil meditation upon his cushion, his expression as still as a tranquil pond. Should Xuandu lend aid to Guanxingzi, he would naturally share in the merits. Thus the Taiching Old One was inclined to permit Xuandu's descent. Xuandu, you may descend to assist your junior brother Guanxingzi. Yes, master. The Xuandu master accompanied Guanxingzi as they left Shouyang Mountain, heading towards the location of the deer hunt. Xuandu strode upon the void, traversing the sea of clouds. Xing Tan, wielding his halberd, exclaimed, "Ah, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than the Xuandu of the human sect." Leaning back at a 45-degree angle, he extended a finger and shook it dismissively, declaring, "Xuandu, you are incapable." Xuandu, undeterred by the provocation, summoned his mid-stage quasi-saint power, unleashing the Taiching Thunder Law upon Xing Tian. Xing Tian remained steadfast, allowing the divine thunder of Taiching to strike his great shamanic form without so much as breaking the skin. TSK, I told you, Xuandu, you are incapable. He further added, among the 4 teachings, only Duo Bao can be considered a figure of note. Xing Tian was not one to shy away from offending others. As his words echoed, Guanchengzi, Tai Zhenren, Qi Jingzi, and even Xuandu's expression soured. Duo Bao, merely a rodent, a fortuitous recipient of the Tao, a being of shallow fortune. Xing Tian brandished his halberd, unleashing the might of the great shaman against the entrance of the Xuanguan. Surrounded by the ethereal aura of Taiching, Xuandu engaged in fierce combat with Xing Tian. After several exchanges, Xuandu found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The halberd-esque fierce might cleaved through the air with precision. Flames of color erupted around Xuandu, and a fiery red banner appeared before him, successfully intercepting the colossal axe of the halberd. The flame-light banner levitated before him. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 5 directions banner of innate power, unmatched in defense, impervious to all forms of attack. Xing Tian swung his axe twice, realizing that he could not breach Xuandu's defenses. With a shake of his head, he retreated like a turtle, finding it all rather dull. He turned and leaped down from the sea of clouds. Xuandu stood in the void, equally helpless, shaking his head. Even his senior brother, Guanchengzi, was no match for Xing Tian. Xuandu, holding the flame of departure banner, was secure in his own defense, but could not subdue Xing Tian. Not to mention the presence of Shang Liu and Qi Yu assisting him. Guanchengzi's expression darkened. If even Xuandu, his senior brother, could not contend with Xing Tian, what hope did they have? Xuandu sighed, aware that the body of the great, which was on par with that of the primordial witches, and among the disciples of the 3 teachings, it seemed no one could rival Xing Tian. Xing Tian was not mistaken. Among the disciples of the 4 teachings, only Duo Bao possessed the cultivation of a perfected saint, capable of putting up a fight. Yuding Jinren timidly suggested, "Senior brother Guangchengzi, perhaps you should go to Jiejiao Island and invite Duo Bao to step forward?" Guangchengzi's countenance darkened further. "Absolutely not. I, Guangchengzi, even if I am no match for Xingtian, will not seek the assistance of that rodent Duobao to aid Ying Yuan in his quest for enlightenment. Chapter 58. Guangchengzi's visit to the Bo Palace report. Your Majesty, the army of Qi Yu is charging forward with full force. Ying Yuan, our vanguard has already collapsed. Report, the army of Qi Yu has breached the central camp. Ying Yuan, we must flee. On the lush plains of Jiulu, the Ying Yuan army faced a devastating defeat, crumbling like a house of cards. Ying Yuan, consumed by anxiety, turned to Guangchengzi and implored, Master, what shall we do? Guangchengzi, his countenance dark and silent, offered no response. How could they contend with Xingtian? Their soldiers were no match for Qi Yu's forces. What options remained? Xuandu wielded the lighting flame light banner and fought fiercely against Xingtian, managing to protect himself but unable to mount an offense. The great shaman of Shelley battled the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Qi Yu, riding the iron-eating beast, advanced with fervor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Ying Yuan army was utterly expelled from Jiulu, a fertile land coveted by military strategists. With the loss of Jiulu, Ying Yuan relinquished the initiative in the war and, with it, the chance to unify the human race. Suddenly, two strands of dark calamity descended from the heavens, attaching themselves to Guangchengzi and Ying Yuan. A wave of nausea washed over Guangchengzi, and he felt as though he were teetering on the brink of the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan, plagued by calamity, saw his imperial aura diminish to the utmost, besieged by malevolent forces that rendered him gravely ill. Calamity, akin to karmic retribution, could spell doom even for the slightest transgression. With the loss of Jiulu, the path ahead deemed Ying Yuan unfit to unify, thus inviting karmic consequences. Yuding Jinren expressed concern, Brother Guangchengzi, this is merely a fraction of the karmic burden. Should Ying Yuan fall in battle, he will surely incur a deluge of karmic retribution, and the human race may suffer backlash as well. Xuandu maintained a calm demeanor and softly articulated, we must ensure that Brother Guangchengzi does not succumb to the quasi-saint realm. Guangchengzi, feeling as though a whip tightened around his throat, wore an expression akin to that of a distressed animal. Yuding Jinren continued, Brother, do not act impulsively. We are of one family. If you journey to the Golden Ao Island, you may surely summon Duobao from his retreat. Duobao is merely a rodent. Guangchengzi retorted, his face clouded with frustration. Was it truly impossible to restore the emperor's position without summoning Duobao? Though he held contempt for Duobao, he feared the overwhelming karmic burden even more. I shall make a trip to Golden Ao Island. With that, Guangchengzi transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Golden Ao Island. At that moment, within the Bo Palace, myriad immortals gathered in attendance. Tongtian Sect sat quietly on his mat, surveying his disciples. He too was attuned to the battle at Jiulu, aware that Duobao would soon come to Golden Ao Island. He spoke, Guangchengzi is no match for Qi Yu or Xingtian. What is your stance, Duobao? Seated on his mat, Duobao, though not fond of Guangchengzi's teachings, pondered briefly before responding, as we are of one family, I am willing to accompany Guangchengzi to the island and defeat Qi Yu. Tongtian nodded with approval, pleased by Duobao's loyalty. Jiling, what are your thoughts? The eldest brother's words resonate deeply. And Wudong, the eldest sister's sentiments are indeed profound. Zhao Gongming sat upon the mat, his eyes brimming with eagerness, barely able to contain the impulse to engage in a contest of 10. He awaited the teacher's inquiry. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu bypassed Zhao, directing his gaze towards his esteemed disciple, Ying Yuan. What is your opinion, Ying Yuan? The disciple responded hesitantly. I believe it unwise for Brother Duobao to leave the island. The Emperor Ying Yuan seeks unification, which inevitably involves bloodshed, potentially aggravating karmic burdens. Ying Yuan nearly expressed directly to Tongtian Jiaozhu that assisting Ying Yuan could inadvertently lead to a fatal entanglement with violence. Was it not better for the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect to quietly recite the Huangting scripture? Why wade into murky waters? Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded and shook his head, for he too was aware, through his secretive journal, that aiding Ying Yuan might indeed attract mortal peril. Yet, If Guangchengzi were to truly arrive at Jiejiao Island, how could the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect refrain from offering their assistance? After all, they were bound by deep-rooted ties of brotherhood. Tongtian pondered deeply while Ying Yuan remained silent. Before long, the water and fire boys entered the grand hall, announcing, "Master, Brother Guangchengzi requests an audience." Very well. Guangchengzi stepped into the hall, casting a discerning glance over the motley assembly of Jiejiao Sect disciples, a fleeting disdain flickering in his eyes. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Tongtian Jiaozhu, with narrowed eyes, noted Guangchengzi's gaze, which could not escape the sharp scrutiny of a sage. Guangchengzi clearly looked down upon the Jiejiao Sect's myriad disciples. Tongtian Jiaozhu acknowledged with a calm nod. "Uncle Master is already aware of your intentions. Duo Bao, are you willing to leave the island to assist Ying Yuan?" After a moment of contemplation, Duo Bao replied, "I am willing to go." Tongtian permitted Duo Bao to depart, understanding that his aid was not merely for Guangchengzi, but rather a testament to the enduring brotherhood between the three pure ones and the bonds of humanity. The Jiejiao Sect, benefiting from the fortunes of the human race, would not idly observe as the witch clan usurped the position of the human sovereign. Seated among the esteemed disciples, Ying Yuan was not surprised by Tongtian's decision to have Duo Bao assist Guangchengzi. Would Tongtian Jiaozhu, known for his loyalty and sincerity, truly refrain from offering his hand in times of crisis? Despite the discord with the Tongtian Sect, he was willing to extend assistance when it mattered most. Perhaps this was the allure of the Jiejiao Sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded in understanding, reflecting briefly before stating, "Ying Yuan, you shall accompany Duo Bao off the island." Ying Yuan was taken aback. Me? He realized that aiding Ying Yuan would inevitably involve some karmic entanglement, and he merely wished to live a better life. Weakly, he protested, "Master, I am but a mid-stage golden immortal. Can I truly assist Brother Duo Bao?" Of course, it was not that he wished to shirk responsibility. He simply feared being a burden to his elder brother. Tongtian Jiaozhu internally chuckled, recognizing this as a clear attempt to evade responsibility. This wayward disciple constantly sought to avoid karmic consequences, yet the master insisted he accompany Duo Bao. With a mischievous disciple present, it was certain he would seek to navigate around all entanglements, and there was no need to worry about them facing the specter of violence together. Duo Bao gently patted Ying Yuan on the shoulder, smiling, "Fear not, little junior brother. This journey off the island will be akin to exploring the vastness of the primordial world together. I shall ensure your safety." "Ah, well then." Ying Yuan found himself unable to decline further. "All right, I shall heed my brother, who truly understands. Is it so difficult to simply recite the Huangting scripture in tranquility and cultivate like fishing?" As Duo Bao and Ying Yuan departed from Jiejiao Island, they made their way toward Jiulu. Throughout the journey, it was solely Ying Yuan engaging in conversation with Duo Bao, while Guangchengzi remained silent the entire time. Outside Jiulu, in the central camp of Ying Yuan, Guangchengzi issued commands. "Duo Bao, you shall intercept Xingtian. I beseech Brother Xuandu to halt Shangliu. Brothers from Nanji and all disciples, restrain Shiyu, while I lead the counterattack against Jiulu." Referring to Xuandu as brother, yet addressing Duo Bao directly, Guangchengzi did not conceal his preferences. Duo Bao, however, paid little mind to this. His purpose in aiding the Tongtian Sect was to alleviate his master's concerns and to repay the kindness owed to humanity. What concern was it of Guangchengzi's? Listening to Guangchengzi's orders regarding the counteroffensive against Jiulu, Ying Yuan could not suppress a deep sigh, lamenting Guangchengzi's incompetence. The emperor's teacher was ineffectual, exhausting the troops. The loss of Jiulu had plunged morale to its nadir. Did they truly believe it would be so simple to reclaim it? If it were that easy to retake Jiulu, they would not have incurred such karmic retribution. Chapter 59. Ying Yuan. Ying Yuan refrained from uttering words that may sow discord. Ying Yuan arrived merely to observe the spectacle. Following Guochengzi's arrangements, the morale of Xuanyuan's army had plummeted to an all-time low, and they once again sounded the call for a counterattack. The soldiers, sparse and scattered, ascended the battlefield. Duo Bao, clad in a simple Taoist robe, traversed the void and approached the sea of clouds. exuding an aura of perfected quasi-saintly might that resonated through heaven and earth. Buzz. The central army of Qiyu suddenly erupted with boundless battle intent. Xing Tian, wielding his halberd, stepped forth, his eyes blazing with fervor as he fixed his gaze intently upon Duo Bao. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged, only a mutual appreciation between masters. Eager to engage, the battle spirit of Xing Tian surged as he swung his halberd directly at Duo Bao's face. Unfazed, Duo Bao issued a light exclamation, and the aura of perfected quasi-saintly Tao once again enveloped him, effortlessly countering the halberd's strike with sheer force of presence. Xing Tian grew even more exhilarated, channeling the full extent of his shamanic power, surrounded by an aura of ferocity. He leapt into the air and swung down again with his axe. In response, myriad glimmers of spiritual treasures manifested around Duo Bao, and a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xianjin Shield, appeared to block the fearsome axe. Immediately, another postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, the Zhaodian Seal, was unleashed, crashing into Xing Tian's formidable form. Haha, a mere tickle. The postnatal supreme spiritual treasure could not penetrate the might of Xing Tian's shamanic body. A subtle smile curved Duo Bao's lips. Oh, is that so? Self-detonate. Boom. Bang. The Zhaodian Seal detonated in response, the explosion of the spiritual treasure unleashing terrifying power that engulfed Xing Tian. Once the tumult of the explosion subsided, it revealed Xing Tian's shamanic body to have sustained only minor injuries. You are utterly defying logic. Duo Bao smiled lightly. Do you comprehend the essence of Duo Bao? Buzz. In an instant, thousands of spiritual treasures swirled around him. The quality of these treasures may not have been high, yet their sheer presence held immense deterrent power. Meteoric Blade. Go, self-detonate. Qi, Orb, self-detonate. Focused on the self-detonation of spiritual treasures to terrify the enemy. Coupled with Duo Bao's perfected quasi-saintly cultivation, he relentlessly subdued the battle-hungry Xing Tian. Xing Tian had never felt so constrained since his emergence into existence, boldly proclaiming, "The disciples of the three teachings are all worthless. Only the Duo Bao of the has compelled me, Xing Tian, to admit defeat with humility." Meanwhile, in another battlefield at the South Pole, Ruan Deng and the 11 Golden Immortals found themselves in dire straits. The 13 Immortals of Kunlun struggled merely to achieve a stalemate against the mighty Shinnon, finding themselves at a disadvantage. Guo Chengzi led Xuan Yuan's counterattack, yet he too was no match for Qiu's ferocious onslaught, suffering defeat after just a few exchanges. The already demoralized Xian Yuan soldiers scattered in disarray under the onslaught of Qiu's army. Ying Yuan stood upon the hillside, shaking his head repeatedly, lamenting aloud. In the early days, humanity fought with such rigid adherence to martial ethics, relying solely on brute force in battle. Do they not understand the need for adaptability? A bunch of stubborn minds. As he observed Xian Yuan surrounded by Qiu's forces, he could no longer contain himself. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, Ying Yuan manifested his black dragon form, rescuing Xian Yuan as he fled. Direct intervention against humanity was simply out of the question. As long as I do not take action against the human race, I shall remain untouched by the sins of slaughter. Ying Yuan led Xian Yuan to the mountain peak. Xian Yuan, consumed by profound grief and indignation, lamented, "Master, how can the commander waver in the face of battle? I must return and continue the fight." Ying Yuan chuckled softly. "Waver in battle? Is this what Guang Chengzi teaches? Have you not heard the saying, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood? Should you be defeated and perish, the human race would lose all hope. Look at those soldiers of Xian Yuan. They're not being slain, but rather, in the face of Qiu's grand army, they flee like ants." Ying Yuan continued, in military strategy, before the troops move, the provisions must be secured. A single surge of momentum can wane, and a third can deplete. The series of fierce battles against the deer have drained the soldiers of their courage. Upon hearing Ying Yuan's words, Xian Yuan felt a tremor in his consciousness, as if a flicker of enlightenment had passed through him. Gazing at the disbanded soldiers, he murmured to himself. A single surge of momentum, then it wanes and finally depletes. As the sound of the war drums faded, it was evident that Xuanyuan's forces had suffered a devastating defeat, retreating 100 miles, with 5 million soldiers reduced to approximately 350,000. In contrast, Qiu's main force still boasted 85,000, with over 400,000 captives. The balance of power had shifted dramatically. Warfare is a realm of deception. It is a matter of life and death for a nation, deserving of careful scrutiny. Guangchengzi and Ying Yuan, do you treat war as a mere game, regarding the lives of ordinary soldiers as inconsequential? Ying Yuan sighed and shook his head, lamenting how the once noble Ying Yuan had been misguided by Guangchengzi. Enough of this. We must return and reorganize the troops before a mutiny ensues. Ying Yuan stood atop the mountain, the cold wind swirling around him, lost in despondence. Contemplating the treacherous nature of war, the gravity of life and death, and the folly of treating warfare lightly. With newfound resolve, Ying Yuan followed Ying Yuan back to the central camp. Xing Tian was no match for Duo Bao and returned defeated to the camp. In the South Pole, Randing and the 11 Golden Immortals returned to the central camp, covered in dirt and shame. Guangchengzi was also no match for Qiyu, having sustained injuries. Infuriating. The Witch Clan, Shallow Fortune. The Golden Immortals from Kunlun exclaimed in outrage. Ying Yuan, accustomed to the chaos, calmly issued orders to the messengers, tending to the wounded and accounting for provisions. Once he had managed the affairs of the army, he bypassed Guangchengzi and approached Ying Yuan, offering a respectful bow. What should I do next, master? Please instruct me. As Ying Yuan finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the entire central camp. Guangchengzi's expression darkened, for he was supposed to be Xuanyuan's teacher. Yet Ying Yuan sought counsel from the aberrant dragon. Ying Yuan? The expressions of the Kunlun Golden Immortals betrayed their anger. What place did Xuanyuan's actions leave for the teachings of the Tongtian Sect? Duo Bao interjected, Ying Yuan, do not speak words that could jeopardize unity. Though I am a direct disciple of the pure Yang Saint of the Green Jade Palace on Gold Turtle Island, rooted in the righteous path of the Xianmen, I am, at my core, an innate aberrant dragon. What merit do I possess? Ying Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Guangchengzi, whose countenance was more dismal than that of a pig's liver, and then innocently regarded Duo Bao. Duo Bao chuckled, his gaze filled with playful intrigue. Junior brother, this time we have truly managed to bruise Guangchengzi's pride. But fear not, for your elder brother is here. Guangchengzi shall have to endure my presence. Ying Yuan, with an increasingly solemn demeanor, spoke with utmost respect, immortal master. The army of Qiyu looms ominously. My soldiers have first lost their quarry, then the strategic passes. If we retreat further, we shall find ourselves back in the central plains. With no opportunity left, how can we triumph over Qiyu? I earnestly beseech you for guidance. Ying Yuan was genuinely reluctant to wade into this murky waters. Yet at this juncture, even remaining silent would undoubtedly offend the narrow-minded Guangchengzi. The shadowy depths of Guangchengzi's eyes, veiled with hidden malice, further incensed Ying Yuan. With the support of his elder brother Duo Bao, he felt undaunted by the prospect of antagonizing Guangchengzi further. After all, how could an emperor possess two masters? Very well, I shall remain within the ranks and serve as your military advisor. Upon hearing this, Ying Yuan was overjoyed and promptly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, military advisor. Guangchengzi snorted coldly, angrily sweeping out of the main camp. The celestial beings of the Tongtian Sect, equally vexed, followed suit, exiting the encampment in displeasure. Chapter 60, reluctantly serving as Xuanyuan's teacher. Oh no, the strategist. The morale within the army has plummeted to an all-time low. What shall we do? Simple. Go patrol the camp, engage the soldiers in casual conversation, and visit the wounded. Will this truly restore morale? Do not be overly optimistic. It may only provide a slight uplift. Ying Yuan immediately followed Ying Yuan's counsel, traversing the military camp, engaging in light-hearted discussions with the soldiers, and tending to the injured. The leader of humanity, lowering his stature, instilled a sense of trust among the troops, reminding them that the sovereign had not abandoned them. Consequently, The morale of Xuan Yuan's forces began to revive. Ying Yuan, summon all the dispatch officers, assess our armaments, and prepare for full-scale defense. Yes, strategist. A counteroffensive was unattainable. The only recourse was to establish a defensive posture. Through defense, we would cultivate soldiers with the courage to fight. Next came the rearmament of our forces. The Qiyu army had equipped themselves with finely forged weapons, and our soldiers must be similarly outfitted. Occupying the central plains of humanity, Ying Yuan lacked for mineral resources. He swiftly issued a decree as the sovereign of humanity, calling upon the rear to extract or develop smelting operations and forge sharp weapons and sturdy armor. A broad recruitment campaign commenced to replenish lost troops, initiating the grand military training program to foster camaraderie and combat spirit. Ying Yuan, lacking any understanding of warfare and showing no interest in it, had merely logged 5,000 hours in a game titled Little Mustache Development Plan before his rebirth. After seizing the deer hunting grounds, the Qiyu army launched multiple assaults against Xuan Yuan's forces. Leveraging advantageous terrain, Xuan Yuan's forces endured significant casualties but managed to hold their ground, earning a respite of 2.5 years. During this period, Xuan Yuan's army replenished to 10 million, all equipped with sharp weapons, and their morale soared. Guang Chengzi, as the teacher of the human emperor, sought out Ying Yuan. Now that morale had been restored, there seemed little need for a strategist. Under Ying Yuan's meticulous guidance, Ying Yuan had undergone a profound transformation. Endowed with the talents of a human emperor, his understanding of warfare had sharpened, and his thoughts had become more independent. Recognizing the fallacies in his teacher's previous assertions, the strategist is irreplaceable. Ying Yuan. Guang Chengzi's heart brimmed with indignation. Ying Yuan was merely a malevolent dragon. Yet he had led his disciple astray to such an extent, such a disgrace. Half a month later, Guang Chengzi approached Ying Yuan, inquiring, "When shall we commence battle?" As the teacher of the human emperor, Guang Chengzi was also anxious, wishing for Ying Yuan to swiftly overcome Qiyu and achieve a complete victory. Ying Yuan shook his head, declaring, "The time is not yet ripe." In the Qiyu army's main camp, Qiyu was equally perplexed. Ying Yuan seemed different. His approach to warfare was elusive and difficult to decipher. "Lord, the Ying Yuan forces have regained their strength. Should we expand our army?" Fumbo voiced his concerns. With Xuan Yuan's forces restored, Qiyu too had replenished his troops, now numbering 1.5 million. After a moment's contemplation, Qiyu commanded the Jiuli tribe to recruit an additional 100,000 soldiers. That night, under the darkened skies and howling winds, one could see Xuan Yuan's forces, 100,000 cavalry, cloaked in heavy armor, stealthily emerging from their encampment. Each soldier rode 2 steeds, clad in formidable armor, while their war horses also donned substantial iron armor, complete with iron visors. As the battle with the iron-eating beast commenced, one merely needed to cover the horse's eyes to quell the ferocity of this formidable creature. 100,000 heavy cavalry surged forth, charging directly into the ranks of Qiyu's army. With the might of heavily armored horsemen, they cleaved through the enemy lines with devastating force, creating a vast breach. Yet, the heavy cavalry did not halt. They continued to weave through and advance deep into the heart of Qiyu's territory. In Qiu's camp, the messenger hurried to report, "My lord, the Ying Yuan faction has launched an offensive, and their cavalry has breached our flanking defenses." Qiyu chuckled. "Ah, the Ying Yuan youth can no longer contain themselves. Send orders to annihilate their vanguard." However, the report continued, "My lord, the Ying Yuan cavalry is not engaging our soldiers. They are pressing deeper into the heart of the deer hunting grounds." What? Qiyu was taken aback. After breaching the flanks, the Ying Yuan cavalry chose not to engage in melee, but rather to push further into the territory. This was an approach he had never encountered before. Report: the infantry of Ying Yuan is advancing en masse, following the breach created by the cavalry, encircling our 9 Li warriors. Qiyu exclaimed, "Counterattack! Counterattack! Tear apart the Ying Yuan forces." Report, my lord. "We cannot counterattack. The Ying Yuan army outnumbers us by several times." In the Ying Yuan camp, Ying Yuan smiled. Qiyu's 500,000 troops have been encircled and divided. Now, Each of you shall hold back Xingtian, Shangliu, and Qi respectively. The celestial beings of Kunlun, though infuriated, refrained from disputing with Ying Yuan at this moment. The Emperor of Humanity must return to his rightful place, and only then would Guang Chengzi achieve his full merit. Thus, Taba intercepted Xingtian, Xuandu blocked Shangliu, and the collective might of Kunlun's celestial beings contained Qiyu. By dawn, a wide river could be seen traversing the deer hunting grounds, nourishing the fertile plains. Xian Yuan rode forth on horseback, letting his steed drink from the river. In this battle, they had encircled and annihilated 200,000 of Qiyu's forces, capturing 300,000. The infantry charged alongside the cavalry, decisively penetrating the deer hunting grounds, claiming a quarter of the territory. It may have appeared that they were still at a disadvantage, yet the tides of unity among the human race began to turn. Master, what is this tactic called? Ying Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The coordination of infantry and cavalry, also known as blitzkrieg. The fertile plains of the deer hunting grounds are ideal for mounted assaults, with cavalry breaching defenses while multiple infantry encircle the foe. Although Qiyu's iron-eating beast army is fierce and immensely powerful, their cumbersome forms lack the speed of cavalry. Hence, this battle ended in resounding victory. Admiration sparkled in Xuanyuan's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, "Strategist, you are indeed a celestial being. What of Guang Chengzi? A mere triviality." Following this, the Xianyuan forces established a solid defensive line. Having tasted defeat, Qiyu would naturally seek vengeance. Xuanyuan's forces stood ready, prepared for positional warfare. Following their grand victory, morale surged, resulting in a casualty ratio of 2-1 against Qiyu. After 2.5 months of relentless assaults, Qiyu's forces were wearied and exhausted. Ying Yuan promptly informed Xianyuan, "The morale of Qiyu's army has waned. Now is the time for a full-scale counteroffensive. Allow me to show you what deep penetration tactics truly entail." Qiyu, having anticipated this, utilized his iron-eating beast army to encircle the cavalry that sought to infiltrate. Before long, 100,000 cavalry dismounted, raising their shields to form a defensive circle, resolutely holding their ground. Qiyu commanded the annihilation of the Xianyuan vanguard, which comprised this formidable armored force. Should they be defeated, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Xianyuan. Ying Yuan proclaimed, "To the death, we shall defend. All troops advance." His disciple, "Oh no! Xuanyuan sovereign, behold, this strategist shall unveil his prowess but once. This battle shall be termed the center blossoms. Surrounded from all sides, let us devour Qiyu's iron-eating beasts." The center blossoms tactic also serves as a lure for the enemy, drawing them in while simultaneously forming a larger encirclement with superior forces on the periphery. This strategy can effectively yield annihilation results. Although Qiyu's soldiers are valiant, their numbers are scant. The Xianyuan army, armed with sharp weapons and heavy armor, has also seen an enhancement in combat capability. If one cannot prevail in single combat, then let it be 10 against 1. A sea of troops shall charge forth, overwhelming Qiyu. As per tradition, Duo Bao, Guang Chengzi, Xuandu, and others shall hold back Xingtian, Shangliu, and Qiyu. Report to the sovereign. We cannot breach the Xianyuan army's encirclement. Report, sovereign, the iron-eating beast army has been utterly obliterated. Report, sovereign, our forces are caught in a pincer attack. The cavalry at the center, in conjunction with the infantry outside the encirclement, attack simultaneously, exemplifying the 1-point awaiting reinforcement center blossom strategy. 2.5 months later, Xianyuan seized 2/3 of the hunting grounds. Qiyu continued to retreat. In Qiyu's camp, his countenance was darkened, and his eyes brimmed with confusion. What on earth has transpired? Xuanyuan's child. How has he suddenly transformed into a different person? How has he become so adept in warfare? Chapter 61. Crafting the Guiding Chariot Unstoppable. Pursuing the stag, Qiyu stood solemnly in the central army camp, his countenance dark and foreboding, mirrored by the grim expressions of his assembled generals. "I do not comprehend. Why do you all express such trepidation regarding the stag battlefield? Is it as if our Jiuli warriors are fated for misfortune? 2 years prior, our Juli tribe embarked on our campaign into the Central Plains, sweeping through our adversaries with unparalleled momentum. The vibrant energy and flourishing nature of that time remains vividly etched in my memory. Our sovereign, that Ying Yuan, is indeed a master of military tactics. Should we suffer another defeat, we risk losing the stag and retreating back to the eastern east. Qi Yu's expression darkened further as he bellowed. We possess 100,000 elite troops, and an additional 200,000 Juli warriors are en route. Regardless of the odds, 100,000 against 10 million still favors us, our sovereign. At the onset of battle, we had the advantage, yet now it has dissipated. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding beat of heavy drums suddenly reverberated through the Qi Yu camp. The generals' faces shifted dramatically. Ying Yuan had launched another assault. Qi Yu gritted his teeth, realizing that Ying Yuan sought to claim decisive victory and fully occupy the stag. After consecutive defeats, the morale of Qi Yu's soldiers had plummeted to a freezing point. It was ill-advised to engage in further combat. Wind Master, summon the fog. Yes, my sovereign. The Wind Master, a half-human, half-shaman named Feng Lian, possessed the shamanic gift of controlling winds and mists. A tempest arose, shrouding the plains in dense fog within mere moments, rendering visibility to less than 2 paces. The Ying Yuan army, once brimming with morale, was instantaneously disoriented. Ying Yuan observed this with a resigned shake of his head, wary of potential treachery. Disciple, our sovereign must retreat. Indeed, master. In the distance, Guang Chengzi's eyes darkened, his heart ablaze with fury. This wretched dragon, does he not even spare a thought for propriety when addressing his disciple? The Ying Yuan army could only withdraw to their encampment, standing in a foggy standoff against Qi Yu's forces. 2 days later, Ying Yuan grew anxious and sought out Ying Yuan. Master, or rather strategist, this fog has persisted for an entire 2 days without signs of dissipating. It seems rather unnatural. Qi Yu is undoubtedly using this opportunity to recuperate, replenishing the formidable Juli ranks while sapping our morale. Listening to Xuanyuan's analysis, Ying Yuan nodded with approval. The emperor is indeed astute, though misguided by Guang Chengzi. The Ying Yuan army's morale was robust and should be utilized to confront Qi Yu decisively. Delaying would only result in a continuous decline in spirit. Conversely, Qi would be able to recuperate and gather strength. Well said, master. Strategist, what course of action should we take now? I implore you to guide me. A subtle smile graced Ying Yuan's lips. The fog obscures our vision, but it equally affects Qi Yu's forces. If our army can navigate through the mist, while Qi Yu's cannot discern their bearings, Xuanyuan's breath quickened. We could deliver a devastating blow to Qi Yu. Master, how shall we ascertain our direction? Ying Yuan subtly reminded me that during my time in the Xianshui tribe, I had encountered a mountain rich in a peculiar ore, neither iron, nor gold, nor silver, nor copper, at times attracting, at others repelling. As the sovereign, Ying Yuan, blessed with auspicious energy and unmatched intelligence, a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. Teacher, understand now, it is magnetic stone. Such deposits of magnetite are not rare, as the Jilu Plain also harbors small-scale magnetic mines. Ying Yuan promptly commanded his soldiers to extract the magnetic ore, which was then fashioned into war chariots, aptly named the guiding chariot. Having consulted some references, I found the structure of the compass to be exceedingly intricate and complex. Hence, I shall simplify it here. Please do not criticize. The guiding chariot, drawn by horses, consistently pointed in a singular direction, ensuring that the grand army would not lose its way. Charge! Attack! Ying Yuan crafted hundreds of guiding chariots, leading millions of troops into a decisive assault against Qi Yu. The roar of battle reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In Qi Yu's camp, alarm and disbelief washed over him. Has calamity befallen us? With the fog thickening, how can Ying Yuan discern the direction? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, Xuanyuan's forces advanced relentlessly. Qi Yu's army, enshrouded in fog, floundered like headless flies, with neither generals cognizant of their troops nor soldiers aware of their leaders. Windmaster quickly dispersed the fog. With urgency, the Windmaster employed his innate abilities to clear the mist but it was too late. The defeat was catastrophic, akin to mountains collapsing, spiraling out of control. Millions encircled Qi Yu's 100,000 troops. Among Qi Yu's more than 40 great generals, bloodied but unyielding, one urged, "My lord, let us break through. We, the Jiuli, still have 200,000 soldiers." Anger surged within Qi Yu, yet he felt helpless. Ying Yuan, how formidable he had become. Breakthrough. Observing Xuan Yuan's forces, the overwhelming might encircled Qi Yu, systematically dividing and conquering, advancing steadily. As dusk fell, the fog dissipated, and a gentle breeze stirred the banner of the human emperor. In this battle, Ying Yuan achieved a resounding victory, slaying 200,000 foes and capturing 500,000, while Qi Yu managed to flee with merely 20,000 remnants. This battle allowed Ying Yuan to decisively seize Zhulu. As twilight approached, a messenger arrived at the main camp with grave news. "My lord, we have captured 500,000 Jiuli soldiers. How shall we dispose of them? Our food supplies are insufficient." Before the army could mobilize, provisions must precede, and Xuan Yuan's vast host required an immense quantity of sustenance daily. Guang Qingzi stood in the command tent, his displeasure evident. "Is this even necessary to report? They are prisoners. Simply execute them. Keeping them will only be a burden." The messenger's expression shifted, fear etched across his face. "What? Slay all 500,000? In battle? The act of killing enemies is actually infrequent. In cold weapon warfare, a casualty rate of 10% signifies a loss, and 30% indicates a catastrophic rout, flooding the battlefield with blood. Such numbers had not been witnessed in combat." Xuan Yuan's countenance darkened. "No. The Jiuli tribe are also sons of the human race. Once captured, they must not be harmed. To Ying Yuan, regardless of victory or defeat, it is the human race that suffers. It depletes the very foundation of our kin. Qi Yu may represent the heart of a shamanic clan, yet the warriors of the Jiuli tribe are merely common soldiers." Humph. Guang Qingzi was publicly rebuked by Ying Yuan, his expression darkening as he let out a cold snort. This wayward disciple grows ever more disobedient. Ying Yuan shifted his gaze to Ying Yuan, asking, "Master, strategist, what is your opinion?" Ying Yuan, wishing to avoid entanglement and bloodshed, insisted that indiscriminate killing was not an option. The injured soldiers must return to the capital, while the 500,000 surrendering troops should be dispersed and incorporated into various armies as servants, to be returned to their homelands after the Great War. "Truly, the strategist is like an immortal. We shall act according to your directives," Ying Yuan commanded as he occupied the Zhulu plain, sharpening his troops, with their swords aimed directly at the remnants of Qi Yu. Qi Yu himself guarded the narrow pass, a single man capable of holding back thousands. Ying Yuan launched a fierce assault for several days, losing 20,000 troops without making any headway. In desperation, he sought out Ying Yuan once more, saying, "Old strategist, we cannot breach their defenses. What do you suggest?" Ying Yuan replied, "Observe from a reclined position, a sitting stance, or even sideways. But who understands? I am merely your strategist, not your teacher. Should you not consult Guang Qingzi?" Ying Yuan hesitated. "Well, I primarily wanted to ask Guang Qingzi, but it would be a futile inquiry. The strategist is indeed an immortal. You possess keen insight. Allow me to devise a strategy to eliminate Qi Yu." For 2 days thereafter, Ying Yuan genuinely pondered the matter. Senior brother Duo Bao could defeat Xingtian, and Xuan Du could hold his own against Shangliu. Yet, the combined forces of Nanji, Randang, and Guang Qingzi, the 12 golden immortals, could not contend with Qi Yu. 3 points, this single point remains insurmountable. The golden immortals of the Chan school are truly inept. Any direct disciple of the Jie school could effortlessly overpower Qi Yu. How distressing. This role of strategist is rather exhausting. Once Ying Yuan reclaims his position, I shall demand a greater share of the merits. In truth, defeating Qi Yu is quite simple. If only the direct disciples of the Jie school could descend again. But I cannot be certain whether allowing my brothers and sisters to descend would endanger them. For caution's sake, perhaps it is best to refrain. Senior brother Duo Bao and I might already be tainted by calamity, so it is wise to protect my fellow disciples. The 9 heavens Xian knew of the heavenly court. said to be a disciple of the heavenly empress of the Jade Pool. Perhaps I could summon her for assistance. If all else fails, I could entice the disciples of the Western teachings to descend and face their own calamities. Ah, better not. It is prudent to maintain good relations. Indeed. The most crucial element is that slaughtering witch sword in the hands of the demon race. If it could be transformed into the Ying Yuan Emperor sword, it would surely dispel the malevolent aura of Qi Yu, Xing Qian, and Shang Liu. In Bo Palace, the Tongtian leader perused the journal, furrowing his brow deeply. Bah! This wayward disciple harbors unrelenting ambitions, seeking to maintain goodwill with the West. The slaughtering witch sword in the demon race's possession? Very well, very well. Chapter 62. The witch-slaying sword can pierce the witch's body. Let the Western disciples face the slaughtering tribulation. A wisp of golden rainbow light swept across the surface of the Eastern Sea, entering the azure palace of Golden Horn Island. The little golden crow, Luya, donned a robe of black and gold, respectfully bowed deeply to the master of the heavenly teaching, saying, "Disciple pays homage to the teacher. I wonder what summons you have for me." Luya, you truly embody the bloodline of the Emperor Jun, with exceptional talent and comprehension. You have united the remnants of the demon race, and with the fortune of the demon clan upon you, you have already broken through the shackles of the Tai Golden Immortal, reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The master of the heavenly teaching nodded in approval upon seeing Lu Ya's steady progress. Lu Ya smiled broadly, filled with admiration. Brother Ying Yuan is indeed a divine being. Having arranged the great array of the stars, he has received the power of the chaotic celestial bodies. Now, the demon race has firmly established itself in the 10,000 great mountains, recuperating and thriving. The master of the heavenly teaching smiled gently, noting that assisting the human emperor Ying Yuan had not gone smoothly for the golden immortals of the Tongtian Sect. Your brother Ying Yuan has ventured out to aid Ying Yuan, yet now he is obstructed at the celestial barrier. How can I assist my brother? Perhaps we could summon Bai Zhe, Jimeng, and Ying Zhao from their mountains to aid brother Ying Yuan? The master of the heavenly teaching shook his head. There is no need for such trouble. According to what Ying Yuan has mentioned, the demon race possesses the witch-slaying sword. The master intended to support a false demon court as described in Ying Yuan's rebellious diary, proclaiming it as the legitimate celestial court. While it was not yet prudent to reveal the connection between the demon race and the Tongtian Sect, Luya immediately understood, nodding, the witch-slaying sword. I am willing to present it to brother Ying Yuan. The demon race had slaughtered a significant number of humans to forge the witch-slaying sword, an immense karmic burden. Luya expressed his intent to gift it, both as gratitude to his brother and in hopes of returning the witch-slaying sword to the human race, alleviating the karmic debt. Whatever can be alleviated, let it be. The corners of the master's mouth lifted in a subtle smile. Excellent. Luya employed the technique of transformation into a rainbow and returned to the 10,000 great mountains. Bai Zhe, where is the witch-slaying sword? Luya inquired. Bai Zhe presented the witch-slaying sword. Your Highness desires the witch-slaying sword? Luya replied with a mysterious smile. It will serve a significant purpose. He then transformed into a rainbow again, heading back to Golden Horn Island. Bai Zhe gazed at the retreating figure of his lord, increasingly puzzled and perplexed. The witch-slaying sword, specifically designed to combat the witch clan. Why will my lord need to use the witch-slaying sword? Does it serve to confront Xingtian, Xiang Lu, or Qi Yu, who are active in the wasteland? Could it be to assist the saints in dealing with Qi Yu? Both disciples of the Chan and Jiejiao Sects are present. I wonder which saint they are aiding. Bai Zhe shook his head slightly, contemplating regardless. My lord is scheming. He has matured. With the prosperity of the demon race, opportunities abound. On the hunting deer plains, Ying Yuan roasted 2 mountain chickens skewered over a fire, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Brother Duo Bao, come sit and eat. This is no ordinary chicken, but mountain chicken raised for 2.5 years, tender and delicious. Ying Yuan Chefelin in Duo Bao. Duo Bao, the eldest brother of the Jiejiao Sect, had been captured by Laozi during the Fengshan era and, out of necessity, transformed from a barbarian into a Buddha, ultimately becoming the Tathagata Buddha of the Buddhist realm. In any case, Cultivating a good relationship with Brother Duo Bao would undoubtedly yield benefits. Duo Bao grinned, gesturing at Ying Yuan. Little Blackie, your face is covered in soot. Quick, wash it off. The teacher has summoned him. Thus, senior brother returns to Golden Ao Island without partaking in a meal. The summons from the teacher? Ying Yuan, perplexed, could not comprehend why. At such a critical juncture in the battle for the human emperor, the teacher would call back senior brother Duo Bao. Transforming into a streak of flowing light, Duo Bao returned to Golden Ao Island. Upon entering the Bo Palace, he respectfully bowed, addressing the teacher. Have you assisted the human emperor smoothly? Duo Bao replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ying Yuan, you truly are an immortal, with just a slight exertion. You have guided Xian Yuan to utterly rout Qi Yu's forces. Presently, the troops are blocked at a narrow passage. However, with your wisdom, I believe it will not be long before we breach their defenses, and the unification of the human emperor Xian Yuan is imminent. Duo Bao expressed no disdain for Ying Yuan's true form as a calamity dragon. Instead, he spoke with admiration. The Tongtian had long been aware of Ying Yuan's capabilities, nodding in agreement, acknowledging him as a true gem. What could the teacher possibly want with you, my disciple? The Tongtian waved his hand casually, causing a long sword to hover in midair. The sword bore no rank, but emanated a terrifying malevolence, as if one could hear the wails of vengeful spirits. Duo Bao's expression shifted slightly. Teacher, is this the Slaughter Witch sword? Only Duo Bao and Yunxiao knew of the small golden crow, Liya, whom they had secretly rescued. The members of the were aware of Liya's acceptance into their ranks. Hence Yunxiao was merely mildly astonished upon seeing the Slaughter Witch sword. Indeed, the Slaughter Witch sword, saturated with murderous intent, stained with the blood of humanity. Does your disciple Liya intend to return the Slaughter Witch sword to the human race? The Slaughter Witch sword can pierce through the bodies of the witch race and assist Xian Yuan. Yes, Duo Bao accepted the Slaughter Witch sword, acutely sensing the surrounding bloodthirst, nourished by the blood and souls of countless humans. Now returning to the human race, it could serve as a form of solace. Duo Bao, upon leaving the island, first journeyed to the west, request the disciples of the Western Sect to descend the mountain and assist the human Emperor Xian Yuan. Duo Bao what? The Tongtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he added, yes, in the name of your junior brother Ying Yuan. Duo Bao, teacher, why is that? Assisting the human emperor must surely bring fortune and merit. Should we not share some with the West? You little rascal, mind your own business. Yes, I shall adhere to your teachings. Though Duo Bao did not comprehend, he recognized that the teacher's arrangements surely possessed their own rationale. Following the edict, he exited the Bo Palace and made his way to the west. The Tongtian chuckled, my precious disciple Ying Yuan, do you wish to maintain good relations with the West? I shall decisively sever your retreat. After the battle between the Tao and the demons, the demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the spiritual veins of the West, obliterating the entire region. As Duo Bao traversed the desolate lands of the West, all he beheld were wastelands, gravelly terrains, and countless ravines, barren and impoverished, a place unfit for practitioners. Yet, what concern is this to the east? Duo Bao pondered his mission to summon the Western disciples, and to do so in the name of junior brother Ying Yuan. How would he accomplish that? With a swift transformation, he took on Ying Yuan's appearance. Subsequently, he halted a passing dragon, subduing Taoist. Friend, please hold on. The dragon subduing Taoist turned around, bewildered. Friend, I am the disciple Ying Yuan under the esteemed master of the, and I have come to pay my respects to brother Jiang Long. Upon hearing my name, Jiang Long furrowed his brow slightly, hastily retreating a few steps, casting a sidelong glance, avoiding eye contact altogether. This hesitation stemmed from the teachings of our master, who stated that all beings and elements in the primordial chaos are connected to the West. However, the innate calamity dragon, burdened by its karma, bears a heavy affliction, rendering it incompatible with our Western teachings. Even a fleeting glance could jeopardize the fortunes of our Western sect. Friend Ying Yuan, remain where you are. Do not approach. If there is something to discuss, please speak. Jiang Long cursed inwardly, vexed at encountering such a misfortunate star so soon after emerging from seclusion. To clarify, the Emperor Ying Yuan is currently engaged in a critical battle for supremacy among the human race, with military forces obstructing the path to the heavenly realm. Both the Chan and are unable to advance. Thus I have come to request assistance from our brothers in the West. How dare you presume to call me brother? Do not attempt to curry favor with me. Jiang Long scolded silently, yet maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, I understand. I shall return to the mountain gate to inform our master. Very well, replied Duo Bao, who then returned to his duties. Jiang Long, upon entering Mount Shumi, informed the others of his encounter with Ying Yuan. Master Zhuan Ti suddenly frowned. What business does the calamity dragon Ying Yuan have in the West? Is he not satisfied with our barren land? Jiang Long, where is the tiger subduing? Cast this fellow Ying Yuan out. Master, Ying Yuan requests our disciples to descend and assist Emperor Ying Yuan. What? Such good fortune? Zhuan Ti's breath quickened, for it was known that with the emperor's return, great merits and fortunes would follow. Assisting Emperor Ying Yuan would indeed send blessings to the West. Quickly, Jiang Long, Tiger Subduing, and the others, gather your 18 brothers and descend at once to aid the emperor in seizing fortunes and merits. Kai Yi and Anand should also join. Inform the heavenly Mithriya to cease their preparations, and the medicine master should abandon his farming. Everyone must rush to seize the fortunes. Chapter 63. The Ying Yuan Emperor's Sword and the Beggar's Version of the Great Array of Divine Slaughter. Ying Yuan gazed contemplatively at the witch-slaying sword brought back by Dao Bao. Was a kidney stone incident unfolding? Was it the witch-slaying sword supposed to be in the hands of the demon clan? How had senior brother Dao Bao acquired it? Dao Bao hesitated, muttering that it was borrowed. Ying Yuan. Before he could ponder further, several strands of celestial light descended from the western skies, led by the medicine master, Mithriya, and the 18 dragon subduing and tiger taming practitioners. The medicine master and Mithriya greeted senior brother Dao Bao. Xuandu Guangchengzi and the deputy master of the lamp also received their respects from the disciples of the West. Yet Ying Yuan was notably overlooked. Furthermore, Zhuan Ti had instructed them to avoid any dealings with the nefarious dragon, as the fortunes of the West could not afford to wane further. Upon seeing the disciples of the West, Guangchengzi's expression darkened instantly. What brings you here? To assist the emperor? Qiyu, Xingtian, and Shangliu are formidable foes, are they not? Assist the emperor? Guangchengzi scoffed. You are clearly here to seize fortunes. The medicine master and Mithriya, caught in their deception, remained undeterred, responding cheerfully, senior brother Guangchengzi. Surely you do not wish for Ying Yuan to falter against Qiyu and fail to reclaim his position? We are merely here to lend support, and the lion's share of fortune still belongs to you, as the emperor's master, a title that cannot be usurped. At this, Guangchengzi's demeanor softened slightly. The inability of the emperor to reclaim his position was indeed the gravest injury. Ying Yuan found himself even more bewildered. Why were all the disciples from the Western teachings present? Good heavens! Were they all courting disaster? Yet, he quickly deduced that the Western sect, always eager for advantage, had likely recognized an opportunity to assist the emperor and thus would not let it slip away. But was this not courting calamity? Ying Yuan timidly remarked. Medicine Master, Mithriya, is this truly appropriate? We must persuade the disciples of the West to leave. They are our future colleagues. The medicine master and Mithriya exchanged glances, frowning slightly, and retreated a half-step, coldly stating, fellow Taoist Ying Yuan, do not overstep. Guangchengzi is indeed the emperor's master, and he has not indicated that this is inappropriate. Ying Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, indeed. At that moment, Ying Yuan approached, first bowing respectfully to Ying Yuan. Master, strategist, as we prepare to engage in battle, I have a plan. Might I consult you to see if it's feasible? The medicine master, Mithriya. The dragon subduing and tiger taming practitioners were left dumbfounded. The disciples of the Western teachings glanced at Guangchengzi, who wore a dark scowl, and timidly inquired, who exactly is the emperor's master? Junior brother, Dao Bao handed the witch-slaying sword to Ying Yuan. You discuss military strategies with Ying Yuan. I will specifically handle restraining Xingtian. Very well. Ying Yuan and Ying Yuan entered the central military camp. Ying Yuan took the witch-slaying sword from Ying Yuan's hands. Master, what is this? As Ying Yuan accepted the sword, his body trembled slightly, and he heard the anguished wails of countless kin, the despair and helplessness of numerous humans lying in pools of their own blood. A mist of tears welled in Xuan Yuan's eyes. Tears, tinged with crimson, represent the blood of our kin, forged into a sword. This is the slaughtering sword that has caused countless human tears to flow. Ying Yuan gently patted Xuan Yuan's shoulder and spoke softly. In ancient times, humanity was frail and suffered relentless slaughter. This has transpired and cannot be altered. The blood of millions has been forged into this sword, now returned to humanity, to be wielded by you, to protect our kind. Ying Yuan, should this battle end in defeat, the consequences, you should be well aware. Ying Yuan's words were laden with gravity. Ying Yuan gripped the slaughtering sword tightly, its sharp blade cutting into his palm, blood flowing freely. He vowed, the disciples must unify. No longer shall our kin face slaughter. It is utterly impossible. Ying Yuan nodded in approval, affirming indeed. In the hands of the demon clan, this sword was known as the slaughtering sword, but now, in your grasp, it shall be called the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword. Subsequently, Ying Yuan and Ying Yuan deliberated strategies to breach the narrow expanse of heaven. 2 days later, Xuan Yuan's forces retreated 300 miles, conceding 1/5 of the hunting grounds to Qiyu. Unable to break through a formidable barrier, they opted to withdraw and regroup. Simultaneously, Ying Yuan employed a transformation technique and stealthily infiltrated Qiyu's camp. He located the resting place of the iron-eating beast. The leader of the iron-eating beasts, known as Hammer, bore a striking black and white coat, with sharp teeth that conveyed a fierce demeanor. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, Hammer immediately became agitated. Ying Yuan hastily produced a section of purple bamboo and tossed it over. Hammer grabbed the bamboo and began to gnaw at it, crunching loudly. What is this? Delicious. After finishing one segment, Ying Yuan tossed another. This was no ordinary bamboo, but the postnatal purple bamboo that thrived on Golden Tortoise Island, with exceptionally tender and sweet shoots. Ying Yuan approached the iron-eating beast with a smile and asked, would you like to eat purple bamboo every day? The iron-eating beast nodded vigorously. All that is needed is for you to feign retreat during Qiyu's battle with Ying Yuan, causing Qiyu to fall. Hee. The Emperor Ying Yuan promises to treat your kind as treasures of humanity, ensuring an endless supply of bamboo. I shall consider it. Hammer's eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly tempted. Following Qiyu meant enduring hunger for 3 days out of 9 meals. But becoming a traitor? That might not sit well, yet this bamboo is indeed delectable. Observing the iron-eating beast's hesitation, Ying Yuan continued, the iron-eating beast clan shall never be enslaved. This declaration solidified Hammer's resolve, and he gravely inquired, if I side with Ying Yuan, will there truly be food and shelter provided? Truly? Excellent. Qiyu's army maintained strict control over provisions, with the command camp heavily fortified. Yet, Qiyu had never anticipated that someone would covet the iron-eating beast clan. Ying Yuan came quietly and departed unnoticed. At this moment, within Qiyu's camp, my lord, the reinforcement of 2 million kin has been completed. My lord, Xuan Yuan's forces have retreated 300 miles. Qiyu, upon hearing his subordinate's report, chuckled coldly. The Ying Yuan child cannot breach the narrow expanse of heaven. He seeks to confront me on the hunting grounds. Fengbua, displaying concern, cautioned, my lord, we do not have the advantage in numbers. It is unwise to engage Ying Yuan in battle. Qiyu dismissed this, asserting, consider my 9 warriors. With a mere 100,000 soldiers, we could annihilate Xuan Yuan's millions. With over 200,000 troops, we shall surely wipe out Xuan Yuan's vast army. Moreover, ample preparations have been made. Overnight, the captives of the Qiyu tribe mysteriously vanished, resulting in the demise of 1 million. At dawn the following day, Qiyu, mounted on a formidable beast, led over 2 million soldiers back into the battlefield of the deer chase. Once again, the Ying Yuan and Qiyu tribes found themselves in a standoff. The sound of horns blared from the Ying Yuan tribe, while the drums of war thundered from Qiyu's camp. With the issuance of the battle command, a tumultuous sea of humanity clashed upon the plains of Deer Chase. The ominous energy of conflict surged to its zenith. The sacred grounds of humanity, North Xian, Fuxi, and Shinnong, closely monitored the unfolding battle, for this was the decisive confrontation. Should Ying Yuan falter, Qi Yu would seize the title of the sovereign of humanity. Duobao, clad in simple Taoist robes, fought valiantly alongside Xingtian. Xuandu held the formidable with Shangliu at bay. The Kunlun Gold Immortals, including Guangchengzi and Randang, engaged Qi Yu in combat. Having restored his formidable powers, Qi Yu's strength intensified as he unleashed a relentless assault, wielding the Tiger Soul to cleave through the ranks of the Kunlun Immortals. Guangchengzi, I come to assist you, cried Yao Shi, Mithria, and other disciples from the west, joining the fray. Their emanating celestial light inadvertently caused the demise of Qi Yu's human minions. Thus, the crimson strands of calamity stealthily infiltrated the minds of the Western disciples, covertly and profoundly. Together, the Chan and Western teachings summoned dozens of great immortals to combat Qi Yu. Although Qi Yu held the upper hand, he could not vanquish the assembly of immortals. A cold sneer flickered within Qi Yu's heart, a mere rabble. Suddenly, the drumming from Qi Yu's camp shifted dramatically. On the plains of Deer Chase, 12,000 soldiers of the Jili tribe emerged, each group of 1,000 working in unison to erect a crimson pillar. In total, 12 blood-red pillars rose upon the plains, exuding an aura of terror. The 6 saints of the primordial era beheld the 12 pillars, their expressions shifting dramatically. 12 banners. They were not mere blood pillars, but rather the 12 standards nourished by the blood of millions of humanity. 12 heavenly divine killing formations. Aries. Qi Yu bellowed. Boom! Boom! The ominous energy of the heavens surged and encircled, sweeping towards the 12 towering pillars, ultimately converging upon Qi Yu's form. Chapter 64. The Ying Yuan sword breaks the malevolent body of Qi Yu in the lush expanse of the hunting grounds. 12 blood pillars rose ominously. The sinister aura of the primordial world appeared to have found its source, sweeping across the landscape and converging upon the blood pillars. This malevolent energy surged into Qi Yu's corporeal form. A colossal phantom loomed over the hunting grounds, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The disciples of the saints, including Guangchengzi, Nanji, Randang, and Yao Shi, gazed upon the gigantic figure formed in the void with expressions of sheer astonishment. Pangu, the great deity. However, Qi Yu had cunningly substituted the 12 ancestral witches with the 12 blood pillars to construct a makeshift Daitian Shunsha formation. The manifested paternal deity's phantom was but a mere fraction of the authentic Daitian Shunsha formation. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to contend with the likes of the Tongtian Sect and the Western Sect. With a fierce shout, Qi Yu concentrated the Pangu phantom and swung the tiger blade downwards with ferocity. Guangchengzi, Randang, Nanji, and the other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were filled with dread and hastily summoned their treasure defenses. The disciples of the Western Sect, lacking protective artifacts, were engulfed in terror. With a resounding boom, the tiger blade descended like a massive shockwave from the heavens, crashing violently into the hunting grounds. The celestial beings of the Chan and Western sects were hurled through the air, crashing to the earth, their magical energies in disarray, their robes tattered. The malevolent energy surged like a tempest, creating ripples that swept across the battlefield. The powerful shockwaves sent the Ying Yuan soldiers reeling, struggling to maintain their footing. After the onslaught, Qi Yu stood majestically amidst the chaos, casting a disdainful glance at Guangchengzi, uttering contemptuously, "You are but a lowly creature, worthless." Fury ignited within Guangchengzi's heart. "Qi Yu, how dare you?" He summoned the Fan Tian seal, channeling his magical energy towards Qi Yu. Unfazed, Qi Yu swung the tiger blade down once more. In an instant, Guangchengzi was sent flying, crashing into the earth in a state of utter disarray. Is this the caliber of a saint's disciple? Qi Yu scoffed. He raised the tiger blade, once again commanding, "Sons of Jili, attack." Boom! 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 The sound of war drums echoed throughout the heavens. The Jili soldiers, invigorated, launched a counteroffensive. The battle of the hunting grounds was drawing to a close. I, Qi Yu, am the true sovereign of humanity. Yet a profound voice resonated, unwavering and resolute. Qi Yu squinted his eyes. Emerging from the hunting grounds was Ying Yuan, clad in battle armor. Ying Yuan, your feeble strength cannot alter the tides of fate. Qi Yu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy towards Ying Yuan. As the overwhelming waves of sinister energy surged toward him, Ying Yuan's gaze shimmered with determination. With a clang, the Emperor's sword was drawn from its sheath. Grasping the sword with one hand, Ying Yuan soared forward. The monstrous waves of malevolent energy were cleaved asunder by the Emperor's sword. What? How is this possible? Ying Yuan strode forth, enveloped in auspicious purple energy. Wielding the Emperor's sword, he was already upon Qi Yu. With a swift thrust, the Ying Yuan sword pierced through the air. Qi Yu summoned the tiger's soul, blocking the long sword. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword's aura surged forth, lightly grazing Qi Yu's face. In an instant, a slender wound appeared on his cheek, oozing droplets of crimson blood. At that moment, countless formidable beings across the primordial world gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Impossible! How could this be? How could Ying Yuan injure Qi Yu? Qi Yu had regained the form of the Great Witch and had summoned the 12 Capital's divine formation, surrounded by a myriad of malevolent energies for protection. His physical body ought to be invincible. Even a perfectly accomplished quasi-saint, without a supreme weapon, would struggle to breach the defenses of Qi Yu's witch body under the divine formation. Ying Yuan managed to wound Qi Yu solely with sword energy? Upon seeing Ying Yuan's sword, a profound wariness flickered in Qi Yu's eyes as he enunciated each word with deliberate weight. The witch-slaying sword. The primordial realm trembled. What? It is indeed the witch-slaying sword, forged from the blood and souls of countless human beings? A sword specifically designed to combat the physical forms of the witch clan? No wonder. It could injure Qi Yu. The entire primordial world was astonished by the re-emergence of the witch-slaying sword. On Mount Shiryang, within the Eight Views Palace, the Taoist Laozi's expression shifted slightly, ripples of concern surfacing in his gaze. The witch-slaying sword, in the hands of the demon clan. Did Dao Bao bring forth the witch-slaying sword? What schemes does he have with the declining demon clan? At Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial beginnings countenance darkened. Who could have anticipated that assisting Ying Yuan would prove to be so challenging? The Tongtian Sect's reputation had taken a hit. In Niwa Palace, Niwa observed Ying Yuan wielding the witch-slaying sword, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The artifact, forged from the blood of millions of humanity, had returned to the human race. A small solace amidst the turmoil. In the west, on Mount Shumi, the expressions of Jiejing and Zhuanti bore the weight of inherent sorrow. The witch-slaying sword. Such a treasure. If only it belonged to the west, it would be fitting for it to be intertwined with our fate. The emergence of the witch-slaying sword undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the primordial realm. On the hunting deer plain, Qi Yu's malevolent aura and the physical form of the witch clan appeared feeble before the human emperor's sword. Ying Yuan was enveloped in a swirling mist of purple energy, wielding the human emperor's long sword with a technique that was both light and ethereal, yet imbued with sharpness. Ying Yuan, how could his swordplay resemble the supreme clarity sword technique so closely? Huh? Do not jest, my friend. Ying Yuan is a disciple of the Tongtian Sect. How could he possibly practice the supreme clarity sword technique? Take a look for yourself. By heavens, it truly is the supreme clarity sword technique. Ying Yuan's swordsmanship was indeed a manifestation of the teachings of Ying Yuan. Yet, it was merely a technique, not the complete sword formula. Nevertheless, the discerning eyes of the primordial beings recognized the shadow of the supreme clarity sword technique immediately. Qi Yu's face darkened as he wielded the tiger soul, engaging in fierce combat with Ying Yuan. One was the sovereign of the Central Plains, while the other led the Eastern E-Alliance. Both were destined by fate. Sovereign versus sovereign. Though Ying Yuan was merely at the Earth Immortal stage, he harnessed the fortune of humanity, showcasing a quasi-saint's might that rivaled Qi Yu. On the hunting deer plain, Ying Yuan and Qi Yu, along with their troops, launched a relentless charge, battling fiercely across the expansive terrain. Dao Bao relentlessly pressed down on Xing Tian, while Xuandu restrained Xianglu. Guang Qingzi, Ren Deng, Yao Shi, and Mi Lu gradually recovered from their injuries, eager to unify their forces. They stealthily launched an assault on the soldiers of Qi Yu, aiming to suppress them. Enraged, Qi Yu summoned the malevolent energy of the heavens and earth, channeling it through 12 blood pillars that converged once more. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. A colossal black dragon ascended, its scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, arranged in a magnificent display. The black dragon circled and exhaled its breath, demolishing one of the blood pillars. With 12 breaths, the 12 blood pillars crumbled. Remarkably, their collapse was so precisely orchestrated that not a single soldier of the Jiuli was harmed. The rudimentary formation of the 12 capital heavenly gods had been shattered. The ominous energy dissipated abruptly across the realm. Qi Yu descended from the sky, remounting his iron-eating beast, his eyes narrowing with fury as he glared at Ying Yuan. Teeth clenched, Ying Yuan merely cast a glance at the iron-eating beast's hammer. The beast emitted a fierce yet playful growl in response to Ying Yuan, implying a playful acknowledgement of its betrayal, suggesting that it had been promised sustenance and shelter in return for its defection. Chapter 65. The Defeat of Qi Yu. The iron-eating beast's deliberate misstep. Bang, bang, bang. The iron-eating beast, carrying Qi Yu, galloped forward, its massive form sending tremors through the earth. It charged directly toward Xing Yuan. A flicker of apprehension glimmered in Xuanyuan's eyes, for he understood well that the iron-eating beast clan was unparalleled in ferocity and possessed immense strength. It was not to be trifled with. Thus, the imperial purple aura surrounding Xing Yuan surged forth as he tightened his grip on his sword, leaping into the air to strike at Qi Yu. Qi Yu, mounted upon the iron-eating beast, brandished his formidable tiger blade, preparing to unleash its power. Xing Yuan, is your slaughtering sword sharper than my tiger blade? The clash of the imperial sword and the tiger blade erupted in a thunderous roar. Boom! Bang! The collision of imperial purple energy and the ominous aura stirred a tempest of chaos. Just as Qi Yu was about to harness his strength and unleash his malevolent energy, the iron-eating beast beneath him suddenly rolled its eyes, foam spewing from its mouth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What? Qi Yu's expression changed dramatically, shock evident in his voice. With the iron-eating beast down, Qi Yu's body lost balance, and he stumbled, thrown into the air. The iron-eating beast lay motionless, frothing at the mouth. Boss, I may have suffered from the local conditions. I apologize, boss. As Qi Yu fell to the ground and attempted to rise, the imperial sword, infused with purple energy, surged toward him unexpectedly. Slash! The razor-sharp sword energy pierced through Qi Yu's limbs and bones, wreaking havoc within his body. Buzz! The sound of the long sword slicing through the air filled the atmosphere as it rested against Qi Yu's neck. Clad in battle armor, Xing Yuan stood resolutely, gazing down at Qi Yu. You have been defeated. Great sorrow and indignation welled within Qi Yu's eyes. He yearned to fight back, yet the slaughtering sword had severely wounded him, and his tiger blade was sent flying. I refused to accept this. Despite the formidable presence of Xuanyuan's slaughtering sword, Qi Yu remained undaunted. With 200,000 warriors of the Jiuli tribe locked in battle against Xuanyuan's forces, the outcome was still uncertain. Qi Yu had contemplated the possibility of defeat, but he never envisioned that he would fall to the clumsiness of the iron-eating beast. Had it not been for the beast's misstep, Qi Yu was confident he could have vanquished Xing Yuan. Qi Yu has been defeated. Soldiers of the Eastern Jiuli, lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Humanity does not deceive humanity. Upon witnessing their leader subdued by Xuanyuan's sword, the Jiuli warriors were gripped by fear, their fighting spirit extinguished. Their leader had fallen? Had their leader truly been defeated? Flee. The defeat was as overwhelming as a landslide. The 200,000 Jiuli soldiers either surrendered or fled, creating an uncontrollable scene. Qi Yu, witnessing this, felt a profound sorrow and anger within, but sighed deeply, recognizing that the tide had turned. It was fate. It was destiny. O heavens! Why do you forsake the witch clan? The heavens are unjust. The way of the universe is unkind. One should pursue the retreating enemy with the remaining valor. The victor shall reign as emperor, while the vanquished shall be deemed the foe. Xuanyuan's forces surged forward, pursuing their victory with an agility that eclipsed thunder and lightning, sweeping through the land and conquering the eastern Yijuli. The malevolent aura in the realm dissipated abruptly. The myriad powerful beings of the primordial world recognized that the war for unification under the human emperor had come to an end. Ying Yuan triumphed, while Qiyu lay defeated. In the primordial realm, the 6 saints and numerous formidable beings gazed upon the outcome in profound silence. The defeat of Qiyu came rather unexpectedly. During the fierce battle, he fell swiftly, rather astonishingly, did he not? It seems that Qiyu was not vanquished by Ying Yuan, but rather by the iron-eating beast. I have long desired to inquire. Was this the result of intention or mere happenstance? The iron hammer lay upon a tree branch, gazing skyward, murmuring softly, "Oh, my lord, I miss you dearly. Are you faring well?" At this moment, there should be background music. Then delightfully, it took a bite of bamboo, exclaiming, "I truly surrender." It has been said that the water and soil do not agree with me, leading to a bout of weakness. Is that not acceptable? If one were to ask whether it was intentional or accidental, the answer is clear. It was intentionally accidental. With the conclusion of the unification war, Ying Yuan claimed the hunting grounds, sweeping through the Juli. The captured Juli soldiers had their weapons and armor confiscated and were returned to their tribe. Furthermore, the metallurgy of the Juli was prohibited, forbidding the crafting of arms. For the first time, it was proposed that the human and shaman minority races, though distinct, should unite under the banner of humanity, as siblings of Fuxi and the Flame Emperor, Shinno. Qiyu was then escorted to the martial grounds of humanity, to be judged by the 4 ancestors and the 2 emperors, Xing Tian and Xiang Lu, witnessing the defeat of their brother Qiyu, contemplated a rescue. But upon receiving a decree from the underworld, they could only shake their heads in resignation and retreat to the Panga Hall. Before Qiyu was taken to the martial grounds of humanity, he remained silent. Ying Yuan, in his initial battle, appeared as though he were a mere novice, lacking any semblance of strategy, yet he grew increasingly formidable with each confrontation. Surely, you must have received guidance from a mentor. I yearn to meet your teacher. Ying Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Upon entering the command tent, Ying Yuan addressed his teacher, "Qiyu wishes to see you." Ying Yuan responded, "What does he want with me?" When Qiyu finally met Ying Yuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. "It is you, the Black Dragon. You are the one who shattered the 12 blood pillars and subsequently dismantled the grand formation of the 12 heavenly gods. I am Ying Yuan, honored to meet you." "Fellow Taoist Qiyu," Ying Yuan replied with a composed expression. After a prolonged silence, Qiyu finally asked, "What do you call that battle strategy of yours?" "Coordination of infantry and cavalry, deep defense operations, with a focus on central breakthroughs and flanking support." After a long pause, the sorrow and indignation faded from Qiyu's eyes, and he sighed. "As your student, Ying Yuan, I concede that my defeat is not unjust." Ying Yuan cautioned, "You may indulge in food without care, but be mindful with your words. Beware of Guang Chengzi accusing you of slander. Even if the Tao ancestor Hongjun were to arrive, Guang Chengzi would still be recognized as the teacher of the human emperor." Qiyu was escorted to the martial grounds of humanity. The ominous aura of the primordial world descended. The human race regained its tranquility. The disciples of the Western 4 teachings returned to their respective sanctuaries. Now, they awaited Xuanyuan's reign to further refine the military structure of the human race and to identify the next successor, thereby achieving a complete fulfillment of their endeavors. Ying Yuan sat upon Lingyuan Island, with his back to the masses, fishing through the ages in solitude. The unification war of the human emperor has finally concluded. I am uncertain whether I have entangled myself in this calamity alongside Xixiang Duobao, yet it is evident that many, including Guang Chengzi, Ran Deng, Nanji, Yaoshi, and Methriya, have undoubtedly been embroiled in it. The disciples of the Western teachings, particularly the Chan and Western factions, have shown no mercy towards humanity. If they do not incur calamity, who shall? In this moment of assisting Ying Yuan, a significant achievement has been established. leaving one to ponder the extent of merit to be gained. Anticipation surges. A delightful reward has been bestowed upon the host for their steadfast commitment to journaling. The 12-petal pure world white lotus. This exquisite treasure, classified as a supreme innate spiritual artifact, boasts unparalleled defense and is impervious to all forms of assault, possessing the ability to purify all adverse conditions of the world. As the system's notification resonated, a pristine white lotus of 12 petals emerged within Ying Yuan's consciousness, exuding an aura of sanctity and purification. A supreme innate spiritual artifact? How utterly delightful! Ying Yuan immersed himself in contemplation, beginning the intricate process of refining the spiritual treasure's restrictions. Simultaneously, in the depths of the netherworld, an endless twilight and desolation prevailed. In the tranquil Heart-Peace Palace, the Earth Mother sat gracefully upon a mat, adorned in resplendent Taoist robes, her beauty transcendent. Her complex gaze seemed to softly murmur, "Ying Yuan, you remind me of the cyclical nature of blossoms and withering, of tides rising and falling, of the 6 paths of reincarnation, granting a flicker of hope to the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, offering the witch clan a slender chance for revival. The defeat of Qiyu is also your doing. Yet you have personally stifled the witch clan's chance for prosperity." After a prolonged silence, a resigned sigh echoed within the Heart-Peace Palace, as if acknowledging the inexorable nature of all things. P.S. Today's update includes a second installment, with another to follow shortly. I humbly beseech you, grant a moment of your favor. A single 5-star review would be treasured, and your encouragement for further updates, as well as any small tokens of appreciation, would be deeply appreciated. A gentle request. Please refrain from the small whip dear author is diligently crafting. Even the steadfast donkey of the production team dares not rest so. Chapter 66. The birth of Sangye and the return of Xian Yuan. For a century, Xian Yuan reigned, upholding the aspirations of Fuxi and Shennong, uniting the various clans of humanity, and leading the human race to unprecedented prosperity. Xian Yuan began the search for the next great sage. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi returned to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The White Crane boy displayed a respectful demeanor, bowing and congratulating Guangchengzi for assisting the human emperor, declaring that his merits were fulfilled. Once the human emperor assumed his position, he would surely be able to vanquish the corpses. Guangchengzi's expression darkened, as he chose to disregard the White Crane boy. The White Crane, a disciple of the Grand Master of the South Pole, was but a mere youth. Compassionate navigating Manjushri and Samanabhadra, along with the fearful Lu Shan, also extended their congratulations, stating that once the human emperor was established, their teachings would gain another potential saint. The golden immortals of Kunlun returned to their respective sanctuaries. Lantern, in a state of despair, returned to the Lingjiao cave in Kunlun. Deep down, Lantern held a glimmer of hope that by assisting Xian Yuan, he might share in some of Guangchengzi's merits and achieve enlightenment. Alas, how unjust his teacher was. Meanwhile, on Shouyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenic Palace, the great purity Laozi slowly opened his eyes, for the next sovereign was about to emerge. Xuandu, descend from the mountain and diligently assist the next human emperor. Xuandu responded respectfully, "Yes, I shall faithfully adhere to my master's command and aid the human emperor in vanquishing the third corpse." Indeed, Xuandu, the sole heir of the human teaching, enjoyed its resources and had already severed 2 corpses. The merits of the emperor's teachings would surely allow Xuandu to conquer the third corpse. Upon leaving Shouyang Mountain, Xuandu traversed the various tribes of humanity. In one such tribe, named Gaoyang, a child was born. Upon his arrival, purple qi emanated from the east, heralding numerous auspicious signs. The tribe's leader named the child Zhuanxiu. Xuandu entered the Gaoyang tribe, taking Zhuanxiu as his disciple and beginning to instruct the first emperor. Simultaneously, miles away from the Gaoyang tribe, another tribe named Tsang also welcomed a child. This child was extraordinary. He neither cried nor fussed, but instead surveyed the world with wide eyes. The leader of the Tsang tribe named him Sangye. On Linyuan Island, Ying Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance flashing within them. "My primordial spirit has emerged. My disciple, Beixian, shall attain the status of martial ancestor, ensuring the immortality of humanity for eons. It is also destined that a literary ancestor will emerge. Without the literary ancestor, the path of literature for humanity will remain shrouded in eternal night. Songjie and Zhuanxu were born on the same day, yet their destinies diverged greatly. Upon his birth, Zhuanxu was taken as a disciple by Xuandu, exempt from labor, following his immortal teacher in cultivation without worry. In contrast, Songjie's family of 8 had many mouths to feed but lacked sufficient labor. At the tender age of 3, Songjie accompanied his father to the fields to work, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. By the age of 10, he accompanied his brother into the mountains to hunt, providing meat for the family. At 12, he had grown robust and tall, standing over 7 feet, 185 meters. Though clad in coarse garments, his noble demeanor and handsome visage could not be concealed. Songjie was highly contemplative, often observing the myriad beings of the world, imitating them with a branch drawn upon the earth. At the tender age of 15, Songjie had already earned the reputation of a handsome youth, renowned across numerous villages and celebrated within a 100-mile radius. The chief of the Tsang tribe, recognizing Songjie's exceptional talent, repeatedly tested his abilities and contemplated bestowing upon him the position of chief. However, Songjie humbly declined, asserting that he was unfit for such a role. The chief, filled with regret, conveyed Songjie's remarkable capabilities to higher authorities, proclaiming, "Our Songjie possesses the qualities of a sovereign." This news eventually reached the capital of Chun. In the Chun capital, Ying Yuan sat in his residence, reflecting on the esteemed individuals reported from various regions. After careful consideration, his gaze settled upon Songjie of the Tsang tribe and Zhuangsu of Gaoyang. After a brief contemplation, Ying Yuan resolved to pay a visit to Songjie. A few days later, Ying Yuan arrived at the Tsang tribe. There, he found Songjie standing beneath the shade of a tree, a twig in hand, drawing upon the ground. Lost in thought, with curiosity, Ying Yuan approached the shade, and upon discerning the content of the young man's drawing, his expression froze in astonishment. What lay before him was of paramount importance to humanity. At that moment, the chief of the Tsang tribe arrived, introducing Songjie to Ying Yuan. Songjie respectfully acknowledged the sovereign. "You are Songjie? What is it that you have drawn?" Ying Yuan inquired. Rather than responding directly, Songjie countered, "Sovereign Ying Yuan, do you not feel that our human race lacks something?" He continued, "Since the dawn of our existence, we have relied on oral tradition, a flame that never extinguishes. While oral transmission is invaluable, it is susceptible to distortion. For instance, the esteemed Shinnong passed down the Shinnong Benchao Jing, which clarifies that Artemisia annua can treat malaria. Yet many a barefoot doctor misinterprets it as Qinghao, diminishing its effectiveness. If only there were a medium to record the Shinnong Benchao Jing, how much better it would be." Ying Yuan listened intently, as a thunderous resonance erupted within his mind. His eyes widened with realization, the prospect of a medium to document the affairs of humanity, allowing the flame of knowledge to be passed down through generations unextinguished. Having been personally mentored by Ying Yuan, Ying Yuan was no longer the ignorant disciple of Guangchengzi. He was well-versed and perceptive. He immediately exclaimed, "The demon race possesses their own script. Surely, we humans can emulate them." Ying Yuan understood that Songjie's initiative was a matter of profound significance for the survival and prosperity of the human race. "Songjie, would you be willing to accompany me back to Chun?" Ying Yuan asked, filled with boundless joy, eager for Songjie to assume the role of the next sovereign. Songjie shook his head in refusal, expressing gratitude for the sovereign's regard but asserting, "I am not suited for the responsibilities of leadership. For the next decade, I wish to dedicate myself to the path of writing for humanity." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Guanyuan etflimed krice, retsognizing kang yes lofty ambitions. He realized that assuming the role of sovereign would only burden Songjie with political affairs. Ying Yuan spent 2 days in the Tsang tribe before taking his leave, confident that Songjie would indeed pave the way for humanity's literary advancement. After Xuanyuan's departure, Songjie officially announced his seclusion, committing himself to the profound study of writing. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan diverted his course to Gaoyang to assess Zhuang Su. Zhuang Su, under the guidance of Xian Du, was distinct from the ordinary. While gifted with intelligence, he appeared rather clumsy and unrefined when compared to Songjia. His thoughts leaned towards a philosophy of effortless governance, suitable to be a ruler in prosperous times, yet utterly unfit to be a hero in chaotic eras. After several days of contemplation, Ying Yuan let out a deep sigh. I have initially unified the various tribes of humanity. In the short term, there will be no disturbances. The philosophy of governance espoused by Zhuangxiu, characterized by inaction and benevolence, is indeed fitting. Zhuangxiu accompanied Ying Yuan back to Chengdu, where he began to shadow him, learning to manage state affairs. Gradually, Ying Yuan transferred authority to Zhuangxiu. A decade later, Ying Yuan announced his abdication in favor of Zhuangxiu. On this day, the leaders of all human tribes gathered at Mount Tai. Ying Yuan and Zhuangxiu bathed and offered incense. From the zenith of the heavens, purple mist descended from the east, heralding auspicious signs. The 6 saints of the primordial era arrived with their disciples. The master of Tongtian presented the Kongtong seal, and the sacred sounds of the upper pure echoed throughout the cosmos. Having reigned for over 150 years, Ying Yuan upheld the grandeur of the heavenly emperor and the earthly emperor, commanding wars, unifying the tribes of humanity, and leading them to the pinnacle of prosperity. Today marks the completion of his virtuous deeds. With a resounding boom, as the sacred sound subsided, a robust stream of fate and virtue descended from the heavens. The wealth of fortune and virtue surpassed that of Fuxi and Shinnom. It was witnessed that 40% of this fortune surged into Xuanyuan's body. 20% of the fortune was evenly dispersed, flying towards various regions of humanity, comforting the souls of those who perished in warfare and honoring the survivors for their contributions to unification. 10% of the virtue flowed into the Tu Wu sword, cleansing the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits within it, destined to become Xuanyuan's sword, the sword of the human emperor. Another 10% of fortune entered the Kongtong seal. This left 20%. Upon witnessing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign's expression softened considerably. Guangchengzi's acquisition of 20% of the virtue was commendable, surpassing that of Duobao and Jinling. The heavenly emperors and earthly emperors' disciples only received 10% of the virtue each. With anticipation etched on his face, Zhuanti mused, our disciples of the Western Church, assisting the human emperor in unification, should surely receive a share of the virtue. The remaining 20% of fortune and virtue saw 10% soar towards the martial realm of humanity, flowing into Qiyu. Qiyu took the lead in advancing metallurgy, producing weapons and armor, significantly enhancing the productivity of humanity, living up to his title as the Lord of War. The final 10% of fortune flew into his capable strategist, Ying Yuan, with Duobao also receiving a portion. Thus, the 10% of virtue was fully apportioned. At that moment, the primordial world fell into an uncanny silence. Chapter 67. Wasn't it said that the merits of the good emperor would prevail? Why has the aura of karma and slaughter descended? At the pinnacle of Mount Tai, the primordial heavens fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, the countenance of the primordial supreme master darkened ominously. Guangchengzi's eyes reddened, his gaze almost bursting forth as he clenched his fists in uncontainable fury. Zhuan Ti's hopeful expression morphed into bewilderment. Could it be over? Beside him, the medicine master prodded Zhuan Ti. Master, look, it is not finished yet. The aura of karmic slaughter is descending from the heavens above. What the hell? How has karma arrived? The old lord of Taiji, the primordial supreme master, the lord of the celestial teachings, Jing, Zhuan Ti, Niuhua, and the myriad great beings of the primordial realm all lifted their gazes towards the skies. They beheld a formidable strand of karmic slaughter descending upon them. The karma fragmented into several portions, each surging into the bodies of the southern polar immortal, the lamplighter. Guangchengzi's 12 golden immortals, the medicine master, Methria, and other disciples from the west. As the karmic slaughter enveloped them, The expressions of the celestial beings froze momentarily, sensing a disruption in the flow of their internal powers, accompanied by a sudden tightness in their chests. The karmic energy also fell upon Ying Yuan, Duobao, and deep within the primordial earth. Ying Yuan, being the esteemed teacher of Xian Yuan, had indirectly contributed to the slaughter. Duobao, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu could not escape either. However, since Ying Yuan and Duobao had not directly acted against humanity, the karma they received was minimal, only a tenth of what Guang Chengzi received, rendering it negligible in comparison to the merits they had accumulated. Ying Yuan's face instantly fell. Alas, despite his utmost caution and vigilance, he had still been ensnared by the heavenly will. How infuriating! To unify through slaughter. Can there be no bloodshed and death? How could the heavenly will attribute karma to me? I am Ying Yuan. I refuse to accept this. Duobao remained notably calm beside him. Junior brother Ying Yuan, you are already the dragon of karma. This minor karma upon you is hardly worth mentioning. The expression of the primordial supreme master was exceedingly displeased as he fixed his gaze upon Tongtian. Your disciple has usurped Guang Chengzi's rightful merits and fortune. Guang Chengzi's heart bled as he gritted his teeth. Duobao, Ying Yuan, you wretched beings, how dare you seize my merits and fortune? Tears of bitterness streamed down Zhuan Ti's cheeks. I was truly foolish. I thought sending my disciples down the mountain would allow us to share in some fortune and merit. Yet instead, I garnered a whole heap of karma. Wasn't it said that the merits of the good emperor would prevail? Why has the aura of karma and slaughter arrived? It must all be blamed on Ying Yuan. This wretched dragon of misfortune, being too close to him, has brought calamity and misfortune. Upon hearing his second brother's inquiry, Tongtian's expression also darkened. Do not forget, it was Guang Chengzi who personally visited the Bio Palace to invite Duobao to assist on the island. Moreover, both Duobao and Ying Yuan merely aided Xin Yuan, while Guang Chengzi is the true teacher of the emperor. Guang Chengzi's incompetence in guiding the emperor and the karma he has accumulated. What business is it of my teachings? Tongtian, you. The primordial supreme master's face turned completely black. The most prideful and sensitive aspect of his being was his 12 golden immortals. Yet now he was accused of incompetence in teaching the emperor? How could the primordial supreme master endure this? Second brother, third brother. The Grand Master Taiching's gentle voice interrupted the impending quarrel between the two, preventing an escalation. The gazes of revered figures such as Jin, Zhuanti, Niuhua, and the myriad powers of the primordial realm converged upon Mount Tai. A schism among the three pure ones would indeed be a farce. The celestial venerable Yuan Shi spoke coldly. Tongtian, your disciple has seized the fortunes and merits of Guang Chengzi. The fifth imperial position must be conferred to my Chan sect. Hearing this, Tongtian felt a surge of indignation. Is it not settled among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that this arrangement was agreed upon in the Jiejiao Palace? Are you now reneging on our accord, second brother? Third brother. The Grand Master Taiching's expression was as calm as a placid lake as he continued. Though Guang Chengzi has suffered a setback in fortune, perhaps we should consider. However, Tongtian, sensing the elder brother's bias towards the second, felt a tumult of emotions, his eyes betraying his ire. The disciples of the Chan sect are indeed disciples, yet are the disciples of the cut-off sect not equally so? The disciples of the cut-off sect are already divided among 2 sovereigns and 1 emperor, which is scarcely sufficient. Taiching's words were interrupted by Tongtian, whose normally tranquil heart now harbored a flicker of fury. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances filled with concern, silently wishing for a confrontation to ensue. Niuhua, having witnessed Tongtian's appropriation of a significant portion of the human race's fortunes, felt equally discontented and chose not to defend him in this moment. Atop Mount Tai, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What if Taiching favored Yuan Shi? Ultimately, it was Tongtian who wielded the Kongtong seal, possessing the final say. Should he adopt a firm stance, he could easily seize the subsequent 5 emperors, appointing all disciples of the cut-off sect to the role of imperial mentors. Taiching remained silent. Yuan Shi, still awaiting the return of the last imperial position, wore a sullen expression, seething with frustration. Yet unable to confront Tongtian, he could only snort in irritation. Guang Chengzi, suffering from the backlash of karmic retribution, found his heart in turmoil and his powers in disarray. Hoping his master would still contend for one last imperial mentor to aid him in achieving enlightenment. Witnessing his teacher fail to secure the final position, Guang Chengzi was overwhelmed with anxiety, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, his aura plummeting dramatically. In an instant, he fell from an initial stage of quasi-saint to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Tongtian Sect, bereft of quasi-saint disciples, left Jian and Zhuanti secretly amused. Excellent. Now the Tongtian Sect is akin to my Western teachings. Splendid. Yuan's expression darkened upon seeing Guang Chengzi's distress, turning a shade more pallid than liver. Fortunes and merits surged into Ying Yuan, his aura rapidly ascending. In mere moments, he reached the initial stage of quasi-saint, then the intermediate stage, and finally the peak of quasi-saint. Achieving complete perfection, Fuxi and Shinnong manifested auspicious signs, and Ying Yuan, the royal brother, was destined to enter the martial domain of the human race. Ying Yuan bowed respectfully, Brother Fuxi, Brother Shinnong. Just as he was about to step into the void, a voice resonated from the southeastern region of the human realm, proclaiming, "After 10 years of seclusion, I have finally achieved enlightenment." The 6 holy beings of the primordial realm, including Fuxi and Shinnong, turned their gazes toward the southeast, displaying expressions of curiosity. Only Xuan Yuan's face shone with ecstatic joy. Songjia, has he succeeded? In the depths of his heart, Ying Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. My primordial spirit is destined to attain enlightenment today, paving the way for the cultural path of the human race. In its Song tribe, Songjia emerged from his wooden dwelling, clad in a simple linen robe. Although devoid of cultivation methods, he had reached middle age, yet he bore no signs of aging, remaining remarkably handsome and striking, rivaling many esteemed scholars. I am Songjia. Today, I am moved by the incomplete inheritance of our human lineage. Today, I shall forge a path in the realm of culture for our people, as the grand principles bear witness. Boom, boom, boom. In the primordial universe, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and calamity clouds emerged. Songjia, drawing upon the experience of the northern Xuanwu ancestor in the martial path, bypassed the heavenly way this time, allowing the grand principles